Chapter 321 President Pei, I am your fan. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. November 6, Saturday. Pei Qian lay dead in his office chair, weakly swiping through the resumes sent by job seekers in the company mailbox. At present, the Human Resources Department is still nervously preparing the relevant materials for the entry examination. Because the work is very complicated and involves many links, it is estimated that it will be difficult to sort out a clue in a short time. Pei Qian happened to be idle, so he opened the company's recruitment mailbox, thinking of just digging for gold and seeing if he could find some suitable ministers for reuse. But after searching for a lot, he was not very satisfied. These resumes, each one is so beautiful. I don't know if they did it themselves or paid someone to do it online. It seems that everyone attaches great importance to the job search of Tenda, but this has caused great difficulty for President Pei in screening. How dare President Pei accept such a beautiful resume? Forget it, I think it's ridiculous to recruit people myself. Let's wait for the standard slacker screening test process. Pei Qian is currently in need of people. For example, the vice president of the mobile phone business has not been found yet. Although Lin Wan is also in charge of the mobile phone business, she is only a manager, or can only be responsible for part of the mobile phone business, so there must be someone to help share the worries. Of course, to put it more bluntly, she has to check and balance with Lin Wan and hold him back a little. The fear is that Lin Wan is too strong, and the game and mobile phone businesses take off together. Then Pei Qian will be too difficult to handle. But this person has never been found to be too suitable. Pei Qian originally wanted to look for it in the mailbox, but then he thought that Tenda did not have a mobile phone business before, so there were few talents in the mobile phone field who submitted resumes. If he really found a layman who didn't know anything at all, the intention would be too obvious, and it would be easy for Lin Wan to find clues. And the possibility of persuading her to go back and inherit the family business would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the qualifications of the person he found must be acceptable. Pei Qian thought about it, why not try to ask for help from Baidu? Search the keywords mobile phone and bankruptcy on the internet. After a brief look, a piece of news caught Pei Qian's attention. Hongqing Technology is insolvent. The execution targets have accumulated nearly 130 million in less than a month. The latest information shows that Hongqing Technology's operating entity XXXXX Company Limited has been listed as the person to be executed, and the execution targets are about. It is reported that Hongqing Technology's total debt exceeds 8 billion yuan. Why did Hongqing Technology, which had a net profit of 174 million yuan a year ago, suddenly collapse? The founder said in an interview that the direct reason was the broken capital chain, and the fundamental reason was that the company had been losing money for a long time. But in this regard, Chang Yu, the former vice president of Hongqing Technology, seemed to express a different view on the internet, believing that the fundamental reason for Hongqing Technology's failure was short-sightedness. But this statement attracted a lot of criticism from netizens, who believed that it was Chang Yu's wrong decision-making and high ambitions that dragged down Hongqing Technology. It is worth noting that since August 13, Hongqing Technology has become the person subject to execution for the fourth time, and the execution target has accumulated about 130 million. Pei Qian was envious. At least 100 million was lost. If I had paid this. Anyway, there must be a great talent in Hongqing Technology. Either the founder or the vice president. After all, the two of them blamed each other, so one of them must have a big problem. Pei Qian looked through the information of Hongqing Technology again and found that this company was a pretty good mobile phone manufacturer in China. Of course, it also had some mobile phone-related businesses. At the beginning of last year, it was said that the net profit of the previous year was more than 100 million. However, more than a year later, it went bankrupt. Pei Qian searched for the information of Chang Yu, the former vice president of Hongqing Technology, and his eyes lit up instantly. Since joining Hongqing Technology as vice president in charge of mobile phone business last year, this President Chang has been making a lot of presence on Weibo and at press conferences, and has produced many golden sentences. We make mobile phones to change the world. Who wants to make money from you? I am a high-level craftsman. Don't always think that I will make some low-level mistakes. In the future, there will be more mobile phone manufacturers like us. They make mobile phones not for making money, but just to make friends with everyone. I don't like to see you surprised. This is just a very ordinary little idea of mine. Everyone sit down. My art design is perfect. You can only watch. Even if you let the president of Pineapple Mobile come, he can't change anything. I came to Hongqing Technology just to complete 3 small goals. The first small goal is to win all the awards in the world. The second small goal is to sell 10 million mobile phones. The third small goal is to change the world by the way. I also have a great product that can increase everyone's work efficiency by 2000% in the development. I believe it will be available to everyone soon. The spectators are obviously more interested in his jokes than the mobile phones he is going to release. They have given him many interesting nicknames, such as Paid General, Teacher Chang, Chang de Shanren, and so on. The more Pei Qian read, the more he felt that these remarks were so familiar. The more he read, the more he liked the CEO Chang. Although he was not fat, but rather short and thin, Pei Qian could feel that his body seemed to contain endless energy. Pei Qian immediately decided that he was the one. He had to be in charge of the newly established mobile phone brand. This was the talent he had been looking for. He hurriedly called Assistant Qian. After Assistant Qian came in, he first reported what Pei Qian had told him before. Mr. Pei, the investment assistant you asked me to find before has been found. If you have time, you can meet him and see if it is suitable. Pei Qian thought for a while. Well, ask him to go directly to the Handong University branch of Moyu Internet Cafe in 2 hours, and I will meet him there. Also, help me check the contact information of Chang Yu, the former vice president of Hongqing Technology. I want to meet him. Assistant Qian nodded. Okay, I'll do it right away. Just as Assistant Qian was about to turn around and leave, Pei Qian thought of a very critical thing and asked, Wait a minute, what is the name of the investment consultant you found? It's a bit inappropriate to not even know his name before interviewing him. Assistant Qian said, his name is Dishing. I have sent the relevant resume to your email. Pei Qian. Any questions? Assistant Qian was a little confused when he saw that President Pei was hesitant to speak. Pei Qian waved his hand, no problem, go ahead. Assistant Qian left. When Pei Qian heard this person's name, he almost wanted to change the person on the spot. Dishing? This name is too unlucky. But Pei thought again, he is a good boy who has been influenced by materialism, and he should not have these superstitious ideas. The guy named Hao Qiong in Shangyang Games before, isn't he getting rich with the high salary? He doesn't fit the name anymore. Of course, in the final analysis, it's because there is no reason to change people. It's a bit too strange to say that you want to change people before you even meet them. Pei Qian thought, since the person is here, he might as well meet Ma Yang together. If you really think this person is not good, just find a reason to change him. 2 hours later, Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Pei Qian and Ma Yang are ready. Pei didn't have a good first impression of Dishing, so he didn't look forward to it at this time. On the contrary, Ma Yang was a little restless, more nervous than a blind date, looking outside from time to time. Pei Qian kindly reminded him, Old Ma, he's a man, and he's not handsome, you don't have to expect so much. Ma Yang said righteously, Brother Qian, what are you talking about? I'm eager to recruit talents. When I was in high school, I was determined to study finance, but my science grades were so poor, so I had no choice but to study liberal arts. So I have great respect and admiration for this kind of big man who knows investment. Pei Qian vaguely sensed something was wrong and hurriedly reminded him, Old Ma, respect is respect, but you must also remember that you are the angel investor who makes the final decision. You have to have some opinions. Ma Yang patted his chest. Don't worry, Brother Qian, I have such a strong opinion. What are you worried about? Pei Qian. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that old Ma is so ignorant? Pei Qian couldn't say for sure. While the two were chatting, He Dishing arrived. Pei Qian had seen his photos and information before. He was 27 years old, male, and looked like an ordinary office employee, mediocre. It was even difficult to find a prominent feature in him. In short, he had no sense of existence. Pei Qian was still very satisfied with this. No sense of existence meant weak influence, and Ma Yang could give full play to his talents. He Dishing didn't seem to be too nervous, probably because the environment of the Moyu Internet Cafe was relatively relaxed, not as depressing as the atmosphere of an interview in a company. He Dishing talked a lot about his resume. Pei Qian didn't understand the ins and outs of the investment circle, and he had no way of distinguishing between what was just flattery and what was real performance. But since he was hired by Assistant Qian, his basic business ability should be acceptable. The only thing worth mentioning is that He Dishing is currently working as an investment assistant at Fuhui Capital, and it is said that he will be promoted to investment manager soon. When Pei Qian heard Fuhui Capital, his thoughts wandered and he thought of Mr. Li. He didn't know how Mr. Li was doing recently, and when he would come to help him again. Pei Qian was distracted for a moment, and He Dishing had already finished his self-introduction. And when he was introducing himself, He Dishing was looking at Pei Qian, as if he was quite interested in Mr. Pei. Pei Qian didn't think of what to ask for a while, and the scene was a little awkward. He looked at Lao Ma, but Lao Ma yawned, and then nodded apologetically. Well said. Pei Qian. I knew this guy was distracted too, and didn't listen carefully at all. Pei Qian was just about to find a topic, and He Dishing had already spoken first. Mr. Pei, I'm your fan. Chapter 322, Defeat Xinhua. Additional update for important matters March 10th. Pei Qian was a little slow to react. My fans? How come even people in the investment circle know my name? He Dishing seemed a little excited. Boss Pei, I used to be an investment assistant under Boss Li, and occasionally heard some stories about you from him. Whether it is Moyu Internet Cafe or the nameless restaurant in Mingyun Villa, in my opinion, they are textbook-like successful investments. The tricks here are worth a few years to digest and learn. Boss Li also has a sense of mutual appreciation when talking about you. So when I heard that you were recruiting investment consultants, I came here without hesitation. I didn't come here for money, I just wanted to learn the most profound investment methods from you. Pei Qian understood. It turns out that this guy was infected by Boss Li. But on second thought, this is not bad. Since this He Dishing came with a heart of learning, he should not ask too many questions or give too many suggestions. Pei Qian coughed twice. There's no need to talk about the past. It was all luck. Your job is mainly to handle some necessary procedures and provide some necessary help when Mr. Ma needs it. Also, try not to interfere with Mr. Ma's investment ideas. He Dishing nodded hurriedly. I understand. It's enough for me to learn investment from the two big guys. How dare I show off my shallow investment knowledge in front of the two big guys? Pei Qian was 120% satisfied with He Dishing's attitude. Very good, this young man knows what he is doing. Be a tool person steadily, get a full salary, and everyone will be happy and win-win. How good. Pei Qian thought, this candidate is not bad, it can be finalized. However, Ma Yang was flipping through He Dishing's resume at this time, and said to Pei Qian, Brother Qian, how can this person be an investment assistant, not even an investment manager, and his qualifications are too poor, can you change him? Pei Qian. This old ma. Just now when he introduced his resume, you were distracted and dozing off, nothing, but now that we are talking, you are picking on his resume again. But Pei Qian had no choice. He still hoped that Lao Ma could fully display his intelligence and could not use force. If there was a conflict between the two, and Lao Ma did not trust He Dishing and secretly looked for other investment consultants, that would be a big problem. After all, this was to find an investment assistant for Lao Ma, so he had to take Lao Ma's feelings into consideration, but Pei Qian didn't know how to convince Ma Yang, so he could only look at He Dishing. Well, do you have any other advantages? Focus on your strengths. Originally, He Dishing saw Pei's expression and thought he had already won, but he didn't expect that there would be complications. He hurriedly took out some of the decisions and work performance he participated in when he was in Fuhui capital and explained them in detail. Pei Qian didn't quite understand, but he secretly glanced at Ma Yang's expression, and it seemed that he was still dissatisfied. Of course, Ma Yang certainly didn't understand either, he just simply felt that the title of investment assistant was too low. Pei Qian regretted a little. He should have asked He Dishing to change the investment assistant on his resume to investment manager or a higher level. Seeing that Ma Yang was unmoved, Pei Qian hurriedly signaled He Dishing, other hobbies and specialties can also be won, such as singing, dancing, writing calligraphy, and what games you usually play. He Dishing scratched his head in confusion. After a moment of silence, He Dishing asked tentatively, My Shinchi has 1900 points on the battle platform, does this count? Ma Yang immediately decided, okay. Brother Qian, this is it. Pei Qian never expected that this would be the one that finally conquered Lao Ma. The score of Shinchi on the battle platform can directly show the level of this player. Generally, when it reaches 2000 points, it is almost at the stage of a professional player. If He Dishing's score is really 1900, then he should be able to beat ordinary players with his feet. A great player with 1900 points should be able to lead Ma Yang, right? No wonder Ma Yang made the decision immediately, obviously conquered by this 1900 points. Although this matter is a bit absurd, Pei Qian thought about it and the result is good. Anyway, no matter what the process is, he and Lao Ma both like this investment assistant. As long as he protects Lao Ma and loses all the money of the investment company, everything will be fine. Pei Qian was very satisfied. Okay, the dream venture capital business will be handed over to you too. If you need anything, just let me know. If you need money, just tell me. Don't be shy. Also, Lao Ma, remember the investment secrets I taught you before. Ma Yang nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Brother Qian, leave it to me, it's done. Pei Qian looked at He Dishing again. How much is your salary at Fuhui Capital? He Dishing hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Pei, I just said that I mainly want to learn the way of investment. Salary? Actually, just give me a little. Pei Qian waved his hand. Just tell me the truth, how much is your salary there? He Dishing, more than 8,000, of course, this is the salary of an investment assistant. If it is an investment manager, Pei Qian said directly, I'll give you 16,000 yuan, plus 4,000 yuan of special allowance every month. One price, 20,000 yuan a month. He Dishing was a little confused. Boss Pei, this is a bit too much. Besides, I have no reason to take special allowance. Pei Qian patted his shoulder. This is for your mental damage compensation for playing games with Boss Ma. This weekend, Pei Qian was rarely quiet. He looked at houses on the internet and planned to find a reliable real estate project and buy one in full and give it to his parents to live in. As for Boss Pei's own residence, he can also think about changing it. But now Pei Qian lives quite comfortably in this place, and he is too lazy to move around for the time being, so he doesn't need to rush. November 8th, Monday. Assistant Qian has contacted Chang Yu and booked a round-trip ticket for him to come to Jingzhou. Boss Pei attaches great importance to this meeting. Discover a loyal minister and solve all of Boss Pei's worries at once. Speaking of which, Pei Qian's biggest worry now is that he has so many employees, but none of them can really share his worries. Some of them seem to be reliable, but they start to make trouble after a few months. The only one who can share his worries is Ma Yang, and he can only be considered half a person. Boss Pei is worried. If there was someone who could share his worries, President Pei would have wanted to entrust him with the important task and hand over all the industries to him to manage. Pei Qian was very much looking forward to it and hoped that this Changyu was the person he had been looking for. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Pei Qian met this President Chang in the reception room of Tenda. Before that, Pei Qian also learned about President Chang's current situation from Assistant Qian. Chang Yu was the former vice president of Hongqing Technology, that is, a senior employee, not the boss. So the bankruptcy of Hongqing Technology and the boss becoming the person to be executed did not affect Chang Yu's life and subsequent work. Of course, Chang Yu's life was not smooth because he was unemployed. According to Assistant Qian, this President Chang seemed to be a very ambitious person. During the period after Hongqing Technology went bankrupt, President Chang also received olive branches from some companies, but he refused them all. Because he looked down on these companies. Some were large-scale mobile phone manufacturers, and some simply made copycat phones. Chang Yu rejected all of them, and he wanted to go to those serious and reliable mobile phone companies. As a result, all the serious and reliable mobile phone companies looked down on him. So Chang Yu has been unemployed recently. Pei Qian thinks this state is pretty good. For such a talented person, it would be a waste to make copycat phones. He has to follow me to make mobile phones so that his energy can be fully utilized. Looking forward to it, the door of the reception room opened. Pei Qian stood up and saw this Chang Yu. He was not tall. It seemed that he was less than 1.7 meters tall, and he was also very thin, but he looked energetic. "Hello, Mr. Pei." Chang Yu shook hands with Pei Qian. Pei Qian felt that Chang Yu's hands were quite strong. Based on the first impression, Pei Qian judged that this should be a person with strong action, and he should also be a stubborn person. It's good to have strong action. Mr. Pei does prefer employees who are more lazy, but for executives in such key positions, they still have to be more active. If they are too lazy, they will not be able to produce products after months of tossing, which will delay Mr. Pei's settlement. And strong action means that they like to mess around and burn money quickly. Mr. Pei likes employees who burn money quickly. Moreover, if Chang Yu is a stubborn person, he will certainly be more likely to act on his own, which will lead to major decision-making errors. It will also easily cause the management team to be disunited. In short, this is a big company like Hongqing Technology that has been ruined. Vice President Liao must be very capable to be able to do such a glorious deed. Pei Qian is looking forward to it. The two sat down in the reception room and someone served tea. It was the first time the two met. After a few pleasantries, Pei Qian decided to get straight to the point. "Mr. Chang, to be honest, I am impressed by your talent. Tenda is planning to set up a technology company recently, starting with mobile phones. Your valuable experience is very important to me. Please join my team." Chang Yu was stunned. He never expected that Mr. Pei would be so direct. Logically, Chang Yu is a job seeker and Mr. Pei is the boss who pays, so Chang Yu should take the initiative. However, Mr. Pei did not care about these, but showed a thirst for talent right from the start, which can be said to be full of sincerity. Chang Yu was very moved. However, he did not agree immediately, but hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Pei, I still want to talk first to see if our ideas match. I have my own judgment on the future development of the industry. I don't want my ideas to conflict with yours, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with." Pei Qian nodded. "Yes, I think so too. Then let's talk about it in detail. What do you think should be the ultimate goal of starting a company? Changyu thought for a while. Overthrow Xinhua. Chapter 323, We Are All Dreamers. Additional update for the boss Zai Sangsu Chongsher 4 out of 10. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. The goal is good, but I think that modern society is a win-win society. It is a bit too narrow to always think about zero-sum games. Besides, I think we can look further ahead. Although Xinhua's mobile phone business is good, it only has a greater influence in China. Chang Yu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean, Mr. Pei? Pei Qian, the ultimate goal must be set higher. It is better to acquire pineapple than to overthrow Xinhua. Chang Yu was instantly in awe. What is this? This is the feeling of meeting a soulmate. In fact, Chang Yu knew very well that this meeting was a two-way choice. Mr. Pei was considering whether to hire him, and he was also considering whether to work under Mr. Pei. Chang Yu has always been of this character, saying whatever he wants and never hiding anything. So, he often made some shocking remarks on Weibo and at press conferences, and was also given the title of Chongdazue. Many bosses of technology companies dislike him because of this, thinking that he is a boaster who does not do practical things. But even so, Chang Yu has never thought about changing his style of doing things. He would only sneer in his heart. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? He believed that he would always meet a boss who could understand him. And now, President Pei casually said the 4 words acquire pineapples, which undoubtedly coincided with Chang Yu's idea. And the realm is even higher. Yes, why must we overthrow it? Wouldn't it be better to acquire it? Chang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Pei, that's a good idea. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked again, what is your style in daily work? Chang Yu immediately replied, I am a more arbitrary person, and all my employees must obey my orders, completely. I am also a perfectionist and do not allow any imperfections to occur. Pei Qian nodded, okay. A leader must have his own ideas, and cannot be easily influenced by others. I agree with your opinion very much. So, what is your attitude towards the appearance of mobile phones? Do you agree with imitating the pineapple mobile phone? Chang Yu decisively asked, I totally disagree. Appearance is a very important part of the brand image, and of course you can't imitate other mobile phones. Mobile phones designed by yourself must be unique. Pei Qian asked again, so what do you think about the price of mobile phones? Do you want to make low-priced mobile phones? Chang Yu thought for a while. I think only high-end models can reflect the true strength of a technology company. I personally tend to not make bigger versions, but only real flagships. Spending a lot of money to impact the high-end market is what an entrepreneur with ideals and aspirations should do. Pei Qian asked again, so, what do you think of Xinhua, a representative of domestic products? Chang Yu said proudly, they are doing very well, but one day, I will surpass them. Pei Qian couldn't help but give a thumbs up, very good, this is exactly what I think. Pei Qian was so satisfied with Chang Yu. It fits his ideas so well. Pei Qian already had a rough idea of what kind of mobile phone to make. As an emerging mobile phone brand, the most likely to succeed is undoubtedly the cost-effective route. By lowering the profit margin to make their mobile phones look more cost-effective than some well-known large manufacturers, they will seize the low-end and mid-end market. In the next 10 years, the domestic economy will continue to develop, but overall, the regional differences in economic development will make people who care about the cost-effectiveness of mobile phones always exist. In other words, mobile phones that are easy to use and relatively cheap will definitely always have a market. Since Pei Qian's goal is to make this mobile phone brand fail, he must do the opposite. He must not target the low-end market and take the cost-effective route. Instead, he must resolutely set his sights on the high-end market. At present, the domestic high-end market is still divided into 3 parts by Pineapple, MSC, and Xinhua. Shenhua only dares to price its flagship phone at around 5,000 yuan. And those who attempt to impact the high-end market are basically dead. It can be seen that the safest way is to make high-end mobile phones. And this Qingshan obviously coincides with Mr. Pei's idea. In the brief chat, Pei Qian also found that the image of this Qingshan was a little different from what he imagined. Originally, Pei Qian just thought that this Qingshan was a big mouth, liked to talk big, and brag. Maybe this was just a marketing method. Just like many people say one thing and do another, what they say is to fool fans, but what they actually do is another. But this Mr. Qingshan seems to be very firm in his beliefs. Some people say very noble things, but as long as there is a chance to make money, they will abandon their moral integrity and do it. And this Mr. Qingshan, who obviously has the opportunity to make trolley cases and small commodities and make a lot of money, still stubbornly wants to continue making mobile phones, which Pei Qian did not expect. After careful observation, Pei Qian discovered that this CEO Qingshan also had some good shining points. For example, he did not regard all his competitors as idiots, but could objectively acknowledge Shenhua's achievements. Moreover, this CEO Qingshan was polite in real life. Although he was a little arrogant, he did not give the impression of being the big mouth on the internet at all. He doesn't look like a stubborn and arbitrary person. However, these minor flaws did not affect Pei Qian's judgment of him. In any case, since this person is determined to enter the high-end market, it coincides with his own ideas and is worth using. Pei Qian was about to shake hands with Qingshan to express his pleasure in cooperation, but then he thought of a few questions and asked them clearly. If you don't mind, can you briefly tell me what happened when you were at Hongqing Technology? Pei Qian had to confirm whether it was Qingshan's credit or the credit of the company boss that bankrupted such a large company. Qingshan shook his head helplessly. Alas, it's not right to talk about the old company after leaving. I can't go into details. I can only say that we have a huge difference in direction. I have always believed that Hongqing Technology should take the high-end route, but in fact, Hongqing Technology has been making low-end machines and likes to do price cuts and promotions. The cash flow was once very tight. The boss of Hongqing Technology has a little hobby of spending money, which exacerbated the problem. Later, the capital chain broke, and it was out of control. Of course, I must be honest. The R&D of the project I was responsible for at the time exceeded the budget, but did not produce good enough results. This is also one of the reasons for the problem of the capital chain. Pei Qian nodded. I understand. It seems that this matter cannot be blamed on one person. Both of them are responsible. Hongqing Technology has always been a low-end machine. Pei Qian knows this. The price reduction promotion has increased the sales of Hongqing Technology, but the cash flow has been poor. This is what the boss said in the interview. Hongqing Technology has never really made money. As a result, Qingshan insisted on taking the high-end route and spent a lot of money on R&D, which broke the company's capital chain, and it was GG in an instant. As for the boss of Hongqing Technology having a hobby of spending money, Pei Qian felt that this was probably Qingshan passing the buck. The boss has a hobby of spending money. No matter how much he spends, how much can he spend? As for affecting the capital chain of tens of millions or hundreds of millions? Although Qingshan was passing the buck, Pei Qian was not angry. In the enlightened and prosperous era, President Pei finally caught a traitor. Looking at President Pei's trusting smile, Qingshan couldn't help but smile back. A bosom friend. He has actually been very distressed about Hongqing Technology. The bankruptcy of Hongqing Technology really has nothing to do with him. On the surface, he is responsible for the products released by Hongqing Technology, but the boss has been making decisions behind the scenes. The goal of entering the high-end market had been set long ago, but the boss was hesitant about this route. There was not enough money and people. In the end, the boss lost 120 million yuan because of his little hobby, which directly broke the capital chain and declared the bankruptcy of Hongqing Technology. Changyu had no choice. The news was concealed very well and did not break out. For moral reasons, he could not jump out to say bad things about his old boss, and that would make him look particularly mean. As a result, he became the scapegoat for no reason. The spectators would definitely think, Hongqing Technology was originally good, why did it go bankrupt as soon as Changyu became the vice president? In addition, Changyu often released some eye-catching ambitions at the press conference, so he was naturally scolded the most. So, Changyu had many difficulties in making mobile phones again. Because whether it was other manufacturers or consumers, they all thought he was a liar and did not believe him at all. But with President Pei, Changyu felt the long-lost warmth and trust. He could see that every word from Mr. Pei came from the heart and he was definitely not lying to him. Moreover, Mr. Pei's warm smile was definitely impossible to fake. At this moment, Changyu decided that even if Mr. Pei couldn't come up with much money, even if it was just a small mobile phone manufacturer, he would grow with this company and never leave it. Changyu asked, "Boss Pei, I want to ask, what is the price range of our first mobile phone?" Pei Qian thought for a while. The first mobile phone must be conservative. Changyu was a little disappointed. After all, he wanted to make a high-end phone. But after thinking about it, this is a startup game company after all, and it can't just eat a fat man at the first mouth. It's understandable that the first mobile phone should be more cautious, test the water first, and then impact the high-end market later. After all, Boss Pei is a confidant, and Changyu feels that he can bear this little grievance. Changyu nodded, "Okay, I'm willing to make an exception for you once." Pei Qian looked at him and continued, "To make a product, you have to seize the market gap. I think our first mobile phone must be positioned in the current market gap." Changyu thought for a while, below 1,000 yuan, or around 3,000 yuan? At present, the price of low-end models is mainly around 2,000 yuan, while the price of high-end models ranges from 4,000 to 6,000. Even the pineapple phone, the highest configuration version, is only about 7,000 yuan. Pei Qian shook his head, neither. Changyu was a little surprised. Then, there are no other vacancies. Pei Qian, yes, there are vacancies above 7,000? Let's just release a mobile phone at 8,000, and there will definitely be no competitors. Changyu was stunned. For the first time, he felt that he had met a dreamer who was better at dreaming than himself. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 324-02 Technology. But when he heard that he was going to make a mobile phone in the 8,000 yuan range, it was Changyu's turn to hesitate. Boss Pei, the 8,000 yuan range is certainly an absolute high-end phone, but even Pineapple has not reached this level at present. To set the price at this level, there are only two ways. Either, force the price to be raised through the high added value of the brand, but the premise of doing so is that the market highly recognizes our brand. Or, through piling up materials, piling up supporting services, etc., let the actual value and added value of a mobile phone roughly reach this level. The former is definitely impossible, and the latter is also somewhat difficult. Personally, I think that making high-end phones in the 4,000 or 5,000 yuan range is a choice with a higher success rate. You didn't expect that this would come out of his mouth. When he was at Hongqing Technology, Yu argued with the boss and other management every day, saying that he must make high-end models, and not always be obsessed with low-end phones of 1,000 yuan and mid-range models of 2,000 yuan, and must try to explore the 4,000 or 5,000 yuan range. As a result, no one paid attention to him, and everyone was obsessed with making low-end machines to make quick money. Now, everything is reversed. The boss was yelling that he wanted to go straight to the 8,000 yuan level, which made Changyu, who was always radical, become conservative. This role change made Changyu a little uncomfortable for a while. He never thought that one day he would label himself as conservative. Pei Qian was prepared for this. Do you think I didn't consider these things beforehand when I wanted to make a high-end phone? Even if I wanted to charge an IQ tax, the system would not agree. If Pei Qian made a 3,000 yuan phone and forced the price to 8,000 yuan, the system would not approve it at all, because this price was obviously too much higher than the actual value of the phone. The system allows the price to fluctuate within a certain range, but no matter how much it fluctuates, it cannot exceed a certain price range. Some international manufacturers with high brand premiums may have an overall profit margin of 30%, while domestic manufacturers may only have a profit margin of about 10%. And if Pei Qian wants to make a phone, no matter how high the premium is, it will definitely not be higher than 30%. Pei Qian even wants to lower this number. Because the high-end market is completely for the rich, with the previous experience of Qilan, Pei Qian has already understood that for the rich, after spending 8,000 yuan, they don't care about spending another 500 or 1,000 yuan. In other words, if this phone can't be sold, it doesn't matter what the price is, President Pei will feel relieved. If this phone can be sold, the higher the price set by Mr. Pei, the less money he will lose. Therefore, if the price is set a little lower and the profit margin is set a little lower, even if a few phones are sold, it will not make much money at all, and the overall loss will still be huge. At that time, a large sum of money will be invested to produce hundreds of mobile phones and pile them up in the warehouse. If they cannot be sold, the only way is to keep lowering the price. Won't this be a happy loss? Pei Qian showed a confident smile and said to Changyu, forcibly raising the price through high added value is to collect IQ tax. How can we do such a thing? Despicable. Just pile up the materials and pile up the costs for me. As for the comprehensive net profit margin, I think 5% is enough, small profits, but quick turnover. Changyu fell into deep thought. Many of his views on the mobile phone industry were overturned at this time. Pile up the materials? The comprehensive net profit margin is only 5%. It doesn't sound like there is no possibility of success. But why does it sound so unreliable? Seeing Changyu's embarrassment, Pei Qian asked with great concern, why, is it difficult to pile up the materials to this price? Changyu hesitated for a moment and said, it is not impossible to pile up to this level. But there will be two problems. First of all, we can't mass-produce too many phones. If we get less from the supply chain, the price will naturally be high. This is one aspect. On the other hand, if we have to pile up materials, some new technologies are not yet mature, and various small problems are prone to occur, and the yield rate of the phone cannot be guaranteed. The former is easy to say, it's just a matter of spending more money. But the latter is a very fatal blow to a high-end mobile phone brand. What do consumers think of a mobile phone worth 8,000 yuan that breaks down every other day? Of course, it won't be so exaggerated that 8 out of 10 can't be used, but if 8 or 9 out of 100 break down, it will also be a huge blow to our reputation. The more new technologies are used, the more serious this problem may be. Low yield rate? Pei Qian smiled and said, this is easy to solve. Create a data transfer function. When the customer's mobile phone breaks down, just replace it with a new one and send it to his door. Since it is a high-end mobile phone brand, it will definitely be replaced without repair. Pei Qian thought, anyway, there will be few people buying it by then, and there are so many mobile phones in stock. If someone is unlucky enough to encounter a mobile phone failure, just replace it unconditionally. Speaking of this, Pei Qian thought of another problem, which he could solve together, also, find a way to add more unique additional services to mobile phones. For example, free door-to-door service. If a customer's phone is broken, if it is in Jingzhou, our guys will bring a new phone to the customer's door, transfer the data on the spot, take back the old phone, bring some small gifts, and apologize on the spot. If it is in another place, we cooperate with other express delivery companies, free shipping, and the courier will deliver the new phone to the customer's door to transfer the data, and then express the old phone back. Or you can use this phone to go to the Moyu Internet Cafe for a few hours of free internet access every month. In short, add more additional services to make it worth the price. Pei Qian thought, the system has been fixed, and this phone must be worth its price, so he can get more expensive technology from the supply chain, and then add a bunch of useless additional services. At least it will be no problem to get through the system. Changyu looked at President Pei, and in addition to confusion, there was also a hint of admiration in his eyes. So many problems, all solved? Of course, it is hard to say whether this solution is feasible or effective, but it sounds like there is at least a corresponding solution. As Changyu was thinking, he was suddenly shocked and thought to himself, Changyu, how come you have become the kind of person you hate the most without realizing it? He recalled the scene at Hongqing Technology. At that time, he was always trying to persuade the boss of Hongqing Technology to adopt new technologies, push up mobile phone prices, and not indulge in the low-end market, but the boss and other senior executives of Hongqing Technology always use various problems to prevaricate. He hears comments like high-end brands cannot be made, customers do not recognize, yield cannot be guaranteed, it is not safe to do so every day. He was very angry at that time. These problems do exist, but we cannot stop doing these things, just because there are problems. We should work hard to solve the problems. Now, facing President Pei, Changyu suddenly found that the roles were reversed. He has been raising questions. But President Pei is constantly solving problems. Changyu, you keep avoiding problems and shirking responsibilities like this. Are you still worthy of Mr. Pei's trust in you? After asking himself this question, Changyu made up his mind, okay, Mr. Pei. I think this plan is feasible. I will do my best to get things done. But, Mr. Pei, I have an unwelcome request. Pei Qian nodded, just say it. Changyu said, when I was in Hongqing Technology, I had a group of brothers. Later, the company went bankrupt. Some of them were unemployed at home, and some jumped to other companies. We occasionally keep in touch. If you don't mind, can I poach them all? Don't worry, Mr. Pei, their salaries are not very high. Pei Qian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Isn't this the dream team that brought down Hongqing Technology? Just right, I don't have to recruit anymore. Pei Qian knew very well that Changyu was not well received in the industry. But this newly established technology company is a subsidiary of Tenda, and it is under the name of Tenda. Changyu recruited people under the name of Tenda, and even if all kinds of industry bigwigs were dissatisfied with him, they might still join for Tenda's sake. What if there were really a few awesome people in it and brought this business up? Now seeing that Changyu was planning to regroup the dream team that brought down Hongqing Technology, Pei Qian was even more overjoyed. No problem. Who you want to recruit is up to you, I won't interfere. But there is one thing I must make clear. Your brothers must not be treated unfairly in all aspects when they come to Jingzhou to work. Everyone must be given enough moving expenses and housing subsidies. The salary must not disappoint the brothers. At least pay 30% of the original salary. When the product is made, no matter how the sales volume is, the bonuses and benefits will be the same as those of the parent company of Tenda, not a penny less. Changyu's hands trembled slightly, excited and moved. What is this? This is the boss's absolute trust in himself. The boss gave me the power of personnel appointment and dismissal. If he didn't think highly of my talent, would he be so confident? Changyu originally felt that the pressure of R&D was very high. There were many difficulties even if they were just assembled together with so many immature new technologies. But now, with the brothers who worked together before, many plans that were forced to be abolished halfway through R&D can be taken out and continued. Moreover, since President Pei trusted me so much, I had to overcome these difficulties even if I had to sacrifice my life. Pei Qian thought of another problem and felt that he should explain it clearly in advance. President Chang, there is one more thing. Although you are responsible for all the business of this new company, there will be a director on the Tenda side. In terms of the actual structure, she is half a level higher than you. But you must have your own opinions. If you have a disagreement with her, you can report it to me and I will mediate. Do you understand? Pei Qian also did not forget the second most important goal of this mobile phone business. That is to bring Lin Wan back to inherit the family business as much as possible. If Lin Wan doesn't care about the mobile phone business at all, when the mobile phone business really fails, it won't have much impact on Lin Wan's confidence. Therefore, Lin Wan must be the nominal general manager of the mobile phone business. The ultimate goal is to let Lin Wan manage the mobile phone business a little, but not let her intervene too deeply. It would be best if Lin Wan felt that she should take the blame after the business failed. This is the most perfect situation. Therefore, Pei Qian had to secretly help Changyu. Changyu nodded. Don't worry, President Pei, I will get along well with the director. Chang, you obviously did not realize the seriousness of this problem. However, Pei Qian could not explain too much, so he could only wait until there was a real problem. At this time, Changyu remembered that there was another most critical problem. President Pei, the name of our company has not been decided yet. Pei Qian only thought of this problem after Changyu reminded him. Yes, the development strategy has been thought through, but the name of the company has not been decided yet. Pei Qian thought about it. What name should be given? What name should a high-end mobile phone company be named? It should be a name that looks very low. The name directly determines the user's first impression. Many brands give people the first impression of low-end and rustic because of their names, so even if they have high-end phones, people do not agree with their brand value. So, it has to be as rustic as possible. However, we can't use a name like Gooden Mobile Phone or Tsuihua Mobile Phone or something like that, otherwise it won't work with Changyu. Pei Qian thought about it and said, in order to enter the international market and become a big international brand in the future, let's use a pure alphabetic name that's easy to remember. Then, based on the transliteration, we can come up with a Chinese name with a better meaning. Changyu agreed deeply. Yes, that's the idea. Pei Qian thought for a while. Then let's call it auto technology, which is translated into Chinese as Oda technology. O is the same as seagull, and seagulls are all over the world, flying between the sea and the sky. This means that our business flies all over the world like seagulls, and the company's future is as vast as the blue sky and as magnificent as the sea. 2 is the same as 2 in hegemony and ambition, symbolizing that our business can be ambitious. The actual meaning is that we hope that this company will become a high-level paraplegic company, and can blow the trumpet to send off joy as soon as possible. Chang, you fell into deep thought. This name has a good meaning, and it is also catchy to say. Why do I vaguely feel that there seems to be an indescribable sense of disobedience? Chapter 325 3 Logos. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. November 9th, Tuesday. Last week, Pei Qian was busy with a lot of things. At Fei Huang's studio, Zhu Xiaozi and Huang Sibo were still doing preliminary preparations based on Pei Qian's script. Zhu Xiaozi had to expand the script into the length required for the movie, and he also had to recruit some people urgently. After the script and storyboards were finished, he would probably have to discuss the script, select actors, look for scenes, etc. There were still a lot of things to do. At Shangyang Games, everyone was still playing horror games crazily to find materials and inspiration. However, Pei Qian estimated that with the work efficiency of Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin, the rough design draft should be ready in the next few days. There were not many things that needed to be prepared at the investment company. With the help of Dishing, Yuan Venture Capital should be able to get on track soon. The detailed recruitment rules of the Human Resources Department were also being formulated. At present, the general process had been set, but the specific written test and interview questions had to be finalized, including the reception arrangements during the recruitment process, the cooperation of various departments, measures to prevent leaks, etc., which still needed to be well prepared. As for the mobile phone department, Chang Yu has already contacted his brothers in Hongqing Technology. When the time comes, they will find a similar office building in Jingzhou, and they can start formal research and development. After that, it's time to transfer money. Yesterday, Pei Qian had already transferred 20 million to Yuan Venture Capital. November 1st and 8th are Mondays, and they are also the days when the game's share will be credited. At the settlement on the 31st of last month, the system funds were supplemented to 10 million, but this does not mean that Pei Qian can only control 10 million. Ghost General, Sea Fortress, game producer, Turning Back, Hot Blood War Song mobile games. These many games are still providing income. Taking the mobile game Hot Blood War Song as an example, the monthly net income is 4 to 5 million, and the income for 2 weeks is 2 million. The subsequent income of Ghost General and Game Producer is similar. Turning Back is currently in its peak sales period. The domestic and overseas versions combined have an income of 7 to 8 million in 2 weeks. The income of Sea Fortress is more stable than that of Turning Back. In addition, businesses such as Moyu Internet Cafe and ROF, which were negatively affected by the sudden spending, are also profitable this month. Not to mention the stable Mingyun Private Kitchen and the newly emerging End. Adding all these together, even if the expenses of the money-burning industry such as Nifeng Logistics are deducted, it can make more than 10 million in 2 weeks. The money for 1 month is almost 30 million. The settlement cycle, this time, is 5 months. During these 5 months, the income of these games will fluctuate. The income of several standalone games will definitely decline, but the vitality of online games such as Hot Blood War Song and Sea Fortress is too tenacious. They are the main source of income. Therefore, Pei Qian's goal is not to spend 10 million in 5 months, but to spend 150 million in 5 months. Moreover, this is only the money that is almost certain to be earned at present. What if a certain project explodes before settlement? You have to make advance payments. Even if the system stipulates that 50% of the initial system funds can be used for charity, it is only 5 million. Therefore, Pei Qian has to spend as much as possible. Pei Qian divided the current businesses roughly and decided to give 20 million to Yuan Venture Capital first to let Lao Ma practice. Mainly considering that Ma Yang is currently in a state of fearlessness, it is a good time to spend money. If the money given at the beginning is too little, even if Ma Yang loses, he will only lose 1 or 2 million. What if Ma Yang learned from these failures and invested in successful projects with more money later? Wouldn't that be a disaster? So Pei Qian considered giving Lao Ma 20 million right away and letting him spend as much as he wanted. As the saying goes, every failure makes one wiser. Anyway, as long as the loss is big enough, there is no need to worry about Lao Ma's intelligence growing too fast in the future. As for other businesses, the budget must be fully utilized to share the worries of President Pei. On the side of Shangyang Games, the money for the development of horror games must be invested at least 20 million. On the side of Tenda Games, although Pei Qian has not yet decided what specific game to make, since it is the leading department of the company, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and spending 50 million is not excessive. Fei Huang Studio makes movies. Although there is not much content to shoot and it is a low-cost movie, it is reasonable to spend more money on special effects and spend 30 million. As for the mobile phone department, although it does not plan to mass-produce too many high-end phones, it is necessary to invest 20 million in the early stage. If it is found that the mobile phone cannot be sold, it must continue to invest money and mass produce. In the end, if the money cannot be spent, find a department that has not yet produced results to make additional investment and delay it until the next cycle. Of course, there is also a 5 million charity fund, which can also be used as a means of spending money at the last minute. Anyway, Pei Qian calculated that the situation was not optimistic, but it was still manageable. These were all overestimations. If everything went well, the system funds would definitely be reduced to 10 million before settlement. Pei Qian's goal was not high. He would make a small loss of 4 to 5 million, convert 4 to 50 million yuan, and get a system reward. If he could earn 100,000 yuan a month in these 5 months, it would not be in vain. Of course, this money was not earned all at once. There would be a sum of money coming in every week. He still had to arrange the order of spending money for each project and continue to invest money. It was impossible to spend all the money at once. Pei Qian was calculating when someone knocked on the door. He looked up and saw Liada. Pei. Mr. Pei. Hey, should we prepare to develop a new game? Or, make a DLC for Turning Back to the Shore? Everyone is a little free. Is it okay to take the initiative to ask for tasks? Pei Qian was quite dissatisfied with this attitude of taking the initiative to work. But he couldn't say much, so he could only pretend to be deep and said, "Don't worry, let everyone recuperate, and there will be very important tasks for everyone in a while." Pei Qian himself hadn't thought about what kind of tasks to assign to Tengda's game department. As for the conventional games, the success rate is too high, and Pei Qian is really not interested. Don't throw in 50 million and get another cash cow. That would be completely contrary to the original goal of President Pei. Liada nodded, okay. Then President Pei, you can call me anytime when you have a task. After Liada left, Pei Qian collapsed in his seat. It's so hard to be a boss, I have to rack my brains to arrange work for these employees every day. If I let them have 2 days off, they will come to me. It's really hard to bear. Ding ding. A message was received on the phone. Pei Qian picked up the phone and saw that it was sent by Changyu. Boss Pei, the team has almost been assembled. I will arrange for someone to decide the work location this week, and we can start work next week. Also, our designers got the moving fee. I'm very excited. I have rushed out the logo of auto technology overnight. Please take a look. There are also pictures below. Pei Qian clicked it and found that it was a very interesting logo. At first glance, the outside is a shape similar to a rectangle, and the inside is 2 circles stacked in a complex way. The rectangle and the circle overlap in a special way. One of the long sides of the rectangle is twisted and turned into the side of the circle. It can be vaguely seen that this is the change of 2 capital T. In other words, this shape is the product of the change and combination of the 4 letters auto. At first glance, it looks a bit like a rectangular eye, but the eye sockets contain 2 pupils. If you look closely, it looks a bit like a Mobius strip. In addition, the way the 2 circles in the middle overlap is a bit like the symbol for infinity in numbers. This logo is relatively simple, and looks quite stylish against a solid color background, quite postmodern. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh, this is a talent. Auto is such a rustic brand name, but it can make such a high-end logo? When this logo is printed on the back cover of the phone, it might really scare people. And this is not the only logo. The second logo uses 2 tens and 2 to form a handle-like shape. The tens are on the upper left and lower right, and the is on the lower left and upper right. The layout is similar to the handle, and the 2 are like the 2 joysticks of the handle. This logo is no longer solid color, the shape has become more complicated, and the color is very bold, which makes people easily think of game elements. The third logo is the most conventional, which is a row of auto capital letters, round and straight, and looks decent, in line with the usual style of technology companies. The designer came up with 3 options, namely abstract type, game type, letter type. I think he was planning to let President Pei decide on one. Pei Qian took a look and they all seemed good, so he replied, all good. Keep them for now. It won't be too late to decide which one to use after the phone design is completed. November 12, Friday. Pei Qian planned to go to Dream Ventures to see Ma Yang. He wanted to go yesterday, but it happened to be Double 11, and Pei Qian bought some random things online, so he was delayed. The express delivery has not arrived today, so he can just go to Ma Yang's place. The 20 million yuan for Dream Ventures was transferred as early as Monday. It has been 5 days, and part of the money should have been spent. However, Pei Qian estimated that according to Ma Yang's character, he should still be struggling, and at most he has spent 2 or 3 million yuan. Although Pei Qian has repeatedly emphasized to Ma Yang that he should take action when it is time to take action and never hesitate. But no matter what, it is 20 million. Pei Qian was afraid that Ma Yang would be reluctant to spend money, so he wanted to go to see the situation of Dream Ventures and do some ideological work for Ma Yang. Dream Ventures has rented an office location, about a 15-minute drive from Tenda, and is also in a high-end office building. Pei Qian followed the address to the office of Yuan Venture Capital and quietly walked in. The floor was covered with thick carpet, so Pei Qian made no sound when he stepped on it. The huge company was currently empty, but someone could be heard shouting inside, filling the entire company with echoes. Hurry up, we can fight. Kill this squishy one first. Hurry up and save me. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. Protect Mr. Ma. Chapter 326. Hurry. President Pei fainted. Additional update for the boss who is always busy. May 10th. There are only about 20 workstations in the huge office area, arranged like an internet cafe. Ma Yang, He Dishing and some newly hired miscellaneous employees are tapping the keyboard and mouse with high concentration, obviously fighting hard. Seeing this scene, Pei Qian was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Look, look. What did I say? Brothers are still reliable. If everyone's work attitude can be the same as Lao Ma, why worry about not accomplishing great things? Pei Qian quietly came behind Ma Yang to watch the game. This game has entered the end, and Pei Qian suddenly found that Lao Ma's record is 1002, which makes him wonder if there is something wrong with his eyes. With Lao Ma's last normal attack, the enemy's base exploded, and the huge words "victory" appeared on the screen. Ma Yang then realized that Pei Qian was standing behind him. Hey, brother Qian, you're here. I was so engrossed in the game that I didn't notice him. After all, I have to carry my teammates. Come on, let me introduce you to the new employee I'm recruiting. Except for Ma Yang, everyone else looked a little unnatural when they saw Pei Qian. Although many people had never seen Pei Qian, seeing Mr. Ma's reaction, they also realized that this was most likely the boss of Tenda Group, who was one level higher than Mr. Ma. This was equivalent to playing games during working hours and being caught by the big boss on the spot. How could this face look good? However, seeing Mr. Pei's smiling face and not caring at all, many people were relieved again. Ma Yang began to introduce Pei Qian one by one. This is Xiao Zhou, with a ladder score of 1780. This is Lao Li, with a ladder score of 1730. This is... Ma Yang introduced the remaining 9 people in this game one by one. Pei Qian found that all of these people were the same as He Dishing. None of them had a ladder score lower than 1700. The highest one had 1860 points. If they played higher, they would reach the threshold of playing professionally. Pei Qian then knew how that unscientific scene happened. Why did Lao Ma, who had a record of 0-30 for many years, suddenly become mysteriously super and carry the whole game? After all, the 9 people in the field except him are all his own people. It is difficult for these 1800-point masters. Those on Lao Ma's side should find a way to beat the opponent to a little blood and give Lao Ma a kill. Those on the opposite side of Lao Ma should kill Lao Ma's teammates to prevent the situation on the field from being instantly unbalanced and the game from losing suspense, and also act appropriately when Lao Ma comes to kill, resist and let Lao Ma enjoy the fun of 1 against 5. For why Lao Ma didn't die. Nonsense, who dares to kill him? This behavior is like the company's basketball team playing, and you dunk on the boss's head. Pei Qian has no doubt that even the 2 assists that Lao Ma got were due to his teammates' mistakes. After listening to Ma Yang's introduction of the divisions of these employees, Pei Qian paid high respect to them. Thank you for your hard work. This Saturday, all brothers will go to Mingyun Private Kitchen for a big meal. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh that life is not easy. Other serious investment elites, forced by life, actually became game companions, and they were hell-level game companions. 9 people played games with Lao Ma alone, and they had to let Lao Ma have fun. This is too little money. How can you live with your conscience? There must be spiritual compensation. Lao Ma's game companions inexplicably got a big meal, and their expressions were both excited and confused. At the same time, there was a little more respect in the eyes looking at Ma. I've heard that Mr. Ma and Mr. Pei have a close relationship, but I never thought they could be this close. Mr. Ma takes his employees to play games every day and Mr. Pei doesn't care. What kind of trust is this? Ma Yang pulled Pei Qian. Brother Qian, how about you play a game too? Come on, you can also experience the feeling of playing against a 1800-point master. Now I know, I'm stuck at 1100 points, it's not my fault at all, it's mainly because my teammates are too bad. This high-end game is much more interesting than the low-end game. Pei Qian. Old Ma, you really don't have any idea. If you weren't the CEO of Yuan Main Ventures, you would have been beaten to pieces by playing games with these people, okay? But seeing that Ma Yang was living in his own world and didn't want to wake up, Pei Qian didn't have the heart to expose him, and just declined. No, I came here for business today, next time. Well, old Ma, give you 2, how's the 10 million? How much money have you spent? I came here to remind you again that you must not be stingy when investing. You should invest when it's time. The less you invest, the less you earn. Only when you invest more can you earn big money. Do you understand? Ma Yang nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Brother Qian, I have spent all the 20 million. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment and was deeply surprised. Ah? All spent? You spent all 20 million? Ma Yang nodded. Yes, I only play games after I finish my work. Otherwise, do you think that such a dedicated person like me would play games during working hours? Pei Qian blinked his eyes and was a little confused for a while. Although this was his ideal script, he was still deeply shocked by the fact that Lao Ma threw out 20 million without saying a word and once again confirmed that Lao Ma is his right-hand man. Pei Qian's expression quickly changed from confusion to ecstasy. With Lao Ma's speed of burning money, no matter how much money the company makes, what should I be afraid of? Tell me quickly, where did you invest this money? Pei Qian was a little excited. Ma Yang chuckled and opened a survey document on the computer. This company. It's called Finger Games, which means fingertip games in Chinese. When I got the money, the first thing I thought of was to buy Xinqi, but there was no way, I couldn't contact the founder of this game. And it is said that they are negotiating cooperation with game giants in Europe and the United States. They don't care about our 20 million. So I asked He Dishing and others to look for it, and they happened to find that Finger Games was developing a similar game called Imagining of Infinity, abbreviated as IOI, and they were short of money and were raising funds. I just caught up. A total of $8 million were raised. After I calculated it, I directly exchanged $20 million for about $2.8 million, bought a little over 20% of the shares, and the exclusive agency rights in China. Although I can't use it now, this exclusive agency is free. I'm thinking that I shouldn't give it away for nothing. If I don't need it in the future, can I transfer it? Hey? Brother Qian, why are you so pale? Quick, bring a chair over. Xing quickly pushed an office chair next to him and asked President Pei to sit down. Pei Qian felt a little dizzy. Never expected that the first stab in the new cycle would come from a good brother whom he trusted so much. The sudden backstab made President Pei feel a little at a loss. Wasn't it agreed that there would be backstabs at the end of the settlement cycle? This cycle has just begun. Pei Qian still couldn't believe it. Foreign investment must not be reported to the relevant departments for approval first? Xing explained, Mr. Pei, it is indeed necessary to report for approval. However, those with a long review process are all investments of over $100 million. Our investment is only more than $2 million in total. It is not a big project. It can be registered in Jingzhou. Fuhui Capital has invested in overseas projects before. We are very familiar with this business, and the approval was obtained quickly. What's more, this is an equity merger, not an asset merger, so the time spent is much shorter. Of course, there are still some follow-up procedures, which may take some time. It's over. Pei Qian turned to look at Ma Yang and asked weakly, Why do you want to invest in this? Ma Yang smiled and said, Brother Qian, didn't you tell me to invest in whatever I like? You know, I don't like many things. Pei Qian. There's a big problem. Chapter 327, Then I'll make a GOG too. Seeing Pei Qian's pale face and no expression of approval or relief on his face, Ma Yang suddenly felt a little unsure. Brother Qian, you are not blaming me for spending too much money, are you? Do you think a foreign company is not worth investing so much money? Pei Qian. Looking at Lao Ma's sincere eyes, Pei Qian was at a loss for words. What's the matter with that? It was Pei Qian who told Lao Ma to make a move when it was time and not to hesitate. It was also Pei Qian who told Lao Ma to invest in whatever he liked. Playing shinchi in a group is one of Lao Ma's few hobbies. Lao Ma couldn't invest in shinchi, so he could only find a foreign company that made similar games to invest in it, and he invested all 20 million at once. From all aspects, Lao Ma listened to Pei Qian's words. Moreover, this seemed to be a rather unreliable transaction, which was very consistent with Pei Qian's original intention. But Pei Qian felt bitter. The company had a strong sense of déjà vu. Is this IOI the changed League of Legends? The reason why Pei Qian felt this was unexpected was mainly because he had looked up similar information on the internet last year. According to his original memory, Riot Games was originally established in 2006, and raised $8 million in 2008, bringing in 3 investors. As for the acquisition by Penguin for more than $200 million, that happened in 2011. According to his memory, League of Legends was launched in 2009. It is now November 2010. Logically, the $8 million in financing should have been completed long ago, right? Pei Qian had searched for similar news online last year, but did not find any. At the time, he did not think too much about it, thinking that this was just another manifestation of the world changing. After all, even Bilibili has become Ellie Island, and it is normal for other companies to change. Pei Qian did not take this too seriously. After all, the company was far away overseas, and he was not so well informed. Now Pei Qian finally understood why he did not find it last year. Because the company name and the game name have changed, from Riot Games to Finger Games, and from League of Legends to IOI. Pei Qian searched for the original name and found nothing. Moreover, the entire timeline was pushed back 2 years. The company was probably just established last year. It was just a startup. How could there be so much information on the internet? Pei Qian had always been curious about what MOBA games in this world would be like. I never expected that today I finally knew the answer to this matter, but in such an absurd way. However, Pei Qian looked at the system panel and found that there was no obvious change at present. The shares worth more than $2 million should be of the same nature as the villa, and they are all special assets belonging to the company, and they should definitely be displayed on the system panel. This may be because the share acquisition is still in progress and all procedures have not been completed, so it has not been officially displayed on the system. Many thoughts flashed through Pei Qian's mind quickly. Facing Lao Ma's sincere eyes, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Criticize him? It seems unreasonable. Lao Ma did it completely according to his instructions, without any discounts. 20 million to hit a foreign company, this is very in line with the style of Yuan Meng venture capital, and it is not appropriate to put the blame on Ma Yang. Praise him? Well, it should be praised. This kind of investment is the kind of thing that can be boasted for a lifetime. But Pei Qian really can't praise it. Pei Qian took 2 deep breaths and nodded reluctantly. It's okay, you're doing well. However, there may be no extra funds in the near future. Lao Ma, you can just work and play games with everyone and wait for my next news. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to leave. He couldn't stay in this sad place for even a second. Ma Yang raised his hand. Hey, brother Qian, are you really not going to experience a high-end game? I have 1,900 points of gods. Pei Qian. Ma Yang said again, I will contact manager Lin directly for the meal on Saturday night, is it okay? Pei Qian. You still have the nerve to eat my meal. He couldn't say anything, so he could only turn his back to Ma Yang and raise his hand to make an okay gesture, and then walked away without looking back. Back to Tenda Games, Pei Qian sat down in his office. He had already thought about life, and next he had to think about how to deal with this emergency. This kind of thing happened at the beginning of the cycle, which was completely beyond Pei Qian's expectations. He bought more than 20% of the shares and obtained the exclusive agency rights of IOI in China. This matter is basically set in stone. It is impossible to terminate the investment, and it is impossible to transfer these newly purchased shares. Because there is really no legitimate reason. Sell it after a while? By then, the valuation of the finger company will surely rise rapidly, and this sale will certainly make a lot of money. Moreover, Pei Qian thought carefully and realized that these shares cannot be sold at all. Selling them halfway is too stupid. If the finger company can really develop to the scale that Pei Qian imagined, without shares, the exclusive domestic agency rights alone can be called a cash cow. President Pei really regards making money as dirt, but if there is too much dirt, it is impossible to ignore it. If IOI can make tens of billions or even billions of dollars every year in the future, then even if the wealth conversion ratio is adjusted, the converted personal property will be a large sum of money. If it is just a few million, it does not mean much to Pei Qian, but if it is a few billion, the situation will be completely different. Moreover, imagine whether you can release heroes and exclusive skins named after yourself in the future. It is quite exciting to think about it this way. If this situation really happens, then for Pei Qian, it seems to be a good strategy to do nothing and make money. The large amount of system funds earned can also be used for logistics and physical stores to give back to the society. Earning money from foreign countries to repay the motherland is indeed a good young man with a good family background. Of course, then again, this matter is not so certain. The whole world was different, and the company and the name of the game were different from what Pei Qian remembered. Who could guarantee that IOI would be as successful as League of Legends? Moreover, even if it succeeded, it would take 3 or 4 years. During this period, it will take many rounds of promotion and joint efforts by many people. Only when the right time, right place, and right people come together can it be possible to achieve a dominant position in the global game market. Who can predict what will happen in 3 or 4 years? Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Even if you can really make money lying down in 3 or 4 years, it will not affect Pei Qian's current development strategy. In short, in the long run, these shares and exclusive agency rights must be kept. If you don't like making money in the near future, then find a way to spend money suddenly, do logistics, warehousing, charity. Anyway, spending money in various ways is equivalent to benefiting society. Thinking about it this way, it seems that the situation is not so bad. The hope of losing money is not completely cut off. Moreover, Pei Qian thought about it and suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. It's just right. I can take this opportunity to hedge my risks. Since there is already IOI in this world, does that mean the future winner has been determined? Then if I make another MOBA game, won't it fail? Wouldn't it become a bottomless pit? Just invest as much money as you want. Pei Qian suddenly discovered a new world, which can be said to be a ray of hope. If IOI is destined to sweep the world in the future, Xinqi with its high quality can still withstand it, but other endgame MOBAs will probably suffer heavy casualties and become runners-up soon. In this case, if Tenda also makes a MOBA game, won't it fail? First, spend 50 million, and if the situation is not good, spend another 50 million. In the end, the game will fail, because it cannot resist the tide of IOI, so all the R&D funds will be wasted. Isn't it wonderful? The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more he felt that this was reliable. Originally, a budget of 50 million was reserved for Tenda's game department, and he was worried about how to spend it. Now there is no need to worry, there is a goal. Thinking of this, Pei Qian hurriedly called Liyada over. The new game is here, you just take a simple note. Liyada hurriedly took out a notebook from his pocket. Okay, it's you, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian thought for a while. Have you played God of Revelation? Just do it according to that and make a similar one. As for the name, let's call it GOG, Glory of Gods, the Glory of God. Pei Qian felt that LOL, IOI, COC, and WOW were all available, and there were really not many letters available. In that case, let's call it GOG. Actually, there is no special meaning. I just hope that this game can be released soon. Liyada is still waiting. After waiting for a minute, she asked in confusion, that's it? Pei Qian nodded, yes. Anyway, it's just made to burn money, you guys can mess around with it. Liyada thought for a moment, but, if we copy the words of Xinqi, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Although the law does not protect the gameplay, we will definitely be criticized if we make it too similar. Pei Qian nodded, well, that makes sense. After all, Mr. Pei's goal is just to lose money, not to ruin his own and the company's reputation. It is really unnecessary to attract such criticism. In that case, then you can change it casually. Anyway, it's enough to change it beyond recognition so that players won't think we are copying. In the first version, more than 20 heroes will be released for free play, and the development cycle will be 4 months. The budget is 50 million, and we will work hard. If it's not enough, we can add more later. Liyada was stunned. Ah? So much? I'm afraid we can't spend it all. Is it okay if we can't spend it all? Pei Qian was a little unhappy that his employees didn't know how to exercise their subjective initiative at all. Pei Qian said with some regret, why do you want me to teach you when you have to spend money? Spend more money on art resources, models, actions, story background, details. Liyada looked down at the book with some embarrassment, but... Mr. Pei, if it's just one picture and more than 20 heroes, the art money really can't be spent that much. Pei Qian. Thinking about it carefully, it's really the case. Because of the existence of the RSRO official resource station, the cost of developing games in this world has been reduced a lot. It is indeed a bit difficult to spend a budget of 50 million in 4 months with just one map and more than 20 heroes. So what to do? Pei Qian thought about it. Is there any other MOBA game experience that can be learned? There are many failed MOBA games, but is the failure of many games due to poor gameplay, too many program bugs, or insufficient promotion? This is really unclear. Pei Qian thought about it and thought of a good direction. A game that has been tested since its development and never dared to be officially operated. Because once it is officially operated, it will be sued for bankruptcy in an instant. Pei Qian thinks that he should also learn from this advanced experience. Of course, you must not get the copyright for free. If you can't get the copyright for free and can't officially operate, and if you can't settle for 2 cycles, the system will shut down President Pei. But what if you buy all those copyrights? How much money will it cost? There is no need to worry about not being able to spend all the money. As long as you keep buying copyrights, no matter how much money you invest, it will not be enough to build it. Pei Qian thought this was a good idea, then buy IP. Whether it's domestic or foreign, buy any character IPs that you like, no matter how expensive or cheap, as long as they can be put into the game. Oh, forget about the popular IPs that cost millions of dollars to buy, just buy more cheap IPs. It costs a lot to buy characters from big IPs and put them in the game, and even some very big IPs may not be bought even if you have money. But buying such big IPs also has great risks. For example, what if it attracts a large number of fans and makes the game extremely well known? In addition, the bigger the IP, the more troubles the parent company will have. Pei Qian doesn't want to have to argue with some big foreign companies about the details of the contract just to buy an IP. It's not worth the effort. So, Pei Qian's idea is to pick up garbage desperately. No matter whether it is domestic or foreign, just find those IP characters that are outdated or no one cares about, buy them all with the mentality of picking up garbage, put them in the game, and then design skills according to the characteristics of the characters. For some that don't fit the style of the game, we can make arrangements with the copyright owner in advance, and then invite art masters to do secondary creation, and we can spend more money. In this way, can't the money be spent quickly? Moreover, it is almost the same whether these junk IPs are purchased or not. They will not significantly boost traffic, and the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. Liada still has doubts. After all, this is the first project she has actually led since she became the chief planner. However, Pei Qian waved his hand. Okay, let's do it this way first. Just think about it casually. Don't ask me everything, I'm afraid it will affect your own thinking. Liada pinched her fingers. Okay, Mr. Pei. Turning around and leaving Mr. Pei's office, Liada thought to herself that this task was a bit too heavy, especially since she herself was not good at games like Shinchi. Thinking about it, it should be impossible to improve the game level of Shinchi in the short term. It seems that she can only ask Bao Su for help privately. Chapter 328. The finalized rules of the game were all overturned. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian flipped through the notebook, and the company's affairs were finally arranged. There were a lot of things to do, but they were basically arranged. The heads of various departments would definitely be very busy in the next period of time, but President Pei could have a little leisure time. After taking a short rest in the office chair, Pei Qian planned to look online to see if there was a suitable house. It is now 2010, and housing prices have already shown an upward trend, but in Pei Qian's eyes, this housing price is really not high. The average housing price in the imperial capital and the Magic City is only about 25,000, and the school district housing in the imperial capital can be about 38,000. In the eyes of most people, this is already a sky-high price, but Pei Qian knows in his heart that this is really not high. Jingzhou City is the provincial capital, and it is also considered to be in good condition among second-tier cities, with an average price of about 13,000. In the better places in the city center, the housing price is about 15,000 or 16,000, but Pei Qian is not willing to buy a house in the city center. At present, high-speed railway stations are under construction across the country. By the middle of next year, a large number of high-speed railway stations will be completed and put into use. Pei Qian was going to buy this house for his parents. Currently, their social connections are mainly in a small county town south of Jingzhou. Coincidentally, Jingzhou's high-speed railway station, Jingzhou South Station, is also in the south, not far from the small county town. Pei Qian thought about buying this house near Jingzhou South Station, not far from where his parents work, and not far from his parents' former colleagues. When the high-speed railway station is opened, it will be more convenient to take the high-speed rail to other cities. Moreover, according to established experience, the economy of Jingzhou South Station will definitely develop sooner or later, and supporting facilities will also catch up sooner or later. Moreover, the current housing prices have not risen. Pei Qian looked at it and found that several real estate projects near the South Station are only about 11,000 or 12,000 yuan. According to this price, 1.8 million is enough to buy a house of more than 150 square meters in full. For the two elders, it is definitely enough. For the house, Pei Qian mainly focuses on its residential properties. Because the world has changed so much, Pei Qian cannot be 100% sure that the housing price trend will be the same as in his memory. Pei Qian has thought about investing the 1.8 million in some areas that may make money, but the world has changed so much that it is completely different from what he remembers. If something unexpected happens, and he loses all his money, who can Pei Qian go to for justice? Go to the system? That would be a self-humiliation. So, after thinking about it, it is better not to do those tricks, but to honestly take advantage of the system. If you get the benefits, it will be good to improve the basic life of yourself and your parents. Pei Qian looked online for a long time and saved some information about new real estate projects, but did not make a decision immediately. He did not bother Assistant Qian or other employees about this matter. After all, this is his personal matter and has nothing to do with the company's business. It is quite stupid to ask employees to do private work for you. Besides, Pei Qian himself is not that busy. He only works 3 or 4 hours a day. If he doesn't do this, he will just watch TV series. It is more practical to buy a house by yourself. Pei Qian has no plan to buy a house for himself for the time being. The main reason is that he is still looking forward to finding a way to get some benefits from the system. As the company grows larger, the system allows Pei Qian to give more and more benefits to employees. For example, the salary increase for employees had to come in waves before, and various subsidies and mandatory reimbursements were also subject to quota limits. As Tengda's performance improved and its scale grew, the amount of various subsidies gradually increased. As early as June this year, Pei Qian had arranged a 1,000 yuan housing subsidy for each employee. With a little more money from the employees themselves, they could rent a very nice house in Jingzhou, but Pei Qian certainly can't give up. As Tengda continues to develop, this benefit can definitely be raised, and sooner or later, employee dormitories can be built. Because many large companies have employee dormitories, this is not an excessive benefit. Although it is not necessary for Tengda to build employee dormitories at present, what about in a year or two? As long as the system is relaxed, Pei Qian will definitely do it immediately. At that time, all employees will be happily arranged to move in. Then President Pei will keep the largest and most spacious room for himself. How nice. Thinking of this, Pei Qian felt a little melancholy. It is also unclear whether the employees are taking advantage of his benefits, or he is taking advantage of the employees' benefits. Or are the employees and President Pei taking advantage of each other, forming a perpetual motion? In short, buying a house for yourself is not urgent. Pei Qian lives quite comfortably in this two-bedroom apartment now, and it is also very convenient for him to go to school, company, and internet cafes. This place is just for living, and there is no need to build a mansion. Pei Qian was thinking about it when he received a message on his mobile phone, which was sent by Yi Zhizhou. Boss Pei, we have a rough idea of the horror game. When do you have time to make a plan? Pei Qian looked at his watch. It was a bit late today. It was almost 5 o'clock. It was time to get off work. He was about to say tomorrow, but tomorrow was Saturday. Pei Qian thought for a moment and replied, Monday morning. During the weekend, Pei Qian had a good rest and healed his heart that was severely hurt by Lao Ma. He also went to look at houses and chose 2 or 3 communities near Jingzhou South Station, but he still needed to pick more, researching the geographical location, apartment type, whether the developer is reliable, and other details. On Monday morning, Pei Qian came to Shangyang Games. As soon as he walked in, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. Why are the curtains drawn in the broad daylight? The entire office area was pitch black, with only dim light coming from the display screens. In front of the display screens, there were heads wearing headphones, motionless. This scene was indescribably weird. Pei Qian almost thought he had gone the wrong way and came to the scene of a large mysterious ceremony. Coincidentally, not far from the door was Hao Qiong's workstation. Pei Qian found that this somewhat silly guy was also staring at the screen intently, with his shoulders slightly raised, and carefully moving the waist of the handle. Pei Qian patted his shoulder gently, Yi. He wanted to ask where Yi Zhizhou was. But before he could finish his question, Hao Qiong jumped up from his seat. Ah. 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 The office area was instantly filled with ghosts howling and screams, with Hao Qiong as the center and spreading far away. Pei Qian fainted. He almost thought that his employees had met with an accident. Soon, several curses were heard nearby. Damn, who is screaming again? Didn't we agree that whoever screams again is a dog? Calm down, I can't play anymore if you keep screaming. Hao Qiong was also very aggrieved. Don't blame me, I was playing and suddenly someone patted my shoulder. What am I? Ah. President Pei, hello President Pei. The others also took off their headphones and looked over. Pei Qian originally just felt a little weird, but now seeing this scene, his back was directly chilled. In the dark room, dozens of display screens were lit, emitting a faint blue light. In front of each display was a dark head. Originally, these heads were looking at the screen, but when they heard the words President Pei, they all turned around. It was so creepy. Pei Qian quickly fumbled to turn on the light next to him. Once the light came on, the weird atmosphere finally disappeared. What are you doing, drawing the curtains in broad daylight? Pei Qian was speechless. Hao Qiong realized that she had scared Mr. Pei, and felt a little embarrassed. She quickly explained, Sorry, Mr. Pei, Director Lin asked us to turn off the lights and play a horror game to get a feel for it. Pei Qian. You don't have to work so hard. Hao Qiong scratched his head and smiled a little silly. There's no way, none of us have experience in making horror games. Director Lin said that this mission cannot afford to fail, and we must do our best. Pei Qian felt sorry for these people for some reason. How can you make a horror game and scare yourself first? Hao Qiong said, Director Lin also said that we should learn from President Pei the spirit of torturing others, first torture yourself. President Pei insisted on completing turning back on the shore, setting a good example for us. Pei Qian. Don't mention turning back on the shore again, I don't want to recall the experience of completing that thing at all. Director Lin's words are a complete misunderstanding of me. It's all a misunderstanding. But speaking of this, Pei Qian sympathized with everyone even more. Everyone has worked hard. This month each person will be given an extra 1,000 yuan in mental damage compensation. Amid the cheers of "Thank you, President Pei," Pei Qian came to the meeting room. No projector was used, only a printed design brief. 2 weeks have passed since Pei Qian decided to let Shangyang Games make a horror game. For writing a brief draft, the time is already too ample, however, considering that none of the people at Shangyang Games had any experience in making horror games. They must have spent most of their time playing horror games and looking for ideas in the past 2 weeks, and they probably didn't have much time to actually write the gameplay and game plot. This draft was very brief, but Pei Qian glanced at it and found that the general direction was correct. If we follow this general direction, we can't say that the result will be a big hit, but it will be okay to make a small profit. President Pei came here to change this situation. Yi Zhizhou was obviously quite confident in this draft. President Pei, let me briefly talk about the current ideas. First, we plan to make a standalone game with a certain plot. The main theme of the game is based on Oriental ghosts, because similar themes give people the best sense of horror. Finally, we are considering not giving players any weapons. In this situation where they have no ability to resist, we can maximize the fear of players. Pei Qian fell into a brief silence. These ideas sounded a bit too reliable. Even Pei Qian had several relatively successful horror games in his mind. Although horror games are relatively niche, if they are too popular, they will definitely make a lot of money. In addition, this time a budget of 30 million yuan was invested in Shangyang Games. With this amount of money, the horror effect will definitely be great. It will definitely make money. This won't do. Pei Qian thought about it and shook his head slightly, too mediocre. Lin Wan, who was listening quietly, showed an expression of "I knew it." How could Mr. Pei, such an innovative person, accept such a mediocre idea? Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin hurriedly took out paper and pen to prepare to record. Pei Qian looked at the major directions in the brief and changed them directly. What plot does a horror game need? No plot. There are too many single-player horror games, make an online one. What ghosts do we need? We must believe in science. There should be no ghosts in this game. At most, there will be lunatics. Let alone the setting of mutant creatures and vengeful spirits. As for the weapon system. At this point, Pei Qian hesitated. This is really difficult to do. Without the weapon system, it might become Escape. With the weapon system, it might be Resident Evil. The former has a strong sense of horror and immersion, although the latter is easy to be played as a speedrun or monster abuse game. It also has a large number of fans. Both approaches are not wrong. If done well, they can make money. Then we can only choose the third way. Make a weapon system, but with fewer types and weaker power. The most powerful weapon can only be a small pistol. Okay, let's do it in this general direction. Pei Qian made a compromise, which was a bit weird. There was a weapon system, but it was rubbish. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin finished writing and looked at each other. Well, nothing that was decided before was left, and everything was overturned. Chapter 329, Standardized Process for Guessing Mr. Pei's Intentions. Yi Zhizhou looked at the contents written on the notebook. It feels like... Isn't this just reversing all the directions we decided before? It seems that there is no other new ideas except reversal. Is this Mr. Pei's secret to always making successful games? Summarize the characteristics of all conventional games on the market, and then deliberately go against the trend, so as to create an unprecedented sense of freshness for players? Yi Zhizhou felt that this idea was a bit outrageous, and felt that it was not only an insult to Mr. Pei, but also an insult to himself. If it was so easy to succeed, why did he still rack his brains every day to think about what kind of game to make? But after looking at these points carefully, Yi Zhizhou found new problems. After some key points were reversed, the results were very outrageous. For example, Mr. Pei asked to make an online horror game. How the hell is this done? Two people, or even multiple people, playing a horror game together? Is it still scary? It seems that there are no similar cases on the market at all, but then he thought again, maybe it is because there are no similar cases on the market that the game will appear novel enough? Can it become a topic of discussion? Yi Zhizhou unconsciously fell into a vortex of imagination, and many thoughts kept circling in his mind, making him a little dizzy. Wang Xiaobin was obviously also dizzy. He felt that according to what Mr. Pei said, this game could not be made at all. Because he had never seen a similar game before, how to do it. Mr. Pei, can you give me a little more hint? Pei Qian laughed in his heart. Give more hints? It is impossible to give hints. You can figure it out by yourself. I would be happy if the game loses money. Pei Qian was about to refuse, but Lin Wan spoke. That's enough. Mr. Pei has helped us set the general direction. The deep meaning of the game is in these few hints. Think carefully based on the game experience in the past few days. You must have the ability to think independently. Don't always be like a hungry baby, waiting for Mr. Pei to feed you. Pei Qian. Good job, Director Lin. I said what I was thinking. Wang Xiaobin lowered his head, feeling a little ashamed. Yes, President Pei has already decided on the general direction. Can't we even handle these minor issues? That would be too unfair to my identity as a designer. Then let's think of new ideas now. Wang Xiaobin and Yi Zhizhou returned to their respective workstations and started to get busy. Pei Qian kept Lin Wan and wanted to briefly talk about OTTO technology. Pei Qian had already briefly told Lin Wan about his job arrangement for Chengyu, but it was over the phone at that time, so the chat was relatively brief. Now Pei Qian planned to spend a few minutes to communicate in depth. After all, Lin Wan was the nominal director of OTTO technology, and his rank was half a level higher than Chengyu. If Lin Wan completely let go of OTTO technology, even if the phone failed, Lin Wan would not feel too frustrated, and it would be even more impossible for him to leave Tenda and go back to inherit the family business. Pei Qian's ultimate goal was to let Lin Wan make important contributions to the development of OTTO technology, so that after the product failed, Lin Wan would feel that he was not cut out for it. Coupled with the failure of Shenyang Games, Lin Wan would naturally feel discouraged. Regarding this Chengyu, I know that there are many bad speculations about him in society, especially in the industry, but Pei Qian was a little worried. If Lin Wan and Chengyu were not on good terms, and Lin Wan put all the blame on Chengyu when the phone went wrong, then the goal of letting her go back and inherit the family business would still not be achieved. Lin Wan shook her head slightly. Mr. Pei, you don't have to worry. Since it's the person you've chosen, I believe he must have some outstanding qualities. Now is the internet age, an era of information explosion, and an era of unprecedented information scarcity. On the internet, rumors can spread all over the world overnight. However, the voices refuting rumors are also on the internet, but no one cares. Similarly, on the internet, a person's black material can spread overnight, and many people think that they know a person by seeing something on the internet. But the real him is covered by the information on the internet. Although I don't agree with many of my father's views, he has always emphasized that the internet is not omnipotent, and too much information may make people blind. I agree with this. I believe that since President Pei chose President Chang as the head of OTTO technology, he must have his own considerations. Since President Pei trusts him, then I will definitely trust him as well. Pei Qian was speechless for a moment. He hasn't said anything yet, and Lin Wan has already said all the good things. Well, this is of course the best. However, as a director, you are also indispensable in OTTO technology. Don't think of yourself as an outsider. Pei Qian was hinting to Lin Wan to get more involved in the mobile phone business and appropriately increase her sense of participation. In this way, when the phone breaks down, Lin Wan will naturally feel like taking the blame and want to go back and inherit the family business. Lin Wan nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Pei. I will supervise them without interfering too much with the established development policy of OTTO technology, to ensure that their general direction of development is consistent with the spirit of Tenda, and to fulfill their due responsibilities. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this, and felt that his employees were all cooperating and all plans were under his control. After watching Mr. Pei leave, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin returned to their workstations and began to scratch their heads. It's too difficult. Mr. Pei gave so many restrictions, how can this game be made? The online game alone is difficult enough, not to mention the clear requirement of no plot, no ghosts, and no strong weapon system. It was completely confusing. Before, the two did take over tasks from Mr. Pei, but the tasks were often very simple. For example, Mr. Pei asked to cut off all the charging points in Hot Blood War Song and keep only the most basic one. Yi Zhizhou thought about it for a long time and came up with a chosen system. This is because the game itself already has a very complete framework, and Yi Zhizhou only made minor repairs on this framework. Later, when he made the mobile version of Hot Blood War Song, the basic structure did not change, and it was still the familiar set of things, so it was easy to do. But this time it was different. Horror games and standalone games, these are areas that no one has ever set foot in, and the direction given by President Pei is very vague, so naturally they are a bit blind. As a last resort, the two of them looked at Lin Wan. When it comes to guessing Mr. Pei's intentions, everyone in Shangyang Games is a younger brother. Director Lin, please help me think about what kind of game Mr. Pei wants us to make? Lin Wan pulled a chair from the side and sat down, pondered for a moment and said, in fact, I am just a beginner in guessing Mr. Pei's intentions, and I am still far behind some seniors. But I did learn something from Bao Su. I can share it with you. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin hurriedly took out their notebooks and listened attentively. Here comes the point. What is the core competitiveness of working in Tenda? It is the ability to guess Mr. Pei's intentions. As the helmsman of the entire Tenda Group, Mr. Pei has always been far-sighted, and at the same time, he has an exquisite grasp of the market and player psychology. When Mr. Pei assigns tasks for everyone to make a game, he often has a clear idea of the final form of the game, market feedback, etc. Therefore, whether this project can be done well depends on whether everyone has a deep understanding of Mr. Pei's intentions. And now Director Lin is sharing with everyone the way to guess Mr. Pei's intentions, which is undoubtedly sharing a treasure. Lin Wan recalled the days when she worked in the Tenda game department. Thinking of Bao Su's many interpretations of President Pei, she had long wanted to summarize all of these contents, and now she had this opportunity. First of all, we must make sure that President Pei's direction is absolutely correct and must be completed at all costs. You may think this is empty, but it is the basis of all reasoning. You can regard the points given by President Pei as self-evident absolute axioms and deduce them based on this. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin felt a little dizzy, as if they were back in their student days of taking philosophy classes. But this is also normal. If such an important idea is too simple and easy to understand, it will be a problem. The two listened carefully. Lin Wan continued, when making Sea Fortress, Bao Su started from several axioms given by President Pei, constantly negated the content that was incompatible with the axioms, and constantly added content that matched the axioms, and finally perfected the prototype of the entire game. Now, we can do the same. First of all, the first and most important point is that this horror game will be an online game. The elements of multiplayer online games are nothing more than cooperation and confrontation. Confrontation is divided into confrontation with the game and confrontation with people. Confrontation with the game means that multiple players solve puzzles together, while confrontation with people is a repeatable gameplay of the battle type. Since President Pei emphasized that there should be no plot, the road of two or more people cooperating to solve puzzles is blocked. So, the design direction naturally only has the repeatable gameplay of multiplayer cooperation and confrontation. That is similar to the mode of many board games, with a time control of 10 minutes to 2 hours, participated by multiple players, each with different goals, and a game mode of cooperation and confrontation between each other. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin nodded together. After such an analysis, it feels much clearer. Especially when the goal is clearly defined as a mode similar to board games, it makes the two people have a rough outline of the game in their minds. Lin Wan looked at them. You try the rest. Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin looked at each other. It feels a bit like a teacher teaching students to solve problems, solving half of them, and leaving the rest to the students to complete by themselves. Yi Zhizhou thought about it and said, "Don't have ghosts, at most there will be lunatics," which is also a very important clue. Examples in games are hard to find. Can we turn our attention to movies? Chapter 330 Multiplayer Horror Game, Be Quiet. In horror movies, there are many ghosts and mutants, which give people a stronger visual impact, but there is also a type of horror movie composed entirely of ordinary people, and the horror effect is also very outstanding. To put it bluntly, horror is just a feeling. There is no need to be overly obsessed with the visual impact of ghosts and mutant monsters. Take our company as an example. As long as the curtains are drawn, everyone is immersed in the horror atmosphere. Then, as long as there is a scream, it is enough to make everyone feel terrified. Therefore, the creation of atmosphere is the most important. Sometimes people's hearts are scarier than ghosts. This should be a very important point. If we can reproduce this feeling in the company in the game, will it also achieve the effect of horror? Wang Xiaobin deeply agrees with this. Yes, I wanted to say it just now. Then, we will make a horror scene in the game, and then throw a lot of players into it, so that the horror will gradually infect and spread among the crowd, just like what happened in our company. Yi Zhizhou continued, that is to say, in this game, the fear does not come from the ghost stickers, but from the malice of other players, from the spreading atmosphere of fear, and from the environment. Then, after the fear spreads, conflicts will inevitably arise between players. The players must not have a completely cooperative relationship, otherwise it will become singing the Internationale and breaking into the haunted house together, which will lose the challenge and go against our goal. We must allow conflicts and confrontations between players, and let players scare each other. Isn't this completely unpredictable danger the source of fear? And the way players confront each other. President Pei has also revealed it to us, which is the weapon system. Yi Zhizhou looked at the third point that President Pei emphasized. The strongest weapon is just a pistol. This is because the game is full of ordinary people, not ghosts and monsters, so there can't be overly powerful weapons, which will make the battle between players unbalanced. Other weapons can be daggers or stones. In short, they can cause damage to ordinary people, but they won't kill them with one shot. The two discussed and recorded at the same time. Lin Wan interrupted at the right time and said, there is a hidden setting here. Although President Pei did not explain it clearly, this setting has already been revealed during our deduction process. To achieve the effect of spreading fear among the player group, this means that at the beginning, most players should be in the identity of innocence, and then to enter the confrontation, it means that some players will become perpetrators. How to change? Yi Zhizhou frowned and thought for a while. I remember Mr. Pei said that the most common people in this game are mental illness? Lin Wan nodded, yes, mental illness. These active perpetrators should be mentally ill and dangerous people in the plot, or in other words, crazy people. I think we can introduce the concept of mental value that exists in many games, that is, the concept of sand value, in the scene many elements of the game will increase the mental pressure of players. Once a certain value is reached, the players will go crazy and become perpetrators, killing those normal players. Wang Xiaoban nodded while recording. Sure enough, after this, everything is clear. It's just that some details are still lacking. For example, since it is a multiplayer online game, should we add a voice system and allow players in the game to chat with each other? If players can chat with each other, they will do a series of stupid things to weaken the horror of the game. It is also possible to maliciously form a team after voice consultation, exploit loopholes in the game, and reduce the fun of the game. If we can't chat with each other, it feels like it loses a lot of fun, and there won't be much communication between players. It may become a confrontation without cooperation. Yi Zhizhou thought for a while. This is easy. Since talking in the game is so important, we have to find a way to limit it. Players can talk, but they can't talk casually. Every word is very precious, and there may be penalties for talking too much. For example, become a madman. A qualified horror game should be like the atmosphere of our company. Everyone is groping in the dark. If someone suddenly says something, everyone will scream. That said, I suddenly thought of a good game name. Be quiet, the Chinese name is Shu. Under the brainstorming of the three people, the idea of this horror game was born quickly. The basic idea of the horror game Be Quiet is a multiplayer horror game. Each game uses 8 players, plus a random number of NPCs. The number of NPCs ranges from 4 to 8, and the NPCs are played by AI to confuse the players. All players and NPCs will enter a randomly generated game map, search for props, find a way out, and interact with other players and NPCs. The game map will use different scenes, and the initial plan is mental hospital, lunatic village, country hotel, castle, school. These scenes will have strong randomness. Through the algorithm of the program, the purpose of each room and the props in it will be randomly refreshed before each game starts. Each room has props and scene props that can be picked up. Scene props cannot be carried on the body, but they can produce some special effects after use, such as the radio can play a specific recording to increase mental pressure. Players and NPCs will be randomly and scattered refreshed at some birth points on the map. After the game starts, they will start to explore the map. Players will find some special props in the map, such as daggers, bandages, psychotropic drugs, strange idols, etc. Some of these props can attack others, some can heal themselves, some can reduce mental pressure, and some can increase mental pressure. How to use them specifically depends on the player's game strategy. At the same time, the 8 players will have different identities at the beginning, and different identities will have different victory conditions. Among the 8 people, there is 1 police officer, 3 good people, 3 mental patients, and 1 ambitious person. The goal of the police officers and good guys is to escape from here, the goal of the mentally ill is to drive everyone crazy or die, and the goal of the ambitious people is to survive alone. If NPCs appear, they will be distributed in the ratio of half good people and half mental patients. When the player dies, his identity will be finally revealed. There are some weapons and props in the scene. The police officer is born with a pistol, which can cause a lot of damage to both normal people and lunatics. Other players can get props from the scene or throw them on the ground to others. Commonly used props are daggers and strong light flashlights. Daggers cause high damage to normal people, while strong light flashlights cause high damage to lunatics. In addition, there are also relatively difficult to obtain but more powerful weapons such as axes and flash bombs. Mental patients are not equal to lunatics. Mad people is a concept relative to normal people. At the beginning, police officers, good people, mental patients, and ambitious people are all normal people with the same initial attributes. As time goes by, and some props in the scene affect some players, the SAN value will continue to decline. When it reaches a certain critical point and no special drugs are taken, they will change from normal people to mad people. The basic attributes of a madman, such as movement speed, health, and attack power, are all higher than those of a normal person, but once the player enters the madman state, he will completely lose the ability to communicate, and his muscles will swell and his model will change, allowing other players to see it intuitively. Voice communication is allowed in the game, but it will be strictly limited. Players can only say one sentence at a time in the game, within 10 seconds. After speaking, the sentence will be played after being processed by the system's sound software. Every time a sentence is spoken, the player's sound value will decrease. If you don't speak at all, you are likely to be regarded as an enemy or AI by other players. If you speak too much, on the one hand, you increase the risk of becoming a lunatic, and on the other hand, it will make other players doubt your true intentions. In addition, in order to prevent sound sculpture players from creating show effects, most of the meaningless actions are deleted in the game. For example, you can only jump when passing through some specific terrain, otherwise you can't jump in place. For players, especially for those who play mental patients and ambitious people, different strategies and playing methods can be adopted in the game, which is similar to many board games. Police officers and good people should search for organs and exits in the scene while being alert to others. If necessary, they should decisively attack to eliminate hidden dangers. The sound value of mental patients is much lower than that of good people. They can actively turn into lunatics to attack good people through props in the scene, or they can disguise themselves as good people to induce other good people and lead them into some traps. The ambitious can also disguise himself as a good person or a madman according to the current situation to achieve his goal. Each player must constantly guess the identity of the other party in the game and adjust his game strategy at the same time. After the game is over, a comprehensive score will be given based on each person's data, game time, and different roles played. For example, the ambitious is a very difficult character to win, so if you lose, you will only lose a small amount of points, and if you win, you will get a lot of extra points. At the same time, considering that killing, solving puzzles, collecting props, etc. in the game will be counted as extra points, so even if the ambitious goal is very difficult to achieve, there is motivation to play. In just one afternoon, the overall framework of the game has been set up. Raising questions and solving problems, in this infinite cycle, some settings in the game were quickly finalized. Looking at the densely written design draft, Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin couldn't help but sigh. It's much smoother than originally imagined. Before, I played horror games while conceiving game settings, and I didn't make much progress in 2 weeks. But now, in one afternoon, the prototype of the game has come out. What's the difference between the 2 times before and after? The difference is that President Pei pointed out the direction, while Director Lin provided a way to analyze President Pei's intentions. According to this idea, all problems are solved, so far, although no one is sure whether this game will be successful. At least the gameplay of this game is complete, and there are no similar competing games on the market, which gives people a very novel first impression. And President Pei pointed out a clear path for this game, which is equivalent to giving everyone a reassurance. Looking at the design draft, Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but sigh. Is this the final product of this horror game that President Pei had thought of a long time ago? It's really wonderful. Chapter 331, Tenda Spiritual Compatibility Test Questions. Losing money to become the richest man started from games. After returning to Tenda Games, Pei Qian paid a little attention to GOG's research and development. This game is still in the concept design stage, and Liada is still struggling with some very basic settings. However, the acquisition of some small IPs has been prepared, and there are special people negotiating with some domestic and foreign companies. Many copyrights are divided into limited term authorization and permanent authorization. It takes many rounds of negotiations to determine which authorization method is used. The more well-known the IP is, the more expensive it is, and the authorization method will be more inclined to limited-term authorization. After many games by a certain copyright, the copyright fee increases after expiration and it is no longer possible to renew the contract, so the corresponding products will be removed from the shelves, and this matter will become very stiff. So, what is currently sought are permanent authorized IP characters. Taking into account the price factor, the characters currently being discussed are all relatively low profile, such as anime characters from a long time ago, the protagonists of old versions of stories, and outdated movie images, etc. Of course, before discussing the authorization, we will conduct a simple screening to confirm that the image is suitable for use in the game and will not cause obvious disharmony. If the character is different from the game style, we must negotiate with the copyright owner. Tenda can adapt the character style, to a certain extent according to the game style. Although it is quite troublesome, the guiding ideology is also very clear. If it does not meet the conditions and cannot be obtained, it will not be purchased. Anyway, there are so many junk IPs on the market, and it is enough to just pick and buy them in the early stage. At present, there is not even a shadow of the game, so Pei Qian can't give any guidance. He can only wait and see. Shortly after returning to the office, Yuan from the Human Resources Department came to knock on the door. "Boss Pei, we have tried to come up with a set of test questions. Do you think they are suitable? Also, for the last set of Tenda spiritual compatibility test questions, we have arranged for the TPDB website staff to create the corresponding website backend. When the Tenda recruitment website is completed, we will give you a unique entrance where you can adjust the content and standard answers of this set of test questions. No one else can find them." Pei Qian took a stack of printed test questions from Yuan and nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, put it here, I'll take a closer look." Yuan continued to work. Pei Qian opened the test questions and checked them carefully. There are two main recruitment tasks to be done in the early stage. The first is a special recruitment website. Filling in resumes, registration, printing admission tickets, etc., all operations must be done on this recruitment website. When this website is completed, job seekers only need to register and fill in information online regularly. Before the exam, you can print the admission ticket and take the written test. A series of complex processes are all done online, saving a lot of trouble. The second is the test questions, which will be seen later. The time of the exam is set in May and November every year. There are sayings in the workplace that March and April are golden and September and October are golden. The peak season in the first half of the year is March and April, because many people will choose to leave after receiving the year-end bonus after the new year and start looking for jobs around March. The peak season in the second half of the year is September and October, because many college graduates have officially graduated and started to work at this time. And Mr. Pei's idea is to avoid these peak seasons of recruitment. In the peak season of recruitment, there are many talents in the talent market. Most of the talents selected by examinations are those with top learning ability, which is very inconsistent with Mr. Pei's original intention. So, be patient and wait. When the peak season is over, the more talented people will have found jobs. If you continue recruiting at this time, you will be able to catch all the remaining people in the market whose work abilities are questionable. The task of making a recruitment website was given to the TPDB website, because the new website can be called Tenda Recruitment Network or Tenda Talent Resource Library, and it can also exist on the TPDB website. Pei Qian looked at the questions. The questions are divided into 3 parts: the basic ability test in the morning session of the written test, the professional knowledge test in the afternoon session of the written test, and the questions in the interview stage. The basic ability test questions were set by the people in the Human Resources Department. Pei Qian flipped through them and found that they were basically not much different from the questions in the civil servant examination. The knowledge in them was very diverse. If you don't prepare specifically, I'm afraid only a few geniuses can get high scores. The professional knowledge test was set by each department independently. For example, the questions in the game department included some basic knowledge of the game industry, some explanations of professional terms, some short answer questions on the game system, and trial writing of game copywriting, packaging, etc. As for the interview questions, they were also some relatively open questions, but they were more closely related to the position. After reading these questions, Pei Qian fell into deep thought. Suddenly I felt that I had thought too simply before. There is a very critical part that has not been considered, that is, how difficult should these questions be? The current difficulty of the questions, if compared with the civil servants' exams, is below average. This is normal. After all, in the eyes of the employees in the Human Resources Department, Tenda's recruitment is corporate recruitment, and it is more about the actual work ability of employees. Therefore, the proportion of interviews must be higher. Those industry experts in their 30s and 40s may have a good grasp of the knowledge of their profession, but isn't it difficult for them to answer basic ability test questions? Therefore, the Human Resources Department deliberately reduced the difficulty of the basic ability test questions. In this way, the selected employees must have relatively strong work ability and good interview performance. Pei Qian felt that this was not okay. Recruitment exams are a kind of selection. Under the premise that many people are scrambling to work in Tenda, President Pei must try his best to recruit employees who meet his own wishes. Reverse screening is definitely impossible. For example, if Pei Qian wants to recruit from low to high scores, on the one hand, the system cannot agree and cannot explain to other employees, and on the other hand, it is not feasible. As long as this rumor spreads, everyone will hand in a blank paper, or some academic masters deliberately control their scores to a specific score range. What should we do? Therefore, the only way to screen is from high to low scores. To put it bluntly, it is just a choice between two types of people. One is a top student who is good at taking exams. The other is a person who is good at interviews and has strong work ability. Sometimes the two are compatible, but there are also many times when the two are mutually exclusive. Generally speaking, highly educated talents tend to have strong learning and working abilities, and the so-called high scores but low abilities phenomenon is actually rare. However, Pei Qian also knew that some companies were too obsessed with recruiting highly educated workers, which led to a decline in the company's performance. Many highly educated workers do not like the job itself, but only come for the high salary. They lack enthusiasm for the work, so the things they produce look good, but lack soul. This is a bit off topic. In short, Pei Qian struggled for a long time and felt that he would still choose the former. The latter would stab him in the back if he was recruited, while the former might have many people who are good at learning and taking exams, but not good at work, so the safety factor is higher. Thinking of this, Pei Qian annotated on the test questions, improve the difficulty of the basic ability test questions to the highest level. Then, Pei Qian felt that he should also consider what the questions of the Tenda spirit compatibility test are. This test, to put it bluntly, is to test the employee's slacking spirit and eliminate some potential strugglers. Of course, this must be done in a confusing way, and the standard answers must be kept confidential. After the website is built, interns waiting to be converted to full-time employees will be arranged to answer questions at a specific time and on a specific computer. After answering, they will submit their results and the website will automatically calculate the scores. Only Pei Qian can see this result, and he will only inform the interns whether they have passed or not, but will not tell them the specific score. At the same time, the company does not allow discussion of these questions in public. It is impossible to prohibit private discussion, but the people who answer the questions are unlikely to remember all the questions. Even if some questions are discussed, it is impossible to determine what the standard answer is. Pei Qian will also regularly modify and refurbish these questions to ensure the accuracy of the test. And the questions asked by Mr. Pei are all very confusing. For example, question: it is time to get off work, and you still have a task to complete. At this time, you should work overtime to complete. B. Wait for tomorrow. C. Ask if the task needs to be completed urgently. If it is necessary, work overtime. If not, wait for tomorrow. D. Work overtime when the superior emphasizes that the task needs to be completed overtime. If the superior does not emphasize it, it is assumed that overtime is not required. E. When the superior emphasizes that the task needs to be completed overtime, argue with him. Choose E to add 5 points, choose B to add 4 points, choose D to add 2 points, choose C to add 1 point, and choose A to get no points. Another example. Question: It is time to get off work, and you still have a task to complete, and Mr. Pei has said before that the task must be completed before a certain day. At this time, you should A. Work overtime to complete it. B. Wait for tomorrow. C. Ask Mr. Pei whether the task needs to be completed urgently. If it is necessary, work overtime, otherwise wait for tomorrow. D. Complete the task overtime and ask Mr. Pei to pay double overtime pay. E. Complete the task at home. Choose D to get 5 points, choose A or E to get 4 points, choose C to get 2 points, and choose B to get no points. As for why the answers to these two questions are different. Nonsense, Mr. Pei asked you to work overtime because the settlement period is coming. If the product is delayed, Mr. Pei will be sanctioned by the system. Of course, don't forget to ask Mr. Pei for overtime pay after working overtime. In short, the tasks assigned by Mr. Pei in person must be completed seriously. On this basis, you can ask for as much company benefits as you can, and the more proactive you are, the better. If Mr. Pei does not clearly indicate that the task is urgent, don't work overtime on your own initiative. Pei Qian racked his brains and wrote several questions based on this central idea. These questions assume many different scenarios and bury Mr. Pei's true intentions through various complex options, making it impossible for the answerer to accurately judge the true purpose of the questioner. After the website is built, Pei Qian can upload all the questions to the website, set the standard answers, and wait for the test takers to answer the questions. You can also consider making a larger question bank and randomly select a part of it during each exam, which will further reduce the possibility of figuring out the questions through private discussions. Only those who pass this test are qualified to be in line with the Tenda spirit. If you fail the test, sorry, please continue to study and understand the Tenda spirit. Chapter 332 Script Finalization, A Beautiful Tomorrow. November 17th. Pei Qian received a call from Huang Sibo, and he had to go to Fei Huang's studio to finalize the script and confirm some other matters related to the filming of the movie. It has been more than 2 weeks since Pei Qian wrote the script. During these 2 weeks, Zhu Xiaozi and the screenwriters of Fei Huang's studio have been constantly improving the script given by President Pei, and are also doing preliminary preparations. Now that the script has been finalized, Pei Qian, as the investor of the film, must still make the final decision. This is a matter of attitude. Of course, if Pei Qian finds that Zhu Xiaozi's changes to the script are too big and the toxicity is seriously weakened, he will definitely say a few words. Regarding the matter of coming up with ideas and making final decisions, President Pei has become more and more Buddhist. Because he found that no matter what choice he makes, the backstab will come as promised. When making Sea Fortress, Pei Qian only gave the general direction and let employees play with the details freely, and then the game became popular. When making Game Producer, Pei Qian worked on the details word by word, making LV Mingliang completely a tool, but the game still became popular. When investing in Ma Yang, Pei Qian did not have too many requirements for the direction of investment, and did not restrict Ma Yang at all. However, in short, it was all tears. Pei Qian found that no matter whether he managed the project or to what extent, the final result was almost the same. In this case, why bother to go to the trouble again? If President Pei really had to pick out every word like he did in Game Producer, it would be too tiring. So Pei Qian planned to take a look at Fei Huang's studio, go through the motions, put forward his own opinions as much as possible, and symbolically resist. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes, and this kind of thing cannot be forced. Pei Qian came to the office of Fei Huang's studio, and Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi welcomed him to the reception room. After such a long period of development, Fei Huang's studio has a fairly complete staff, including directors, screenwriters, stage managers, post-production, editing, special effects, etc. The entire office area looks quite lively, and they are all busy preparing for the new drama. When Pei Qian arrived at the reception room, he drank a sip of tea, and the first thing he did was to remind Huang Sibo. Although Fei Huang's studio is currently thriving, we must not forget the Tenda spirit. It is a good thing that everyone is enthusiastic about work, but we must not turn a blind eye to the problem of overtime, understand? Huang Sibo nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mr. Pei. All the rules and regulations and welfare benefits of Fei Huang's studio are aligned with Tenda. How could they do such a rebellious thing? Pei Qian nodded, very satisfied with Huang Sibo's statement. Zhu Xiaozi handed over a thick stack of scripts. Mr. Pei, this is a completed script, please take a look. If there are some contents that do not meet your original intention, please point them out, and we will revise them repeatedly. Pei Qian took the thick script and saw the name of the movie at first glance. Before, Pei Qian only wrote a simple story outline and did not name the movie. However, Zhu Xiaozi and the screenwriter team of Fei Huang's studio not only completed the details of the script, but also gave the movie a name. A Beautiful Tomorrow. There is also an English name, called Tomorrow is Beautiful. Seeing this name, Pei Qian couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. Good. Well done. This is a script that will definitely make people depressed after reading it. However, the name of this movie does not reflect the toxicity of the movie at all, but is very confusing. A Better Tomorrow, this name sounds like a very warm art film, which can definitely deceive many people who don't know the truth, and maybe even young couples in their sweet period. Isn't this going to be criticized like a dog? The reputation is definitely collapsed. Pei Qian nodded slightly and continued to read on. Seeing President Pei nod, Zhu Xiaozi, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help but be excited. My script has been recognized by President Pei. My interpretation of this script is completely correct. Obviously, President Pei also understood the deep meaning of the name of this movie. Sure enough, geniuses are so sympathetic to each other. Pei Qian didn't know Zhu Xiaozi's excitement at this time. He casually flipped through the thick script and picked out a few plots to focus on. The original simple story outline has been expanded to be very detailed, including the setting, lines, actions, etc., so that people can roughly imagine the scenes of the movie. Pei Qian only had one feeling: poison on poison. Although the previous script outline was poisonous, it was just a synopsis after all, and the plot was very brief. But now, the dialogues, expressions, etc., between the heroine and the hero are written in detail. If you imagine the BGM at that time, this poison. It's simply off the charts. Pei Qian couldn't bear to finish reading it. It was too miserable. After a quick look, Pei Qian confirmed that Zhu Xiaozi and the screenwriter team did not make any changes to the story outline. They just refined the story and expanded it into a script. The toxicity did not decrease at all. On the contrary, due to the increase in details, the toxicity was greatly enhanced. Seeing this, Pei Qian felt relieved. If it is filmed honestly, it will definitely be a script that will bring all poisons back to their roots. This script is perfect. I am very satisfied. Pei Qian highly praised the work of Zhu Xiaozi and the screenwriter team. Zhu Xiaozi couldn't help but smile. No, it's Mr. Pei who wrote the script well. We just did some trivial work. As the two were chatting, Pei Qian's phone rang. Pei Qian looked and saw that it was Changyu who called. Hello? Mr. Pei, I want to tell you that the preliminary preparations are almost completed, the office space is settled, and my brothers have already joined the company. Today we want to slightly determine the product form of a mobile phone, including some preliminary work task planning. If you have time, can you come and guide the work? Guidance work? This is a bit unfortunate. Pei Qian still has to talk about the script with Zhu Xiaozi and others in Fei Huang's studio, and he probably doesn't have time today. Is it Fei Huang's studio with rich experience in guidance success, or the dream team with rich experience in guidance failure? This choice is obvious. Of course, Pei Qian could also ask Chang Yu and the others to hold a meeting tomorrow, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed meaningless to let everyone wait for a whole day just because of this. Pei Qian felt that he could not intervene too much in OTTO technology. On the one hand, it would easily affect the performance of the dream team. On the other hand, if he intervened actively and the phone was broken, it would be like President Pei helped Lin Wan to share part of the blame, which would not be conducive to Lin Wan's thinking and returning to inherit the family business. You guys discuss it first. I have something to do here, so I won't go over. You don't have to ask me for instructions on everything. Just do it. Chang Yu, okay, President Pei. Please rest assured that we will complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian and Zhu Xiaozi continued to discuss the script. Zhu Xiaozi hesitated and said, President Pei, there is still a problem that has not been determined. You should have noticed that the names of the characters in this script have not been determined. This is because we can't make up our minds. Should the protagonist of this story be an Oriental or a Westerner? In your story outline, it seems that it only vaguely mentioned that this is a future world, but it did not emphasize information, such as nationality. Pei Qian nodded. Well, this is indeed a problem. Since it is something that happens in the future, the nationality factor must be blurred. Besides, this kind of story cannot happen in our country. The characters, scenery, etc. in the play are all in English, and the lines are also in English. We will also look for foreigners as the leading actors. If we can't find a suitable one, we will look for Chinese actors who speak good English. The identities in the play do not need to be stated explicitly, and the audience will naturally understand that this is Chinese. Pei Qian felt that foreign extras must be more expensive than domestic ones. Since he could spend more money, he must not let it go. Zhu Xiaozi nodded quickly, yes, Mr. Pei, I think so too. However, there may be a problem, that is, it is difficult for us to invite big-name foreign actors, and even actors with average popularity are difficult to invite. After all, Fei Huang Studio is making this kind of theater movie for the first time. It is basically unknown abroad. Even if you pay, it is probably difficult to invite those well-known actors to come to Jingzhou across the ocean. So, the problem of extras is easy to solve, but these few leading actors, especially the male lead and this judge, are difficult to deal with. Because the play of these two people there are a lot of roles, and the acting skills are also quite high. So you think, can we find domestic actors to play these two actors? Pei Qian thought for a while, okay. But, if we can't invite well-known foreign actors, can we invite domestic ones? Zhu Xiaozi smiled helplessly, it's not easy to invite them. But domestic actors are easier to communicate with, and the chances of winning are greater. Pei Qian originally wanted to find a few newcomers in the school to be the protagonists, but then he thought again that the newcomers asked for too low a price, and it would be difficult to pay more. At least we have to find one or two actors with higher status, otherwise the budget for actor salaries will probably be unspent. But who should we find? This is another problem. Pei Qian suddenly thought of a candidate. I know a domestic actor, and we have worked together. Fried pig's trotters. Zhang Zuding has been criticized a lot since he endorsed Hot Blood War Song last time, but the deeper the criticism, the more fans there are. On the contrary, it has brought him a lot of traffic. Even he himself is not opposed to the name Fried Pig's Trotters. Of course, Pei Qian still remembers this old friend. Lao Zhang is a good friend of Tenda, and he cannot be treated unfairly. As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. With such a high salary, he must be the first to take it. Even if the show fails and is criticized, everyone will definitely criticize the screenwriter. As long as Lao Zhang's acting skills are good in the movie, the audience will definitely not criticize him. Moreover, there is a role in the script that is very suitable for Lao Zhang, that is, this bad judge. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more suitable it was. He said, I can also help with the actor. I'll contact Zhang Zuding later and ask about his schedule. If he can be invited, he can play the judge. As for the leading actor, you look for it, and I'll look for it too. We'll discuss it when we find a suitable candidate. Zhu Xiaozi was very surprised. Zhang Zuding? It would be great if we could invite him. He is a veteran actor with impeccable acting skills. And his English is quite good. He can speak English throughout the filming process. Boss, Pei really has a wide range of friends. Please remember the domain name of this book's first release. Top Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 333, Director Lin's Responsibilities. At the same time, Auto Technology. Changyu, Lin Yuan and a group of key members of the company gathered in the company's conference room to discuss the general development direction of this mobile phone. Lin Yuan had just come from Shangyang Games. The development of Be Quiet is currently in progress. Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaobin and several other designers are already producing design drafts, and basic work, such as art requirements, are also being promoted simultaneously. Lin Yuan didn't need to be responsible for this kind of work, so today he could take time out to come to OTTO Technology and listen to the new mobile phone. The other employees of the company sat upright, with serious expressions, and looked very serious. From Hongqing Technology to OTTO Technology, although they are still workers and still make mobile phones, everyone's mentality has changed subtly. When he was at Hongqing Technology, although Changyu was the vice president, he did not have a strong voice. There are several vice presidents at the same level as Changyu, not to mention that there is a CEO above. The different concepts of the top management naturally lead to friction and wrangling. Changyu is the vice president and yet he is not free, let alone his brothers, but now, Changyu is trusted by President Pei and can completely decide the research and development direction of this product by himself, and his autonomy has been greatly improved. These brothers of his are naturally no longer as frustrated as before. Moreover, the company went bankrupt and everyone was looking for a way out. Now they are reunited again. Most people have a sense of light at the end of the tunnel, which also makes them all grateful. Chang Yu hung up the phone and said to everyone, President Pei said that he has something else to do and will not come. Let us make our own decisions on everything. Then let's get started. Director Lin, as a representative of Tenda, if you have any opinions, you can always raise them. Lin Yuan nodded, okay. She felt that she might not have any problems, after all, everyone else present was more professional than her. But since the position is director, the attitude should still be there. Changyu began to hold a meeting according to the established process. The template for this phone will be based on the flagship phone plan developed at Hongqing Technology. It just so happens that everyone should have some plans that were forced to be terminated, and we have discussed the procurement plans in detail with some suppliers, and those without legal risks can be used. Our company's first phone will definitely only use the ODM model, and everyone should have no doubt about this. At present, we have two main tasks. The first is to develop a system that is unique to our own mobile phone brand. The second is to determine the general direction of this product and communicate better with the OEM factory. The importance of the system is self-evident. Lin Yuan listened quietly and took notes in a notebook from time to time. Although she did not deliberately learn about the inside story of the mobile phone industry, she was still very clear about some basic concepts. In the mobile phone industry, OEM and ODM are two common business models. When a technology company makes a mobile phone, it does not necessarily need to take charge of all aspects such as design, production, branding, and sales. Instead, it only needs to entrust the corresponding work to the corresponding professional manufacturers. OEM is the company's design and outsourcing production, which is also called OEM, such as Pineapple mobile phone. And ODM is the manufacturer's specifications and requirements to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer will design and produce, which is commonly known as OEM. Of course, mobile phone manufacturers can also make some customized requirements to ODM manufacturers. As long as the money is enough, this is easy to negotiate. Auto technology has only just been established, and it is impossible for it to independently undertake all the technologies needed to develop a mobile phone, so taking the ODM route is a better choice. Original branding does not lead to poor quality, nor is it shameful. A large number of mobile phones at home and abroad are ODM models, including Shenhua, and many models are completed by ODM. Many ODM manufacturers have been engaged in mobile phone design and OEM for many years. They have good solutions from product design to hardware combination, rich experience, mature quality control and supply chain, and reliable quality. There was once a mobile phone manufacturer that used ODM to produce low-end phones with better quality than its own high-end phones, which was also a phenomenon that confused consumers. Of course, if the company can develop to the size and level of Shenhua and Pineapple, it is obviously a better choice to design flagship phones completely independently and produce them by OEM factories to maintain the value of high-end brands. But for the current OTTO technology, this step is still a bit far away. ODM is OEM production, but it can also be customized. Of course, the cost varies depending on the degree of customization. What everyone is discussing now is the general plan for this mobile phone, that is, how to integrate various plans. Everyone began to speak freely. The chip must be the latest generation. The screen must also be the best, right? The camera must not be bad either. It seems that many flagship phones have been using dual camera solutions recently. Let's do one too. The battery should be as big as possible. Flagship chips and good screens consume power quickly. The memory must be bigger. Wait a minute, we are purchasing such a small amount, can we buy flagship chips and good screens? If not, just pay more. If such an expensive phone doesn't use a flagship chip, won't it be scolded to death? We must buy it no matter what. Everyone was talking, wishing to arrange all the latest good things for this phone. The prototype of this phone is Hongqing Technology's flagship phone M9, which was originally Hongqing Technology's attempt to impact the high-end model. However, the price of M9 is only nearly 4,000 yuan. Now it is going to be raised to 8,000 yuan. How many good things do we have to add? In the past, we were stingy when making mobile phones, and we had to find ways to reduce costs as much as possible. Many good solutions looked envious, but they were too expensive and we dared not use them. We can only secretly save costs in places such as vibration motors, charging ports, NFC, etc. But now? We put all the good things on it, but it's still not enough. In addition, mobile phones are expensive, and it doesn't mean that we can just throw all the latest and best solutions on it. For example, the full-screen technology, which is not used by many people at present, can make the border on the top of the mobile phone very narrow, but the problem caused by this is that the positions of the earpiece and some other components have to be rearranged, which is bound to involve many compromises in other aspects. Although similar mobile phones will be more eye-catching, the sacrifices are too great and the practicality may not be very good. For these issues, everyone discussed a lot, but Chang Yu finally decided to give up these seemingly beautiful solutions and use mature, stable, and expensive technologies as much as possible, and honestly pile up the materials. In terms of hardware, the discussion was almost over soon. Lin Wan could understand part of it, and felt that this phone was not much different from Xinhua's flagship phone in terms of hardware configuration, but it was definitely not as good as Xinhua in terms of system, customized components, unique selling points, etc. The gap in brand is even more different. Although this phone of ours also uses some new technologies in the supply chain, some of which seem to be good gimmicks, it is impossible to surpass the flagship phones of other big brands just because of this little gimmick. And Xinhua's flagship phone sells for less than 6,000 yuan. At present, it is difficult to sell this phone of ours at a price of around 5,500 yuan, so how can it sell for 8,000 yuan? Chang Yu said, "Everyone, think of other ways. President Pei has issued a death order. This phone must be sold for 8,000 yuan. When I talked to President Pei before, he gave me some ideas. For example, this phone can only be replaced, but not repaired. If the phone is broken, a new one will be sent directly to the door, the data will be transferred on the spot, and then the old phone will be initialized. In short, find a way to add some additional services to this phone so that it can be worth the price." Chang Yu started the discussion, and the others began to discuss it. How about a stronger trade-in? As long as we release a new phone, users can trade in their old phones if they want to buy a new phone. Based on the valuation of this old phone, we will increase the standard by 500 yuan, which will help bind users to our brand. I think the packaging box can also be made more exquisite, and the original film, phone case, and other accessories are the best, which can also slightly increase the value. Or we can discuss cooperation with some app manufacturers, such as video websites. The phone is pre-installed with app, and you can watch videos on the phone and enjoy membership services directly. Everyone discussed it and thought of many ways, some cost more money, some cost less money. But even if all these are added, it is still difficult to raise the price of the phone to 8,000 yuan. After all, President Pei said that the comprehensive net profit margin of the phone is not higher than 5%. If the value of the phone is too different in the end, it will be difficult to explain to President Pei. At the end of the thought, everyone fell silent, somewhat at a loss. This is normal, because the mobile phone industry is an industry with a very high threshold, and the flagship phones of those big manufacturers are basically bucket models, and they are not bad in every aspect, even if Chang Yu's team had some new technologies to use when they were at Hongqing Technology. The R&D capabilities of this team were far inferior to those of international giants like Xinhua. So, just from the product point of view, no matter how hard everyone tried, it would be good to raise the price of the mobile phone to 6,000 yuan. With various small benefits, it could barely reach 7,000 yuan, but it still could not reach the level of 8,000 yuan. Chang Yu looked around at everyone and said, "Think about it again, is there any other way? If it still can't reach the 8,000 yuan level, then we have to buy some expensive custom components. If these particularly expensive custom components are used, the price can be raised, but the cost performance is too low. For a small company like OTTO Technology, it will feel like a sucker." Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Lin Wan spoke. "If we go to other video websites and software apps to discuss cooperation, at most we can only get membership, and it is difficult to discuss deeper cooperation. I can talk to other business departments of Tenda, and I should be able to get better benefits, and the value will definitely be higher. For example, before the release of each new movie shot by Fei Huang Studio, 2 preview movie tickets will be given to this mobile phone user. Mobile phone users can enjoy lifetime membership treatment when surfing the internet at Moyu Internet Cafe, with discounted internet fees and a free drink every day. After binding your game account, you can get a new game from Tenda every year. As a lifetime member of Endpoint Chinese Network, you can get discounts on subscriptions, extra recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets. Automatically become a VIP customer of Nifeng Logistics and enjoy the right to receive and send express delivery first. Become a VIP of Mingyun Private Kitchen, and you can get a free dish if your consumption reaches a certain amount. That's all for now. If there are any other benefits that can be added in the future, you can add them. Someone next to him raised his hand hesitantly. With so many benefits, Director Lin, can you get them all? Lin Wan nodded as a matter of course, I am familiar with the heads of these businesses. I will go talk to them, maybe they will have better ideas. Chang Yu felt his eyes light up, that would be great. Then I will trouble Director Lin for this matter. Lin Wan waved his hand, no need to thank me. Boss Pei once told me that as a director, I am indispensable in OTTO technology, and I should not regard myself as an outsider. I think Boss Pei should be hinting that as an old employee of Tenda, I should play the role of a bridge between OTTO technology and other departments of Tenda Group. The matter of linking with other departments is left to me. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 334 Box Office Poison. Chu. Pei Qian sneezed on the way out of Fei Huang's studio. Why do I have a vague feeling of foreboding? Is there going to be a problem in another department? Check it out? Forget it. Pei Qian wanted to check if there was any problem with his various industries for a second, but this thought only lasted for a second before it was suppressed. I can't check them all. Up to now, Pei Qian has too many industries in his hands, and it's too troublesome to check them all. Pei Qian thought about it and was more inclined to think that this was just his illusion, and decided to continue to focus on the matter at hand. Thinking of this, Pei Qian called Zhang Zuding. The call was quickly connected, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the atmosphere was good. Although the advertisement of Hot Blood Battle song brought some troubles to Zhang Zuding, it also brought him a lot of popularity. In particular, the success of the mobile version of Hot Blood War song has washed away many people's stereotypes about this game as paying money, making money, and having a lot of money, and has also made many people turn from haters to fans of Zhang Zuding. Zhang Zuding, who was already out of fashion, has become even more popular recently, therefore, Zhang Zuding was quite grateful to Mr. Pei. Mr. Zhang, do you have any schedule in the next few months? I have a movie here and I would like to invite you to join. We have cooperated before, you can rest assured about the pay, we will never treat you unfairly. Zhang Zuding was obviously stunned on the other end of the phone. Filming? Isn't Mr. Pei's company a game company? Why is he making a movie? Is this going to expand into a new field? Zhang Zuding didn't ask much. After all, many wealthy companies want to make movies now, even coal bosses and rich second generations like this. There is nothing to be surprised about. Since Mr. Pei even runs a high-end restaurant, isn't it normal for him to want to invest money to make a movie? Zhang Zuding said, no problem, Mr. Pei, I just happen to have free time. We know each other well, so the pay is easy to negotiate, just give me a friendly price. But can you let me see the script first? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. I will make up the difference of the friendly price to you, don't ask me for the script first, okay? Zhang Zuding was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Mr. Pei is really a joke, the script is not yet completed. Okay, let's not talk about the script for now. Anyway, Mr. Pei must give face, I will arrange things here a little bit, and then go to Jingzhou. Okay, I'll give you the director's contact information, and I'll have him contact you directly. Oh, and I want to find a young actor for the lead role of my film. Do you have any good candidates to recommend? Pei Qian asked. Zhang Zuding thought for a while, there are too many young actors. Do you have any requirements? Pei Qian answered without hesitation, it's better to be more expensive. Zhang Zuding laughed, expensive? I don't know. I'm just an out-of-date actor. How can I know so many popular young actors? If you only want to find expensive ones, there are not many expensive actors in China. Isn't it better to ask them one by one? Pei Qian nodded, that's right, then I'll look for it again. After hanging up the phone, it was time to return to Tenda. Pei Qian got out of the car, went to his office, and used Baidu to search for popular actors now. Many fields in this world have changed. For example, the development of smartphones and mobile games is 3 or 4 years faster than I remember. The film and television industry is also somewhat different from what I remember. According to Pei Qian's memory, traffic movies started around 2011, became popular around 2013, peaked in 2014 and 2015, and then gradually went downhill. The situation in this world is slightly different, and traffic movies appeared earlier than in memory. Pei Qian speculated that this might be one of the effects of the advanced development of mobile phones and communication technology. In short, the traffic movies in this world should be gradually becoming popular. The pay of many traffic stars is rising and becoming more and more outrageous. Of course, in addition to the traffic stars, there are also some big-name male actors whose asking prices are not low. Pei Qian was in a dilemma. Who should he find for the male lead? It would cost too little to find an unknown small role. Find a big-name male actor? Although these people ask for a high price, their acting skills are basically online, and they also have a certain box office appeal. Find a traffic star? All aspects are good, but Pei Qian is somewhat disgusted with the star. This money is also spent on other places. It is cheap for the star, and it further increases the popularity of the big traffic era. It feels a bit unhappy. While suppressing his choice difficulty, Pei Qian searched for relevant information, with a mentality of trying his luck, trying to find a suitable candidate. Suddenly, he saw a keyword. Box office poison. Pei Qian suddenly became interested. This was a popular post in a forum. The title of the post was, "Lu Xiao is really the ultimate box office poison." This post was quite popular, and many netizens followed it to discuss it. Indeed, it can't fail with this lineup. It's outrageous. Even a strong director like Lu can't carry it, he can't carry it. The two female leads here are very popular with male actors, and this one can even make a big splash. I just want to ask, why is this guy still so well-resourced after failing so many times? To be honest, his acting skills are okay, and he seems to be very hardworking. People who have worked with him have a good reputation, and I haven't heard of any negative news about him. He is also very handsome, but I don't know why, I just don't want to see him on the screen. Indeed, when I saw his name in the movie, my first reaction was not to watch it. I think, first, he is not popular with the audience, and second, his face is not good-looking. He is too handsome, it is very distracting. He really shouldn't take such serious films, he should take some fan-oriented movies instead. No way, he debuted a little too early, he is no longer young and handsome. And he is still very dreamy, he doesn't want to make money, he just wants to take good scripts and hone his acting skills. Oh my God. Please stop ruining good scripts. I think if he fails again this time, no director will look for him anymore, right? It's expensive and can't bring in the box office, the cost-effectiveness is so low. Seeing everyone's discussion, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. This big brother named Lu Xiao seems to be very suitable for his needs. Hurry up and search for his representative works. Pei Qian discovered that this Lu Xiao was one of the top 5 most popular young actors in China. He was well known and had some good works. Especially when he first debuted, he had made several movies that were well received, but not popular. Although the box office was not high, his performance in the movies was quite amazing, so the audience had high hopes for him. But as he made more and more movies, things suddenly went wrong. Lu Xiao's acting skills did not decline, but were steadily improving. He was also quite hardworking and a good person, but the problem was that the movies he made were getting more and more unsuccessful. At first, fans thought that the movies dragged him down, and they all complained for him, so his value was also rising, but slowly everyone found that this big brother did not seem to be dragged down by the movies. The sign of a good actor is that he can carry the box office alone, but Lu Xiao could not carry the box office, and it had the opposite effect. In this recent movie, there is a veteran movie emperor and two actresses with good popularity, but the movie still failed, and it failed miserably. Therefore, there are more and more people saying that Lu Xiao is box office poison. Pei Qian checked again and found that this person had studied abroad when he was young, so his spoken English should be quite good. President Pei immediately decided to choose him. This is simply the perfect candidate in his mind. Then, Pei Qian sent Lu Xiao's name to Zhu Xiaozi, "Go contact him, this is the perfect male lead in my mind." Boss Pei, I have two things to report. I have already contacted Mr. Zhang Zuding. He should come to Jingzhou in a few days. The crew is also preparing for the matter. You don't have to worry about these. As for Lu Xiao you mentioned yesterday, I contacted his agent and talked to Lu Xiao on the phone. But he seems to be depressed recently and rejected the invitation, saying that he doesn't want to participate in any movies in the near future. Pei Qian was stunned. You didn't tell him to pay more? Zhu Xiaozi was speechless for a moment. I felt that his mental state was very low at the time. I didn't feel embarrassed to say it too clearly. I just simply hinted that he could pay more, but he didn't pick up my words, and I didn't feel embarrassed to ask more. Pei Qian couldn't help but shook his head silently. Alas, it seems that spending money also depends on talent. People like director Zhu Xiaozi, who have studied for so long, have not learned the essence of Tengda's spending spirit. Adding money is the ultimate killer to solve all problems. The usage is very simple, that is, to be direct. No matter what excuses the other party makes, just give him more money and be done with it. Be sure to specify the exact amount, and don't be vague or ambiguous. However, sincerity is not enough over the phone, so it is better to have a face-to-face meeting. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Well, you send an invitation to Lu Xiao on behalf of Tengda, and ask him to come to Jingzhou to relax. We will be responsible for the reception. When he comes, I will chat with him and give him extra money in person. Zhu Xiaozi, okay, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian is determined to get this Lu Xiao. Since he is a box office poison, he must come from his own crew. Of course, considering that this guy has been very unlucky recently, his new movie has failed, and he is in a very low mood, which is undoubtedly in line with the state of the male protagonist in the script. Considering the toxicity of the script, it is reasonable to give him more pay as mental damages. After about half an hour, the takeaway food ordered by Pei Qian had arrived, and Zhu Xiaozi called back again. Boss Pei, it's done. Lu Xiao agreed to come to Jingzhou. Pei Qian nodded, okay, I'll have someone arrange the reception. You can continue to work on the crew. Just leave Lu Xiao's affairs to me. Pei Qian guessed that Lu Xiao's new movie had just failed, and he must be very depressed and not interested in anything. At this time, a studio whose name he had never heard of came to invite him to make a movie. He definitely didn't want to accept it. Pei Qian invited him to Jingzhou to relax and chat. When they met, it would be easier to convince him. When the time came, Mingyun's private chef would serve him a big meal, and he would give him a crazy increase in salary at the table. I don't believe that he couldn't get this box office poison. Chapter 335. Is the script tailor-made? November 19th, Friday. Tomorrow, Zhang Zuding and Lu Xiao will come to Jingzhou. That day happens to be Saturday, so they can have a welcoming banquet at Mingyun Private Kitchen in the evening. Today, Pei Qian took a taxi and went to the South High-Speed Railway Station to look at several real estate projects and made a careful selection. Finally, he chose a house with fine decoration, more than 140 square meters, and the price was about the same as Pei Qian expected. Moreover, because Pei Qian paid the full amount directly, the price was also a bit more favorable. According to a 95% discount, the total price was 1.63 million. However, the house has not been completed yet, and the house will be delivered in March next year. In the past 2 or 3 years, it is the time when housing prices have begun to rise. Good houses are all pre-sale houses. They are basically snapped up before they are delivered. If you really wait until the house is delivered before buying, you may only be able to buy second-hand. There is nothing you can do about it. Therefore, Pei Qian considered comprehensively, and this house is the most suitable one at present. Although it is a pre-sale house, he still decided to buy it. Pei Qian was not in a hurry anyway. The place his parents lived in was a little small, but they had lived there for so many years, so a few months wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, even if the house is delivered, it will take several months to inspect the house, furnish the furniture, etc., so there is no rush. After buying the house, I solved a worry and felt more at ease. The only thing that made me unhappy was that I only had about 200,000 yuan left in my personal property. Pei Qian could only sigh that I had returned to the pre-liberation era. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can make a little more money in this settlement period, I can make back the money for this house in a minute. I worked hard all day on Friday, signed the house purchase contract, and rested directly after I came back. On Saturday afternoon, Pei Qian asked the company's driver Xiao Sun to take him to Mingyun private kitchen, where he was waiting to receive Zhang Zuding and Lu Zhiyao. Both of them took the flight this afternoon. Zhang Zuding arrived a little earlier and went to the hotel to rest. Lu Zhiyao arrived a little later, and Pei Qian also arranged for someone to pick him up. After settling in the hotel, he came to Mingyun private kitchen for dinner. In addition, Zhu Xiaozi, as the director of the film, must also accompany them and has arrived in advance. Pei Qian and Zhu Xiaozi were eating snacks in the private room while waiting. Pei Qian noticed that there were 2 printed scripts in the briefcase next to Zhu Xiaozi, which should be prepared for Zhang Zuding and Lu Zhiyao. Pei Qian was also a little troubled by the script. Zhang Zuding had said before that he wanted to read the script, but Pei Qian fooled him. This time, when Lu Zhiyao comes, he will probably ask to see the script. Pei Qian also knows that these 2 actors are more picky about the script, not the kind of people who will do anything if they are paid enough, so they will definitely not fool around with the script. It is relatively easier to talk to Lao Zhang. After all, they have a friendship and are willing to cooperate. Lu Zhiyao and Pei Qian are not related, and he has a certain status. How can he just take a movie made by an unknown director? Even if the money is enough, the director will take a look at the script before deciding whether to shoot. So, Pei Qian is a little worried. But looking at Zhu Xiaozi, he seems not worried at all, but full of confidence. Pei Qian feels that this is outrageous. How can Zhu Xiaozi hold such a rubbish script in his hand as if it is a Nobel Prize-winning work? Pei Qian asked tentatively, "Director Zhu, Lu Zhiyao is coming today, most likely to ask about the movie script, then." Zhu Xiaozi didn't wait for Pei Qian to finish, and patted his chest. "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, this is not a problem. Your script is so well written, and Lu Zhiyao may like it more and more, and take the initiative to ask for a reduction in salary to join." Pei Qian. Isn't it a bit too optimistic? But now that things have come to this, Pei Qian can't ask more questions, and can only wait until they meet and then act according to circumstances. Not long after, the company's 7-seater business car arrived. Zhang Zuding and Lu Zhiyao got off the car and walked into Mingyun private kitchen under the reception of the waiter. Each of them brought an assistant with them. It is very common for celebrities to bring assistants. After all, most celebrities are busy with work and must have someone to help them, otherwise they can't handle it by themselves. These 2 only brought 1 assistant each when they went out, which was already quite low-key. Some popular actors always brought 10 or 8 assistants when they went out, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention all the time. It was the first time that Pei Qian saw Lu Zhiyao in real life. Before, he had only seen his photos and movie clips on the internet. Pei Qian's first impression of Lu Zhiyao was, handsome. Actors are also divided into those who look good on camera and those who don't. Some actors look good on camera, but in real life, they are so beautiful that their whole body seems to be glowing, which is absolutely incomparable to ordinary handsome men and beautiful women, while some actors are not particularly conspicuous in real life, but with their makeup, they can greatly increase their points when they are on camera. Lu Zhiyao is more special. He is very handsome in real life, but not so handsome in the movie. It has to be said that actors really rely on audience appeal. Some actors are very good-looking, but they are just not liked by the audience. There is nothing you can do about it. Mr. Pei. Long time no see. Zhang Zuding walked up quickly and shook hands with Pei Qian. Mr. Pei, nice to meet you. Lu Zhiyao followed closely behind. After a few pleasantries, Pei Qian led everyone to the private room and sat down. It was still the largest private room on the third floor of the villa. Zhang Zuding looked through the French window at the afterglow of the sunset on the infinity pool outside, and couldn't help but think of the scene when he first came. This scene really makes people unable to stop drooling. When Zhang Zuding thought of the delicious food he had eaten last time, he couldn't help but yearn for it and couldn't wait to eat. However, President Pei didn't look at Zhang Zuding or Lu Zhiyao at this time, but stared at Zhang Zuding's assistant. Last time, it was you who remembered the location of Mingyun's private kitchen and attracted all the local tyrants in Jingzhou City. President Pei was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. For the sake of fried pig's trotters, he didn't bother with you. Pei Qian introduced the identity of director Zhu Xiaozi to Zhang Zuding and Lu Zhiyao. After a while of greetings, dishes were served one by one. Although Lu Zhiyao had eaten a lot of good food, he was still surprised when he saw the dishes here. Before coming here, he heard that there was a very good nameless restaurant in Jingzhou City, but he didn't have too high expectations. After all, he has been filming all over the country for many years. What kind of good restaurants has he not been to? As a result, when he really ate it, he found that the dishes here were not inferior to the best restaurants he had been to, and even the environment and service were better. At the entrance of the food, Lu Zhiyao's recent depression was relieved a lot. The new movie failed, and Lu Zhiyao was isolated at home for several days. He originally did not plan to take any new movies recently. The last movie with such a good lineup failed, and it was going to fail again? I can't stand it. Lu Zhiyao actually didn't think about whether to take this movie. Relatively speaking, he came to Jingzhou more to relax than to work. However, at this time, watching the delicious dishes being served one after another and feeling the waiter's attentive and thoughtful service, Lu Zhiyao felt that President Pei valued him. Originally, he just wanted to come and take a look, but after eating this meal, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. As the saying goes, eating someone's mouth is soft, and taking someone's hand is short. Although Lu Zhiyao hasn't decided whether to take this movie, he should take the initiative to chat. Thinking of this, Lu Zhiyao took the initiative to say, Mr. Pei, Director Zhu. Let's talk briefly about this play. To be honest, I have been in a low mood recently, and my condition is not good. Mr. Zhang must know that the actor's condition has a great impact on the performance of his acting skills. I have been declining before, mainly because I am worried that I will not be able to perform well in this play and cause trouble for everyone. Besides, I'm a box office poison now, and I'm afraid of getting you into trouble. Lu Zhiyao didn't say anything final, but put on a relatively low profile first, just in case he refused in the end. It would also save face for both parties. As for whether to make this movie, you have to read the script and understand the other party's sincerity before you decide. If it's a bad movie, just decline. If you think this movie has a chance to become a small hit, then you can give it a try. Pei Qian smiled. No way, I think your talent, Mr. Liu, has been seriously buried. In the eyes of others, you are a box office poison, but in my eyes, you are the most suitable male lead for this movie. I have high hopes for you. Lu Jiao knew that President Pei's words were mostly polite words. But seeing President Pei's sincere eyes, he was still moved. It seems that President Pei is sincere. It's really hard to find a bosom friend. Mr. Pei, I am ashamed that you trust me so much. Mr. Pei, Director Zhu, I feel your sincerity. But can I see the script first? Sure enough, the script was still required. Pei Qian also knew that if he didn't show the script, Lu Jiao would probably not agree to participate. He had no choice but to look at Zhu Xiaozi and let him hand the two scripts to Zhang Zuding and Lu Jiao respectively. Lu Jiao wiped his hands with the hot towel handed by the waiter, took the script solemnly, and read it carefully. Pei Qian watched Lu Jiao's expression change from expectation, to confusion, to shock, and finally to dullness, and felt something was wrong. Lu Jiao simply flipped through the script and didn't know what to say for a moment. This kind of script is really rare. Of course, it can't be said that I have never seen it before. Many art films in Europe and the United States do have some seemingly true and false plots, but in China, it seems that I have never seen such a film. Lu Jiao has never played such a leading actor in his acting career. Isn't this too miserable? He was a dog licker at the beginning, but he couldn't get any job. He finally became rich in the middle, but he turned around and abandoned his old love. In the end, he was calculated and became a pauper again. When has Lu Jiao ever suffered such grievances? The leading actors he took on in the past were all winners in life, surrounded by beautiful women and smooth careers. Even if it is a tragedy, it must be a heroic death. Even if he plays a supporting role, he is often a cute and charming villain. This movie is good. He was supposed to play the leading actor, but the leading actor is so miserable. He is neither cute nor pitiful. After listening to this story, people feel sick. Lu Jiao looked at Pei Qian. Mr. Pei, this script, he didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Seeing Lu Jiao's expression, Pei Qian felt something was wrong. Sure enough, this script of all poisons returned to the origin still had a dissuading effect on this box office poison. Come to think of it, although his previous films were flops, he played either a hero or a domineering CEO in the play, and at worst, he was a rich second generation who had no worries about food and clothing, a workplace elite, etc. Now he is asked to play a pauper, a bootlicker, an ungrateful wolf, and finally he is fooled around. How can he be happy? Pei Qian looked at Zhu Xiaozi, indicating that it was time for Director Zhu to take action. Anyway, no matter what you say, you have to praise the script first to stabilize Lu Jiao's mentality. However, before Zhu Xiaozi opened his mouth, Zhang Zuding slapped his thigh and said, "What a great script. This script is great. I have been making movies for so many years, but I have never seen a script with such a profound idea. This is a sharp satire that criticizes the mentality of excessive indulgence in consumption, the impetuousness of society, and the alienation of money on people. This script is very profound and worth savoring. Mr. Pei, where did you find the screenwriter? The level is really high." Zhu Xiaozi answered at the right time. This script was written by Mr. Pei himself. Zhang Zuding was in awe. I didn't know that Mr. Pei was so versatile. It's true that those who are capable should do more work. No, Mr. Pei, the script has been written. Why did you avoid talking about it when I asked you on the phone before? Oh. I understand, it's because of modesty and low-key. Mr. Pei, it's okay to be modest, but it's not good to be too modest. This is because we have a close relationship. If it were another actor, he might not come when he heard that there was no script. That would be a pity. Just for this script, let alone the friendship price, even if I don't want the pay, I will definitely come to shoot. Pei Qian looked at Zhu Xiaozi in confusion, and then at Zhang Zuding. The development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations. What's going on? Originally, he only prepared Zhu Xiaozi as a shill to fool Zhang Zuding and Lu Zhiyao. As a result, Zhang Zuding was too smart and took the initiative to be a shill. The three of them fooled Lu Zhiyao together. Lu Zhiyao was still confused. He just glanced over the script and didn't quite get the point of the script. Zhang Zuding continued to flip through the script and said with emotion, "Boss Pei, if I'm not mistaken, this script should be tailor-made for Brother Lu, right? Pei Qian? Tailor-made? I'm overthinking. When I wrote this script, I didn't even know who Lu Zhiyao was, but Pei Qian couldn't possibly tell the truth, right?" He could only smile mysteriously, neither admitting nor denying. Seeing this smile, Zhang Zuding became more certain, and he looked at Lu Zhiyao next to him. "Brother Lu, did you see it?" Lu Zhiyao was stunned. "What did I see? Tailor-made for me? Do I look like a bootlicker?" Seeing Lu Zhiyao's puzzled expression, Zhang Zuding explained, "Brother Lu, do you know what you lack most now? It's not just a good script or a good role. More importantly, it's a good character setting." Lu Zhiyao's expression was still confused. Zhang Zuding continued, "A good character setting does not refer to a perfect character in a movie. You have played many successful people in such movies, but the response has always been mediocre. Have you ever thought about why? A good character setting is not a flawless role, but a role that can highlight your own characteristics to the greatest extent, so that the audience can empathize with you and remember you. Just like when I was young, I won the Best Actor award by playing a mentally ill person. And the male protagonist in this script seems to be useless, but he is an absolutely good character, complex and full. This kind of role is an all-round exercise for your acting skills, and it can also help you completely get rid of the audience's stereotypes. Why didn't the roles you played before have audience appeal? I personally think it's mainly because you're too handsome. Because you're too handsome, the audience will feel that you're out of place, unrealistic, and difficult to integrate into the play. I think your appearance has become a burden to some extent, and you're unwilling to let go of this burden. When playing these roles, it's difficult to break through your original mentality. You always play people without flaws. How can you leave a deep impression on the audience? So, this role is tailor-made for you. It's perfect. To be honest, if I were a dozen years younger, I would definitely play this male lead. Now, I'm old, and this opportunity can only be given to you." After listening to Zhang Zuding's words, Lu Zhiyao was silent. Pei Qian and Zhu Xiaozi were also silent. But the silence of the three people was not due to the same reason. Lu Zhiyao was silent because he felt that this was the heartfelt words of an actor, and he was very happy. Regardless of how popular Zhang Zuding is now, he is, after all, a senior who has achieved much more than himself. If Zhang Zuding thinks this role is good, then it means that this role is really good. Zhu Xiaozi aside, Zhang Zuding is indeed a veteran actor, a person who really understands movies. Just from the reactions of the two actors when they saw the script, it can be seen that Zhang Zuding's level is much higher than Lu Zhiyao. Pei Qian was confused. He originally thought that Zhang Zuding would have great opinions on the script like Lu Zhiyao, and he needed to work together with Zhu Xiaozi to fool him. However, Zhang Zuding actually liked this script very much. Not only did he like it himself, he also helped to fool Lu Zhiyao, and even said something like this script is tailor-made for Lu Zhiyao. Pei Qian now wants to know whether Lao Zheng's words are from the heart, or he is simply fooling Lu Zhiyao. The former? It should be unlikely. I deliberately wrote this script for Wan Du Guizhong. How could Lao Zheng, a veteran actor who has acted in many plays, like it? Well, this is probably because I am Zhu Xiaozi's boss and Zhang Zuding's sponsor. It is difficult for both of them to objectively evaluate this script, so they are so flattering. You see, Lu Zhiyao, who I don't know, didn't react to the script. So, Lao Zheng and Zhu Xiaozi should be helping to fool Lu Zhiyao. Well done. These two have done a great job today. As long as they can get the box office poison into the crew, they must be paid more. Chapter 336 Donations to Poor Students. Lu Jiao looked at the script, then at Zhang Zuding. He looked at the script, then at President Pei. He was obviously struggling. A director he had never heard of, a crew that had never had a successful precedent, a script that seemed to be unique, and a male protagonist who was a bootlicker. From all aspects, it was a bit risky to take on this role. But after listening to Zhang Zuding's words, Lu Jiao was seriously shaken again. Maybe this movie can really break through the image of the characters that I have created in the past and detoxify me, the box office poison? If I can really make a movie with a high reputation, even if I can't make any money, as long as I can wash away the title of box office poison and regain the audience's favor, it will be a huge profit. Moreover, by working with Zhang Zuding, I might be able to learn something from him and hone my acting skills. After repeated consideration, Lu Jiao made up his mind and finally nodded. Okay, then I'll take a gamble for this good script and for Mr. Zhang. I'll also take a pay cut like Mr. Zhang. Pei Qian quickly raised his hand to stop him. That's absolutely not possible. I won't give you any less than the pay you deserve, and I'll even give you more. Don't feel embarrassed. As long as you two can give wonderful acting skills, that will be the greatest reward for me. Zhang Zuding and Lu Jiao both smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, working with someone like President Pei is open and bright. Pei Qian was also very happy. Box office poison joined the group, and great things could be accomplished. In that case, everyone should hurry up and prepare, and strive to start filming in the near future. Pei Qian wished he could spend the 30 million now. The film's affairs have come to an end for the time being. The script has been finalized, the preliminary preparations are almost done, and the two main actors have been found. They are both good in status and acting skills. It looks quite realistic, and it doesn't look like a film project that will die after the release. It fooled everyone and disguised itself very successfully. As for the heroine and some minor actors in the movie, Pei Qian didn't care anymore and let Zhu Xiaozi figure it out himself. After all, the actress in this movie is just a tool person, she doesn't have many roles, and most of them won't be very colorful. As long as the two main roles of the judges and the male lead can be confirmed, the other actors will not be able to make a big difference no matter how hard they try. November 22nd, Monday. Pei Qian casually turned off the alarm clock at 10 o'clock and slept for more than half an hour before waking up naturally. He got up and looked around. It was almost time for lunch, so he ordered a takeaway. After watching some drama, the takeaway arrived. Pei Qian ate the takeaway while thinking about the work for the next period of time. The tasks for this cycle have been basically assigned. In the short term, at least within the next 5 or 6 days, there should be nothing special to do. However, I haven't figured out how to spend the 5 million charity quota yet. There are many ways to do charity. Some wealthy businessmen abroad do charity to avoid taxes, and some even turn charity into a business, not only not losing money, but also making some money. But Pei Qian's purpose of doing charity is relatively simple, just to lose money. The simplest way is to donate it, but who to donate to is a problem. Whether it is donated to poor children or to underdeveloped areas in China, it must go through certain charity organizations in the middle, and Pei Qian has no energy to verify or distinguish whether these charity organizations are reliable. After all, so many seemingly reliable charities and non-profit organizations have also been involved in scandals. This money is spent anyway, but if it is cheap for some vampires, it will be very unpleasant. Therefore, Pei Qian's initial plan was to start with those around him, first ensuring that the money could reach those who really needed it, and then slowly expand the scope. 0.5 million for charity is not a lot in terms of amount. Compared with foreign tycoons who donate nearly 90% of their inheritance to charity foundations, it is far behind. But many foreign tycoons donate their inheritance to avoid taxes. It is good enough if 10% of this huge inheritance can be used for real charity activities. And Pei Qian's current 5 million is a real 5 million. He will definitely spend it all without any discount. In the future, as the initial funds of the system continue to increase, Pei Qian will be able to use more and more funds for charity activities. Maybe it will increase to 8 million, 10 million, or even higher in the future. In the long run, Pei Qian will definitely set up a special charity foundation to manage this money and spend it where it is most needed. But this matter cannot be rushed at the moment. Therefore, Pei Qian plans to start with those around him, at least so that the money can be given to those who really need it. But who exactly to give it to? Pei Qian hasn't thought about it yet. While thinking about it, the phone rang. Pei Qian put down his chopsticks and took a look at the caller ID. It turned out to be his counselor Zhang Wei. Pei Qian was a little surprised. The last time Zhang Wei called, he asked Pei Qian to help put in a few good words to the leaders of Fei Huang Studio and help solve the employment problems of several of his seniors. Pei Qian thought he had found a treasure and happily arranged for them to reach the end. And then nothing happened. Zhang Wei called again this time. What could it be? Pei Qian is now a sophomore and still has no position in the school. This year's grades are probably the same as last year's at best. There is no chance of him getting a scholarship or being selected for excellence, and other things are even more impossible. Could it be that he has to solve the employment problems of a group of seniors again? No, it's only November, and it's not graduation season yet? Puzzled, Pei Qian answered the phone. Hello? Teacher Zhang? Zhang Wei on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, and his tone was a little complicated. Pei Qian, should I call you Pei President now? Pei Qian? Something feels wrong. Is the truth exposed? Zhang Wei also stayed in school as a counselor after graduating from his senior year. In terms of age, he is only 5 or 6 years older than Pei Qian, and can be regarded as a peer, so although they don't interact much, they are basically like friends. Zhang Wei also often pays out of his own pocket to treat some boys of the same grade to dinner and drinks, so Pei Qian has a good impression of Zhang Wei. But this phone call today made Pei Qian feel that there was something wrong. Pei Qian had previously told Zhang Wei that he had found a part-time job at Fei Huang Studio, and Zhang Wei obviously did not doubt it. But this time, Zhang Wei called Pei Qian Boss Pei, which was a big problem. Pei Qian smiled. Teacher Zhang, what are you kidding? When did I become Boss Pei? Zhang Wei was angry and amused. You are still pretending. If Zhu Xingyan hadn't come back to see me recently and talked to me about you, I would still be kept in the dark by you. After all this time, you are the boss of Tenda, and Fei Huang Studio has many industries that belong to you. You are really good. You have quietly built such a big company in more than a year, and you are so low-key. There are actually few people around you who know about it. If it were someone else, they would have made a little money and boasted about it to the whole school. But you have built such a big company, but you are hiding it like a thief. Pei Qian. No. The matter is exposed. Pei Qian has tried to reduce the number of times he shows up at the finish line, but he can't hide it forever. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Teacher Zhang, you know I'm a low-key person. I just want to live a normal campus life. I don't want to be in class and suddenly have seniors rush into the classroom to apply for a job with me. That would be too magical. Zhang Wei was somewhat speechless. Is this the brain circuit of a business genius? It's really different. Okay, since you said so, then as a teacher, I will definitely keep the secret for you, and you don't have to worry about your normal life being affected. But next year's graduation season, will you still have to help your teacher Zhang? I heard from Zhu Xingyan that you arranged them to the end point, and now the website is very profitable. You see, this is a win-win situation. The school provides you with talents, and you provide jobs for seniors. The employment rate here has also increased, and the efficiency of your company has also increased. How great! Pei Qian. On the surface, it looks really good, but forget it, it's hard to say. Pei Qian really doesn't want to accept any more seniors, it's too hard to bear. If I come up with another end point, I will not be able to survive. Although the current end point does not make too much money, it is still a burden after all. Mr. Pei doesn't want more burdens. However, it is not easy to refuse this matter directly. After all, Zhang Wei is right. This matter is a win-win situation for the school, individuals, and enterprises from all aspects. What reason can Pei Qian find to refuse? Pei Qian thought of the recruitment exam that was set before and came up with an idea. Teacher Zhang, it's like this. You also know that Tenda has received a lot of attention recently due to some unexpected reasons, so the company just set up rules and regulations a while ago. Our company now requires exams for all job seekers to be screened through a unified entrance exam. I can't just make an exception for a rule, right? Zhang Wei, is that so? That's a pity. Okay, since it's a new rule, I won't force it. I'll talk to the seniors this year and ask them to prepare for your company's exams in advance. Pei Qian thought of another thing. By the way, Teacher Zhang, although I can't directly, I'm not hired, but I have some other things I can do to help my alma mater. First of all, there is the entrance examination. At that time, I hope to find some graduate students to help mark the papers. I will definitely give them enough hard work compensation. Zhang Wei, that's easy. Anyway, the marking of college entrance examinations and civil servants is basically arranged by the school. Graduate students are marking. Now it's nothing more than staggering the time to help your company mark. I will report it to the leaders of the college, and it should be no problem. Pei Qian continued, also, I want to donate some money to the poor students of the school. Zhang Wei, that's good, but how do you plan to donate? According to the list of poor students in the school? Pei Qian shook his head. I hope to check the school's campus card system and screen out a group of students who spend a lot of money in the school cafeteria every month, but the amount of money spent each time is not high, and then the school will screen the actual economic situation of these students. For all poor students who can be identified, 500 yuan will be provided every month in the next 5 months to ensure their basic living. There are 2,000 places in total. Zhang Wei was silent for a moment. Okay, I thank you on behalf of these students. Chapter 337, Share your job hunting experience? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei was a little emotional. Although he has not been a counselor for too long, he has heard of and seen many outstanding students. For example, they completed all the college credits in 2 or 3 years, wrote programs that were included in school textbooks, and took important work in the core positions of large companies. During college, they represented the country to win major chess championships many times. Dedicated to scientific research, published many academic papers, and obtained many patent authorizations. Donated to many poor students and were enthusiastic about public welfare. Won many international design awards and was offered an offer in advance by large domestic companies. Faced with danger, he bravely took the kitchen knife from the criminal. Universities are places full of talents. As a key university in the country, Handong University has an endless stream of outstanding students every year. In such an environment, many ordinary students are prone to psychological problems. In high school, everyone was a genius in the class, but when they arrived at college, they found that everyone around them was better than themselves. Some students with a fragile mentality found it difficult to withstand such a blow. Therefore, for Zhang Wei, no matter how outstanding his students are, he would not be too surprised. But someone like Pei Qian quietly started a company during his freshman year, and quietly worked for more than a year, and he has such an amazing scale. This is really too outrageous, completely beyond Zhang Wei's imagination, and also subverted his common sense. What is even more commendable is that his student is not ostentatious or showy. The first thing he did after making money was to take out a huge sum of 5 million for charity to help those students in the school who are in difficult circumstances. It is really admirable. Zhang Wei is going to make a report to the college leaders, and then report to the school leaders. The school will definitely fully cooperate and strongly support such a good thing that can help poor students. The quota of 5 million has been solved, and there is no need to worry about it during this period. In fact, Pei Qian can also wait until the last moment of the settlement period to spend the 5 million, which may have a better effect of spending money suddenly. However, Pei Qian thought about it again. This 5 million yuan can effectively change the living conditions of many needy students. If the money is donated one day earlier, these students may be able to have one more full meal. Therefore, it is best to make the money work as soon as possible and donate it shortly after the cycle begins. After lunch, Pei Qian went to the company first. He talked to Assistant Qian about cooperating with the school to donate money, and then he would let Assistant Qian contact the relevant departments of the school. Pei Qian just wanted to ensure that the money could be quietly transferred to the campus cards of every poor student, and he didn't want to make a big fuss, so there was no need to go through those complicated procedures, and he could just leave it to Assistant Qian. Then, Pei Qian went to the Human Resources Department to ask about the Tenda recruitment exam. The original plan was to recruit in May and November every year, but this year was the first recruitment, and the time was relatively tight. Now it is November 22nd, and all the recruitment work has not been completed. However, there is another week, and it will be almost done, and it is expected that the formal recruitment exam will be held next week. Pei Qian confirmed the preparations for the recruitment exam with Hao Yun, and added 2 more points. The first is the recruitment marking work, and graduate students from Handong University will be recruited to help. These people are the main force of the work. However, the leaders of each marking group must still be Tenda employees to prevent cheating. The Human Resources Department must coordinate this work. Secondly, although Tenda currently requires everyone to take an exam, as the boss, Pei Qian certainly has the power to skip all procedures and directly recruit people. This special channel for direct recruitment by the boss must be well preserved. He took another look at the situation of the project team. Currently, GOG is still in the early stages of development, and most of the designs are still in the design documents, and not much can be seen. Including the work of buying character IPs and doing character original painting concept design, which are relatively scattered and nothing worth paying attention to. Pei Qian paid special attention to Bao Su's status. It seems that although Bao Su's hair is getting longer and longer, his work enthusiasm is getting less and less. Pei Qian stole a few glances and only saw him playing games, never saw him writing documents or modifying editors, which is undoubtedly a good phenomenon. Well, it seems that Bao Su has changed his ways, and the travel therapy has a significant effect. Pei Qian is very satisfied with this. The next selection of outstanding employees will be on February 1st, and it is unknown who will take over the baton from Bao Su and win the grand prize of traveling around the world. Pei Qian found that his attention to the second place of outstanding employees has exceeded the first place. But then again, the next selection of outstanding employees will make some changes. The previous selection of outstanding employees was limited to the Tenda game department, which led to the elimination of the first place, which was basically the main planner of Tenda's game department. This is also normal. After all, the chief planner has the most work and the greatest responsibility in the game department. In the eyes of other employees, he has contributed the most, so naturally he has become the most dangerous position. Pei Qian thought about it and decided that this would not work. It's not that I can't bear to part with these main planners. The key is that so many main planners have been eliminated one after another, but there is still no improvement. At present, Tenda Group has blossomed in many places, and it is no longer supported by the game department alone. For President Pei, this situation is probably called smoke of war. In this case, the selection of outstanding employees should definitely be expanded to the entire Tenda Group, including other industries, and the outstanding employees in them should also be included in the selection. Pei Qian thought about it and simply went directly to the TPDB website to do an internal vote. On the day of the selection of outstanding employees, he would send a notification to everyone in the department, and the system would automatically give the selection results. While thinking about it, Pei Qian received a message from Zhu Xiaozi. President Pei, the actor's makeup photos are ready, please take a look. Lu Jiao's makeup photo may be a little too handsome. Will it be inconsistent with his personality? Should he be made ugly and vicissitudes? There are several photos below. The first one is Zhang Zuding. He was wearing a fancy, futuristic costume, with a confident smile on his face, as if the words "successful person" were written on his face, but there was a hint of cunning in his expression. The second photo is Lu Jiao. His costume looked much simpler, with a single gray and white tone all over his body, and the style was too simple, even shabby. Although both of them play the role of future people, Zhang Zuding plays the role of a judge, a rich man, and the clothes he wears naturally have to reflect this. The male protagonist played by Lu Jiao is just a poor guy who can only wear the simplest clothes. However, although this set of clothes looks too simple and even shabby, it still can't hide Lu Jiao's handsomeness. It can be seen that the makeup artist did not make too much of Lu Jiao, but because Lu Jiao himself is very handsome, even without special makeup and fine-tuning, the clothes he wears are not very handsome, but this appearance can still not be hidden. Pei Qian thought about it and replied, "That's it." Pei Qian was afraid that making Lu Jiao ugly with makeup would damage his box office poison attribute. Continue to look down, there are also makeup photos of the heroine. Pei Qian has never seen this heroine before. She has a round face and big eyes, and two shallow dimples when she smiles. In a more fashionable way, it is a standard first love face. Pei Qian searched her name Lin Rui but found nothing. It seemed that this was probably some unknown new actress who didn't even have any works. After looking through the photos, Pei Qian felt that the overall costumes and props of the movie were quite good. It was obvious that director Zhu Xiaozi had put a lot of effort into these aspects. Pei Qian was a little worried at first, but then he thought that this movie was also based on the plot. Even if the costumes and special effects were a little better, it would be nothing more than a beautifully packaged poison. It would not be a big deal. November 25th, Thursday. Today is Thanksgiving Day, and it is also the day when the welfare benefits for poor students were originally scheduled to be distributed. The data of these poor students were selected from the school's campus card system. After verification by the school, all of them are students with difficult lives. The 500 yuan will be directly transferred to the campus card, and there will be no publicity or notification. Only when the person concerned feels that the balance on the card is not right and asks the teacher at the campus card recharge counter, will he get an answer. In the office of Counselor Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei handed Pei Qian a list. This is a list of graduate students who have experience in marking papers. There are graduates from all colleges. We have already informed them in advance. When the time comes, you can arrange for someone to contact them directly. As for the remuneration, there is really no need to pay 300 yuan a day. This standard is a bit too high. You have already donated 5 million to the school, and these graduate students are basically your seniors. After hearing about this, they were very moved. Many of them are willing to help mark the papers for free. Pei Qian hurriedly shook his head, that won't work. You have to pay the right amount. How can you take advantage of your acquaintances? Marking papers is a very tiring job, and it's a very intensive job. How can I let down my seniors? Okay, Teacher Zhang, I'll leave if I have nothing else to do. Zhang Wei raised his hand, don't worry, Mr. Pei, if you have nothing else to do, sit here for a while and chat a little. Pei Qian. Teacher Zhang, don't call me Mr. Pei anymore, I can't stand it. Zhang Wei smiled, okay, then I'll still call you Pei Qian in the future. I've been thinking about giving you a special lecture these 2 days. Pei Qian was confused, special lecture? Teacher Zhang, please stop making trouble. What can I talk about? I'm lucky if I don't fail this semester. Zhang Wei laughed smile, humble. Pei Qian, humility is a virtue, but being too humble is not good. You can build such a big company in more than a year. You are a rare business genius. You know, many of your seniors in the 4th year and even the 3rd year of graduate school are still worried about finding a job. Of course, your company has a special process for recruitment, and I can't force you to arrange jobs for these seniors. But, can you take time out of your busy schedule to come and give a lecture and tell the seniors about your job hunting experience? Pei Qian was a little speechless. Job hunting experience? Teacher Zhang, I have never applied for a job, where can I get any job hunting experience? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, oh, that's right. You are starting a business, not looking for a job. So you can talk about your entrepreneurial experience? Pei Qian. The two looked at each other in silence. Pei Qian really didn't know how to talk about this. What entrepreneurial experience do you have? When President Pei came on stage, he said, today I will tell you about my entrepreneurial experience. First, you need to get a system. Is this reasonable? But Pei Qian thought about it, and he really didn't have a good reason to refuse this request. He couldn't say that he was too busy, and couldn't even spare an hour or two, right? Pei Qian had to think about it seriously. I'll think about it again. The main reason is that I'm not good at speaking. If I really can't do it, I'll let the backbone employees in the company talk about it, and it's the same. Zhang Wei nodded, that's fine. But it's better for you to come and talk in person, it will be more convincing. Pei Qian laughed in his heart, convincing ghost. Chapter 338, How can you be superstitious about this kind of metaphysics? The two were chatting when someone knocked on the door. Zhang, Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry I'm 2 minutes late. My shoelaces broke on the way. Pei Qian subconsciously looked at the watch. It was just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The college office often arranges students to be on duty, mainly to help counselors and other teachers run errands and do some odd jobs within their ability. This student should be helping in Zhang Wei's office. Zhang Wei didn't care at all, as if he had been mentally prepared. It's okay, don't worry if you encounter special circumstances next time. It doesn't matter if you are late for a few minutes. The main thing is to ensure your own safety. Pei Qian turned his head and saw a tall girl wearing a thick winter school uniform coming in from outside. She looked about 1.7 meters tall, and her lower body was wearing a pair of washed-out jeans and a pair of sneakers. The shoelace of one of her shoes was broken. Many universities do not have school uniforms, and Handong University does not have them either. The school uniform this girl is wearing is obviously the high school uniform. It is almost December now and winter has arrived. Many people have already started wearing fin-down jackets. The ability of this school uniform to keep out the cold is quite worrying. The girl's hands and face were indeed red from the cold, but she looked like she was used to it. Oh, that's right, Ishu, this is the senior who put 500 yuan into your meal card. The girl was a little flustered and bowed slightly. Thank you, senior. Pei Qian said no while looking at Zhang Wei blankly. Zhang Wei introduced, this is a freshman in our college, Tang Ishu, who is also in your funding plan. Hey, no need to water the flowers, no need to water the flowers. Tang Ishu originally picked up the spray bottle next to her to water the flowers, but was stopped by Zhang Wei. Tang Ishu was a little at a loss, pinching her fingers and asked, then, is there anything else that Teacher Zhang needs help with? Zhang Wei handed her a document on the table. Run an errand for me, send these to be stamped, and be careful on the road. Tang Yixu nodded, took the document and took a look, then lowered her head and went out. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why did she emphasize safety? Zhang Wei smiled helplessly. Didn't you hear her? My shoelaces broke when I came here, and I don't know what will happen on the way to run errands. Pei Qian, ? Zhang Wei said, on her first day on duty, she watered a pot of green radish on my desk. I don't know why, but the leaves turned yellow the next day. I tried very hard to add nutrient soil and expose it to the sun, and finally it came back to life. I don't know what's wrong with this child. She always has some very strange things happen to her, such as stepping on a stone and falling, and clothes being blown away by the wind when drying. These are commonplace things. The most outrageous thing is that she called the restaurant to make the reservation for the class dinner before, and we clearly heard the waiter say that it was booked. When we went there, we found that the waiter had forgotten about it. Although the restaurant gave her a fruit plate, we never dared to let her do such things again. But she is very serious about her work and studies very hard. Her family conditions are not very good, so I arranged for her to take over the shift and get a little salary. However, I dare not let her do too much work now. I am worried that she will bump into something if I ask her to run errands. Pei Qian was shocked. Is there such a thing? Zhang Wei nodded. Yes, some classmates teased her and gave her the nickname lying and losing. Although it sounds a bit excessive, it is indeed difficult to explain all this from a scientific point of view. Pei Qian said righteously, Teacher Zhang, we are all highly educated people, how can we be superstitious about this kind of metaphysics? Ahem, if you don't mind, I can consider giving her a part-time job. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. Really? That's great. In fact, she doesn't make much money when she's on duty here. I wanted to give her some money privately, but she said she didn't want anything. If you have a suitable part-time job for her, that would be great. Don't worry, she's just a little unlucky. Whether it's studying or behavior, she's one of the most reliable freshmen in our college. Pei Qian was not interested in the latter part, but was very interested in the part about luck. As the two were chatting, Tang Yixu came back with a stamped document in her hand. But for some reason, a small red bump appeared on her forehead. Zhang Wei took the file. What happened to your forehead? Tang Yixu said a little embarrassedly, I was running a little too fast and accidentally hit the glass door. Teacher Zhang, don't worry, the door is fine, and I'm fine too. Zhang Wei was a little amused. You care if the door is fine, as long as you are fine. What are you holding in your hand? Tang Yixu was holding a paper bag in her hand and handed it to Pei Qian with both hands. Senior, this is for you. Thank you. Pei Qian took it and looked at it in confusion, and found that there was a scarf inside. Although it was solid color, it was obvious that it was hand-woven, which was very different from the scarves sold in shopping malls. Pei Qian looked down at the turtleneck sweater he was wearing and the thick down jacket he wore because the office was too hot, and then he remembered the business car waiting for him at the west gate outside the school. Then he looked at Tang Yixu, who was still cold and red in her thick school uniform. Pei Qian said sincerely, I think you need this scarf more. Tang Yixu waved her hand hurriedly. No, senior, you keep it, I will knit another one in 2 days. Zhang Wei smiled. Pei Qian, you keep it, she is just like this, she doesn't like to accept favors from others. Yixu, you don't have to come to my duty in the future, your senior will find you a part-time job, and you can also earn more. Ah? Tang Yixu's big eyes were full of confusion. Why are you still standing there? Go, listen to your senior to arrange a job for you, and you don't have to come to my duty in the future. Zhang Wei waved his hand and continued to work. Tang Yixu was sold out by the counselor for no reason, so she had to follow Pei Qian silently and leave the college office building. As Pei Qian walked, he thought about what kind of job he should arrange for Tang Yixu. Although theoretically he just brought her back to the company as a mascot, he still had to find her some work on the surface. She couldn't just sit in the company every day, right? What kind of work should he find? Pei Qian was thinking, and suddenly he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Tang Yishu reacted quickly and supported Pei Qian, saving him from falling flat on his face. Pei Qian was still a little shocked. Thank you. Tang Yishu's face flushed. You're welcome, I'm used to it. I'm sorry, senior. Pei Qian looked down and found that the shoelaces on his right foot had untied at some point. Just now, when he was walking on the road, his left foot stepped on the shoelaces on his right foot, which almost caused him to fall. Pei Qian couldn't help but fall into silence. Is there really such a metaphysics in the world? Is there such a mysterious lucky star that is born unlucky and spreads its influence to the surrounding areas? Tang Yishu supported Pei Qian, and after he stood firm, she quietly stood aside, very consciously keeping a distance of more than 1 meter from Pei Qian, probably because she was afraid that Pei Qian would be affected by her again. Pei Qian was not angry at all, but very happy. Come on, come with me. The two walked towards the west gate of the school. There are many small shops outside the west gate, one of which sells scratch cards, which are the kind that cost 10 or 20 yuan a ticket and can win many prizes. Pei Qian brought Tang Yishu to this small shop and took out 200 yuan without saying a word. Boss, give me 10. After getting the scratch cards, Pei Qian looked at Tang Yishu, who was standing at the door a little awkwardly, and fell into a brief thought. After thinking about it, Pei Qian decided not to give these scratch cards to Tang Yishu first, but to scratch them himself first. Good or bad luck also needs a reference. Seeing Pei Qian about to scratch the lottery ticket, Tang Yishu stepped back subconsciously, more than 2 meters away from Pei Qian. Pei Qian didn't say anything, and started scratching the lottery ticket. 5 yuan. 10 yuan. 50. The more Pei Qian scratched, the darker his face became. Sure enough, I am a European emperor. I scratched out more than 300 yuan from a 200 yuan scratch-off ticket, and I really made a profit. Pei Qian had long felt that there was a big problem with his luck, otherwise why would it be so difficult to lose some money? He handed the scratch-off tickets directly to the store owner, exchanged them all for scratch-off tickets. Tickets below 5,000 yuan can be redeemed directly at the sales outlets, and if they exceed 5,000 yuan, they must go to the Welfare Lottery Distribution Center to redeem the prize. Pei Qian exchanged the money for scratch-off tickets again, and then called Tang Yishu over. You scratch it. Tang Yishu shook her head vigorously. No, senior, this won't work, I have bad luck. Pei Qian stuffed the scratch card directly into her hand. It's okay, just listen to me and scratch it. Tang Yishu pursed her lips. Senior, this is more than 300 yuan. However, under Pei Qian's gaze, she could only reluctantly scratch it on the counter. Pei Qian watched carefully at the side. 1, 2, 3. Since Tang Yishu started, her winning rate has been declining sharply, and she often fails to win for several consecutive tickets. Every time Tang Yishu scratched a few tickets, she would stop and look at Pei Qian, with tears in her eyes. Pei Qian made a come-on gesture, signaling her to continue. After scratching half of the tickets, there were only a few winning tickets, and each ticket was worth 10 yuan, which could be said to be a huge loss. Okay, stop. Pei Qian said. Tang Yishu felt as if she had been pardoned and stopped immediately. Pei Qian took the remaining scratch tickets. Tang Yishu was about to retreat 3 meters around Pei Qian, but was stopped by Pei Qian. Just stand here. Pei Qian continued to scratch. This time, after scratching 7 or 8 tickets in a row, she didn't win a single prize. Tang Yishu couldn't help but want to retreat, but every time she made a small move, Pei Qian would look at her, and she didn't dare to move. Finally, all the scratch tickets worth more than 300 yuan were scratched. Pei Qian counted the winning scratch tickets, a total of 120 yuan, and more than half of them were scratched after Pei Qian got started. This luck is visibly declining. After scratching all these scratch tickets, Pei Qian was exhausted and handed them to the boss to cash in the prize. Tang Yishu stood aside, pinching her fingers anxiously, looking very distressed. Pei Qian didn't believe in metaphysics before, but now he does. He paid out 200 yuan and got back 120 yuan. Although 80 yuan of it was used to contribute to the welfare lottery, Pei Qian was overjoyed. Here you go. Pei Qian handed the remaining 120 yuan to Tang Yishu, but Tang Yishu pouted and shook her head. You are really stubborn. You won't accept other people's benefits for nothing. Pei Qian had no choice but to collect the money and leave the store with Tang Yishu. 5 minutes after the two left, the owner collected a pile of on-winning scratch cards and prepared to throw them away. A student from Handong University passed by and wanted to come in to buy a bottle of water. He happened to see a pile of discarded scratch cards on the table. Scratch cards? IQ tax. Someone actually bought so many. The buddy muttered, expressing his disdain for the matter. However, after buying the water, he hesitated for a long time and still took out 20 yuan to buy one. As a result, as soon as he scratched it, his eyes widened. Fuck, 100,000 yuan. Chapter 339 Encouraging Master Yin Tang. Walking out of the store at the west gate, Pei Qian walked very carefully, always paying attention to whether there were stones under his feet, or whether his shoelaces had untied again. Tang Yishu followed him with her head down. Although she didn't know what specific job she was going to do, she didn't dare to ask more. Just passing by a milk tea shop, Pei Qian bought a cup of iced milk tea and a cup of hot milk tea, and then handed the hot cup to Tang Yishu. Tang Yishu was a little embarrassed, but at Pei Qian's insistence, she still took the milk tea and held it to warm her hands. Do you have any hobbies? For example, playing the piano? Singing? Painting? Pei Qian asked tentatively, but Tang Yishu shook her head silently and denied all these options. Pei Qian thought about it, and it was true. With Tang Yishu's family conditions, it was good enough to be able to go to school. Where would she get the money to expand these hobbies? But the question is, what kind of job should I arrange for her? Pei Qian recruited Tang Yishu to be a mascot. Since she had a very special aura effect, he could just put her in the center of the office and change the luck in the office for a long time. There was no need to let her take charge of some specific work. After all, Tang Yishu is very smart and good at studying. She should be able to get started quickly when she really starts working. President Pei doesn't want to be stabbed in the back by the top student again. However, she has to find some work to do. How about you go to the company and help me water the flowers? Pei Qian thought, just follow the momentum of this girl who almost watered the green radish in Zhang Wei's office to death. It shouldn't be a problem to kill all the potted plants in Tenda. Then I can buy a new batch and spend some more money, which is good. Tang Yishu waved her hand hurriedly. No, senior, I can't raise plants. Since I was a child, whether it's animals or plants I raise, they will get sick inexplicably, except cats. Cats? Pei Qian thought about it. Cats are also okay. Coincidentally, there is a pet hospital nearby. Come with me. Tang Yishu, holding milk tea, followed Pei Qian again and entered the pet hospital not far away. This pet hospital is very small, with only 3 consulting rooms and 1 operating room, mainly serving people who keep pets in the surrounding areas. There are often stray cats around here. Students in the school or idle ants in the district often bring these stray cats here for treatment or sterilization. Many stray cats will be adopted, but some are not wanted and can only be kept in the pet hospital. Pei Qian came to the pet hospital and asked, have there been any stray cats sent here recently? The young female doctor on duty at the front desk said, "Yes, someone sent a black cat here before. It was vaccinated and sterilized a while ago, and it was bathed a few days ago. Sir, do you want to adopt it? This cat is very cute, but it's not as cute as it grew up." Pei Qian nodded. "Let me see." The female doctor led Pei Qian and Tangishu inside. In the cage in the corner was a black cat with short hair and black all over, except for its 4 paws, which were white. Although the black cat's eyes were open, the eyeballs were perfectly hidden, and it was difficult to tell whether it was sleeping or awake. This cat looked at least half a year old, and it was not as cute as a kitten. Maybe this was one of the reasons why no one wanted to adopt it. The conditions in the pet hospital were limited, so most of the time it had to be kept in a cage, for fear that it would get lost if it was let out. It also ate cat food of poor quality, so it didn't look fat. Pei Qian asked, "Is it a male or female?" The female doctor replied, "It's a male." Pei Qian, "Very good." He turned to look at Tangishu, "Do you like it?" Tangishu nodded, "As long as it's a cat, I like it." Pei Qian turned to look at the female doctor, "Okay, I'll take the cat away. Please prepare cat bags, cat food, canned food, and a litter box for me. These things can be purchased online," but it was a bit too late, and Pei Qian was too lazy to bother, so he bought them here at the pet hospital. It was a little expensive. The female doctor didn't ask much, and immediately asked the 2 male doctors to pack up. She could see that Pei Qian didn't look like he was short of money, and the cat's living environment would not be bad, and Tangishu looked like a kind-hearted girl, and she didn't worry about the cat being abused. Soon, everything was packed up. The female doctor put the cat in the cat bag. It was quite well behaved and motionless, but its 2 shiny black glasses kept staring at Tangishu. Pei Qian paid the bill, put the cat bag on his chest, carried the cat litter box and a bag of cat litter in his left hand, and carried the cat food in his right hand, and walked out of the pet hospital. Tangishu helped to carry the cat cans and the food and water bowls. The cat kept staring at Tangishu next to it. Pei Qian was speechless. "It was me who redeemed you, okay." The company's business car was parked at a nearby restaurant. Sun was in the car and saw President Pei carrying a cat bag and so many things in both hands. He was a little confused and hurried to help. After stuffing all the things into the trunk, Pei Qian put the cat bag in the back seat, motioned Tangishu to sit in the back, and sat in the co-pilot seat. "Let's go back to the company." Sitting in the car, Tangishu seemed a little embarrassed. She looked at the cat in the cat bag next to her from time to time. The man and the cat looked at each other through the cat bag. Soon, they arrived at the company. After parking the car in the underground garage, Sun carried cat food, cat litter boxes, and other miscellaneous items and helped deliver them to the company. Pei Qian walked in front with Tangishu. Tangishu quickly followed Pei Qian's steps and said, "Senior, what kind of job do I do?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "Well, encourager." Tangishu was a little surprised. "Ah? Encourager? But, senior, I'm not very good at talking, and I'm not very good at encouraging people. What should I do?" Pei Qian looked at her and said, "Listen to me, your position is an encourager, a poop shoveler." After pointing at the cat, Pei Qian said, "It is the encourager. I will reserve a separate workstation for you in the company. Come here when you don't have classes, and be responsible for cleaning its poop, feeding it canned food, and seeing it through the doctor. As for salary, because it's a part-time job, I can only give you 3,000 yuan per month for the time being. After cleaning the poop and feeding it, if you don't have anything else to do, you can sit here and read books or surf the internet. You can come and go freely." Tangishu was shocked. Too much. Pei Qian shook his head. "This is the salary of our company, come with me." The two took the elevator and came to Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. After coming out of the elevator, Pei Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. We did not encounter any problems along the way, such as car tire blowouts, brake failures, or elevator power outages. It seems that the halo effect attached to Tang Yishu is still relatively limited, and it does not have such terrible destructive power. Come to think of it, if Tang Yishu is really the kind of person who has accidents wherever she goes, how could she grow up safely? At most, she has some bad luck, and it can affect the luck of those around her. But Pei Qian is more satisfied with this. Because what Pei Qian needs now is this kind of bad luck. If it is a big bad luck, such as brake failure when riding in a car, engine fire when riding in an airplane, etc., it would be too terrible, and Pei Qian would be very worried about the safety of himself and his employees. But this kind of bad luck can, without endangering the safety of Pei Qian and his employees, reverse the unfavorable situation of Pei's money-making to the greatest extent. Because Pei Qian knows very well that many of his successes are actually due to some coincidences. For example, the reason why Lonely Desert Highway became popular at the beginning was because this game was discovered by Mr. Chiao. If Pei Qian's luck was a little worse, and Mr. Chiao didn't find it, wouldn't there be so many things? Luck is a thing that sometimes can be described as a matter of a hair's breadth. If a tiny link doesn't happen, the domino effect may not happen, and Mr. Pei's plan to lose money may not be successfully achieved. So, this level of bad luck can be just right. After entering the company, Sun put down a lot of things in his hands. Pei Qian opened the cat bag and put the things out. Li saw the cat and immediately put down his work and rushed over. "Hey, President Pei, where did this cat come from? So cute." Other employees in the company also gathered around and surrounded the black cat in an instant. The black cat walked with 4 snow-white paws, not afraid of strangers, and walked around and sniffed everywhere. Pei Qian smiled and said, "Everyone has been working too hard recently, so I specially hired an encourager. This guy will be your encourager in the future. When you are tired from work, you can stroke the cat to relieve fatigue. Also, this is Tang Yishu. She will also be a new member of the company in the future. She is mainly responsible for taking care of our encourager." Tang Yishu lowered her head. "Hello everyone." Hearing that President Pei also specially assigned a poop shoveler to the cat, everyone was a little shocked. After all, things like shoveling poop and feeding cats do not require a dedicated person to be responsible. Everyone can just feed them when they are tired from work. However, everyone realized that Mr. Pei's words might be a joke, and they all speculated that the real duties of this girl who looked quite shy might be responsible for some other work. Li asked, "Mr. Pei, what is the name of this guy?" Pei Qian then remembered that he had not named it yet. After thinking for 2 seconds, Pei Qian said, "Let's call it Tang. Li huh? Tang happened to be inspecting Bao Su's workstation at this time, turned his head and gave Pei Qian a contemptuous look, and meowed twice in protest. "Look, it likes this name very much." Pei Qian ignored Tang's protest. His eyes quickly swept across the entire office area, and quickly determined the center of the entire office area. Pei Qian thought, if Tang Yishu sat in this position, her aura effect should be able to radiate to the entire company, right? Chapter 340, Guardian of Justice, Modest. This is exactly Zhang Kong's workstation, which is where LV Mingliang used to sit. Pei Qian led Tang Yishu to this workstation. "This will be your workstation from now on. When you have nothing to do, you can sit here and do whatever you want. Okay, go take care of the motivator first." Tang Yishu nodded and quietly went to pack up cat food and cat litter boxes. Li and many other employees also like Tang very much, but Tang has just arrived in an unfamiliar environment and is obviously not used to it. He soon hid behind a money tree and didn't want to come out. Everyone watched for a while and returned to their workstations to continue working. Pei Qian paid special attention to Bao Su's state and found that he was still playing the game seriously. Even if Yin Tang walked by his feet, he didn't even look at him. He was quite focused. President Pei was very satisfied with this. However, just as Pei Qian was about to return to his office, he saw Li Yada answering a phone call, and then he asked in surprise, "Ah? The copyright is not for sale?" Pei Qian immediately stopped and asked, with pretended concern, "What's wrong?" Li Yada hung up and said speechlessly, Nothing. I was talking to a copyright holder in China about a character IP of an old animation. We were talking well, but the other party suddenly called me just now. They don't want to sell it anymore." Pei Qian, huh? Why don't they sell it anymore? Li Yada was also confused. I don't know either. It's just that the original author doesn't want to sell it. They won't sell it anymore, even if you pay more. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel surprised. Look. The effect is immediate. As soon as Tangishu was brought back, her luck turned around immediately. Pei Qian tried to suppress his happy mood and comforted her. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Buying IP is a matter of fate. If you really can't buy enough IP characters, you can still create original characters. Our company has so many employees. Just pick a few employees and make them the prototypes of heroes in the game. Pei Qian thought, anyway, this game is also for IOI to be cannon fodder. It is destined to lose money, so why not let the employees entertain themselves and make them all heroes in it? How great! Li Yada thought for a moment and said, then, Mr. Pei, can I put you in the game? Pei Qian nodded, of course. Li Yada said, maybe I can do some artistic modification and recreate the image, is that okay? Pei Qian waved his hand, no problem, absolutely no problem. Just do whatever you want. Okay. Li Yada returned to her seat with her chest high. Pei Qian glanced at Tangishu, who was busy feeding Yin Tang, and returned to the office with satisfaction. Li Yada opened a new document and decided to design a special hero for President Pei now. First of all, the positioning of this hero should be a tank. Because President Pei is like a big tree, his majestic figure protects Tengda's employees from wind and rain. Therefore, this hero should be set to be taller, stronger, and more reliable. President Pei has always been striving for excellence in quality and has always spared no expense. Therefore, his passive skill should be able to use extra money to create more powerful equipment. President Pei is an entrepreneur with dreams. He always enters the sunset field that others do not look forward to with dignity, and works hard in this field, and gets rewards with his talents. The more competitors and water troops slander him from behind, the greater achievements President Pei will achieve. So his first skill should include both active and passive effects. The passive effect is that you can accumulate bounties by finishing off enemies, which symbolizes that he works diligently in a certain field. When you are attacked to a certain extent and get a kill assist, the accumulated bounties will be converted into extra money, and when attacked from the back, there is a certain chance to inspire fighting spirit, improve defense, and sprinkle a large number of golden attack effects around, causing damage to the enemy and a slight deceleration effect. Active release of skills can also cause the same effect. Mr. Pei strictly controls time and never allows employees to work overtime. For employees who secretly work overtime, they must be forced out of the office area. Therefore, Mr. Pei's second skill should be to cause a repulse effect on enemies in the fan-shaped area and prevent anyone from entering the area again for a period of time. Mr. Pei is keen to open up new areas. One after another, excellent employees go to take charge of new businesses and have achieved remarkable results. Therefore, Mr. Pei's third skill should be to throw a friendly unit a distance, and after landing, it will cause a small amount of damage and deceleration effect to enemy units within the range. Finally, the reason why Mr. Pei can continue to become stronger and make progress is due to his constant spurring himself. Therefore, Mr. Pei's ultimate move is self-spurring, which greatly improves the movement speed, improves his own blood volume and resistance, and frequently causes a small amount of damage from the back to himself, which can frequently trigger the passive effect of the first skill. Then, Liada decided to design a unique image for Mr. Pei. Since he is a tank hero, he must be tall and majestic, a giant with broad shoulders and strong arms at the same time. Because he is often attacked by enemies from behind, his back should be filled with various weapons, including knives, swords, daggers, spears, etc. It feels like the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara with Buddha's light shining everywhere, and the Peacock King who is a combination of gods and demons. When suffering attacks from the back, this hero should continuously release the attack effects of golden weapons to the surroundings. Finally, the name of this hero. Guardian of Justice, Modest. Modest is actually modest, which is the English word for modesty. Liada believes that Mr. Pei is a humble person, and this word can well express his noble character. After reading the design draft, Liada was very satisfied. Well, make the original painting as soon as possible. I believe Mr. Pei will be very happy to see his exclusive hero appear in GOG, right? However, Liada also knows that players will not necessarily call this hero Guardian of Justice or Modest, and will most likely give him a new nickname. I just don't know what players will call this hero. I'm looking forward to GOG's early launch. In the office, Pei Qian was watching a drama while listening to the noise outside. Yin Tang, come here quickly, I'll give you some dried fish. Hey! Why is our water dispenser suddenly leaking? Call us for repair. Fuck, why is the bug that was just fixed going wrong again? Have you submitted the art resource requirements? I'll revise it. In the normal work communication, there are some strange conversations from time to time. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. Tang Yishu's halo effect is really immediate. Okay, let her play a role in the company all the time, come to the company whenever she has something to do. This effect may accumulate into a lot, and produce qualitative changes or something? Tang Yishu put the cat litter box, food bowl, water bowl, etc. in place, and watched Yin Tang scratch and pee in the cat litter box with his own eyes, and then carefully returned to his workstation and sat down. When passing by other people's workstations, Tang Yishu carefully avoided them, as if she was afraid that being too close to others would bring bad luck. Fortunately, the desks at Tenda are very large and the workstations are far apart, so Tang Yishu is not too uneasy. She carefully sat down on the office chair and was very surprised at how comfortable it was. She carefully leaned back and then curled up a little embarrassedly. She had used computers in computer classes at school, but she had never seen such a grand dual-screen display. The huge desktop felt like it was overwhelming. She carefully tapped the keyboard, and immediately heard a crisp and pleasant click sound, which scared her and she immediately retracted her hand. This sound was much louder than the keyboard in the computer class. However, after seeing that people around her were typing quickly on the keyboard to write documents, Tang Yishu reached out to the keyboard and mouse again, and opened the web page to check the homework assigned by the teacher in the previous computer class. There were all kinds of games installed on the computer, but Tang Yishu didn't know what these colorful desktop icons were at all, and just surfed the internet silently. After a while, she turned her head to look at her forehead. After seeing the black cat playing with the green plants in the office, she felt relieved and turned her eyes to the computer again. At this time, a girl with a round face and big eyes came to her side. Hello? Tang Yishu, right? Tang Yishu hurriedly stood up. Hello. Hao Yun smiled. Oh, no need to stand up. I am Hao Yun from the Human Resources Department. This is your internship contract. The monthly salary is 3,000 yuan, and there is no requirement for working hours. Take a look. If there is no problem, sign it. Tang Yishu took the internship contract and read it from beginning to end. The content of this contract is very simple. There is no pitfall or trap, except that the salary of 3,000 yuan is a bit too high. There are no other problems. Tang Yishu looked up at Hao Yun. The money is a little too much. Hao Yun smiled. Not much, this is the normal salary level of Tenda. Seeing Tang Yishu finish signing the contract, Hao Yun took out a stack of money from his arms, all of which were 100 yuan bills, a total of 10. This is the advance salary that President Pei asked me to give you. Go buy yourself a thick coat. It's getting colder and colder. Although the company's heating is warm, the temperature difference between inside and outside is very large, and it's easy to catch a cold. Come and have the staff meal with us at noon. The food that Moyu takes out is delicious. Okay. Tang Yishu nodded hurriedly, a little at a loss. Although the clothes she wore were very thin, her heart was warm. This should not be just because of the warm wind in the office. November 26th, Friday. Pei Qian took a car to the filming site of beautiful Ming. The filming location of the movie was in a local studio in Qingshan. Because there are not too many big scenes in the whole movie, if you break it down, it is nothing more than a few simple scenes. The capsule space where the male protagonist lives, including the big screen in the space. The exterior scene of the future city space. The scene of the talent show. The male protagonist's mansion. These scenes are not difficult to make, as long as the costumes, makeup, and props of each character are made more exquisite, and the scenery is made more technological. Some more complicated scenes can be shot with green screen, and special effects can be added later. Anyway, there won't be many places that need special effects. The capsule space where the male protagonist lives was built quickly. This scene has a large part of the male protagonist's scenes, and they are all one-man shows. Because the scene is simple and easy to shoot, it naturally has a higher priority. While many other scenes are still being built, this one can already start shooting. After arriving at the crew, Pei Qian found Zhu Su and then came to the shooting site. Many staff members were busy. Pei Qian didn't know what they were doing, and he was embarrassed to ask more, so he followed Zhu Su silently. Zhu Su probably thought that Mr. Pei was here to inspect, so he was very energetic and directed the staff to do their duties and get ready. In fact, Pei Qian came here simply to watch. After all, he had never seen a movie being made, and it felt very fresh. It is said that the crew must worship the gods and burn incense before shooting, but Pei Qian didn't watch it, and he didn't care about it. He just wanted to join in the fun and see if he could create some setbacks for the filming of this movie. Chapter 341 Acting triggered by a can of beer. The scene to be filmed now is the state of the male protagonist's muddle-headed life in the capsule, before he met the female protagonist. The living space of this capsule is very small. Lu Jiao is relatively tall. When he sits on the bed, the top of his head is only a dozen centimeters away from the ceiling. The interior decoration of the entire capsule is very simple and technological style, without any extra decoration. Where there should be a TV screen, there is a large green screen, and the TV programs are all synthesized in the later stage. There are also some props for filming prepared next to it, such as fast food relief meals, potato chips and beer, etc. Of course, these props are also customized. Take beer for example, some special stickers are pasted on the outside of the ready-made long tube beer cans, on the one hand to cover the original trademark, and on the other hand to highlight the setting of this worldview background. In addition to the fictitious beer trademark printed on the beer cans, there are also some colorful advertisements. This is because according to the setting of the script, the advertisements in this future world have been pervasive, and even the beer cans are not immune. Then, Lu Jiao lay in the capsule and started filming. First, there are a few shots of doing nothing in the capsule and watching TV commercials. These shots are relatively easy to shoot, and there is no acting to show, so after shooting a few shots, it was quickly passed. Next, it is the shot of eating relief meals. There is a special dining area in the living capsule. Just opposite the bed, there is a small table for one person. There is a small screen on the wall next to the table, and there is a food outlet. The small screen is also a green screen, and the menu for ordering food will be made with post-production special effects. When there is no ordering, this small screen will play various food advertisements in a loop. The content of this scene is also very simple. It is time to eat. The male protagonist receives today's relief meal here. While watching the various food advertisements played in a loop on the small screen for ordering, he eats the relief meal, highlighting the word miserable. Lu Jiao sat down next to the small dining table and looked at the food outlet woodenly. Because every day, whether it is watching advertisements or receiving relief meals, it has become a routine at a fixed time, and there is no expectation at all. Lu Jiao has to perform this feeling of no expectations. With a click, the food outlet opened, and a tray-like object that looked well packaged and presented fell out of the outlet and landed on the dining table. Lu Jiao expressionlessly tore off the foil-like seal, revealing the black and white powder inside. Pei Qian asked quietly, "What's in it?" Zhu Xiaozi whispered, "Milk powder and chocolate powder." Pei Qian nodded, "Not bad. This thing is at least edible, so it seems that Lu Jiao doesn't need to pay extra." Lu Jiao took the tray, reached into the water inlet next to him to get warm water, and then stirred it evenly with the small spoon attached to the tray. Of course, the whole process was still muddled and without expectation. Then, he picked up the spoon and began to feed it into his mouth one spoonful at a time. While eating, Lu Jiao was still staring at the small screen next to him. Although it is a green screen now, the special effects in the later stage will make all kinds of cool food advertisements. Lu Jiao looked at the green screen, and his eyes had to change to show his yearning and expectation for these delicacies, and there were also some subconscious small movements, such as swallowing saliva and licking lips. Cut. The expression just now was a bit exaggerated. According to the plot, you should watch these ads every day, so there is no need to react so strongly. Just show some instinctive reactions to food. Overall it's great. Okay, another one. Director Zhu Xiaozi pointed out any inappropriate parts in time, and Lu Jiao also tried his best to cooperate. After shooting a few takes, this scene was also passed. Pei Qian sighed silently. Lu Jiao, is his acting okay? It seems that he was holding his breath when he participated in A Beautiful Tomorrow this time. Before, Lu Jiao has always been called box office poison. Although his acting skills are okay, he is also criticized by the audience. The most common criticisms are that he is too handsome, not down to earth, too much acting, and people are distracted from the play. And this time, Lu Jiao is really serious about playing a decadent person. Although he is very handsome and his decadent state is not that miserable, this decadent feeling is indeed shown. The stagehands began to get busy and continued to prepare for the next scene. Zhu Xiaozi said to Pei Qian, "Boss Pei, the next part is the highlight." Pei Qian, Zhu Xiaozi pointed to the cans of beer over there. "Next, there will be a close-up of drinking beer." The plot is that the male protagonist participated in a TV program guessing event and won a lot of guessing coins, so he rewarded himself with a can of beer. In order to play this plot well, Lu Jiao has not drunk beer since the day he came to Jingzhou. Usually, he even drinks very little water, and he always drinks some very unpalatable drinks, such as black pine sand, red snake grass water, western tree roots. It is to be able to offer such impressive acting skills when drinking this beer. Pei Qian. You don't have to work so hard, do you? These drinks are for people to drink? It's just a movie, there's no need to risk your life. Director Zhu Xiaozi smiled, otherwise, how can you say that this is the self-cultivation of a qualified actor? Even Mr. Zhang Zuding praised Lu Jiao's acting attitude. Pei Qian. Really don't have to work so hard. If a classic shot that can be searched on the hot search list is created, it will be a big deal. However, Pei Qian didn't know how Lu Zhiyao was going to act, so he could only watch silently and remain highly alert. At the beginning of this scene, Lu Zhiyao performed the whole process of winning the lottery in front of the green screen. The anxiety when waiting for the results of the TV program, the carnival in the capsule after knowing that he had made a small profit, and then came to the food outlet with expectation to buy a can of beer. After shooting 2 or 3 takes, it was time to shoot the scene of drinking beer. Lu Zhiyao came to the small screen next to the food delivery port and pretended to operate the green screen. He did not forget to add drama to his face, the joy of winning the betting still remained on his face, and then this smile contained a hint of anticipation of drinking beer, plus some subconscious little movements of licking his lips. Pei Qian, who was beside Zhu Xiaozi, clearly saw Lu Zhiyao's series of micro-expressions. At this moment, he missed the young actors who could only shout 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 when they were filming movies. With a click, a can of beer fell out of the food outlet. Lu Zhiyao grabbed it excitedly immediately, and could see a few water drops hanging on the slightly cold beer. He opened the can with a bang, and then tilted his head back, tun 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 tun. After drinking half a can, Lu Zhiyao stopped, and breathed a sigh of happiness and satisfaction, looking at the can of beer in his hand, with a satisfied look on his face. After wiping the foam from the corner of his mouth, Lu Zhiyao tilted his head back again with some reluctance, and drank the remaining half can of beer in one gulp. He kept pouring it into his mouth until the can was empty, as if he didn't want to miss any drop. Finally, Lu Zhiyao reluctantly threw the empty can of beer into the garbage outlet, wiped his mouth, burped contentedly, and then returned to the bed to lie dead. This burp was very natural, it was probably not designed, it was just because Lu Zhiyao drank too much, and it came out at the right time. Stop. Theoretically, it should be called cut, but it was President Pei who called stop, so director Zhu Xiaozi quickly added another cut and looked at Pei Qian with great attention. President Pei, is there any problem with the performance? Zhu Xiaozi knew very well that President Pei was not only the investor of this movie, but also the original author of the script. If President Pei had any opinions on some of the plots in this movie, it must mean that there was a deviation between this plot and the original intention of President Pei's work, and he must respect the opinions of the original author and make modifications. Pei Qian was a little helpless. Brother, you are too hard. You just drank a can of beer, but your expression is even more exaggerated than that of the Chinese cooking master boy. All it takes is a great wall BGM, and then a special effect of golden light all over the sky, and a background of the sea and sky. Pei Qian even foresaw that hashtag Lu Zhiyao drinks beer hashtag would appear on Weibo on the day the movie was released. Pei Qian coughed twice. There is really no need for this, just act normally. The male protagonist is a salted fish, it is best for you to act as a salted fish. Lu Zhiyao looked confused, huh? He was very confident in his acting skills. He originally thought that the previous scene should be enough to be recorded in film history, but it did not impress the original author of the script. This? He had to look at director Zhu Xiaozi. Director Zhu Xiaozi pondered for a moment. I didn't think so at first, but now that President Pei said that, I also feel like I've overdone it a bit. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Zuding nodded. President Pei is indeed worthy of being the original author. He has a very good grasp of this story and this character. Maybe what Mr. Pei said is very popular, but I can understand the general meaning of what he wants to express. Pei Qian, ? It seems that the development of the situation is a little unexpected. Zhang Zuding looked at Lu Zhiyao and said earnestly, suppose, let's change the background of this scene. You are going to play a hard laborer who has to work 18 hours a day and can only drink a can of beer after working hard for a month. There are no other entertainment activities around you. Beer is the highest enjoyment. Then your performance is qualified and very contagious. But the role you are playing now is an ordinary person who is muddle-headed in the future world. Does he only drink a can of beer a month? Obviously not. Is there no higher enjoyment around him? Not either. The small screen next to it will constantly play advertisements for other delicacies and fine wines. Compared with those advertisements, the enjoyment brought by this can of beer is insignificant. The male protagonist made money playing TV guessing, so he rewarded himself with a can of beer. In other words, as long as he wants to buy it, he can buy it at any time, just spend his savings. So, this can of beer is not precious. Chapter 342 People Who Secretly Work Overtime. Zhang Zuding continued, in this case, his mentality of drinking beer should not be like a thirsty ghost, drinking it all in a hurry. Instead, he should drink it slowly and savor it carefully. What he should drink should not be beer, but a kind of emptiness and confusion. The advertisements on the screen have brought him a huge psychological gap. He can't feel the hope of future life, nor the meaning of life at this time. He will feel that everything around him is meaningless. Only the can of beer in his hand satisfies his appetite, which has a little value. But this little value is not enough to make him ecstatic. I think that the male protagonist should not have so many expressions. Instead, he should let his emotions sink continuously while drinking beer. Originally, he won the Lingshire guessing game and made money. He was very happy, so he rewarded himself with a can of beer. But in the process of drinking beer, he saw those dazzling advertisements and the colorful world of the upper class. At this time, he should feel boring. If I were to act, I would try my best to show the transformation of the male protagonist from happy to dull and then to lonely. I think this should be what President Pei wants to emphasize, right, President Pei? Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Almost. You've already said all the good things, what else can I do? Lu Zhiyao suddenly realized, so that's it. It seems that my understanding of the script is wrong. Thank you for your advice, take another shot. Lu Zhiyao sat back down with fighting spirit and prepared to reshoot. Zhusuf silently gave Pei Qian a thumbs up, professional. Pei Qian. Actually, that's not what I meant. Pei Qian was a little melancholy, he vaguely felt that he really shouldn't interrupt. Reshoot the scene of drinking beer. Pop, a can of beer fell out of the food outlet. Lu Zhiyao grabbed the iced beer with cold water droplets, opened it with a bang, then raised his head and took a big sip, and let out a long breath of satisfaction. At this time, his face still had a smile and the satisfaction of drinking beer. But gradually, his smile faded. Lu Zhiyao looked at the green screen next to him, and his attention was all drawn to it. While looking at the green screen, he drank beer silently, imagining the scene on the screen at this moment. This time, the screen should be playing many advertisements for food and wine. An upper-class person in his mansion or villa poured the fine red wine into a decanter and then into a crystal-clear goblet. Delicious dishes were placed on the white table, making people salivate. A beautiful woman with bright red nail polish on her hands elegantly picked up the wine glass and gently touched the wine glass of the successful man across the table, and then the wine flowed into her mouth along the beautiful woman's delicate red lips. Lu Zhiyao drank beer while looking at the green screen. During this period, he raised his hand to click on the screen. Perhaps it was difficult to resist the temptation of some advertisements, but he hesitated and took his hand back and continued to drink beer silently. Finally, a can of beer was finished. Lu Zhiyao raised his head and poured the last drop of beer into his mouth, then put the empty can on the table, staring at it and the colorful advertisements on it with a blank look. After a long time, Lu Zhiyao suddenly crushed the empty can in his hand and threw it into the garbage outlet. With a click, the can hit the edge of the garbage outlet and fell to the ground. Lu Zhiyao did not pick it up again, but sat down on the ground dejectedly, leaning on the bed, hugging his knees with both hands, and burying his head deeply in his arms. Cut. Great. This one is great. This is in line with the mentality of the male protagonist. Zhu Su praised Lu Jiao's performance. Lu Jiao was also very happy. After all, his acting skills were recognized. I still have to thank Director Zhu and Mr. Zhang for their advice. Of course, the most important thing is that President Pei fundamentally changed my mentality and made me realize that I made the mistake of overdoing it in acting. Lu Jiao cast a grateful look at Pei Qian. Pei Qian, you guys go ahead and shoot, I'll leave first. Zhu Su was stunned. President Pei, can you watch a few more scenes? With you here, we feel more at ease. Please help us point out some more shortcomings. Point out shortcomings? Pei Qian was speechless. He was simply stealing a chicken and losing the rice. I originally wanted to give some reverse advice to slightly reduce Lu Jiao's acting skills, but I never expected that I would accidentally improve his acting skills. If this continues, what's the point? Pei Qian doesn't want Lu Jiao to win the Oscar for Best Actor one day, and the first sentence he says on stage is, "I want to thank President Pei for his careful guidance on my acting skills." That would be unbearable. So, I really can't watch it anymore. They can shoot whatever they want, and I can't control it anymore. Pei Qian felt like an observer conducting an experiment. Every time he observed, things would change. Every time he interfered, things would go to a worse place. So, hurry up and run away. Everyone felt a little sorry, but everyone also knew that Mr. Pei was busy with work and couldn't always watch the set. Then Mr. Pei, you go ahead and do your work. I will definitely follow the original intention of the script and play this role well. Lu Jiao's statement was very sincere. Pei Qian sighed silently. There is a long way to go. Watching President Pei's silent retreat, Zhu Su couldn't help but sigh. President Pei took the time out of his busy schedule to come here and help the actors correct a big misunderstanding before leaving in a hurry. It seems that he feels that after the actors have adjusted their mindsets, there will be no major problems in the filming, so he left with peace of mind. Well, we must not disappoint President Pei. Come on, everyone continue, shoot the next scene. Zhu Su and several leading actors are all full of energy. November 27th. Saturday. There are not many courses in the liberal arts, and generally no courses are scheduled on Saturdays and Sundays. Tang Yishu has no classes today. After reading a book in the dormitory in the morning, she rushed to the company at almost 10 o'clock. Although she had given Yin Tang food and water and cleaned up the shit before leaving yesterday, she was still a little worried, afraid that it would be lonely in the company, so she came to see it. The company uses work cards to open the door, and the access control system is very smart. Only during normal working hours can ordinary employees' work cards be used to open the door. If it is on weekends, evenings, or statutory holidays, ordinary employees' work cards cannot open the door. Only the work cards of President Pei, Assistant Xian, and several administrative staff can open the door. Considering the particularity of Tang Yishu's work, the administrative department also arranged a work card for her that can be swiped to open the door at any time, so that she can take care of her Yin Tang. After get-off work yesterday, Tang Yishu, accompanied by Hao Yun, carefully selected and bought a black women's down jacket. Hao Yun prefers pink or other bright colors, but Tang Yishu still insisted on buying this one, on the one hand because it is cheaper, and on the other hand because she doesn't know how to take care of it and is afraid that it will be dirty and difficult to wash. Although the style of this down jacket itself is not good-looking, it has a good warm effect, and Tang Yishu has a good figure and can hold the clothes well, so the effect of wearing it is not bad. When she came to the door, Tang Yishu was about to swipe the work card to open the door, but found that the door was already open. In the huge office, Bao Su was wearing headphones and typing on the keyboard with full concentration. It doesn't look like he is playing games. Tang Yishu didn't think much about it. After all, in her understanding, it is normal to come to the company to work overtime on weekends, and it is not worth making a fuss about. So, as usual, she took a plastic bag and went to the corner of the office, ready to clean up the shit in her yin tang. However, when Tang Yishu passed by Bao Su suddenly shook violently and almost fell off his seat. Tang Yishu was also startled and hurriedly stepped aside. The two looked at each other in horror. Tang Yishu lowered her head. "No, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." When Bao Su saw that it was Tang Yishu, he breathed a sigh of relief, but then his expression became serious again. "Don't tell President Pei about what you saw today, understand?" Tang Yishu nodded blankly. Bao Su breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Tang Yishu looked honest and didn't seem like someone who would tell on others, he was relieved and continued to revise the design draft. According to President Pei's regulations, overtime must be reported. But Bao Su's personality cannot collapse. If he reports it, wouldn't the image he created in front of President Pei be ruined? If President Pei praises him in front of everyone, then forget it, and the travel package will have to be arranged again. If he comes secretly, Bao Su's access card can't be used to open the door during non-working hours. So he thought of a way. Every Friday, he would secretly exchange his work card with a buddy in the administrative department. The work card of the administrative department can be used to swipe the door at any time, so Bao Su can come here to work overtime secretly on weekends, modify these design documents, and then upload them using Liada's computer. Because all document uploads also leave traces, if Bao Su works from home and uploads them using his own computer, as long as President Pei checks the upload records of the documents, he may still find Bao Su's overtime now uploaded on Liada's computer. Even if President Pei investigates, he won't be able to find it on his head. The plan worked. Tang Yishu stroked the yin tang that came over for a while, and then started to shovel the shit. But while she was using the plastic shovel to shovel the cat litter, she felt that something was wrong. "It's normal overtime, why do you have to emphasize that you can't let the senior know? Isn't he doing something bad? Stealing company secrets or something?" Tang Yishu has no workplace experience, but she has also watched a small amount of movies or TV dramas, so she has some imagination about Bao Su's slightly weird behavior. As for whether these imaginations are reasonable, Tang Yishu is not sure. She is a little entangled. Should I tell the senior? It seems a bit exaggerated. But what if he is really doing something bad? Chapter 343. This is definitely not a simple matter. November 29th, Monday. Pei Qian came to Tenda for inspection as usual. As soon as he entered the door, he felt that the atmosphere of the company seemed to be a little different from before. What was the difference? Pei Qian observed carefully and found that everyone seemed to be busier than before. Has the previous bug been fixed? It has been fixed. Why did it reappear? No way? Let me check. No, I have already submitted it. Fuck, how come even turning back is the shore has a bug? There was a lot of grief. It seems that not only the GOG that is being developed has a lot of bugs, but even the previous games, such as Turning Back is the Shore and Game Maker, many hidden bugs have also appeared one after another. Everyone was a little overwhelmed by the bugs, and the calm atmosphere before was completely gone. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Very good. Very good. Bugs mean that the development progress will be slowed down and the completion of the game will also decrease. Pei Qian's requirements for the game development progress are very simple. Just complete it within the time required by the system. However, as more and more games were developed, funds became more and more sufficient, and everyone's development experience became richer. The efficiency of game development also became faster. This caused a rather embarrassing problem. The game that was originally scheduled to be developed for more than 4 months was completed in more than 3 months. In terms of time, it was completed in 1 month. What should we do? The game has been made, and Pei Qian can't force it not to be released, right? There is no reasonable reason. So the game was launched ahead of schedule, and President Pei sold it in tears. But now, the game has frequent bugs and the development time is extended, so Pei Qian has a reason to ask everyone to launch it later. In this way, the time point can be more accurately stuck in the week before the settlement, and nearly 1 month's money can be saved before the settlement. This is too critical. Earning 1 month's money less may save President Pei's life. Thinking of this, Pei Qian picked up Yin Tang, who was taking a nap beside him, and forcibly rubbed it twice, and walked to the office with satisfaction. Sure enough, after adding a halo effect to the company, President Pei felt more at ease. Tangishu was reading a book at her workstation. When she saw Pei Qian coming over, she was thinking about something. But before she could say anything, Pei Qian had already walked over. She opened her mouth, but she didn't have the nerve to stop Pei Qian. She thought there would be many opportunities in the future, so she decided to find a good opportunity to ask again. The Yin Tang whose nap was interrupted ran to Tangishu's feet, meowing to protest, or perhaps he was talking sweetly to Pei Qian. Pei Qian had just sat down in the office when there was a knock on the door. Haoyun came in and said, "Mr. Pei, the recruitment exam has basically been arranged. The test papers have been issued and are currently sealed. They will be opened when the exam is held. The exam will be held in the auditorium of the hotel. The hotel will help us set up an exam room that can accommodate hundreds of people. According to your previous arrangement, we will arrange accommodation for job seekers from other cities. The work of invigilation and marking has also been discussed with some graduate students of Handong University, and the salary has been negotiated, which is 300 yuan per head. If there are no other problems, we can set the date and send out the notice." Pei Qian nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." In fact, he was not in a hurry about this matter, but the work efficiency of the Human Resources Department was indeed very high, and the preparations for this matter were a little faster than he thought. After less than a month of hard work, all these things were settled. Although Tingda's job application mailbox was almost overwhelmed, there would not be many people who would actually take the exam, because the process set by Pei Qian is too long. After the written test, you have to wait for the paper to be graded, and after the results are released, you have to have an interview. Finally, after the results are released, you can be officially admitted by Tingda. Moreover, after being admitted, you still have to pass the Tingda spiritual compatibility test. This entire process will be clearly written on the recruitment website where the admission ticket is printed. For many people from other places, they have to run back and forth to find a job at Tingda, and they have to come at least twice, once for the written test and once for the interview. Although Tingda will reimburse the accommodation fee, the time cost is also difficult to bear. Because many job seekers are in the working state, it is not easy to ask for leave, and after a hard trip, it is possible that they will not pass the written test, which is equivalent to working in vain. In the eyes of those job seekers with rich work experience, they will not have more advantages than ordinary fresh graduates in taking this kind of exam, so their willingness to take the exam will be greatly weakened. Therefore, the scale of the first recruitment will not be too large. Pei Qian looked at the calendar, "Then let's set it for next Monday. The time is a little tight, but we can't delay it any longer. We should try to complete the recruitment work in December. If we delay it any longer, after the annual meeting and the year-end bonus, more and more people will apply for jobs, and the probability of hiring talents will be greatly increased." Haoyun nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei, then I will send notifications to job seekers according to this time." Just as Haoyun left, Liyada came again. "Boss, Pei, there are two things. First, I don't know why there have been a lot of bugs recently, and not only the GOG that is being developed has a lot of bugs, but also many old games have found a lot of problems. Can you give the design team some overtime?" Pei Qian subconsciously wanted to refuse, but then he thought, what if it really slowed down the development progress and caused the game to not be completed before settlement? Although one project can be in an unfinished state before settlement this month, in addition to the game project, there are also some other projects that may not be completed, such as mobile phones. So, we still have to ensure the progress of development and not cause settlement delays. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, then relax the overtime quota a little bit, but the specific overtime time must be clearly counted, not just for overtime pay, but also to ensure everyone's rest time must combine work and rest, understand? Thinking in this way, Tang Yishu's halo effect not only slowed down the development progress a little, but also gave boss Pei an extra overtime pay, which is a great deal. Li Yada nodded. Okay, the second thing is, Wang Guangjian is coming to Jingzhou, should we entertain him a little? Pei Qian frowned. Wang Guangjian, no need to check the book to confirm, this is the second target after Qiao Laoshi. What is he doing in Jingzhou? Pei Qian asked. Li Yada explained, we have been working with Wang Guangjian before, and this time GOG's character design work is also in cooperation with his studio. However, in the process of hero design, Wang Guangjian felt that the efficiency of remote communication was a bit low, and many contents were not expressed well. He was worried that the original hero paintings drawn could not express our original intentions well. After all, this game is different from the past. The design work of many original heroes is more complicated. There are no ready-made images to refer to, and it is easy to make a small mistake and 1,000 miles away. So he plans to come here to communicate face-to-face, and meet you by the way. Pei Qian. Receive, of course receive. Mingyun private kitchen is arranged, and the roller coaster is also arranged by the way. This exciting sport will definitely inspire his creative inspiration very well. And don't notify him, give him a surprise. Li Yada, okay. Pei Qian leaned back in the boss chair, very proud. Wang Guangjian is actually coming to Jingzhou? Humph, now that you are in my territory, let me see how I will deal with you. Pei Qian watched the drama for a while and felt a little bored. Recently, there is really nothing to do, because all kinds of products have not been developed yet, they can't get involved. Only Fei Huang Studio can participate a little and mess up the movie. But last week, Pei Qian accidentally guided Lu Zhiyao, which made her acting better, so he never dared to go again. Pei Qian felt very melancholy. Suddenly, he thought of Tang Yishu, and he didn't know if the girl was used to working here. In the spirit of caring for employees, Pei Qian sent a message to Tang Yishu, asking her to come to the office. Half a minute later, a figure appeared outside the door, raised his hand and put it down with some entanglement, as if he was trying to muster up the courage to knock on the door. Come in. Pei Qian said. Tang Yishu pushed the door in carefully, lowered her head and pinched her fingers. Senior. The down jacket is good, it looks good. Pei Qian praised casually, are you used to working here? Tang Yishu nodded and said, used. Just a little hopeful. Pei Qian thought about it, yes, it was true. Cats are pets that don't require much care. You just need to clean their poop once and add food once or twice. Unlike dogs, they need to be walked and bathed frequently. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, then you can bring stray cats here when you see them in the future. Of course, you have to take them to the pet hospital first to get them dewormed and vaccinated. If there are any expenses in this regard, just ask the finance department to reimburse you. Tang Yishu, okay, senior. Pei Qian simply wanted to take advantage of Tang Yishu's halo effect. So far, the effect is very significant, and the money is worth it. Since Tang Yishu feels free, why not raise a few more cats? Anyway, they all have to clean up the shit. 1 sheep is driven and 2 sheep are released. Pei Qian was about to let Tang Yishu go back, but suddenly noticed that her expression seemed a little tangled. It seems that she is thinking about something, but she is hesitant to speak. What do you think? Pei Qian asked. Tang Yishu hesitated for a few seconds, then mustered up the courage to ask, Senior, will there be any theft of trade secrets in the company? Theft of trade secrets? Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What are you thinking about? Don't worry about it at all. Tang Yishu let out a long breath. Okay, then I'm fine, Senior. I'll go out first. Watching Tang Yishu leave, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile and shook his head. This girl is so stupid, and she also stole trade secrets. Have you watched too many TV dramas? An ordinary game company, what trade secrets can be stolen? Pei Qian continued to watch the drama. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. That's not right. Tang Yishu just came to work in the company last week. Why would she worry about the theft of trade secrets? Did she run into someone sneaky? That's not right. If it's a normal workday, everyone is working hard at their workstations. No matter who Tang Yishu sees, she won't think of stealing business secrets, right? Then why is she worried about stealing company secrets? Wait a minute. Did she see someone over the weekend? Pei Qian suddenly became alert. This matter may seem insignificant, but it is definitely not as simple as imagined. Chapter 344. How did Mr. Pei know that I like to play this? Mr. Pei, who was smart, quickly came up with a big drama in his mind. On the weekend, Tang Yishu came to the company as usual, to clean up the shit for Tang. According to common sense, the company should be empty and not have many people. However, Tang Yishu saw someone doing something sneakily at his workstation, so she was worried that someone would steal company secrets. Although Pei Qian knew very well that there were no secrets worth stealing in the company, Tang Yishu was just overthinking because she had no work experience, but this probably proved that someone was secretly working overtime in the company. Who is it? Mr. Pei repeatedly stressed that overtime must be reported and applied for, and only overtime can be done after Mr. Pei approves it, and overtime is absolutely not allowed without authorization. Working overtime at home is okay, secretly modifying documents at home and uploading them on Monday when going to work, Mr. Pei has no way to track it down, and can only turn a blind eye. However, working overtime in the company without approval is Mr. Pei's bottom line, and it must not be tolerated. After all, few people can maintain high efficiency when working overtime at home. Maybe they will start playing after working for a short while, so the harm is not that great. However, when working overtime in the company, the efficiency in all aspects will be significantly improved, and it is easy to bring bad atmosphere, and the harm is incomparable. Pei Qian wanted to ask Tang Yishu, but considering that Tang Yishu had just started working, she probably didn't know these employees, and it was difficult to tell who she met over the weekend. It's easy, just check the background. Pei Qian immediately opened the background and checked the company's access control records and the upload records of design documents. There were only 2 access control records on Saturday, one for Tang Yishu and a buddy in the administrative department. And there were 4 records of document submission on Saturday, all submitted by Liyada. Pei Qian thought for a moment and sent a message to Xiao Zhou and Liyada from the administrative department to come to the office. The two came to President Pei's office, looked at each other, and seemed to realize something. They were not in the same department at all, and their work rarely overlapped. Now they were called by President Pei together, what else could it be? Although the two were a little nervous, they still remained calm. Pei Qian looked at Xiao Zhou. There is a record of your overtime work on Saturday. Did you come to the company to work overtime? Xiao Zhou nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Pei, there are some unfinished recruitment work, so I worked overtime temporarily. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. This reason is quite sufficient. Recently, some people in the administrative department have been fully cooperating with the human resources department to organize this job fair, and Xiao Zhou is one of them. Moreover, because the work of the administrative department is usually relatively leisurely, Pei Qian trusts this department more, and never cares about their overtime, nor does he ask them to report it. Pei Qian looked at Liada again. You are here to work overtime too? Liada hurriedly said, no, I just slightly modified a few documents at home. The record of document modification will only save the person who modified it and the time of modification, and will not show which computer the modification was made on. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Maybe I am overthinking? Some people did come to work overtime on Saturday, but it was not a problem for Xiao Zhou from the administrative department to work overtime. After all, he was not responsible for a project that would make a lot of money. The modification record of the document was uploaded by Liada at home, so it didn't seem to be a big problem. Pei Qian nodded, okay, nothing else. You go out first, remember to count your overtime hours, and ask the finance department for overtime pay. The two of them also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Pei Qian continued to follow the drama. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong again. The current management model seems to have obvious loopholes. What if someone uses the administrative department's work card to work overtime? This possibility cannot be completely ruled out. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sent a message to Tang Yishu, I'll give you a task. Tang Yishu, okay, senior. Pei Qian, when you come to the company on Saturdays and Sundays, check the number of people in the company and record which people are there. Report to me on Monday. Tang Yishu, senior, I can't remember everyone's name. Should I ask? Pei Qian, no, don't ask. This is mainly to give employees who work overtime a little reward. It's to give them a surprise. It's meaningless to say it out loud. It doesn't matter if you can't remember the name. You just need to remember some key features, such as, male, short and thin, male, high hairline, female, wearing framed glasses. Tang Yishu, okay, I know, senior. Pei Qian, then try to describe the person who came to the company last weekend? Waited for half a minute, no reply. On the other side, Tang Yishu was in a dilemma. She looked at Bao Su, who was playing games as if nothing had happened, and then looked in the direction of Pei Qian's office. The situation seemed a bit confusing. This elder brother with a high hairline did tell me not to tell the senior that he was working overtime. But the senior asked again. Tang Yishu was a little confused. After thinking for a few seconds, she replied, Senior, this is for reward, right? It won't be a punishment, right? Pei Qian, yes. Tang Yishu thought about it and replied, then I'll ask him if he wants a reward first, okay? Pei Qian, ask him if he wants a reward? Wouldn't that expose my intention? I quickly replied, no need, just tell me his characteristics. Tang Yishu replied, no, senior. I promised not to tell. Pei Qian? There is indeed a problem. And he almost got away with it. Pei Qian was instantly possessed by Sherlock Holmes and confirmed several facts. Tang Yishu must have seen other people when she was working overtime on the weekend, and it was probably not Xiao Zhou from the administrative department. Because Xiao Zhou was allowed to work overtime, he didn't need to emphasize to Tang Yishu that he couldn't tell. Someone must have secretly worked overtime with Xiao Zhou's work card, and Xiao Zhou was covering for him. But Pei Qian wanted to continue trying to get words from Tang Yishu, but he couldn't get any. I can only say that this child is still too honest. If Pei Qian had made this problem very serious at the beginning, saying that someone might be stealing company secrets, then Tang Yishu might have told the truth. But now, Tang Yishu already knew that this person was just working overtime normally, and there was no possibility of stealing company secrets. Based on the simple idea of I must abide by what I promised others, she decided to keep it secret for him. Pei Qian thought about it and replied, forget it. Next time someone comes to work overtime, you will quietly record their names or features, and then send them to me privately. Is this task okay? Tang Yishu, Okay, senior, I will complete the task. Pei Qian thought about it and decided not to make it public, so as not to alert the enemy. This traitor will be caught sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. As long as he does not change his evil deeds and continues to commit crimes, he will be caught by President Pei sooner or later. The reason why Pei Qian decided not to make it public was mainly to cover up Tang Yishu. Let the traitor think that Tang Yishu is very kind and obedient, and will not tell President Pei, so that he will slowly relax his vigilance. And Pei Qian can use Tang Yishu to perfectly grasp the dynamics of everyone's overtime work on weekends. At that time, those overtime dogs who were caught will not know how they were exposed, nor do they know that everything is actually under the control of President Pei. The traitor thought he did it perfectly, but his every move had been caught by President Pei. Humph, you're still too young to fight me. Pei Qian sat back in his boss chair with pride, waiting for the insider to be exposed. December 1st, Wednesday. Xiao Sun was ready to go to the airport to pick up Wang Guangjian. As President Pei's personal driver, Xiao Sun's driving skills were absolutely impeccable, and he was also efficient at work, and was deeply trusted by President Pei usually when there are business receptions, such as when Xiao Laosher, Zhang Zuding and others come to Jingzhou. Xiao Sun is the one who picks them up, and this time is no exception. Before leaving, Pei Qian pulled Xiao Sun aside again and gave him a few simple instructions. After you see Wang Guangjian, send him to the hotel first, let him put down his things, and take a rest. Then, take him directly to the amusement park. Arrange the one-stop service for the roller coaster first. When they have enough fun, take them to the Swan Lake restaurant for dinner in the evening. Remember, he must have a good time at the amusement park. If he doesn't have a good time, I will hold you responsible. Do you understand? Pei Qian repeatedly reminded him. Today is Wednesday, and there will be no vacancies at Mingyun Private Kitchen until Sunday, so Wang Guangjian can only be wronged at the Swan Lake restaurant. Arrange the one-stop service for the roller coaster when you arrive in Jingzhou first. This is a show of force and a killing stick, to dampen Wang Guangjian's spirit first. Who told you to arrange me like crazy? I must arrange it back. Pei Qian thought it over. Xiao Sun was efficient and reliable. If he was trained more, he would be the leader in the future. When this VIP in Boss Pei's notebook came to Jingzhou, he would let Xiao Sun take him to enjoy a roller coaster package. Xiao Sun nodded hurriedly. Boss Pei, don't worry, I will definitely arrange it properly. Although it is not clear why Mr. Pei loves extreme sports such as roller coasters and bungee jumping so much, since it is a task assigned by Mr. Pei himself, it must be completed seriously. Arrived at the airport, met Wang Guangjian smoothly. Wang Guangjian did not bring much luggage with him this time to Jingzhou, just a suitcase and a backpack. The backpack contained a drawing board, a laptop, etc., and the suitcase was filled with clothes for replacement. Xiao Sun drove Wang Guangjian to the hotel, put down the luggage, took a short rest, and drove off again. So, now we are going to Tenda, right? Wang Guangjian asked. Xiao Sun smiled and said, we are not going to Tenda. Mr. Pei said that you have come a long way and worked hard, so let me take you to experience the local customs and practices of Jingzhou first. Wang Guangjian was a little confused. What is there to experience about the local customs and practices? Are we going to any scenic spots? Xiao Sun shook his head. It's not a scenic spot, but an amusement park. I will take you to experience the roller coaster, the bungee jumping machine, the pendulum and the haunted house first. Wang Guangjian was confused and fell silent. Then he asked with a little curiosity, how does Mr. Pei know that I like to play this? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 345. The pendulum is so much fun. Losing money to become the richest man starts with the game. In the evening, Swan Lake Restaurant. Pei Qian sat in a quiet corner by the window, waiting for Wang Guangjian to arrive. I don't know if you had fun on the roller coaster and the pendulum, and if you were scared when you entered the haunted house. Pei Qian imagined the scene of Wang Guangjian being scared and screaming on the pendulum, and he felt happy. Great revenge. He looked at the time, it was almost time. It was originally agreed to eat at 7 o'clock. According to Xiao Sun's habit, he must have brought people over 10 minutes in advance. As a result, it was already past 7 o'clock. Why hadn't they arrived yet? Could it be that he had too much fun and couldn't eat, so he went back to the hotel to rest? But Pei Qian looked at his phone, and there were no missed calls on it. Just as he was wondering, Xiao Sun and Wang Guangjian arrived. Mr. Pei. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Xiao Sun was a little embarrassed. Wang Guangjian followed behind. Don't blame the driver, I was having too much fun and forgot the time. The pendulum is so fun. Wang Guangjian looked unsatisfied. Pei Qian? This was the first time he met Wang Guangjian. I originally thought that Wang Guangjian would be an artist, with long flowing hair and maybe a mustache. However, he was not. From the outside, he was just a very energetic young man with short hair, fair skin, regular features, and a bit of a student vibe. Compared with that fat otaku Chow Laosher, this guy was definitely a modern guy from the outside. The scene that Pei Qian imagined, Wang Guangjian's face was pale and his soul was out of his body, did not appear. On the contrary, Wang Guangjian's face was ruddy and energetic, and he seemed to be a little excited. He was not scared to pee by the pendulum at all. Mr. Pei. Thank you. Wang Guangjian grabbed Pei Qian's hand. I haven't had such a good time in a long time. Jingzhou Amusement Park is really interesting. Especially the big pendulum, it's comparable to the Magic City Amusement Park. It's so fun. Alas, it's a pity that I'm a bit pressed for time, otherwise I would like to play it again. Pei Qian? It's broken, it's all wrong. Wang Guangjian actually likes to play this kind of exciting project. Wang Guangjian said with emotion, Boss Pei is really thoughtful. It seems that he knows that I like this kind of project, so he specially arranged it. He also left a surprise for me, and told me after I got on the car. But I still have to say that with our friendship, this is a bit too polite. Boss Pei, you really don't have to be so polite. Pei Qian. Our friendship? What kind of friendship do we have? Pei Qian had a lot of old things stuck in his chest, but Wang Guangjian's enthusiasm blocked his mouth and he had no place to complain. Let's eat. Pei Qian sat down silently. Although the dishes in Swan Lake restaurant are not as good as Mingyun Private Kitchen, there are many good ingredients, and it is a buffet, so you can take whatever you want and eat as much as you want. Wang Guangjian took a lot of delicious food, and soon the table was full. The script that Pei Qian imagined should have been that Wang Guangjian played the roller coaster and the big pendulum for an afternoon, and the whole person was out of his mind and frightened, so naturally he had no appetite. He could enjoy his miserable state while enjoying the food, relaxed and comfortable. However, Wang Guangjian was not out of his mind or frightened, but in good spirits and with a strong appetite. So, Wang Guangjian ate and feasted here, and Pei Qian had no appetite. It was uncomfortable. It was like punching cotton with full force. Pei Qian almost got internal injuries. The two chatted while eating. Wang Guangjian stuffed a large piece of lobster meat into his mouth. The big pendulum is really fun and exciting, and it helps inspire my inspiration. The roller coaster and the bungee jumping machine are also good, worth the price of the ticket. Anyway, I had so much fun this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Pei, for your hospitality. Come, I'll toast you a glass. Although they were drinking beverages, Pei Qian felt a little drunk as they kept toasting each other. Everything was good? Is there anything you are not satisfied with? Pei Qian asked tentatively, if there is anything wrong, we can continue to improve it. Wang Guangjin thought for a while, if there is anything wrong. Maybe it's the haunted house? Actually, I am afraid of the dark, and I am ready to be scared to tears, but this haunted house is not that scary. But it's okay this way. If the haunted house is particularly scary, I might not be able to come tonight, haha. Pei Qian was silent. Look at what happened. So many projects were carefully prepared, such as roller coasters and pendulums, but they were all lost. Only one haunted house hit Wang Guangjin's soft spot, but it was too weak and didn't scare him. A good deterrent turned into an appetizer. It's so uncomfortable. It's all the fault of this amusement park in Jingzhou. Who told you to make such a bad haunted house? Shame on you. Pei Qian silently put the blame on the amusement park. Not long after, the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, and the table was a mess. Wang Guangjin patted his stomach contentedly and burped. It's so delicious. Hey, Mr. Pei, why do you seem to have no appetite? You eat so little. Pei Qian laughed, my appetite is not very good today. Wang Guangjin nodded, I understand. Mr. Pei has too much business and work pressure, so he doesn't have much appetite. I heard that Mr. Pei also likes similar sports, right? I think it's too difficult to find a like-minded person. I didn't expect Mr. Pei and I have such similar interests and hobbies. Let's go play the pendulum together in a few days. It will definitely whet your appetite. Pei Qian. No need. You really don't have to be polite to me. I was so angry. I wanted to arrange Wang Guangjin, but he got on my face and output. Is that okay? The most annoying thing is that there is nothing I can do about him. If we really go to play the pendulum together, Pei Qian's little heart will be completely wasted. Pei Qian felt that he had been seriously challenged. The last time Master Qiao came, Pei Qian used the turn back and you will be back to make him clear and played him to his heart's content. Although he was defeated by Master Qiao later, at least in Jingzhou, he was still at Pei Qian's disposal. But after Wang Guangjin came, the script was different. Pei Qian's carefully prepared roller coaster ride did not work at all. This made Wang Guangjin's position in Pei Qian's little notebook rise rapidly, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Qiao Laoshi. Pei Qian was very unhappy. We must find a good way to deal with this Wang Guangjin. We can't let him be so arrogant anymore. The next morning, Wang Guangjin brought a drawing board and a computer with him and came to Tenda's office. He ate well and slept well yesterday. He woke up in the morning refreshed and felt full of inspiration. The main purpose of going to Tenda today was to communicate with GOG's designers face-to-face to ensure that the original character paintings he was going to draw would not deviate from the concept. Fully collect opinions, make a good line draft by yourself, and then send it to other people in the studio for improvement. As soon as he walked into the office area, Wang Guangjin was stunned. So spacious. Compared with this place, Wang Guangjin felt that his Halo Studio office environment was like a pigeon cage, while here was a single-family villa per capita. The floor-to-ceiling windows were filled with green plants, which were well-maintained and looked like someone was taking care of them. In addition, there was a water bar, an entertainment room, a snack area. Anyway, everything that should be there was available. A pure black kitten with only 4 white legs sniffed around Wang Guangjin, then walked away with no interest, as if mocking him, a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Wang Guangjin was shocked. How much would the rent for such a large office space cost? It was too luxurious. His Halo studio was opened in Shanghai, right next to the University of Economics and Business, where he graduated. The rent of the office building in this place was not high in Shanghai, but it still made Wang Guangjin feel unaffordable. The rent was too expensive, so the workstations were naturally more crowded, and there was not enough money to buy good desks and chairs, office computers, so the conditions in all aspects were naturally much worse. Wang Guangjian didn't feel anything at first. After all, most companies in Shanghai were like this. The standard workstation occupies an area of about 10 square meters. If it is less than this number, it will be very crowded, and if it is more than this number, it will be very expensive. Wang Guangjian always felt that the workstations in his own studio were quite spacious, but when he looked at the office environment of Tenda, he was jealous instantly. The gap was too big. Liada stood up to greet him. Is it Wang Guangjian? Hello, I am Liada, and we often chatted online before. The twin girls at the front desk poured hot tea for Wang Guangjian, and then Wang Guangjian and Liada began to talk in detail about some hero settings in GOG. Wang Guangjian listened to Liada's introduction while drawing a line drawing with a drawing board, and then made continuous adjustments. This Justice Guardian modest was designed based on President Pei. The previous draft was not suitable in several places, such as the body shape. Under Liada's suggestion, Wang Guangjian constantly modified some details, including exaggerating the hero's body shape appropriately, adjusting facial expressions according to his personality, and so on. Face-to-face communication is indeed much smoother than online communication, and this image soon began to approach the concept expected by Liada. Unknowingly, it was almost noon. Wang Guangjian habitually took out his mobile phone. Is it time to order takeout? Which one do you usually order? Liada hurriedly said, let me do it. We have special working meals here. You just choose one. Working meal? Wang Guangjian took the phone with some suspicion and found that there were some very simple dishes on it, such as tomato and egg, potato beef, twice-cooked pork, etc., which looked no different from the rice bowls he usually ate. He didn't take it too seriously, but just thought that this was probably ordered from a small restaurant on the roadside. He randomly chose a healthy meal of the day and didn't care about it anymore. At 12 o'clock, the delivery guy arrived on time. Everyone in the office stood up from their workstations as if they had agreed to eat at the water bar. White porcelain bowls were laid out on the table, looking very much like what they were doing. Everyone was talking and laughing, chatting while eating. This is your healthy meal of the day. Hey, it's shrimp and broccoli. Liada handed the transparent glass lunchbox to Wang Guangjian. Wang Guangjian took it and opened it. The lunchbox was divided into 3 parts. The larger part, which took up half of the lunchbox, was the main dish. Several large shrimps were mixed with emerald green broccoli, and red carrot cubes were mixed in between. It looked colorful and not greasy. The 2 smaller boxes contained 2 brown rice balls and a few slices of salmon sashimi, and there was also a purple potato milkshake drink. All these dishes were served in a transparent glass lunchbox, which looked crystal clear and mouth-watering. Chapter 346. I have decided to move my studio to Qingshan. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Wang Guangjian tasted a few bites, and it was surprisingly delicious. Before, Wang Guangjian often ate takeout in Shanghai, and he almost ate all the takeout near the company. However, he still had to worry about what to eat every day. Some delicious takeouts such as spicy hot pot, grilled skewers, and rice bowls are often very greasy and not very healthy. If you eat them for a long time, you will either get fat or have 3 highs. Some takeouts under the banner of healthy meals are often very unpalatable. They often just cut a lot of lettuce and put it on the table. You can't eat enough, and your work efficiency will be affected if you get hungry in the afternoon. There is no way around it. In order to improve the taste of the dishes, many restaurants will desperately put various seasonings. After all, most diners who order takeout don't care whether it is healthy or not, they only care about the taste. If you think the taste is light and has no characteristics, you won't order it next time. If you really want to make dishes healthy and delicious, first of all, the ingredients must be fresh, secondly, the chef's cooking skills must be excellent, and finally, there must be diners willing to pay a high price. Therefore, Wang Guangjian has been in Shanghai for so long, and he has eaten a few decent healthy meals, but he rarely eats homely and healthy dishes like this. Wang Guangjian asked curiously, "How much is this set meal?" Li Yada said, "Internal employees don't have to pay for meals. If it's an outside customer who orders meals, this one costs more than 20 yuan. Wang Guangjian said sincerely, "Not expensive. Are these tableware free?" Li Yada shook his head, "Of course not, there will be someone responsible for recycling and disinfection." Wang Guangjian was even more surprised, "That's even less expensive. Can you really recover the cost by selling it for more than 20 yuan? Li Yada smiled, "It is said that Moyu Takeaway has been losing money, and it has always been President Pei who has been paying for subsidies. But from the perspective of raw materials and costs, it should still be profitable, but the current scale is not that large, and the number of orders is not that large, so it is still losing money. Maybe it will make money in the future, it's hard to say. I think for President Pei, this takeaway is purely for employee welfare, just like many schools also subsidize canteens." Wang Guangjian ate silently, silent. After dinner, everyone put away the tableware and put it at the front desk, and then returned to their workstations, watching TV series or taking a nap. Li Yada didn't have the habit of taking a nap, so the two continued chatting. Wang Guangjian asked about the rent and daily consumption level in Jingzhou, and he was very envious during the conversation. Jingzhou is a second-tier city after all. Compared with Shanghai, daily consumption is a level lower, so naturally everything is cheaper. Li Yada talked about Nifeng logistics, Moyu internet cafe, ROF installation business, etc., and his pride was beyond words. Wang Guangjian became more and more silent as he listened, and finally stopped talking. He could only sigh and continue to paint. Li Yada got up and went to the water bar to drink coffee. Then she took out her mobile phone and secretly sent a message to Pei Qian. "Boss Pei, I have introduced Tenda's benefits to Wang Guangjian in detail according to your request." Pei Qian replied soon. "How did he react?" Li Yada, "He didn't say anything, but he seemed a little disappointed. I wonder if Tenda's benefits are too good and it stimulated him a little? The boss won't hold a grudge, right?" Pei Qian, "Well done, I'll be there soon." Pei Qian jumped up from his bed and quickly changed his clothes. Today, his salty fish disease relapsed, and he took a nap until after 2 p.m. I just watched the drama for a while and saw Li Yada's good news, and I immediately rushed to the company. Yesterday, Pei Qian was choked by Wang Guangjian, so he was racking his brains to think about how to get back on track. In Jingzhou's chassis, how could President Pei be defeated? After thinking about it, Pei Qian felt that only Tenda's welfare could hurt Wang Guangjian. Industries like Nifeng Logistics, Moyu Internet Cafe, and Moyu Takeout are very expensive, and the quality is absolutely excellent. They are rarely seen in big cities like Shanghai, Beijing, and Guangzhou. Moreover, Wang Guangjian's studio is in Shanghai, and both the rent and daily expenses must be very high. It is impossible for him to be as free as Tenda. Therefore, Pei Qian intends to make a fuss about this and give Wang Guangjian a good blow to avenge yesterday's arrow. So far, it seems that the progress is very smooth. Wang Guangjian should have been hit hard by this time and felt that life was boring. Pei Qian didn't want to miss this moment. A few minutes later, Pei Qian arrived. He walked into the company with a smile on his face and greeted Wang Guangjian, who was busy painting. "Brother Wang, how did you sleep yesterday? Did your work go well today?" "Sorry, I was a little busy at work today and didn't have time to come this morning." "Are you used to eating lunch? Are you satisfied with the office environment?" Pei Qian was smiling, ready to rub salt into Wang Guangjian's fragile wound. Wang Guangjian's mood was obviously much lower than yesterday. It seemed he was thinking about something. He looked at Pei Qian and finally made up his mind. Boss Pei, I've decided. I want to move my studio to Jingzhou. Wang Guangjian's expression was extremely serious. Pei Qian was stunned, and after a moment, a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. Ah? Never expected that the first sentence Wang Guangjian said when he saw him was this. Pei Qian felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly advised, Brother Yuan, this matter can't be rushed. Relocating the studio is such a big deal. What about renting a good office building, buying good desks and chairs, and computers? The employees also have to move houses, and have to leave their hometowns and run all the way to Jingzhou. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Pei Qian was stunned. Wang Guangjian, it's not enough for you to come here and stab me in the back, but you also want to bring your entire studio to Jingzhou? Isn't this going to kill me? Before, the designers from Tenda and the artists from Halo Studio communicated online. Although the efficiency was relatively low, under Wang Guangjian's supervision and quality control, these art resources were still completed very well. Now, if the entire Halo studio moved to Jingzhou, then if there were any communication problems, we could just take a taxi and discuss face to face. Therefore, Pei Qian hurriedly persuaded him, hoping that Wang Guangjian would give up this unrealistic idea as soon as possible. Wang Guangjian smiled slightly. Boss Pei, I understand your good intentions. It is indeed a bit troublesome to relocate the entire studio. To be honest, not only me, but most people in our studio are also unwilling to move. But I thought about it, and there are too many benefits to moving to Jingzhou. The rent here is much cheaper than in Shanghai, and the prices are much lower. In addition, there are Nifeng logistics and Moyu takeout, which guarantees both the quality of life and convenience. For other people in the studio, working in Jingzhou can reduce rent, and can significantly improve living standards, while keeping the income unchanged. As for I've almost figured out the relocation plan. Sublet the space over there, depreciate all the office supplies, and buy new ones after arriving in Jingzhou. Such a long-distance relocation does cost a lot, but considering all factors, the money can be earned back after a period of time. Pei Qian was a little confused. It's hard to leave your hometown. Can the employees over there follow you wholeheartedly? Wang Guangjian smiled. What hometown is hard to leave? Where is the hometown? There are no local people in our studio. Most of them are floating around in Shanghai, can't afford to buy a house, can't get a lottery number, and don't even have a household registration. The only problem when we arrived in Jingzhou is that there are too few companies and it's hard to change jobs, but several key members of our studio are my roommates. They are determined to work with me. Wherever I go, they go. As for other employees, I won't force them. Those who are willing to come will come, and those who are not willing to come can find other jobs by themselves. Anyway, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Since the studio is the same wherever it is, why not move to a city with less pressure in life? And there are acquaintances here. Wang Guangjian cast an eager look at Pei Qian. Pei Qian? He instantly realized that the acquaintances that Wang Guangjian referred to were referring to himself. Wang Guangjian continued, in short, in Jingzhou, our studio will rely on President Pei for protection. President Pei is so righteous, I can trust him. Pei Qian? I was really dizzy. Pei Qian felt that they were chatting well, but the script suddenly unfolded in a magical way, and it became more and more crooked, and he couldn't control it at all. No, it can't go on like this. Wang Guangjian actually wanted to move the entire studio here. This is too outrageous. Pei Qian hurriedly advised, Brother Yuan, I understand your feelings. However, the workload is so heavy recently. If the studio moves, I'm afraid these tasks can't be handed over well. We must take a long-term view. don't rush. Wang Guangjin thought for a while. That's right. Well, I'll start preparing for the relocation of the studio after Tingda's demand for art resources is completed. After saying this, Wang Guangjin went to paint with full motivation, looking forward to a better future. Looking at the confident Wang Guangjin, Pei Qian fell into confusion. It's bad, something big has happened. What if the Halo studio moves here in 3 or 4 months? Wang Guangjin used to be in Shanghai, and it was a bit out of reach. When he moves to Jingzhou, won't he be able to directly output? What should I do? Pei Qian felt a little pain in his head, and silently came to the reception room, drinking tea and thinking about certification. Ding ding. The phone rang. Pei Qian picked it up and saw that it was a message from Liada. Boss Pei, is this also part of your plan? This move is really brilliant. With just a few words, he lured Yuan to Jingzhou, and also lured their entire studio here. Is this the legendary empty-handed original painting? Sure enough, this is the personality charm of Boss Pei. I admire you. I admire you. Several messages in a row, it can be seen that Liada admires him. Pei Qian. He really wanted to say that this was a complete misunderstanding. But after typing a few words, he deleted them all. I can only sigh silently in my heart. It's so hard for me. Chapter 347 I want to invest in the least popular project. December 3rd, Friday. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Tang Yishu cleaned up the shit for Tang as usual and added cat food. She passed by Bao Su and returned to her workstation. On Bao Su's computer screen, there was a page of the Chinese website of the end point. It seemed that he was immersed in the wonderful plot of the novel and didn't care about what was happening around him. However, after Tang Yishu passed by him, Bao Su quickly glanced around with his peripheral vision, confirmed that he was not exposed to anyone's vision, and switched programs at the speed of light. He scanned the modified document, saved it quickly, and sent it to Liada using the chat software. After doing all this, Bao Su breathed a sigh of relief and continued to pretend to read the plot of the novel. Switching back and forth between game programs was too slow, very inconvenient, and relatively easy to be exposed. It was not as fast as the novel website. Although GOG was already under intense development, the design work was not reduced at all. Because this type of game is too prone to bugs. Each hero has different mechanisms. What is the priority of various skills? Are the actions, special effects, and values of a certain skill reasonable? Do some details need to be improved? Design problems like these need to be constantly modified. Liada and the design team alone are obviously not up to the task, so Bao Su has to help. However, when Bao Su thought of the threat of paid travel, he felt a little weak. He didn't dare to modify the document blatantly, so he could only modify the document and secretly send it to Liada for her to upload. In this way, Bao Su can escape the disaster when selecting outstanding employees in the future. A few minutes later, Liada replied. Do you want to apply for overtime quota this weekend? Or continue to come secretly? I think it's better not to come secretly. There are too many people and it's easy to cause problems. Bao Su, I haven't thought about it yet, I'll think about it again. I always feel that the wind is a bit tight recently. I don't know if it's my illusion. When he met Tang Yishu by chance last weekend, Bao Su had a bad premonition and was prepared to be exposed. However, President Pei did not come to the door. Liada and Xiaozhou were called to the office by President Pei. Obviously, the weekend overtime work has aroused President Pei's vigilance. This time, he was lucky. Liada and Xiaozhou helped to cover it up. In addition, the new girl Tang Yishu was quite loyal and did not go to President Pei to inform on him. Bao Su was still safe. However, this also sounded a warning to Bao Su. This weekend, President Pei has approved some overtime quotas. The design team can have a certain amount of overtime quotas. Although there are very strict restrictions on the number of overtime workers and the length of overtime, this is good news. No longer have to work overtime at home secretly like before. You can come to the company to get coffee and snacks openly and discuss design ideas face to face. But Bao Su does not plan to apply for this quota. Because once he applies for this quota, how will President Pei look at him? How will other colleagues look at him? Wouldn't all the previous efforts be in vain? Seeing that there are only 2 or 3 months before the next outstanding employee selection, Bao Su does not want to fail. Therefore, there are 3 ways in front of Bao Su: report the overtime quota and work overtime openly, work overtime at home, or do not report the quota and come to the company to work overtime secretly. Bao Su is a little entangled, but his instinct tells him not to rush this matter, or observe the situation before making a decision. Saturday night, Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Pei Qian and Li Shi were drinking cocktails, looking at each other in silence. Pei Qian was a little absent-minded, his eyes were blurry, and he was in a low mood. Li Shi was drinking while observing Mr. Pei's expression, as if trying to guess his thoughts. Pei Qian has been feeling a bit down lately, so he had nothing to do at night and came to have a drink. Unexpectedly, he met Li Shi. Pei Qian didn't think much about it. After all, Mr. Li was also a frequent visitor of Moyu Internet Cafe, and thought it was just a normal encounter. However, for Li Shi, it was not the case. He came to Handong University store to find Pei Qian on purpose. As for why, it's a long story. The popularity of Mingyun Private Kitchen before made Li Shi's Fuhui Capital earn a lot of money, and also made him pay more attention to Pei Qian's movements. He suddenly found that investing was so simple. Anyway, wherever Mr. Pei opened a Moyu Internet Cafe or a restaurant, he would follow the investment without thinking, and he would definitely make money. However, Pei Qian recently seemed to have lost interest in the physical industry. At most, he opened a few Moyu Internet Cafe 2.0 in large shopping malls, and then there was no sound. Li Shi wanted to invest money and get a share of the soup, but he didn't get it. Li Shi has always been very puzzled about this matter. In his opinion, Moyu Internet Cafe finally became popular, the attendance rate increased, and the reputation was spread. Shouldn't it be time to promote the Moyu Internet Cafe model nationwide and open branches like crazy? Even if it is for the sake of stability, at least it should expand to other cities in Handong province. For example, Luzhou City and Linqing City, shouldn't they arrange it quickly? Li Shi thought that when Mr. Pei opened Moyu Internet Cafe in these cities, he would invest in it nearby and make money. However, after waiting for a long time, Mr. Pei did not make any move. It was as if the Moyu Internet Cafe, which had finally turned losses into profits and started to make money, had nothing to do with him and was abandoned by him. This is really weird. So, today Li Shi finally couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to find out what Mr. Pei had to say. Mr. Pei seems to be very busy recently and doesn't come to Moyu Internet Cafe to drink often. It seems that his career is too smooth, which is also a happy trouble. Li Shi was ready to flatter him a little. However, Pei Qian was not moved by his flattery. The career is indeed going smoothly, but there are only worries, no happiness. Pei Qian took a sip of cocktail, his expression melancholy. Boss Li, I am very confused now. Li Shi was stunned, then laughed. What is there for Boss Pei to be confused about? Is it because you succeed easily in every field you enter, so you feel that life is not challenging? Pei Qian. The first half of the sentence is right, but the second half is wrong. To be precise, it should be that every time you enter a field, you succeed, which makes Boss Pei feel that life is too challenging, and he is about to lose his fighting spirit. It's a pity that this kind of worry can't be told to anyone. Pei Qian looked at Li Shi and said very sincerely, Mr. Li, you are experienced in investment and know Jingzhou's industries very well. can you give me some guidance? Li Shi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Mr. Pei, I feel like you are teasing me. In terms of investment, I am not as good as you. In terms of understanding Jingzhou's industries, I may be slightly better than you, but you are much better than me in the future development trend of Jingzhou's industries. Pei Qian. I am asking you for advice very seriously, not flattering you. Alas, talking to successful people is really tiring. Pei Qian decided to get rid of these bends and get straight to the point. Mr. Li, I'll just say it straight. Can you tell me a little bit about what projects the investment circle in Jingzhou is most reluctant to touch now? I plan to invest 500 or 10 million yuan, casually, to make a small contribution to the economic development of Jingzhou. Li Shi was stunned. Mr. Pei is Mr. Pei, and he asks questions so differently. When others ask, they always ask what is the most promising project with the highest probability of yielding returns. But when it comes to Mr. Pei, he asks about the project that the investment circle is most reluctant to touch. Awesome. As expected, the thinking of a genius is so different. I understand, Mr. Pei. Do you feel that traditional investment projects are too simple and difficult to satisfy, so you want to find some difficult projects to challenge yourself? Li Shi's eyes were full of admiration and respect. Pei Qian, about the same. Li Shi raised his thumb. I admire you. If you say the project that the entire Jingzhou city is least willing to touch, it's probably the old industrial area. Now, the whole country is emphasizing industrial upgrading, eliminating backward production capacity, and vigorously developing the service industry and innovative industries. Many factories in the old industrial area have been relocated, leaving only some dilapidated factory buildings. The location there is basically in the suburbs and is relatively remote, so it has been shelved. Someone once proposed to turn this place into a cultural industrial park to learn from the advanced experience of the imperial capital. However, many people proposed it, but when it came to investing money, everyone was scared. Because this is a big problem in the whole country, there are many cities that want to learn from the experience of the capital and turn old factory areas into industrial parks, but most of them have failed. So, although this project has been greenlit all the way, no one dares to touch it. At most, they rent 1 or 2 factories and warehouses symbolically, open a cafe, art gallery, etc., and it has been losing money for many years. What do you think, Mr. Pei, is this challenging enough? After Li Shi finished speaking, he smiled and observed Pei Qian's reaction. He originally thought that Pei Qian was just pretending to be cool, and would immediately give up when he heard about such a difficult project. However, what he didn't expect was that Pei's eyes lit up. Very good, thank you, Mr. Li. This is the answer I want. Pei Qian was overjoyed. Li Shi was right, this is indeed a mess. Similar factories are all in the suburbs, in remote locations, with no decent supporting facilities around, and sparsely populated. If they were in the city center, such factories could be turned into art galleries or special tourism projects, and they might be revived. If they were in the city center, and the nature of the land was changed, they would instantly become a hot commodity that countless people would fight for. But these old factories were in the suburbs, and no one would care about them immediately, and they couldn't even be demolished, because no one was willing to pay for it. But Pei Qian liked this. Pei Qian drank the cocktail in his glass and stood up to leave. Li Shi hurriedly said, Boss Pei, please stay. Do you really want to invest here? Pei Qian nodded, of course. Li Shi instinctively didn't want to believe it, but he had to admit that Boss Pei had never lied to him. Boss Pei's previous actions seemed unreliable, but Boss Pei still did it without hesitation, and it was successful. Li Shi also stood up. Boss Pei, can you tell me what you are going to do with this factory? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then said, Mr. Li, I can tell you, but there is a condition. When this place opens, I hope Mr. Li can be the first customer and experience all the projects inside. Li sure couldn't help but laugh. What kind of condition is this? No problem. Even if Mr. Pei didn't ask for this, I would definitely go to experience and learn. Pei Qian nodded. Well, then I'll tell the truth. I plan to build a large haunted house. Li sure. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 348 The Dog is Caught. After returning to his residence, Pei Qian first sent a message to assistant Qian, asking her to take some time after work on Monday to learn about the situation in the old industrial area of Jingzhou City, choose a larger factory to ask about the price, and estimate the investment of this haunted house. Then, Pei Qian looked at the message Tang Yishu sent to him. Today is Saturday, and many people are working overtime. Tang Yishu is ostensibly to clean up the shit in Yintang, but in fact, she is also supervising these overtime workers for Pei Qian to see if they have crossed the line. Pei Qian looked at this message and then compared it with the overtime list submitted by Li Yada. The girl with framed glasses, this should be Li Yada. There is a mole on her face, this should be Li. Tall, flat-headed, huh? Pei Qian compared the message sent by Tang Yishu with the list submitted by Li Yada, and immediately found the problem. There is one more person on the overtime list. The number of overtime positions reported was 5, but Tang Yishu recorded that the actual number of design team members who came to work overtime was 6. This tall man with a flat head should be Chen Kongtua from the design team. He was not on the overtime list submitted by Li Yada. Pei Qian sneered, Humph, I knew it, sure enough, there are always people in the design team who are still working overtime. The dog has been caught. Pei Qian was thinking about how to deal with this diehard who has not changed his ways and is still working overtime secretly. Send you away on the spot and let him display his talents on a bigger stage, killing the chicken to scare the monkey? Not appropriate. Because this approach only treats the symptoms and not the root cause, and it will only bring temporary pleasure and cause endless harm. Pei Qian did not ask Tang Yishu who came to work overtime on the weekend, nor did he think of installing surveillance in the office, all for the same reason. Suppose Pei Qian transferred Chen Kongtua to another department through the first elimination system, it would undoubtedly imply that all employees would be eliminated by the first elimination as long as they worked overtime. Those who want to be promoted will deliberately come to work overtime when they see this situation, and those who originally wanted to work overtime will become more aggressive, and the situation will become out of control. Pei Qian will be completely unable to distinguish who are the lazy ones and who are the real strugglers. Or, did Pei Qian warn Chen Kongtua not to work overtime and strictly prohibit such behavior? Then, on the surface, those who wanted to work overtime were discouraged, but they would definitely turn to the dark side and secretly work overtime at home. Even though everyone was working overtime at home, President Pei still couldn't tell which of his employees were lazy and which were hardworking. So, you can't do this. As the saying goes, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish, if the person is too careful, there will be no followers. Whether it is strict attendance checking or installing surveillance in the office, on the one hand, many employees will subconsciously work hard and reduce the number of times they slack off, and on the other hand, it will make President Pei unable to see those struggling people hiding in the dark. Pei Qian's ultimate goal is to create an environment for all employees to slack off, while at the same time making them feel that President Pei will not care if they secretly work overtime. In this way, the slackers will start to slack off with peace of mind, while the struggling people will secretly work overtime, and the two can be distinguished. After that, Pei Qian can get the list of those struggling people, and then arrange them without anyone noticing. It won't alert the snake. Therefore, Pei Qian was not impatient, but silently memorized the name of Chen Kongtua, ready to settle the score later and secretly hit him with a club. By the way, he was also waiting for more fish to enter the net. Monday, December 6th. Pei Qian arrived at the company at 10 o'clock as usual, and then found that there seemed to be a little less people in the company today. After a moment of confusion, I remembered that today was the day of Tenda's entrance examination. Many employees from the Human Resources Department and the Administration Department went out to maintain order in the examination room. Although there are many graduate students from Handong University who come to help, these students can only help and have to be led by Yuan and others. Pei Qian plans to sit in the office for a while, before going to the examination room. Recruitment is a big deal after all. Whether more slackers can be screened out is related to the future development of the company. Pei Qian dare not neglect it. Not long after sitting down, Assistant Qian came to report on his work. Mr. Pei, I have already inquired about the situation of the factory. The abandoned factories in the old industrial zone are planned to be centrally developed in the name of the Cultural and Creative Industry Park, so they are not for sale. But the good news is that the rent is very cheap, because no one wants it. The rent of these factories is only 8 or 9 yuan per square meter per month, and this cost can basically be ignored. If you plan to convert these factories into haunted houses, you have to plan carefully what scale you want to achieve and how many factory areas you want to occupy. This will help you calculate the initial investment. Pei Qian nodded. The price was much cheaper than he thought. It's only 8 or 9 yuan per square meter per month. If you calculate it this way, you can rent a place of 10,000 square meters, with several large factories, and pay more than 1 million yuan in rent a year, which is completely different from the price of an office building. Of course, whether the rent is expensive or not depends on the location. These factories are located in remote areas. If you can't make money by renting them, then the more than 1 million yuan per year will be wasted, so most people are unwilling to take over. Assistant Qian continued, there is another thing, Mr. Pei, should we hold an annual meeting this year? If we want to hold one, it's almost time to start preparing. Pei Qian was stunned, and then said, hold it, of course we have to hold it. How could I almost forget this? How can I miss such a good opportunity to spend money at the annual meeting? There was no annual meeting last year, because Tenda's scale was too large at that time, and the annual meeting could not be held. But this year, Tenda already has so many employees, it is reasonable to hold an annual meeting. Wait for some big awards at the annual meeting, and then everyone will get a Sunshine Award. Isn't this another big sum of money spent? Thanks to Assistant Qian for reminding. Assistant Qian nodded, okay, Mr. Pei, then I will notify them to prepare. If you have any requirements for the annual meeting, you can always raise them. Pei Qian said, there are no other requirements, just must conform to the spirit of Tenda, understand? Assistant Qian, I understand, the prize must be high-end. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. After Assistant Qian left, Pei Qian prepared to catch up on the drama for a while, and then go to the examination site after lunch. However, as soon as he opened the Eli Island website, he received a message on his mobile phone. It was sent by Lin Wan. Boss Pei, be quiet already has an initial demo. The first version of the system has also been made on the mobile phone. If you have time in the next 2 days, would you like to take a look? Pei Qian thought for a while and typed, okay, I will go to Shangyang Games first tomorrow, and then to OTTO Technology. However, halfway through typing this line, Pei Qian felt that it was not appropriate and deleted it all. I should not go there myself, but let them come. At this time of testing the phased research and development results, Tang Yishu's nuclear weapon will definitely come in handy. However, if Pei Qian took Tang Yishu to Shangyang Games or OTTO Technology to inspect the results, it would seem a bit strange. After all, Tang Yishu's current position is just the shit shoveler of the encourager. Taking her around everywhere feels a bit unreasonable and easy to arouse suspicion. So, it is better to let everyone come to Tenda Games and be affected by Tang Yishu's halo effect unconsciously. Thinking of this, Pei Qian retyped his reply, then come to Tenda for a demonstration tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Not long after, Lin Wan replied, "Okay, Mr. Pei." Noon. Tenda recruitment exam room. Wu Bin ate the set meal delivered by Moyu Takeout, praising it in his heart. He was the HR of Hingtu Games, who tried to poach Hao Qiong before, but was shown off. He has been paying attention to Tenda's recruitment. Finally, I waited for the recruitment exam, so I naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. I finished one exam in the morning, and now it's lunch break time. Wu Bin has a lot of feelings about this recruitment exam. The first feeling is, weird. The time is weird, the process is weird, and even the questions of this exam are weird. In terms of time, it was scheduled on Monday, which is really outrageous. Because many companies have meetings on Monday, it is extremely difficult to ask for leave. Deliberately scheduling the exam on Monday, is it because they are afraid that the employees who take the exam can ask for leave? In terms of the process, there are many inexplicable and seemingly unnecessary links. Wu Bin himself is an HR and is very familiar with similar processes. In his opinion, although Tenda's scale is not big, it is a waste of time to conduct such a large-scale unified exam. It is both expensive and laborious, and it is better to follow the conventional recruitment method. The most confusing thing is that there is actually a test of Tenda's spiritual compatibility in the recruitment process. If you fail, you can't be converted to a regular employee, which is also quite outrageous. Moreover, this question is really difficult. Wu Bin had also participated in the civil servant examination and some similar written examinations, and had prepared for this kind of questions. Originally, he thought that since Tenda was a private company, the written examination questions should be much simpler. However, he was completely wrong. The difficulty of this question is unprecedented. Wu Bin almost collapsed after answering it for a whole morning. He thought he was very well prepared, but he was crushed by this difficult question. However, there is nothing he can do. Who let Tenda treat them well? It can be seen from the lunch at noon. There are at least hundreds of job seekers in the conference hall of this hotel. Tenda directly provides meals. This expense alone is at least tens of thousands of yuan. And this is not the only examination hall. It is estimated that it will cost a lot of money to invite these university graduate students to supervise and mark the papers. Oh, it's great to have money. While eating the takeaway meal from Moyu, Wu Bin imagined how wonderful it would be if he could work in Tenda one day. After lunch, Wu Bin saw many people leaving the venue. Tenda arranged accommodation for those job seekers from other cities, so they could go back to the room to rest for a while and come back before the afternoon exam. Wu Bin lived in Jingzhou and did not have such treatment. He could go home and rest, but it would be troublesome to go back and forth, so there was no need to bother. With nothing to do, Wu Bin looked across the hall, observing these examinees, who were his competitors. Young people account for the majority, and many of them should be college students in Jingzhou. This is normal, after all, senior students are in the stage of frantically looking for jobs, and they will definitely not miss this kind of exam. And employees of the same age as Wu Bin either don't want to give up their year-end bonuses, or it's difficult to take leave on Monday, so many people have given up. It feels like Tenda prefers young employees. I don't know if an old guy like me can pass the exam. Wu Bin was a little melancholy. Chapter 349. Everything was fine before I came. December 7th, Tuesday. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. The written test ended yesterday, and now we have entered the intense paper marking stage. Considering the huge workload of paper marking, a week is reserved. The interview will be held on Monday a week later, and then the admission list will be released soon to decide which group of people can join Tenda as interns and get the opportunity to take the Tenda Spiritual Fit test. Pei Qian is very satisfied with this time arrangement. On the one hand, the written test, interview, and admission, the entire recruitment process has been extended to nearly 2 weeks, which has a certain effect of dissuading people from applying. On the other hand, 2 Mondays of leave in a short period of time have also made most of the employees feel desperate, and have effectively dissuaded a group of experienced applicants from applying. In short, it is right to find ways to dissuade more people from applying. The paper marking work is temporarily handed over to the Human Resources Department and the Administration Department. With the current scale of Tenda, there should be no need to guard against favoritism and fraud. In the future, when the recruitment scale is larger, we will strictly follow the standards of some large-scale examinations to mark the papers. By then, we can purchase special equipment and recruit markers, and we should be able to spend a lot more money. Just as I was thinking about it, someone knocked on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Yi Zhizhou. The development of Be Quiet started earlier than GOG, and now the first demo version is almost available. As for the current version, it is hard to say how complete it is. At most, it has realized some of the most basic functions, such as the movement of characters in the scene, the use of props, etc. The art resources are still far from enough. There is only one scene, and there are still many places to be improved in props, characters, special effects, etc. However, something can be seen in this initial version. Yi Zhizhou took a deep breath at the door of President Pei's office and calmed down. In the past, President Pei went to Qingshan Games to check the development of the game. This time, Yi Zhizhou came to Tenda to see the emperor himself, and he was inevitably a little nervous. Calm down, calm down. The demo is an imperfect version. It is normal for various bugs to appear. President Pei will not blame you. As long as some basic functions can be demonstrated well, it will be fine. Unless, there are too many bugs and it is completely unplayable. It should be impossible. Before coming here, the test team has done a simple test and fixed all the more serious bugs. Some minor bugs are still there, but it shouldn't be so unlucky. Let's catch up with them all. Yi Zhizhou comforted himself and then knocked on the door and entered. Mr. Pei, here is the game program, please install it. Yi Zhizhou handed over a mobile hard drive. Pei Qian took it and installed the game demo on his computer, then handed the controller to Yi Zhizhou to operate. In fact, Pei Qian didn't know what kind of game this was at the moment. Because he only restricted a few major directions for Qingshan Games at that time, and then he was busy with other things. So now, Pei Qian still has a little expectation for the presentation of this game demo. I don't know what kind of game the people of Qingshan Games will make according to the dead end he pointed out. But, with the blessing of Tangishu's halo, can we still see the real situation of this demo? Pei Qian expressed high doubts about this. After a short black screen, the game started normally. Pei Qian was a little surprised. It actually opened. No errors or crashes. It looks like this demo is pretty good. Yi Zhizhou had no idea of the impending danger, and just pushed the joystick, operating and explaining at the same time. The current demo mainly completes some of the most basic things, such as the movement of the character, the use of scene props, etc. I mainly want you to see whether the current horror atmosphere and overall style have met your expectations. This is the first character we made, an adult male of standard size. The information on the interface is his health, physical strength, mental value, etc. We expect to release many character models of different sizes, allowing players to customize their appearance. Yi Zhizhou introduced, while observing Mr. Pei's expression. I saw Mr. Pei staring at the screen intently, as if he was expecting something. At the same time, this expectation also hides a little bit of surprise. Yi Zhizhou couldn't help but feel a little proud. It seems that Mr. Pei attaches great importance to our game project. This expression of expectation is definitely not fake. Moreover, Mr. Pei's little surprise shows that the current completion of the game has exceeded his expectations. It looks like the situation is very good. Yi Zhizhou explained more vigorously. However, Pei Qian only had two ideas in his mind. When will the bug appear? I'm so excited. There hasn't been a bug yet? The people at Qingshan Games seem to have put a lot of effort into this demo. Pei Qian didn't have much feeling about the game itself. I can only say that it's okay, but from this demo alone, there's no sign that it's going to be a big hit. The basic content and details of the game, as well as the art style, are all well done. After all, games are now made with editors. As long as you are willing to spend money, the art will definitely not be bad. However, the horror atmosphere is far from good. Of course, it may also be because monsters and other players have not been added yet, and there are no dangerous scenes. No matter how dark or scary it is, the degree of scaring is limited. But in any case, this demo has not left a deep impression on Pei Qian for the time being. Mr. Pei, here is a special recorder. After using it, it will play a very harsh and terrifying music, which will greatly reduce the sanity of the surrounding characters. Look. Yi Zhizhou said this, and controlled the game character to walk up and interact with the scene props. However, nothing happened. Yi Zhizhou, ? He was puzzled and clicked again. Still no use. Ahem, Mr. Pei, this may be a small bug, but it doesn't matter. We have prepared other props. Pei Qian smiled and said, it's okay. It's a demo version. It's normal to have bugs. Yi Zhizhou breathed a sigh of relief and came to the second interactive prop. This is an axe. Once you pick it up, you can use it to attack your enemies, like this. Under Yi Zhizhou's control, the character kept swinging his axe, smashing the broken wooden boxes, old tables, and other destructible objects around him. Yi Zhizhou breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no problem with the weapon system. However, he was not happy for 2 minutes. The character he controlled had already swung his axe and fell into the gap of the map. Yi Zhizhou. He quickly pressed the reserved shortcut key, and the character returned to the initial position of the map. Ahem, it was a small accident just now. I accidentally fell into the gap of the map. But don't worry, President Pei, these gaps will definitely be blocked later. Pei Qian nodded, yeah, of course. Yi Zhizhou did not dare to explain any more, for fear of leaving a bad impression of incompetent and shirking responsibility on President Pei, and continued to control the character to walk to the next arranged prop. However, this time, before taking a few steps, the whole picture suddenly stopped. Ding. Ding ding ding. The program terminated, and the desktop popped up. Several error prompt boxes appeared one after another, arranged in a very ceremonial manner. Yi Zhizhou was too embarrassed to explain, so he just silently took the mouse to close the prompt box and restarted the game. However, this time even the game could not be opened. Yi Zhizhou. Confused. What's going on? Before coming, Yi Zhizhou had changed several computers in Qingshan game for testing. Although he occasionally encountered some minor bugs, the complete demonstration was fine. Now, he can't enter the game directly. Yi Zhizhou looked at Mr. Pei with some shame. Mr. Pei, I don't know why, it was fine before I came. Sorry, there are too many bugs in the game. I will go back and ask them to fix it again, and then show it again after a while. He was a little embarrassed to look directly at Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei attached so much importance to this game and had such high expectations, but in the end, it was completely messed up. Yi Zhizhou now has only one feeling, that is, he has no face to face the people of Jiangdong. How can I explain to Director Lin when I return to Qingshan Games? However, President Pei just smiled and said, it's okay, it's a demo version, this is all very normal, don't blame yourself. Although I haven't seen the specific content displayed, I have already felt your sincerity in development, so let's continue along the current route. There is no need to show this version again. After the basic gameplay of the game is completed, we will have a second demonstration. President Pei didn't blame me? Yi Zhizhou tried hard to see the meaning of blame in President Pei's expression, but failed. President Pei's expression was kind in his indifference, and relieved in his kindness. Wait, relieved? What is there for President Pei to be relieved about? Yi Zhizhou was puzzled. It was definitely not because of the large number of bugs that he was relieved. Could it be that President Pei really saw our design ideas through such a short demonstration? And foresaw that this was a correct idea? Yes, it must be like this. After all, the general direction of the game was decided by President Pei, and President Pei must know the final form of the game better than any of us. In this case, President Pei's expression is not surprising. Yi Zhizhou knew very well that everyone in Shangyang Games had been working hard during this period, and the completion of the demo was no problem, but for some reason today, the luck was a bit bad and bugs kept appearing. Fortunately, President Pei did not pursue it, but gave enough consideration to this low-probability event. Don't worry, President Pei, I will fix all the bugs when I go back, and next time I come, I will show you a sufficiently complete initial version. Yi Zhizhou turned and left. Before, he was a little slack, thinking that the progress of game development was fast and smooth, and naturally developed a lazy mood. But now, this mood has been swept away. There is still a long way to go. We must continue to work hard. Looking at Yi Zhizhou, who was suddenly full of energy, Pei Qian felt a little puzzled. I didn't say anything, why is he so excited? However, this incident also made Pei Qian certain of one thing. Tang Yishu's halo is indeed effective, and the effect is outstanding. Chapter 350 Evaporated? Pei Qian has now roughly determined that Tang Yishu's halo effect does not cause bugs to appear in games without problems. Although she has a special bad luck halo effect, and it is very metaphysical, this metaphysical occurrence is conditional. For example, stepping on shoelaces and falling is a low probability event, but next to Tang Yishu, it is very likely to happen. But if you wear shoes without shoelaces, this will not happen. In other words, Tang Yishu's halo is like an amplifier, which will greatly increase the possibility of some low-probability bad luck events. The same is true for bugs. Many old games of Tenda have also had bugs. These bugs are not generated out of thin air, but have existed for a long time, but the probability of occurrence is too low, and they are not encountered at all in normal times. However, under the effect of Tang Yishu's halo effect, these low-probability bugs will also appear. On the surface, there are more bugs, but in fact, many bugs that were originally hidden very deeply and had a low probability of triggering have been stimulated. In normal environment, many bugs in Yi Zhizhou's demo are hidden and may not be encountered, but once under the effect of Tang Yishu's halo, the demo immediately became unplayable. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. Before, every time he went to inspect, he received frequent good news, which was too difficult. Finally encountered some setbacks, which was really gratifying. It would be great if I could be so happy every day in the future. People are refreshed when they encounter happy events. Pei Qian sent a message to the driver, Xiao Sun, after lunch, come with me to the old factory building in the old industrial zone to have a look. I need to plan the haunted house a little bit. Afternoon. Jingzhou City Old Industrial Zone. Pei Qian got out of the car, and his first feeling was that it was too damn far. Starting from the company, it took nearly an hour to drive there. The Old Industrial Zone is in the northeast of Jingzhou City, and Jingzhou City basically expands to the west and south. Mingyun Villa is in the southeast of Jingzhou City. It can still be said that there is a possibility of development in the future, but the Old Industrial Zone basically has no such possibility. Looking around, Pei Qian found that his previous expectations of the old industrial area were a little off. Pei Qian originally thought that this place was at most a little off the beaten track and the supporting facilities were a little poor. But now, I see that this factory area is overgrown with weeds. What's going on? The surrounding buildings are all full of the style of the last century, which is completely different from the center of Jingzhou. Moreover, almost all the factories here have been shut down. The few that are still in use are busy with relocation and aftermath work. There are no large residential buildings nearby. Even if there are, they are all very old buildings that look shaky and probably don't have many residents. This is during the day. If it were at night, Pei Qian probably wouldn't dare to come here alone. Boss Pei, please be careful with your steps. Xiao Sun led the way in front. Pei Qian looked around, his eyes sweeping over the huge factories. No wonder the rent is so cheap. If this place is to be renovated, no matter what it is used for, it will be a big project and it will definitely cost money. If the cost cannot be recovered, the money will be wasted, so no wonder no one is willing to take over. Pei Qian looked far away, but still couldn't see the boundary of the entire old industrial zone. The area of the entire old industrial zone is too large. If all of it is rented out and transformed into a haunted house, the investment is estimated to be at least several hundred million, which is unrealistic. Therefore, Pei Qian considered picking a few large factories, renting a few thousand square meters, and turning them into haunted houses. It would be too safe if the scale was too large. Many haunted houses attract horror movie and horror game enthusiasts from all over the world because they are too large and too scary. Pei Qian just wanted to spend as much money as possible without being famous and attracting too many tourists. Therefore, the scale must be well controlled. It should not be so big that everyone knows about it, but it should be scary enough, at least to scare Wang Guangjian to death, so as to relieve the hatred in Pei's heart. This place is too remote and the transportation is inconvenient. If it is not too famous, there will not be many tourists coming from all over the country. Relying on local tourists in Jingzhou alone, it is definitely not enough to support daily profits. So, this haunted house became Pei's small black room. Every time an enemy in the small notebook visited, they would be arranged to go in. You can lose money and get revenge. Kill two birds with one stone, it's perfect. Pei Qian and Xiao Sun walked a little further inside and tried to take a look at the situation inside the factory. In short, it was a mess, and there was no value in continuing to look. Let's go. Pei Qian wandered around here for 5 minutes and called it a day. Xiao Sun hurriedly followed and asked, Boss Pei, do you want to go somewhere else? There are many places that can be used as haunted houses. Pei Qian was stunned. Why go somewhere else? Just here. Xiao Sun, I misunderstood. Xiao Sun originally thought that Boss Pei wanted to leave after just 5 minutes of wandering around here, which meant that he must be very dissatisfied with this place. If he was interested, he would definitely look around more. Xiao Sun thought about whether to drive Mr. Pei to the next haunted house site. However, he was wrong. Mr. Pei was very satisfied with this place and had decided to go home. But this is a project worth millions or tens of millions, and it is too hasty to make a decision after just 5 minutes of observation. However, Xiao Sun quickly dispelled this thought from his mind. What kind of person is Mr. Pei? Would he make a hasty decision? He must have known enough before coming, so he only needed 5 minutes to verify his previous ideas. This is to plan before taking action, to plan and win thousands of miles away. Back to the company, Pei Qian began to think about how to do this haunted house project. It is relatively easy to lose money in a haunted house. Especially a haunted house in a fixed location. Because haunted houses are basically one-time consumption, most tourists will not go there again after playing once. Unless there are some special purposes such as picking up girls, or the haunted house is renovated with new themes and new gameplay. However, for places like haunted houses, the cost of renovation is very high, and they cannot be operated during the renovation period, so the input and output are not proportional. Therefore, there are basically three models of haunted houses. The first type is some super large haunted houses abroad. Because of their large scale and reputation, tourists from all over the world come to experience them continuously. With such a large number of tourists, both ticket sales and peripheral sales will be good, which can naturally guarantee a very generous revenue. The second type is a mobile haunted house, which will move to another city after opening in a large shopping mall in a certain city for a period of time, so that new sources of customers can always be guaranteed. Many haunted houses in China adopt this model. The third type is to build a haunted house in a large amusement park. As long as the passenger flow of the amusement park can be guaranteed, the passenger flow of the haunted house will not be bad. Pei Qian did not consider these three models, because he did not intend to make money. Learn from the failure experience of most haunted houses, and open a haunted house in a fixed location that is large enough to scare people, but will not be famous nationwide. In this way, even if people near Jingzhou come here for the sake of reputation, it will look good in the short term, but it will definitely be a blood loss in the long run. As for what specific project to do, Pei Qian has not yet had a clear idea. But there is no need to rush this matter. First of all, we have to find a person in charge of the haunted house project. Pei Qian is too busy now, and he can't do everything himself. Besides, Pei Qian doesn't want to get involved in the haunted house business. On the one hand, it was because the haunted house was too scary and Pei Qian was timid. On the other hand, it was also because Pei Qian was worried that the haunted house he designed would not be scary. Although a haunted house that is not scary is more likely to lose money, Pei Qian would rather choose the latter. After all, this haunted house has a special mission. If President Pei wants to arrange the enemies in the small notebook, he will rely on this haunted house. If the haunted house is not scary, President Pei will be killed by the enemies in the small notebook, which would be too embarrassing. Pei Qian thought about it and realized that there was a ghost in the company recently, so he had to make arrangements in advance. Chen Kongtua, it's you. Go and be responsible for the haunted house project. This arrangement can be said to kill two birds with one stone. First of all, Chen Kongtua is a hard worker. Getting him out can purify the company's atmosphere. Secondly, Chen Kongtua has a serious work attitude. Letting him be responsible for the haunted house project should be able to complete the task better. In addition, Pei Qian also thought of a special use for this haunted house. The first elimination system can only eliminate those who are too outstanding, and Pei Qian can't do anything about those who are generally outstanding and like to work overtime secretly. But now, they can all be thrown to the haunted house. Because this is a project that is destined to not make money, they don't have to worry about it no matter how much they struggle. The more Pei Qian thought about it, the more satisfied he was. He could only say that this was fate. If he hadn't met Tang Yishu by chance, Pei Qian wouldn't have realized that someone was secretly working overtime on the weekend, and naturally he wouldn't have singled out Chen Kongtua. Fate, wonderful. However, if Chen Kongtua was alone, wouldn't he feel a little lonely? Should we arrange some helpers for him? For example, arrange a few more hardworking people from Shangyang Games to work on the haunted house together? Yeah, that's a good idea. The people from Shangyang Games have been playing horror games for more than a month, and they might have some experience in this area. We need to arrange a few slightly more professional people to make this haunted house a little more scary, at least to scare Wang Guangjian to pee. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sent a message to Lin Wan. Choose an ordinary employee with the most positive work attitude from Shangyang Games. I have a new task here. The next morning, Bao Su arrived at the company on time as usual and sat down at his seat. He opened the Chinese website of the end, then opened the document, and carefully modified it. However, after just a few minutes of modification, he felt something was wrong. Bao Su quickly scanned the room, trying to find the source of this uneasy feeling. Finally, his eyes fell on an empty seat. Chen Kontua didn't come to work today. Not only that, his personal belongings at his workstation were also gone. If he was sick and asked for leave, was it necessary to take his personal belongings with him? Bao Su felt a chill all over his body. What happened to him? Disappeared? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of Dingdian novel is available at Chapter 351 Auto OS. Bao Su was panicked, and inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. He quickly sent a message to Chen Kontua. Why didn't you come to work today? Before Chen Kontua replied, many thoughts flashed through Bao Su's mind. Fired? Impossible, President Pei has never fired any employee. Resigned voluntarily? Even more impossible, how can you find a company with better treatment than Tenda? It can't be that he was abducted by aliens, right? Since all these options have been denied, the only possibility is only one. Chen Kontua replied, Brother Bao, get up, you may not believe it. I was transferred to a new project. Boss Pei, I will invest in a haunted house project recently, and let me be the person in charge. The work was arranged very hastily, and I left very hastily. The farewell dinner can only be held at another time. Tell everyone not to worry, I just changed departments. Bao Su, ah? Haunted house? You are the person in charge? Chen Kontua, Brother Bao, I am also confused. I was working overtime to modify GOG's design plan on the weekend, and now I am inspecting the site of the haunted house. Picture. Bao Su looked at the picture sent by Chen Kontua. It was a rather desolate old industrial area, sparsely populated and overgrown with weeds. There was an inexplicable depression and sadness. Chen Kontua's mood at this time can be imagined. Bao Su was silent for a moment, and asked in a typing voice, why did President Pei choose you? Chen Kontua, how would I know? President Pei just thinks highly of my potential and hopes that I can display my talents on a bigger stage. Bao Su fell into deep thought. Sure enough, this was another President Pei-style promotion. Before, whether it was Huang Sibo, LV Mingliang or Liyata, the entire promotion process seemed quite casual. They were neither the most experienced nor the most capable and outstanding in the entire project team. Before being promoted, these people were a little unknown. But after being promoted, they quickly adapted to their new positions and burst out with amazing potential. Obviously, President Pei has a unique vision. When selecting talents, he can see the infinite possibilities hidden in the employees. The same is true for the promotion of Chen Kontua this time. As a member of the design team, Bao Su often looks through design documents and often talks with Liyata about the design team. He knows very well that although Chen Kontua seems unknown on the surface, he actually has a strong desire to improve himself. Last weekend, due to limited quotas, Liyata only reported overtime quotas for a few colleagues with more seniority and more important positions. There is no way, there are too few overtime quotas, and if you want to work overtime, you have to compete for the position. Although Chen Kontua did not get the overtime quota, he also took the initiative to work overtime and modify the plan he was responsible for. This is enough to show that he is a person who has high demands on himself. Thinking of this, Bao Su was suddenly stunned. Could it be that President Pei can clearly grasp the work status, potential, and fighting spirit of each person? Moreover, President Pei can reasonably select talents based on these factors and arrange more motivated and pioneering employees to new projects. Combined with the previous feeling of the wind is a bit tight. Bao Su's heart sank, and he thought of something very dangerous. If he had not hidden his normal working status during this period, would he have been investigating the location of the haunted house with Chen Kontua? Bao Su didn't want to go to the haunted house. Bao Su just wanted to be an ordinary designer at Tenda Games, writing documents, adjusting game details, and changing design plans when there were R&D tasks. Other than that, he just wanted to play games, and didn't want to go out or work on other projects. It's too dangerous. Although Mr. Pei doesn't come to the company often, he is always paying attention to the company's developments. Anyone who is truly capable and has made outstanding contributions to the company will not escape his eyes. This kind of insight is amazing. I haven't been discovered yet, I'm just lucky. I can't take risks anymore, at least I have to wait until the next outstanding employee selection. Bao Su silently saved and closed the modified document and buried his head in the game. I made up my mind to be a slacker this time. In the afternoon, Chang Yu came to Tenda with a test machine. This test machine is a flagship mobile phone of another brand, which is equipped with the latest research and development results of OTTO technology, that is, a customized system prepared for mobile phones. Named Autos. Recently, Chang Yu has been busy with two things. On the one hand, he is finalizing the mobile phone plan with the foundry and settling the supply channels, and on the other hand, he is leading the team to develop Autos. In the era of smartphones, mobile phones are becoming more and more homogeneous, which is an inevitable trend. In the era before smartphones, mobile phones had a variety of appearances, including candy bar, flip, slide, full keyboard, and many other different shapes. However, with the advent of the smartphone era, the appearance of mobile phones has become more and more homogenized, with the screen-to-body ratio increasing. Only a few physical buttons are retained. Even if there are several different solutions for heterogeneous full screens, they will soon converge. The integration of mobile phones is getting higher and higher, and there is more room for development in appearance. In this case, in addition to stacking materials and competing for hardware, the mobile phone system has become the key to distinguishing different mobile phone brands. When consumers consider buying a mobile phone, if the hardware of two brands of mobile phones is almost the same and the price is not much different, then they will give priority to the one with a better system. Chang Yu is also well aware of this, so since the establishment of OTTO technology, he has been working on the development of mobile phone systems. Except for Pineapple Mobile Phone, other mobile phone brands basically rely on the Aijua system for optimization. Although the native Aijua system is simple and light, it has fewer functions and is not very suitable for the usage habits of mainstream domestic users. Therefore, most domestic mobile phone manufacturers are committed to making their own system functions richer and more convenient, hoping to win the hearts of consumers. Chang Yu is naturally the same. On the way here, he has simply tried some basic functions of Autos, and there is no problem. The content he wants to show this time is mainly the following aspects. Interface style, such as system fonts, themes, etc., mainly to show off the appearance of this system. Detail optimization, such as the design of the -1 screen and the optimization effect of some system functions. Special functions, such as some built-in programs, such as the data transfer that President Pei specifically requested, are here. Although it is the first version, it cannot be considered developed from scratch. First of all, this system is customized based on the native Aijua system, and secondly, Chang Yu's team has experience in developing systems. Therefore, Chang Yu is full of confidence in this system. Even if there are bugs, there will not be many. System development is a relatively long-term job, because consumers' demand for mobile phone systems will never be met. Every time the system is updated, there will definitely be a lot of bugs, but this time the system is modified on the basis of the previous system, and some relatively mature functions are done first, so there are not many bugs and good stability. Chang Yu came to the door of Pei Qian's office and knocked gently. President Pei, this is the first version of Autos system, you come and experience it briefly. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can always raise it, and we will fix it as soon as possible. Chang Yu handed the phone to Pei Qian. Pei Qian reached out to take it. Looking at Chang Yu's confident expression, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, Mr. Chang, you are still too confident. If you tested at OTTO technology, it is very likely that you will not encounter any bugs, but here. A minute of silence for President Chang. Pei Qian began to test the basic functions of AutoOS. At first glance, this system is similar to many domestic mobile phone systems. Although there are some changes in style, the overall feeling of use is not much different. Compared with some more complete mobile phone systems, such as Shenhua's mobile phone system, it is definitely far behind in all aspects. But, it works. This already shocked Pei Qian. After playing for 5 minutes, Pei Qian's face was full of confusion. There really is no malicious bug. This is not scientific at all. Pei Qian had already confirmed that Tangishu was outside and had not left, and the halo effect should also be in effect. Although there are some flaws, these are understandable. There is no complete collapse like when Yi Zhizhou showed the game demo yesterday. Pei Qian couldn't help but be shocked. Chang Yu's team is so reliable in developing mobile phone systems? This shouldn't be the case. Isn't this directly destroying Hongqing Technology's dream team? Pei Qian was a little confused, but soon realized it. Chang Yu's team must have developed similar mobile phone systems before at Hongqing Technology, so they are very familiar with the process and have already stepped on all the pitfalls. Therefore, developing the initial version of AutoOS now will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Thinking of this, Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. This is equivalent to Chang Yu's team taking a test paper that has already been done and doing it again. Although they got a high score, it does not have much reference value. But no matter what, the completion of the system has exceeded Pei Qian's expectations. Chang Yu began to introduce Pei Qian to the development plan of the system in the future. Don't worry, Mr. Pei. Although the current system is still very simple, its stability is definitely no problem. I have always believed that the mobile phone system is crucial to the consumer experience. Therefore, in the next period of time, we will follow the big mobile phone manufacturers and develop more quick and convenient functions. For example, one-click game mode, multi-screen interaction, fast data transmission, quick payment, power-saving mode, etc. In addition, I suggest opening a forum for users to freely put forward opinions and suggestions on AutoOS. In this way, we can continuously optimize and improve AutoOS through communication with users, bringing more powerful competitiveness to our mobile phones. Chapter 352, Comparing People is Frustrating. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Chang Yu is very confident in his plan. Since President Pei said that the ultimate goal of auto technology is to acquire Pineapple, then it must surpass Pineapple mobile phones in all aspects. The advantage of Pineapple mobile phones lies in the combination of software and hardware, and the advantage of the system is the core competitiveness. And if their own mobile phones want to gain a foothold in the world, the system naturally cannot lag behind. Chang Yu believes that since the system is so important, we should take action immediately, collect user opinions from now on, and work hard to build a better system. Pei Qian fell silent. It sounds. Chang Yu's suggestion is quite reliable. What to do? If Chang Yu can really develop a very useful customized system, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance the competitiveness of this mobile phone. No, I have to do something. Pei Qian lowered his head and continued to play with his mobile phone. I just flipped through it roughly before, and didn't find any major problems. Continue to experience it in depth. Pei Qian focused on flipping out the functions that are not native to the Aizhua system and tested them repeatedly. Finally, something went wrong. The app crashed. Pei Qian showed no expression on the surface, but he was actually very proud. What did I say? How could there be no bugs? With Tangishu here, I can find any magical bugs in the corners for you. Chang Aiching, what else do you have to say? Chang Yu froze instantly. This is a slap in the face. Just now I said that the system is stable and has no bugs, and I talked about so many future plans, but the next second, a bug appeared. But Changyu quickly calmed down. Mr. Pei, don't mind. After all, this is a test version. It is normal and reasonable to have a bug occasionally. You have been looking for so long before you finally found a bug, which is enough to prove the completion and stability of this version. The subsequent tests will definitely. Shit. Before Changyu finished his inner thoughts, another program on his phone crashed, and he subconsciously burst out with a swear word. Nothing to say. Changyu regretted a little that he had spoken too early just now. He had just finished bragging about the stability of this system, and several bugs appeared in succession. What should he do? He didn't dare to explain. It was already like this, and explaining again seemed like passing the buck. I can only wait and silently endure the wrath of President Pei. Pei Qian took great pains to find 3 or 4 bugs, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, not bad. If I can't find the bug, where will I put my face? When Changyu gets cocky, who knows what he will do? It's just right that I can take advantage of the bug and guide Changyu down the wrong path. Pei Qian coughed twice. I completely agree with your view on the system. In the future, when mobile phones are becoming more and more homogeneous, a user-friendly system will be one of the core competitiveness of mobile phone brands. But don't be too ambitious, you must be down to earth. No matter how many functions the system has, if the stability is not good, what's the use? First solve the stability problem to ensure the most basic and fundamental experience, and then consider the other problems you mentioned. Before the mobile phone comes out, Autos should not do any extra system functions, just keep the current basic functions. The rest of the time is used to fix bugs, improve system stability, or optimize some details. Changyu was completely unable to refute, and could only nod silently. Yes, President Pei, I understand. In Changyu's opinion, it was a bit too wasteful to just use such a long time to fix bugs and optimize details. Some system functions could be developed. But since President Pei had said so, he could only listen. After all, this demonstration was not a success at all. There were so many bugs. Changyu felt that he was not worthy of talking about the right to speak. December 9th, Thursday. Morning. Hang to game. Wu Bin had just finished his work and habitually opened his mailbox to see if there were any new emails. His eyes quickly scanned the email list, and suddenly, Wu Bin's eyes lit up. An email from Tenda. He quickly clicked it and found that it was actually an interview notice. This means that he passed the written test. The indescribable sense of happiness instantly overwhelmed Wu Bin's mind, and he almost jumped up from his seat in excitement. Unexpectedly, he actually passed. Because the questions in the morning were too difficult, Wu Bin was hit hard after answering the questions, and almost didn't want to take the afternoon test. But fortunately, he is also a veteran who has worked for many years, so he still has this mentality. After stabilizing his emotions a little, he continued to fight for the afternoon test. As a result, the professional knowledge questions in the afternoon were unexpectedly simple. This made Wu Bin very confused, but also made him even less hopeful about this exam. The questions in the morning were difficult, and he felt that he probably couldn't pass the exam better than those college students. The professional knowledge questions in the afternoon were too simple, and it was difficult to open up a gap with those college students. Thinking this way, the results of the written test might not be too optimistic. Fortunately, after a few days of anxious waiting, the interview notice finally came. The phone vibrated slightly. Wu Bin took a look, and it was a text message of the interview notice. The content of the email and the text message was the same, just to ensure that the job seeker would not miss the email. Wu Bin immediately went to Tenda's recruitment website to confirm the interview arrangement. But after all these were done, Wu Bin began to struggle again. Originally, he did not have much hope for the written test, so he did not think about the interview. But now, Wu Bin began to worry. If it was a general interview, Wu Bin would be very confident, because his resume was very good, and compared with those college students, he would definitely have a lot of advantages. However, Tengda's recruitment website clearly stated that Tengda's interview was completely different from that of other companies. Fixed questions, standard answers, and cross-interviews by heads of various departments. It's really not certain that you can pass it. Wu Bin really wants to work at Tengda. If possible, he wants to find a Tengda employee to inquire about the news, to see how to prepare for this interview, and what style the interviewer likes. As the saying goes, don't fight a battle without confidence. The more information you have, the better your chances of winning. But Wu Bin didn't know any of Tengda's employees. After thinking about it, he thought of someone. Wasn't Hao Qiong, whom he tried to recruit before, an employee of Tengda? Although he was in Shangyang Games, he should know some inside information about Tengda, right? Thinking of this, Wu Bin immediately found the contact information of Hao Qiong that he had investigated before and sent a friend request. He was worried whether the other party would accept it, but fortunately, a few minutes later, the friend request was approved. Wu Bin hurriedly made a brief self-introduction, and then very sincerely stated his problems. Soon, Hao Qiong replied. I really don't know what the interview is like. When I joined the company, I didn't have so many things to do. I just had a simple chat with the head of the department and was hired. Wu Bin. It's really King depressing. Why did this kid join the company after just a few chats, and his salary increased all the way, but when it was his turn, he had to go through 5 levels and 6 generals, and pass the written test, interview, and a Tengda spiritual fit test. This world is too unfair. However, Wu Bin also knew that he was asking for help now, so he could only silently suppress the complaints in his heart and continue to ask for advice. Brother, just give me a hand, maybe we can become colleagues in the future. Brother, which department are you in now? Are you still in Shangyang Games? Why don't you ask your department head, maybe he will be responsible for the interview when the time comes. I won't force it, just give me a little hint. Hao Qiong replied soon. To be honest, I am now the head of our department, but I haven't received any interview tasks, so I really can't help you. Wu Bin. I read the words sent by Hao Qiong twice and almost fainted. I still remember the last time I chatted with Hao Qiong and talked about his career prospects. Wu Bin said that Tengda is full of talents, and maybe Hao Qiong will never get ahead. However, how long has it been, and Hao Qiong has been promoted to the head of the department? It's too much. I'm very angry, but I still have to keep smiling. Wu Bin feels like he has eaten a ton of lemons now, and his heart is full of sourness. Dude, which department are you in charge of now? Shangyang Games? This time it took a little while to reply. About a minute later, Hao Qiong replied, I don't know how to explain this to you. Even myself and my partner are in a state of complete confusion now. To tell you the truth, I am no longer in Shangyang Games. I am now in charge of a haunted house project. Isn't it magical? Wu Bin was stunned, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. I was shocked. I thought it was a good project. If he is promoted to the head of Shangyang Games, it is indeed worth being jealous. But, the head of a haunted house project is basically the boss of the haunted house. What's the big deal? It's just a small haunted house of 100 or 200 square meters, and it may suffer losses for years. This is not a promotion at all, it's obviously marginalization. Wu Bin felt much better. However, he still had to be polite. Wu Bin typed and said, that's good. Where is the haunted house? How much money are you going to invest? I can consider going to support it when the time comes. Although the room for development of this project may not be as good as before in the game department, you must also adjust your mentality. This is also a good training opportunity for you. Before Wu Bin finished typing the message, Hao Qiong had already replied to himself. According to Mr. Pei, the first investment is expected to be 10 million, and then additional investment will be made later, depending on the situation. Hey, how to spend this 10 million? I still have no idea. It's so annoying. Wu Bin. His mentality collapsed. He didn't ask any information about the interview, but was shown off. This life is unbearable. Chapter 353. Mr. Ma is not a rookie, he is just targeted by the game mechanism. Additional update, wishing you a happy new year in advance. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Mayu Internet Cafe Handong University Branch. Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong sat in the coffee area, drinking coffee silently, looking at each other in silence. The two of them were confused. Their experiences were not much different. On Tuesday, the two were still working hard, responsible for GOG and Be Quiet respectively, and carefully modifying the design plan. Today, the two have been kicked out of the company and looked at each other in silence in the Moyu Internet Cafe. When they first heard the news of the transfer, they were both equally shocked and puzzled. Did they commit a crime? It doesn't seem like it. This is obviously a promotion, whether it is a job level or a salary, it has increased. But should you say that you should be happy about this? Neither of them can be happy. Because Mr. Pei just said that he wanted to build a haunted house in the old industrial area of Jingzhou City, and he would just invest 10 million yuan. But there is no clue about other things. How much land to rent, which factories to renovate, what plan to use, how many employees to recruit. All these progress are zero. In other words, although Mr. Pei said that he would invest 10 million to build a haunted house, so far, apart from the 10 million funds in Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong, there is nothing. This is very confusing. After learning that the other party is the only colleague on this project, the two decided to meet at Moyu Internet Cafe to discuss the next plan. Both of them thought that the other party had more information than themselves and had received special instructions from Mr. Pei. However, when they met, they found that they were both equally confused. Mr. Pei didn't say anything. So, they could only drink coffee silently. After a long silence, Chen Kongtua decided to break the deadlock. After all, Mr. Pei attached so much importance to the 10 million project and handed it to him. He could not live up to Mr. Pei's trust. Chen Kongtua thought for a moment and said, starting tomorrow, I will post job openings online to recruit people with relevant work experience, and contact the construction team. We must come up with a design plan. Hao Qiong nodded. Well, there are some ready-made art materials in Be Quiet, as well as materials we collected from playing horror games before. We can consider using them in the design of the haunted house. The two of them discussed over coffee, constantly discussing the details of the project. It's true that after the two of them discussed, the haunted house project came up with a big framework. However, although they thought of various problems from all aspects, both of them felt that something was still missing. They always felt that the conversation was not so solid. Chen Kongtua frowned and thought hard, what is missing? Hao Qiong thought for a long time, and suddenly slapped his forehead. I thought of it. It's missing the guidance of President Pei. Other things can be missing, but President Pei's guidance is absolutely indispensable. I don't know if you remember that the success of most of Tengda's projects is within President Pei's plan. Many times, President Pei just pointed out a few simple directions. But as long as we continue to deduce in this direction, we can find the right path. For the haunted house project, President Pei has not yet issued any guidance. We must first find out President Pei's attitude towards this project, before we can decide on the specific plan. Chen Kongtua suddenly realized, so that's it. He had never been the person in charge before, and President Pei always went directly to Liyada to assign tasks, so Chen Kongtua had not considered these issues. Fortunately, Hao Qiong had already heard Yi Zhizhou and Wang Xiaobin talk about the standardized process of understanding President Pei's spirit, so he keenly discovered this blind spot. In short, do the preliminary preparations first, recruit more people, or ask President Pei for more manpower. Then, let's find an opportunity to ask Mr. Pei for his opinion on this project. Only by understanding Mr. Pei's intention can the success rate of this project be greatly improved. The project, which was originally a bit confusing, seemed to have a vague general direction after the discussion between the two. This general direction is Mr. Pei's guidance. Both of them firmly believed that as long as they could get Mr. Pei's guidance, all these problems would be solved. December 10th, Friday. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Brother Bao, GOG has released a version, you can take a look at it. Looking at the message sent by Liata, Bao Su sighed silently. It's hard to top it. Up to now, GOG has a rough prototype. Although the game is still a mess in all aspects, at least it can run. After all, there is a ready-made game like Shinchi with a high degree of completion for reference. It is not too difficult for GOG to build a big framework in the short term. But in terms of the current degree of completion, it is far from enough. Bao Su secretly played GOG when no one was paying attention, and then found a lot of shortcomings. Many bugs. Poor balance. No novelty in gameplay. Too few heroes. In short, it was a far cry from Shinchi. Bao Su was in a dilemma, and no matter what, Liata probably can't handle these problems by himself. No matter what, it's as if he sees the African savanna and the Sahara Desert waving to him. After weighing the pros and cons, Bao Su sighed and opened the editor again to make changes secretly. Forget it, I can't just sit back and watch. Help for the last time? But it's not a solution to keep going like this. I can't solve all similar experience problems, right? Bao Su was also a little helpless. Although other designers in the entire design team have been playing games and enriching their gaming experience, game IQ is not something that can be cultivated overnight. As a hardcore player, Bao Su's sensitivity to games is unmatched by others. Therefore, some very high-end work, such as adjusting the balance of the game, can only be done by Bao Su. Of course, numerical planners can also do this job, but Bao Su often needs to check it in the end. Some single-player games that don't require balance are okay, but GOG is a multiplayer game, so balance is crucial. Bao Su thought about it and felt that he couldn't go on like this. Too dangerous. I have to think of a way to assign this job to others as soon as possible and let others take on the responsibility. I can't find such a person in the company, so where should I find him? Suddenly, he had an idea. Moyu Internet Cafe is Tenda's own business, can we make use of it a little? Put the test version of GOG on Moyu Internet Cafe, so that customers of Moyu Internet Cafe can act as test players of the game. After experiencing the game, they can leave their opinions and suggestions. Of course, this will also bring certain problems, such as the information of the game may be leaked in advance, causing spoilers. But for games like GOG, it is not a big problem. To put it bluntly, it is to set up a special game test server in Moyu Internet Cafe to collect player data and modify the game through this data information. Bao Su immediately sent a message to Liata. Let the players of Moyu Internet Cafe also participate. Bao Su thinks that even if they cannot be completely liberated, at least 80% can be liberated. Dream Venture Capital. Ma Yan didn't come today because he had classes. Moreover, since Ma Yan did not hesitate to spend all his money on Jito Company last time, Dream Venture Capital has no money to invest in other projects. The only thing left for everyone to do every day is to play games with Mr. Ma. Although Mr. Ma carries the game like crazy in every game, and kills all kinds of gods, this kind of high-end game will get boring after too many times. Yuan has been a little bored recently, so he doesn't come to Yuan venture capital often. Xing and other high-scoring masters are gathering together at this time, discussing problems with serious faces. Mr. Ma's happiness threshold is getting higher and higher. After a while, I'm afraid he will lose interest in our 9-to-1 strategy. What should I do? Xing raised a very sharp question. An important job of these high-scoring masters is to play games with Mr. Ma, so that he can keep a relaxed and happy mood and maintain the best working state. At the beginning, Mr. Ma could kill more than a dozen high-scoring masters in each game, and he was very happy to carry alone. But slowly, the threshold of happiness is getting higher and higher. Simply killing can no longer satisfy Mr. Ma. Frequent victories have also become boring. After all, in Ma Yang's view, the experience of each game has become more and more similar. Even if the other 9 people in the game have arranged the script in advance, try their best to act according to the script, and try to make each game experience different for Mr. Ma. But after a long time, they will still get bored. Now, everyone gathers together to discuss the solution to this problem. I don't think we have a lack of imagination, nor can we blame Mr. Ma for his poor skills. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame the game mechanism. The current game mechanism is a bit complicated and not very friendly to players with poor skills. Mr. Ma is targeted by the game and it is difficult for him to play 100% of his strength. In order to cooperate with Mr. Ma, we can only lower our level to the same level as him, so our acting is naturally fake. If this continues, Mr. Ma will find out sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. A buddy next to him nodded, yes, I agree. I also think that Mr. Ma is targeted by the game. As long as the game mechanism is changed, Mr. Ma's strength will definitely be better. What should we do? We are not designers and cannot change the game mechanism. Someone said. Someone raised his hand and suggested, we really can't change Xinqi, but we should be able to change IOI, right? Xing thought for a while, it's hard to say. We just bought shares of Zhito Company and cannot interfere with their R&D and operations. We can make some suggestions to them as shareholders and domestic agents. As for whether they will listen, it's really uncertain. Let's try it. Chapter 354, Mr. Pei's process has deep meaning. Xing and other high-scoring masters of Yuan venture capital began to sort out their suggestions for the modification of IOI. This process is actually quite painful. Because these high-scoring masters are already very familiar with the game Xinqi, and the high difficulty of the game is the key to the gap between these masters and ordinary players. Now asking them to propose modification suggestions for these difficulty mechanisms will undoubtedly make them deny their game experience and weaken their advantages in certain aspects. It is difficult to choose. But think about it. If no modification suggestions are made now, Mr. Ma's game experience will definitely not be improved. In that case, even if it is 9-to-1, Mr. Ma should get bored soon. And if Mr. Ma gets bored, doesn't it mean that everyone's job is in jeopardy? Therefore, Mr. Ma must be allowed to play comfortably. The modification plan for this game must be made. While trying the test version of IOI, Xing racked his brains to think about the modification plan. As a shareholder of Zhito Company and the domestic agent of IOI, it is not a problem to get the test version of this game. It's just that people don't play it often. When it comes to Jubaoyi, people are more likely to play Xinqi. The reason is very simple. In the eyes of everyone, including Xing and Ma Yang, the current IOI can only be regarded as a low-profile version of Xinqi. The difference in map size and game mechanism is not very big. The main difference lies in the picture and hero skill design. The only advantage of IOI is that it is an independent game, and it is an online game. It is very convenient to add friends and form a team. But since IOI is currently only in the testing stage, this only advantage no longer exists. In other aspects, such as various details of the game and the richness of heroes, IOI is currently in the stage of being beaten by Shinchi. This is normal. After all, Shinchi has been continuously updated for several years, and IOI's current research and development time is too short. These contents need to be repeatedly polished. However, for Hidishing and others, this also means that IOI has more possibilities for reshaping. While everyone was discussing, Hidishing was recording. The idea of 9 protecting 1 will probably not work soon. We have to try new challenges and play against some unfamiliar players. Only in this way can we keep Mr. Ma fresh about this game. But as far as the current game mechanism is concerned, I am afraid that Mr. Ma will be targeted as a shortcoming, and the game experience will definitely not be good. In this case, we have to consider, when Mr. Ma faces a real enemy, how should we use the game mechanism to ensure Mr. Ma's gaming experience as much as possible? I think the current map is too big. When Mr. Ma is in danger, we can't get there in the first time. The map needs to be made smaller so that we can support Mr. Ma at any time. Mr. Ma's basic skills of positive and negative support are basically broken. Considering Mr. Ma's busy work, it is not realistic to want to practice this. Otherwise, just kill the negative support directly. For positive support, even if you can't support it, you can give some hard work fees. In order to prevent Mr. Ma from being killed and having a bad gaming experience, should we offer a bounty mechanism? After multiple deaths, heads are worthless, but there will be extra bounties for finishing big heads. There should be an appropriate compensation mechanism for falling behind in level too much. While allowing Mr. Ma to survive, we must also ensure that the gap between experts and rookies can be widened. Otherwise, no matter how good our skills are, we can't lead Mr. Ma to win. Wouldn't it make us look useless? Yes, I think so too. Although this game is simpler for Mr. Ma, for people like us, high difficulty skills must be retained. The fixed lanes of IOI are good and can be retained. In addition, can we ask for a few mid-lane or jungle heroes with high operating difficulty to facilitate our carry? I think we can enrich the map resources. It's better to add several large wild monsters that can buff the whole team. In this way, even if Ma Zone collapses, we can control the map well and use these large wild monsters to provide buffs to the whole team, which can greatly improve our winning rate. Also, should we provide some simpler operation modes for some players with poor hands? Ma Zone has not memorized the shortcut keys yet, and often still clicks the skills with the mouse. It's time to release some heroes who can survive. Everyone started brainstorming, and soon, one suggestion after another was recorded by Hidishing. These suggestions, in the final analysis, are to give those players who are struggling as much living space as possible, while ensuring that the game has a certain difficulty ladder and that masters can still easily drive the rhythm of the whole game 1 against 5. It doesn't matter if the basic skills are not good, the positioning is not good, and the awareness is poor. If you can't make up the knife well, the game mechanism will pay you a salary, so that your economy will never fall behind too much, and you won't be playing for 40 or 50 minutes with only a pair of shoes on your body. If you don't have good positioning, choose some heroes who can become strong after a little development. It doesn't matter if you have poor awareness. The map is smaller, and you can go to support wherever you see a fight, and it is easier to get help from teammates. In short, for Mr. Ma, if this version is implemented, it will be an epic enhancement. Hidishing summarized everyone's opinions, compiled them into a plan, translated them into English, and sent them to Jito Company. After all, being in the investment industry, one's English skills must be good. After everything was done, it was almost time to get off work. Considering the time difference on the other side of the ocean, and the fact that the next 2 days were holidays, it would probably be Monday before this email was replied. Hidishing stretched and got off work on time. Saturday. Mayu Internet Cafe, Mingyun Villa Branch. Bao Su, wearing a baseball cap, came to the door stealthily and took a look at the situation inside. It was okay, not too many people. It was 8:30 in the morning. Although the area near Mingyun Villa was very popular, and many college students came to play on weekends, it would take until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon for Moyu Internet Cafe to be full. Coming so early, there were still many empty seats. Bao Su lowered his baseball cap and entered Moyu Internet Cafe. After arriving at the internet area, he quickly found Liada, who was also here and wearing a baseball cap. Before sitting down, Bao Su looked back behind him, as if he was afraid that someone was following him. Has the beta version of GOG been updated? Bao Su asked in a low voice. Liada nodded. Yes, I have informed Zhang Yuan, the game has been updated, and now all computers in the internet cafe can play it. Moreover, as long as players play GOG for a certain period of time and write 500 words of modification suggestions, they can also get some free internet time. And you don't have to be so nervous. This place is far from the company, and the probability of running into President Pei or others is very low. Bao Su nodded. Yes, I know, but it's better to be careful. Where are the others? Liada looked at the watch. They should be here soon. Bao Su asked again, what about the company? Liada said, let Xiao Lu and the others take over for the time being. But, is it really necessary to do this? Bao Su breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to be careful, it's better to be careful. Okay, then let's experience the game first, and then slowly modify it. Record the modified plan, and you will submit it on Monday. Liada was a little embarrassed. Brother Bao, a large part of these changes were made by you. I always feel embarrassed to do this, as if I am stealing your credit. Bao Su waved his hand quickly. This is exactly what I want. If you really want to thank me, you only need to do one thing, that is, accept these calmly, and never mention my work in front of others. Liada couldn't help but sigh. Brother Bao is really humble, and he is becoming more and more like President Pei. Bao Su shook his head and sighed. No, how can I compare with President Pei? President Pei is truly humble. As for me, I just had to do it. The two started playing games. As he was playing, Bao Su muttered quietly, strange, why do I feel that there are fewer bugs when playing GOG here? Chu. In the rental house, Pei Qian, who had just woken up, rubbed his nose and muttered quietly, strange, why do I sneeze more frequently recently? Is it because it's winter and the weather is getting colder, or because someone is always talking about me? I always feel like there's a thorn in my side. Pei Qian quickly picked up his phone and checked the overtime list for the day sent to him by Tangy Shu. The guy who looks a bit fierce. This should be Xiao Lu. Huh? Liada didn't come today? It's very different from the overtime list last week. Did everyone agree to take turns to work overtime? On the one hand, it can guarantee rest, and on the other hand, everyone can get overtime pay. Not bad, everyone is very reasonable. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. For the time being, no project has been found to be out of control. Originally, Pei Qian was most worried about IOI, but after so much time, he didn't hear any news like IOI test is hot. Probably, in this settlement period, it should be fine, right? December 13th, Monday. The hotel venue has been set up for the interview. Wu Bin arrived very early, but he didn't expect that the examiner arrived earlier than him. In the interview room, several examiners were chatting happily and catching up on relevant knowledge. Liada, the chief planner of Tenda Games, Yi Zhizhou, the person in charge of Shangyang Games, LV Mingliang, the person in charge of Nifeng Logistics, Huang Sibo, the person in charge of Fei Huang Studio, Zhang Yuan, the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe, Ma Yichun, the person in charge of N Chinese Network. Basically, they have all arrived. The interview process is as follows. When the interviewee is interviewing the Tenda Games department, Liyada will temporarily leave the examination room and people from other departments will conduct a joint interview. The questions and standard answers have been prepared long ago, and each person has a copy. When the interviewee has a limited number of questions to answer, the time must be stopped. Then, all examiners will score the interviewee based on the interviewee's answers and the standard answers in hand. After removing the highest and lowest scores, take an average score and count it as the interview score for this person. The interview score and the written test score are added together to rank, and they are admitted from the front to the back according to the position, and enter the internship stage. If these people can pass the Tenda Spirit Fit test after 1 month, they can become formal employees of Tenda. In theory, interviewing is not a very complicated job. You only need to take 2 days out of the year to do it. But these examiners arrived more than an hour in advance. Because they are nervous, although no one would necessarily hold anyone accountable for giving random scores, many heads of departments came from Tenda and knew each other. If they gave random scores, it would be embarrassing. What if the interview was not serious and a person with no knowledge was sent to the friend's department? Wouldn't that be a disservice to both the friend and Mr. Pei? The head of the department, to put it bluntly, is the person in charge. If he can't take this responsibility, what kind of head of department is he? So, everyone has agreed to arrive early and cram before the exam. For example, the questions of the game department were given by Liyada, so Liyada briefly explained the key points of these questions and what kind of newcomer he preferred. The same applies to other departments. The scoring sheet is very detailed, including not only some more concrete content, such as how many knowledge points the examinee answered, but also some more abstract content, such as the examinee's appearance, whether he speaks fluently, whether his verbal expression is clear, etc. These have very quantitative scores, and it is not easy to fill them in randomly. The leaders were chatting while discussing the questions. Brother Huang, how is the studio doing recently? Is the filming going smoothly? Can you get an autograph for my mother? She is a fan of Zhang Zuding. Boss Liu, thank you for helping me deliver the ROF console last time. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Yada, the last time the website and the game were linked, it was quite successful. How about doing it again after a while? I'm already thinking about planning an event. Of course, when the new game comes out, and Chinese network can hold an essay contest with the theme of GOG, how about that? No problem, isn't essay contest just a matter of a sentence? By the way, Lin Wan didn't seem to be here today? She should have contacted you, right? What solutions did you offer? Don't worry about that. We haven't even made an engineering machine yet. Let's wait until the phone is made. The more they talked, the more excited they were. When they first heard that they had to be examiners and conduct cross-interviews, many people were confused. For example, Zhang Yuan. I'm in charge of an internet cafe now. You asked me to interview people who are looking for jobs at Nifeng Logistics and N Chinese Network. Isn't that nonsense? But now, everyone has figured it out. We can completely regard this event as an experience-sharing meeting for heads of various departments. Let's chat, learn about the latest situation of other departments, give scores to the interviewees together, and have a meal together after the interview to talk about the coordination of various departments. Isn't it perfect? Mr. Pei's arrangement of this recruitment process is quite meaningful. Chapter 355, High Difficulty Version of the Question to Speculate on Mr. Pei's Intention, 6,000-word chapter. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. While the interview at Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited, was in progress. Dream Venture Capital. Mr. Ma still didn't come today. Although Mr. Ma's whereabouts have always been erratic, and the company really has no money to invest in new projects recently, the fact that Mr. Ma didn't come still made He Dishing and others feel a little worried. If Mr. Ma loses interest in the game 9 Protections 1, many people may lose their jobs on the spot. Even if they don't lose their jobs, but just fall out of favor, it means that their future career prospects are bleak. Therefore, these gods who professionally accompany Mr. Ma to play games and do investment as a side job are a little anxious. After work, the first thing he Dishing did was to open his mailbox and check the email. Last Friday, he sent the modification suggestions for the game to Zhito Company. Today is Monday, should he reply? Sure enough, there is an unread email from Zhito Company. He Dishing simply browsed it. I can only say that he is worthy of being a shareholder. Zhito Company had already replied to the email on Saturday, but Yuan Ventures was on holiday over the weekend and no one worked overtime. He Dishing also did not check emails over the weekend, so he only saw it today, but no matter what, the reply was given within just one day, which is enough to show that Zhito Company attaches great importance to shareholders and domestic agents. The content of the email is very much, the tone is very polite, and the honorifics are used. Although the tone is euphemistic, the subtext is very clear. The translation is nothing more than the following 3 points. Thank you very much for Yuan Venture Capital's support and love for IOI games. Thank you very much for Yuan Venture Capital's valuable suggestions on the game, which are very inspiring for our game design. However, due to some reasons that are difficult to express clearly in the email, Zhito Company cannot promise to make changes based on this, because game design is a very holistic issue. Of course, if conditions permit, these modifications are not completely out of consideration. After reading this quite official reply, he Dishing sighed silently and closed the email. There is no way, the other party's attitude is already very clear, it is impossible to change. Although Yuan Venture Capital has shares in Zhito Company and has obtained the exclusive agency rights in China, it is impossible to make decisions about Zhito Company with just this little share. Moreover, the attitude of Finger Company towards investors has always remained unchanged, and its determination to maintain independence is quite firm. It is very good to get such a polite response in such a short time. If other companies put forward these opinions, Finger Company would probably not even respond. If you think about it carefully, this is normal. On the surface, Dream Ventures is an investment institution. How could Finger Company change its game content that is still good so far because of the advice of an investment institution? Even if Dream Ventures is backed by Tengda's influence abroad is not that great, and Finger Company's response is likely to be the same. In short, this road is not feasible. If it is something else, then give up. But considering everyone's jobs, he Dishing feels that he must use games to regain Mr. Ma's trust. Since IOI doesn't work, are there other similar games? He Dishing thought about it for a long time and suddenly remembered. Is Tengda also developing a similar game? The brother department should be easier to talk to than Finger Company, right? He Dishing didn't have Liada's contact information, but he could contact Assistant Qian. So, after asking Assistant Qian for Liada's contact information, he Dishing sent this modification plan. As for whether Liada, the person in charge of Tengda, would accept this plan, he Dishing had no idea. Although they are brother departments, Tenda also makes games to make more money. If this modification plan is contrary to Tenda's previous design direction, the person in charge of Tenda will not completely violate his own design concept and make major changes to the game just because of personal relationships. But anyway, let's ask first, maybe the person in charge there is very interested in this modification plan? Tengda Network Technology Company, Limited. Boss Pei, excuse me. Regarding this haunted house, can you briefly tell me the specific requirements? Although Hao Qiong and I have some ideas, we are worried that we cannot meet your expectations. Looking at the message sent by Qingshan to Pei Qian fell into deep thought. Still didn't fool around. These two people took the initiative to ask, what should I do? Pei Qian didn't want to point out the way to Qingshan and Hao Qiong, because he felt that his mouth was blessed and everything he said would come true. Every time he gave others bad ideas, they turned out to be golden ideas. This made boss Pei feel very confused and troubled. So this time, Pei Qian didn't say too much to Chen Kongtua and Hao Qiong, just let them toss around on their own, thinking of fooling around. As a result, these two people probably figured out that something was wrong, and took the initiative to ask after a weekend. Pei Qian didn't want to point out the way to them, but if he really didn't say a word, it seemed a bit inappropriate. Well, just say one sentence. Pei Qian thought for a moment and typed a reply, let the bold people have nowhere to spend money, and let the timid people be discouraged. Less than 2 minutes later, Chen Kongtua replied. Mr. Pei, can you explain it a little bit? Obviously, after reading these 2 sentences carefully, he thought hard for another 2 minutes. However, he still couldn't understand what this sentence meant, so he could only ask again, helplessly. Although this might make President Pei feel a bit useless, considering that this is a big project worth 10 million, Chen Kongtua didn't dare to execute it so confusedly. Pei Qian laughed. Explanation? It's very simple. It means that people who are brave and dare to come to play can play freely, and low fees don't make money. People who are timid don't dare to come to play at all, and naturally they can't contribute to the haunted house. The timid dare not come, and the brave can't spend much money. Isn't this haunted house a loss? However, these words must not be said explicitly. Pei Qian didn't dare to explain more, for fear that he would say something wrong and trigger the two people's crazy imagination. At this time, silence is better than words. So Pei Qian simply replied with 3 words, find it yourself. Chen Kongtua, okay, President Pei, I understand. He handed the phone to Hao Qiong. The two of them were speechless when they saw the 3 words self-understanding that Mr. Pei replied on the screen. What a good self-understanding. The hint was just 1 sentence, isn't the difficulty of understanding too high? Hao Qiong had heard that the general direction proposed by Mr. Pei before was often 3 to 4 points, and they were all clear-cut, but now, it is highly condensed into 1 point, and it looks too confusing. Teacher, this question is beyond the scope. Chen Kongtua felt a little pain in his head, how can I understand this? Hao Qiong took a deep breath, calm down, calm down. Director Lin once told us how to analyze Mr. Pei's intentions. Wait a minute, I will recall the knowledge points first. The first step is to clarify a belief, that is, no matter how unreliable Mr. Pei's words are, they must be correct. Hao Qiong began to analyze the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's words according to the method taught by Lin Wan. Brave people, timid people. These should be all potential customers of the haunted house. The attitude of these potential customers towards the haunted house directly determines the success or failure of the haunted house. According to common sense, it should be to let both brave and timid customers have fun and pay obediently. However, the demands of these 2 types of customers are different. Brave customers need a more thrilling adventure experience, for example, the staff plays ghosts and scares them at close range. Customers with little courage, however, are easily discouraged by such overly thrilling projects and may not even dare to enter, so naturally they will not make any purchases. So, how should we bridge the demands of these 2 different customers? Chen Kongtua felt that the answer must be hidden in Mr. Pei's words, let the brave people have nowhere to spend money, and let the timid people stay away. Does it mean to make the haunted house particularly scary and then set a low ticket price? In this way, the timid people dare not enter and will naturally stay away, and the ticket price is very low, and the brave people have nowhere to spend money. It seems that this is indeed in line with what Mr. Pei said. But the problem is that this is not profitable and unreasonable. Why should we let the timid people stay away? Isn't it better to let them spend as much as possible? Why should we scare them away? It will definitely not be that simple. So, this idea must be completely overturned. Re-explore the deep meaning of Mr. Pei's words. The two people pondered for a long time. Qingshan suddenly had some clues, slapped his thigh, and said, "Got it. I suddenly thought of it. Let me briefly talk about my ideas, you listen to see if it makes sense." Hao Qiong nodded and listened carefully. Qingshan said a little excitedly, "Our idea just now, to put it bluntly, is a model of high horror effect plus low ticket price, which will inevitably cause huge losses to the haunted house. It is definitely a dead end." You definitely misunderstood what Mr. Pei meant. I wonder if we missed some key information? Mr. Pei deliberately concealed a key piece of information, which is likely to be a test for us. Boss, Pei never said that the haunted house can only have one project? Hao Qiong's eyes widened instantly, revealing a look of realization. Yes, these two sentences are not necessarily about the same project. The initial investment of the entire haunted house is tens of millions, and additional investment is required later. Moreover, it is built in such a remote old industrial area, which is inconvenient to go anywhere. The only advantage is that there is a lot of land and the factory building can be used at will. So, why did Boss Pei choose this site? Obviously, he didn't plan to do only one project from the beginning. Qingshan continued, suppose we open 2 or even 3 large projects to meet the demands of different consumers? Let the brave people have nowhere to spend money, that is, we have to find a way to collect money from the timid people. Let the timid people stay away, which means to satisfy the brave people with a very exciting experience. But, we must not really scare the timid people away. We must let the brave people praise our haunted house, let the timid people stay away from the haunted house, but keep looking and hesitating at the door, and eventually transform into brave people. This is Mr. Pei's ultimate goal. Qingshan and Hao Qiong continued to analyze, and Mr. Pei's goal finally became clear. These two simple sentences can be broken down into the following points. For courageous players, this place should be very scary, and at the same time, the cost is very low for them. In this way, they will praise this place, recommend it to their friends, and bring them to play repeatedly. For timid players, they will be afraid because this place is very scary, but they must not be completely scared away by this fear. Even more, we have to find a way to make more money from timid players. So, how to charge less for courageous players and more for timid players? It's very simple, through discounts and ticket refunds. For example, the longer you persist in the haunted house, the cheaper the ticket. If you can pass the level, you can consider directly refunding 70% to 80% of the ticket, or even waiving it depending on the situation. This will be a good way to meet Mr. Pei's requirements. However, this situation is a bit too idealistic and there are some loopholes. Timid players are deterred and wait outside the haunted house, provided that they want to come here. If they don't even consider coming here to play, it is naturally impossible to achieve this effect. Therefore, the haunted house must have a project suitable for slightly timid people to play. In this way, when these timid people are playing some less scary projects, they will also see those brave people playing very thrilling projects. Moreover, this thrilling project will be reduced according to the length of time it takes to pass the level. In this way, these timid people will try it, but because they don't stick to the whole process, both the ticket and the extra consumption will be higher. For example, you can sell things like the Buddha statue in Turning Back is the Shore at the door. This thing can not only provide lighting, but also reduce the scares of the staff who play the ghosts. This is equivalent to the value-added service in the game. In this way, the experience of two types of consumers can be taken into account. A less scary, but fun project is used to attract timid people. A very scary project is used to attract those who are brave. After the timid people come, they will be curious about this scary project and generate extra consumption. In this way, the income of the haunted house is definitely much higher than that of simply selling tickets, and profitability can naturally be guaranteed. Thinking of this, the two confused people suddenly felt enlightened. I see. Now our mission is very clear. This haunted house must have at least 2 or 3 major projects, and there must be a project that is not very scary, but has strong social attributes and is suitable for multiple people to play repeatedly, to attract timid consumers. There must be a project that is very scary and attracts horror enthusiasts from all over the country. Tickets will be reduced or exempted based on the length of time you stick around. As for the third project, it can be a transitional project. After all, the horror factor between the first project and the third project is too big, and some timid consumers may still not dare to participate. Let them practice their courage in the second project first, and then they can continue the challenge in the third project. The two people became more and more excited as they discussed, and immediately started to write the planning document. While typing, Hao Qiong sighed. It's true, the analysis method that Director Lin said is really useful. So many things were analyzed at once. Chen Kongtuan nodded, yes. But then again, the guidance given by President Pei is more important. It seems that President Pei has already had a plan for this project. Not only did he anticipate the ultimate form of this project in advance, but he was also able to extract the key points of the project's success and hinted at us in such a short sentence. President Pei is really amazing. In that case, what else do we have to worry about? There will be absolutely no problem if we do it according to President Pei's instructions. The two people were very unsure at first, worried that they would mess up. But now, both of them are full of confidence and full of expectations for the haunted house to be built in the future. In the evening, the first recruitment of Tenda Group has come to an end. Although there will be a test of the compatibility of Tenda spirit, there will be no examiners or staff involved. The interviewees were strictly screened, and the interview duration was strictly controlled. Although the time was slightly extended, it was not much different from the estimate. However, the work lasted until after 5 p.m. After the interview, the examiners and all the staff had to calculate and weight the scores of all the interviewees, sort out the final list of candidates, and notify the interviewees. This time, each department recruited a large number of new members. There are backbone employees with many years of experience, as well as college students who have just graduated or will graduate next year. Although the cross-interview prevented the heads of each department from directly interviewing the job seekers in their own department, the final results were basically satisfactory to everyone. After all the work was done, the heads of each department went to have a meal happily and expressed their gratitude to each other. After eating for more than an hour, they were ready to go home. Li Yada took the opportunity of the dinner to ask Huang Sibo and Lu Mingliang some questions. Although the two people had different ways of understanding Mr. Pei's intentions, the results seemed to be the same. It wasn't until the party was over that Li Yada found a chance to take out his phone and saw He Dishing's friend request and the game modification plan he sent. This plan looks very risky. Although Li Yada's understanding of similar games is not as profound as Bao Su's, she has been leading the development of GOG for so long, and she can clearly explain the pros and cons of most designs. In the eyes of most people, 5v5 confrontation games, represented by Xinqi, are undoubtedly fair competitive games. Since it is a competition, the higher the difficulty, the clearer the distinction between expert players and novice players. However, too high a difficulty will also lead to a high threshold for the game, which will discourage some players with poor hands. Reducing the difficulty will indeed give novice players a better gaming experience, but for many experts, easy to get started may also be one of the reasons why they lose their sense of superiority. In short, these suggestions seem to make sense, but they are also dangerous. Li Yada is difficult to decide how to make a choice. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't make a decision. Originally, he wanted to ask Bao Su or Mr. Pei, but Li Yada suddenly remembered what Lu Mingliang had said during the dinner. At that time, Li Yada asked Lu Mingliang what he thought was the most important quality of a game designer. Lu Mingliang thought for a while and said that the most important quality is not to be too confident in yourself. Li Yada didn't understand, so Lu Mingliang explained it a little more. According to Lu Mingliang, most designers are very confident in themselves because before becoming a designer, most people must first become a game enthusiast and a senior game player, and then they can enter the game industry and move up step by step. If they are not confident in themselves, many designers may not enter this industry. Therefore, most designers are confident in themselves. This kind of confidence is certainly a good thing, but sometimes it can also make oneself blind. Each player is just an individual, with different tastes and preferences. And the game is bound to be impossible to satisfy everyone. A good game only needs to meet the tastes and needs of the target player group, that's enough. So, what if what the designer likes is completely contrary to the target player group of this game? Many designers will fall into blind self-confidence, and the games they make will be separated from the players and will undoubtedly fail. On the contrary, designers who are not so confident in themselves will listen to opinions humbly, make the game more in line with the tastes of most players, and achieve success. So, don't be too confident. It doesn't mean to doubt yourself, but don't blindly believe in yourself, and don't blindly follow others. Try to observe the players from an objective perspective as much as possible, and find a balance between personal preferences and player demands. Thinking of this, Li Yada couldn't help but reflect on herself. She herself was indeed not blindly confident, but was it not inappropriate to blindly trust Bao Su? Although Bao Su is indeed experienced in similar games, he is likely to make the mistake of overconfidence, as Lu Mingliang said. After thinking it over again and again, Li Yada decided. There is no need to ask Bao Su or Mr. Pei about this plan, just make a new version directly. Among these changes, the game mechanism content such as the last hit economy and the head bounty are relatively easy to make. The map reduction is a little more troublesome, but it can be changed within a few days. The more troublesome content, such as designing some heroes suitable for novices or experts, requires long-term consideration, but there is no rush. In the early stage, it is completely possible to modify these basic mechanisms first, make another version, and update it to Moyu Internet Cafe at the same time. After a period of time, as long as the player data of the two versions is compared, which version is better will be clear, right? Chapter 356, You are not worthy of raising his child. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. December 14th, Tuesday. Early in the morning, Pei Qian came to the filming site of A Beautiful Tomorrow. It has been a while since I came here, and I am worried. The last time I came here was 2 weeks ago. Pei Qian casually said that Lu Zhiyao should play the role of a salted fish. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhiyao had a big acting explosion, and this scene was praised by the crew. So, Pei Qian has been suppressing his worries during this period and has not been to the filming site again. He was afraid that his unintentional words would make Lu Zhiyao have another new epiphany, and then the situation would be out of control. But, it is not okay not to go all the time. Pei Qian felt that he could not always hold an ostrich mentality, otherwise it would be too late if something really happened. It is still necessary to detect and treat early. Even if the situation is irreversible, if you know it earlier, at least you can prepare to spend money in advance to reduce some losses for yourself. So, today Pei Qian had nothing to do and came to the filming site of the film again. The studio was quite busy, with staff members coming and going. Pei Qian didn't want to disturb everyone's work, so he just stood aside and watched the performance. The surrounding scenery is no longer the narrow capsule, but has become the exterior of the future city space. Of course, it is called exterior, but it is still shot in the studio, but there are many green screens. Those cool future city scenes will be synthesized with special effects. The close-up still uses real scenery. For example, in this scene, the hero and heroine are going to eat together in a roadside shop. The whole shop is built, and the tables, chairs, tableware, decorations, etc. inside are all real. In addition, the shop sign, the roadside trash can, the hero and heroine, and all the costumes of the extras are also customized. These are all props carefully made by the props team, and there is a sense of being real. From these scenery, it can be roughly seen that this is a slum residential area similar to steampunk. According to the plan of director Zhu Xiaozi, the buildings in this movie will be roughly divided into 4 different styles. The capsule space where the hero lives looks very technological, but it is cramped, narrow, and has a serious homogeneity of style. This is a uniformly built welfare facility. The slums in the outside world, that is, the place where the hero and heroine meet and date. There are many small shops here, which look a bit like steampunk style, with bright lights and wine, and seem to be very lively, but full of chaos and disorder, the bright and beautiful outside world, including the scene of the talent show. It looks very technological, spacious, and grand, which is a sci-fi architectural style in the general sense. The residences of the upper class are mainly in the style of classical mansions, with beautiful fireplaces, large oil paintings and expensive-looking wooden furniture, but they are slightly decorated with some high-tech elements to distinguish them from real mansions. Because in the setting of the script, only the upper class can afford classical art such as oil painting and piano. In their circle, the retro architectural style is a trend, used to distinguish their taste from those of ordinary rich people. This scene was shot in the future city slum scene with some cyberpunk meaning. This is the first time Pei Qian has seen the heroine of this drama. The actress is Lin Rui, with a round face, big eyes, 2 beautiful dimples when she smiles, and a standard first love face. Pei Qian had tried to search for her information before, but did not find any famous works. Later, he asked and found out that this was a newcomer who had just been discovered from the Film Academy and had not graduated this year. In terms of appearance, Lin Rui is not particularly good-looking, because her face is round, so she is not very photogenic. However, this also fits the setting of the script, because in the script, the heroine is not a very stunning and beautiful character, otherwise she would have been noticed by the upper class, and the following stories would not have happened. Pei Qian has no requirements for the actress, the only requirement is that she should not be too good-looking. After all, this is an era where everything depends on appearance. If the heroine is too good-looking, it may become a hot topic. If her acting skills are better, the consequences will be even more disastrous. What if the heroine is too good-looking? Even though she plays a green tea bitch, the audience will not hate her at all, but will like her crazily. Wouldn't that be a bad thing? Of course, Pei Qian also knows that it is not realistic to find a very ugly actress to be the heroine. So, this new actress who does not look particularly outstanding is already a good choice for Pei Qian. Soon, Pei Qian saw the plot of this scene. The heroine has been on a talent show, but was not selected. Now, the hero played by Lu Zhiyao is resting and drinking drinks in a small shop on the side of the road with the heroine. Lu Zhiyao would try hard to make Lin Rui happy, and Lin Rui would casually agree with him. When Lu Zhiyao revealed that he had saved enough money to buy a double capsule, Lin Rui would suddenly explode, have several emotionally tense conversations, and then walk away. This scene is a hot topic in the early and middle stages of the plot. In short, it can be summarized in 4 words: the male protagonist is cheated. Alas, this is really an eternal and classic poisonous point. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh silently. At this time, Lu Zhiyao was imagining the future, looking like a complete licker, quite humble. However, because he was handsome, although he was a licker, it didn't make people feel very uncomfortable, but rather a little pitiful for him. Lin Rui stared blankly at the drink cup on the table, nodding from time to time, or echoing a few words very perfunctorily, obviously thinking about other things. I heard that a good restaurant has opened nearby. which sells delicious simulated meat, standard purified water and red wine. The simulated meat we ate last time was only able to simulate about 60% of the taste of real meat, which was already very delicious. This one is said to be able to imitate about 80% of the taste of real meat, and there are many flavors such as beef and chicken. There is also standard purified water. The standard purified water I drank before all had a rusty smell. The standard purified water in this store is said to have almost no odor and a light fragrance. It is 100 times better than the water in the living capsule. And red wine. Bottled red wine sold in the capsule is very expensive. The price of red wine there is only about 70% of the price of the vending machine in the capsule, and it is said that the taste is almost the same. How about we go and try it together tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Lu Jiao looked at Lin Rui across from him. Lin Rui smiled politely, well, okay. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her face, which looked very charming. But the smile soon disappeared. She continued to stare at the cup on the table absent-mindedly, picked it up and took a sip indifferently, as if her expression was saying that the drink in the cup was tasteless. Lu Jiao said a lot, but only got 3 words in return, and he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Because he prepared a big surprise today. The two fell into a brief silence. Lin Rui still didn't know what she was thinking, while Lu Jiao made up his mind to speak while drinking the drink. I know that being rejected in the last talent show was a big blow to you. It's okay, it will all pass. Don't worry, I have planned a future for both of us. Lin Rui raised her head and looked at Lu Jiao blankly, as if she didn't understand what he meant. Huh? Lu Jiao couldn't hide the smile on his face. I've saved enough money to buy a double capsule again. We'll pick a suitable place to live tomorrow, and then you can move in. Although the double capsule is not big, we can slowly move to a bigger place later. Maybe one day, we can afford a 60 square meter luxury apartment with a kitchen, so that our children can go out at 6 o'clock in the evening, and if they are lucky, they can watch the sunset. Lu Jiao excitedly described the beautiful prospect in his imagination. However, Lin Rui's face did not show any joy, but became more and more impatient. Keep the money, I don't want to live in a double capsule, and I don't want to marry you and have children. Let's break up. Lu Jiao's smile froze on his face. Why? What's wrong with you? You've been acting weird since the talent show. It's just a talent show, it doesn't matter. Lin Rui said with a straight face, you don't understand my feelings at all, of course it doesn't matter. Lu Jiao was speechless. Dear, I know how you feel. I spent a lot of effort to save up the registration fee, this is a huge loss for both of us. Lin Rui seemed to be even angrier, it's a huge loss for you too. You just lost a few bucks, but I lost my dream. Lu Jiao was speechless for a moment. He suddenly realized that something was a little strange about this matter, and asked, Honey, what's wrong with you? I don't seem to have done anything wrong, I just planned to buy you a double capsule, why are you angry? Why am I angry? Lin Rui's mood seemed to get worse, everything. Both of them spoke English, so this everything was quite powerful. I'm angry about the watered-down, low-quality syrupy drinks in the roadside shops, the disgusting greasy snacks, and the fact that I can only go out for 3 hours a day to walk in the dark slums and live with rats. Lu Jiao was speechless, but, aren't we living happily like this? Why do you say? Could it be that you? He saw that Lin Rui was wearing more and more ornaments and a slightly bulging belly, and a terrible gas appeared in his mind. Lin Rui's emotion seemed to collapse. She covered her face with both hands, and raised her head again after a long time. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she was extremely determined. I'm sorry, I don't want to hide it from you anymore. I became the judge's lover and got pregnant with his child. So, let's break up, we're done. Lu Jiao's expression changed from suspicion to shock, then to despair, and finally to despair. His body, which was originally leaning forward, suddenly seemed to lose support and collapsed on the chair. Lin Rui stood up and prepared to leave. However, Lu Jiao suddenly grabbed her wrist. He didn't marry you, and he didn't give you a lot of money, right? He doesn't care about this child at all, otherwise you wouldn't be broken and confused now, right? Even, he abandoned you as soon as he knew you were pregnant, right? Lin Rui's body trembled slightly. Lu Jiao knew that he guessed right and knew that he still had a chance, so he hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's okay. You will have a hard time alone, and no other man will be willing to accept a pregnant person. You need me, I will help you take good care of the child. Believe me, I won't mind this matter, I will definitely." His voice was full of pleading. Lin Rui was silent for a few seconds, and then suddenly shook off Lu Jiao's hand. "This child has the blood of an upper-class person. I don't want him to become a useless poor ghost like you." Lin Rui strode away resolutely. Lu Jiao watched her leave, opened his mouth to shout something, but never said anything. He seemed to have been drained of all his strength, and he collapsed. Cut. Not bad, very good. After shooting 7 or 8 takes, I finally got one that I'm satisfied with. Thank you all for your hard work. Director Zhu Xiaozi took the lead in applauding and encouraging. At this time, Lin Rui, who played the leading actress, bowed to Director Zhu Xiaozi and the crew members to express her gratitude, and then bowed to Lu Jiao to express her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. If it weren't for your excellent acting skills, I wouldn't be able to be so devoted to the show. Lu Jiao smiled and said, Your acting skills are good to begin with, and I dare not take the credit for this. Besides, I'm just a box office poison. When it comes to acting skills, it's not clear who guides whom. Pei Qian, who was watching silently on the side, secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Awesome. The scene just now gave him goosebumps, and he almost wanted to hit someone. Lu Jiao played a liquor to life, especially the last few words, which vividly interpreted what it meant to be a liquor who can't get a house. And Lin Rui played a green tea bitch to the fullest. The little emotions in the beginning were well expressed, and the last 2 sentences were the finishing touch. Pei Qian felt very uncomfortable watching on the set. It was too poisonous. Men would be silent after watching it, and women would cry after watching it. Pei Qian felt that if he saw this movie in the cinema, he would probably faint on the spot. Moreover, Pei Qian also realized a major good news. Maybe Lu Jiao's acting skills have improved, which is actually a good thing for him. If Lu Jiao's acting is not good, people may not feel so involved, but will secretly feel happy because Lu Jiao is so miserable in the movie. After all, this guy is not very popular with the audience. But now, Lu Jiao's acting is good, and many people will naturally feel the dog-licking smell emanating from him, and feel an instinctive discomfort. Those fans of Lu Jiao will definitely be furious, right? In this way, there will definitely be more people scolding this movie. Pei Qian suddenly felt better. It seems that it is not a big problem to accidentally improve Lu Jiao's acting skills a little bit before. As long as the script is poisonous enough, no matter how good the actor is, it can't save it. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile on his face and walked up to talk to director Zhu Xiaozi. Chapter 357 Product Placement. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Boss Pei. Zhu Xiaozi hurried over to say hello. Other people in the crew, including Lu Jiao, Zhang Zuding, etc., also noticed Pei Qian and came forward to greet him. Pei Qian smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, I'll just walk around, you don't have to worry about me, just continue. After exchanging a few words with a few old friends, Pei Qian picked up a prop cup next to him with interest and started playing with it in his hands. Zhang Zuding whispered to Zhu Xiaozi, Director Zhu, why do I feel that Mr. Pei seems to be in a good mood today? Zhu Xiaozi nodded, indeed. I think, maybe because he is relieved. Zhang Zuding was a little confused. Relieved? Yes, relieved. Zhu Xiaozi looked at Mr. Pei, who was at ease. The last time Mr. Pei came, although he was also in a relaxed state, he was more or less concerned about the things on the set. After seeing that Lu Jiao's acting was too exaggerated, Mr. Pei stood up and corrected it immediately. But this time, Mr. Pei just watched from the side without saying a word. This shows that the actor's acting skills have been recognized by Mr. Pei. After seeing that everyone's acting skills were completely fine, President Pei was finally relieved, so he was able to stroll around the set with such a leisurely mentality. Zhang Zuding suddenly realized and nodded, yes, indeed. Today's performances of the male and female protagonists are both above their level. It is not easy to get President Pei's recognition. It seems that although President Pei doesn't come often, he still attaches great importance to this movie. Zhu Xiaozi smiled, of course. To be precise, President Pei attaches importance to all projects, otherwise he would not have achieved the current success. It's just right, while President Pei is here, I will settle the advertising matter first. Zhu Xiaozi came to Pei Qian, who was strolling around, intending to take advantage of the gap in the on-site preparation to finalize a very critical issue. President Pei. I'll take a few minutes to report to you about the current bidding for advertising for this movie, okay? Pei Qian was stunned, then nodded, of course, tell me about it. Obviously, the two words advertising hurt his sensitive nerves. Zhu Xiaozi and Pei Qian strolled around the set while reporting. Boss Pei, isn't our movie full of advertisements? According to the setting, the future world in the movie is a world full of advertisements. Just like when the male protagonist lives in the capsule, he is surrounded by advertisements for a lot of time. We have been thinking about how to make these ads for a long time. My idea is to find some companies to cooperate with and do ad placement. There are 3 advantages to this approach. First, these companies shoot their own ads and pay us for ad placement, which is very affordable from an economic point of view. Moreover, the quality of the ads they shoot is also guaranteed. Second, after the film is released, it is easy to trigger hot topics, which may help the spread of the film. Third, traditional film placement ads often appear abrupt and stiff, which can easily cause the audience to be disgusted. But the placement of ads in our movies this problem almost does not exist, and the negative impact is very small. So, we also contacted some manufacturers and companies to ask if they are interested in cooperation. Pei Qian instantly became nervous. How is the situation? Zhu Xiaozi's expression was a little embarrassed. Well, the big companies we took the initiative to contact basically ignored us. However, there were a few less famous small companies who took the initiative to come to us, but because the ads they shot were too rustic and did not look like ads for the future world, we also rejected them. To put it bluntly, there is no progress at present. Pei Qian let out a long breath and couldn't help but say, great. Zhu Xiaozi was stunned. Ah? Pei Qian secretly rejoiced. If he really got the advertisement, how much less would he have to spend? What if there were a few big companies that were not open-minded and spent hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on advertising? Wouldn't President Pei be vomiting blood? So, it must not be done this way. Luckily, Fei Huang's studio is not very famous in the film industry, and this time they were looking for some big companies, so they were rejected many times. But this problem cannot be taken lightly, and the signs must be stopped in time. What if Zhu Xiaozi persists in attracting sponsors and impresses those wealthy big companies, and the movie has recovered a large part of the cost through advertising before it is released? What should I do then? Thinking of this, Pei Qian's face became serious. You are right about the first 2 points, but there are some problems with the third point. No matter what, showing real-life brand ads will make the audience feel out of place. Even if the subject matter of our movie is special, it will still affect the audience's viewing experience. Moreover, our movie is extremely ironic, and these companies that bought our ads have been more or less satirized. This may not have a significant effect on their brand image. Therefore, they may not be happy to do this kind of advertising placement. In short, this behavior is not desirable. Zhu Xiaozi thought about it carefully and nodded quickly. Yes, President Pei, I understand. Looking at President Pei's solemn expression, Zhu Xiaozi couldn't help but feel a little scared. I almost messed up the matter. Thinking carefully, what President Pei said was indeed right. No matter how much the placement of advertisements is whitewashed, it is still placement of advertisements. The audience has already bought tickets to enter the cinema. It is a bit unreasonable to let them watch placement of advertisements. If this is not done well, I will definitely be scolded to death. Although I made money at that time, my reputation was ruined. I am afraid that this does not meet President Pei's expectations. Zhu Xiaozi couldn't help but reflect on himself. The placement of advertisements is obviously contrary to the spirit of Tenda. I must remember this lesson in the future. The current plan was rejected by President Pei, so there must be an alternative plan. Zhu Xiaozi hesitated for a moment and said, Boss Pei, if we can't use other companies' solutions, then we have to shoot it ourselves. Pei Qian nodded, yes, of course we have to shoot it ourselves. How can we miss such a good thing that can spend more money? Pei Qian thought about it and continued, in my opinion, this advertisement is very important. It must be high-end, classy, low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. I think, tell me how you want to shoot it first. Pei Qian had already thought of the general direction, but suddenly stopped. He thought of his glorious deeds of turning stones into gold many times, and decided not to interfere with Zhu Xiaozi's ideas for the time being, and let him play freely. Maybe there will be better ideas than Pei Qian himself? If Zhu Xiaozi's ideas have a high probability of making money, then only President Pei can do it himself. Zhu Xiaozi thought for a while, President Pei, this is what I think. Shoot brainwashing ads. It's just repeating a simple, rhyming advertising slogan over and over again, repeating it 3 or 4 times or even more, so that people can never forget it after listening to it once. You can also add some simpler melodies to make the ads more brainwashing. This kind of ads appeared a lot in the past few years. Although the number has decreased recently, it still exists. We also shoot such ads. In this way, we can well arouse the audience's disgust, let them empathize with the hero's experience, and deepen the irony of the movie. After listening to Zhu Xiaozi's ideas, Pei Qian fell into a brief silence. No, if we follow Zhu Xiaozi's method, it seems that it will be easy to get into trouble. Pei Qian has experienced the power of brainwashing advertisements. The characteristic of this kind of advertisement is that it is grand and gives people a sense of showing off. As long as the advertisement is well made, a brand can ban an entire category and give consumers the illusion that this brand is the first in this category. In short, the reason why this kind of advertisement is very popular and brainwashing is precisely because it is very effective. If the movie is full of a large number of brainwashing advertisements, it may also trigger heated discussions among the audience, thereby gaining some inexplicable and unnecessary popularity. Pei Qian sighed silently. No, these subordinates of his are too utilitarian, and they can't be relied on. Counting on Zhu Xiaozi to come up with an idea that will result in huge losses? Difficult. I still have to do it myself. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, brainwashing ads are also a bit inappropriate. First of all, technology is developing and the times are progressing. Although brainwashing ads are effective, they have also aroused the disgust of many people, and now they are becoming less and less. The setting of the movie is the future world, and the advertising industry should develop further and move in a more elusive direction. If the audience watches brainwashing ads again, they will definitely think that ads in the future world are like this. Just like people nowadays watching ads from decades ago, it will seem very strange and out of tune with the overall environment. Zhu Xiaozi nodded, feeling that this seemed to be the case. Pei Qian continued, secondly, this kind of advertising is suspected of stealing the show. The audience is too focused on the advertisements, and they have no time to see the actors' acting skills and the deep meaning of the plot in the movie. So, my suggestion is to shoot some large-scale, cool scenes, and mysterious advertisements. This kind of advertisement is played repeatedly, so that the audience keeps watching it, but they feel confused and can't understand it at all. This is in line with the development trend of future advertisements. As for the brand in the advertisement, it's completely fictional. When shooting advertisements, it must be of high standards and have a sense of quality, understand? Anyway, the advertisement must be shot, but Pei Qian can't say what it will look like. He can only point out a direction that is as wrong as possible, and then it depends on Zhu Xiaozi and his team's performance. After listening to Pei Qian's words, Zhu Xiaozi was silent for a long time, and then said, Mr. Pei, this is a very difficult task. But I have confidence. Chapter 358, New Employee Handbook. December 15th, Wednesday morning. Wu Bin came to the downstairs of Shenhua Haojing with excitement and trepidation. On Monday, he had learned the result and passed the interview. At that moment, he was cheering. After so many years in the workplace, he has never been so happy. According to the arrangement of Tenda, new employees can start work at any time after being admitted. If there are some handover procedures that need to be handled, there is no need to rush, and Tenda will not urge them. When the procedures are completed, you can come to work officially. After Wu Bin returned to Hengtu Games and told his boss about his resignation, he was naturally retained. The reasons for retention are very sufficient. For example, the work needs to be handed over, the annual meeting will be held soon to issue year-end bonuses, everyone has worked together for so long and has feelings, and the salary can be increased, etc. But Wu Bin still resigned very resolutely without delaying a minute. The reason is very simple. If he starts work one day earlier, he can get one more day's salary from Tenda. Although Hengtu Games promised to increase the salary after the increase is still far less than Tenda's basic salary. Joining the company one day earlier means earning one day's money earlier, therefore, Wu Bin did not delay for a minute and tried to be one of the first new employees to join the company. The only uncertainty was whether he could get the year-end bonus and annual meeting gifts at Tenda. At the original company, there were definitely some. But Wu Bin also knew that even if there were year-end bonuses and annual meeting gifts at Hengtu Games, they would definitely not be very generous. The year-end bonus was a symbolic salary of more than 1 month. The annual meeting gift, if nothing unexpected happened, would at most be a sunshine award, and a red envelope of 200 or 300 yuan would be very good. This temptation was certainly not enough to motivate Wu Bin to stay. Wu Bin himself was also sighing that it was indeed true that whether it was easy to poach people had little to do with HR, and the key was to see how the company treated them. With treatment like Tenda, there was no need for HR to poach people. As long as these benefits were revealed a little, those job seekers would naturally flock to it. On the other hand, Hengtu Games spent a lot of time talking, but in the end, the other party asked back, "Do you poach people by reducing their salaries?" The conversation ended that day. Today, Wu Bin specially wore his most expensive suit, strode into Shenhua Haojing, and then took the elevator to the 16th floor. At present, Tenda's stall has been quite large. Fei Huang Studio, Nifeng Logistics, Moyu Internet Cafe, Auto Technology, Yuanming Venture Capital and other industries do not have their offices in Shenhua Haojing, but have found their own office buildings. At present, there are only Tenda's game department and 2 websites, Dianqi and TPDB, in Shenhua Haojing, which are on the 17th and 18th floors respectively. However, after this recruitment, Tenda's office space is not enough again. In the past, Tenda's game department and administrative, financial and other departments were all crowded on the 17th floor. At the beginning, this space was very sufficient, but as the number of members in the game department increased, the workstations were already occupied. Some employees were often promoted, but the speed was too slow, which was a drop in the bucket. Therefore, after this centralized recruitment, the original office space was completely insufficient and another floor had to be rented. So, Tenda also rented the 16th floor downstairs and arranged it according to the same layout, just to welcome the arrival of new employees. However, it would be a bit difficult to expand again. Although the rent of Shenhua Haojing is relatively expensive, it is a high-end office building after all, and there are not so many whole floors of office space vacant. If we want to expand in the future, we can either rent a floor farther away, or leave here and move to a larger place, such as a standalone office building, but that's all for the future. We can start looking for a suitable location now. These office workstations should be sufficient in the short term. After this, Tenda's game department was separated from the administrative and financial departments. The game department remained on the 17th floor, while the administrative, financial, legal, and other departments moved to the 16th floor. Relatively speaking, the 16th floor is more spacious because there are fewer people. Pei Qian built a large conference room on this floor and moved his office here. Large TVs and projectors were installed in the office and conference room for easy presentation and reporting. Tang issue was naturally arranged to this floor. In this way, when various departments came here to report their work, they would be more or less affected. But Pei Qian also considered that if Tang issue stayed on the 16th floor all year round, the bugs in the Tenda game department on the 17th floor would be significantly reduced. Therefore, Pei Qian was going to pick a few more stray cats that no one had adopted in the pet hospital, and evenly distributed them on the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors. With so many pets, if you arrange some pet supplies, such as a large cat climbing frame, you can spend more money. In this way, Tang Ishu can often go upstairs and downstairs to clean up the cat poop, and the halo effect covers 3 floors. Moreover, Pei Qian left the game department on the 17th floor and moved his office to the 16th floor, which was also a hint to the employees of these game groups: the boss is not on this floor, you guys should slack off. Wu Bin's workstation is on the 16th floor. After learning that President Pei's office is also on this floor, Wu Bin was a little nervous. After all, this is working under the boss's nose, so he can't be careless. So far, Tenda is still a mystery in Wu Bin's eyes, and he can't guess it at all. The information Wu Bin learned about Tenda came from hearsay, and there are also many very outrageous statements, which are not very credible. There was not much to see in the written test and interview. But Wu Bin guessed that Tenda, as a company, should pay more attention to spiritual construction. Otherwise, how could there be a Tenda spiritual compatibility test? Although Wu Bin has successfully passed the written test and interview and officially joined the company, according to the process, he still has to take 3 Tenda spiritual compatibility tests within a month. Only by passing the test can one become a formal employee, if not, it would be a pity. Therefore, Wu Bin has made psychological preparations in advance. In the first month after arriving at Tenda, in addition to working hard and winning the recognition of colleagues and President Pei, he also needs to understand what the so-called Tenda spirit is. After explaining his purpose at the front desk, the pretty front desk lady handed Wu Bin a new employee handbook, and then took him to the Human Resources Department to report to Hao Yun. After welcoming Wu Bin, Hao Yun took him to his workstation, and then the administrative staff came to open the internet permissions for him, arrange a TPDB website account, etc. During this period, Wu Bin sat in his office chair and began to refurbish the employee handbook, hoping to find some information related to the Tenda spirit on it. This new employee handbook was also customized by the administrative department some time ago, and it was also reviewed by President Pei. Originally, there was no such thing for new employees to join the company, because at that time, Tenda was relatively small, and the onboarding process was relatively simple, and there was no need for these fancy things. but now it is different. New employees join in batches, and there are many precautions in daily life. Writing them in advance in the new employee handbook will help these newcomers integrate into the work environment faster. Wu Bin flipped through the new employee handbook and found that the handbook was basically divided into several major categories, which described the precautions after joining the company. The first category is life, which mainly includes suggestions on daily life, food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc. For example, for daily meals, the company will order myriad takeout, and there are comments on the dishes. In short, they are all delicious, and the key is to choose according to personal taste. There are subsidies for renting a house and daily travel, and the specific subsidy amount is very high. The specific amount, subsidy method, reimbursement process, etc. are all written very clearly. Looking at the pictures of work meals on the manual, Wu Bin's mouth is watering. Such a good work meal is actually completely free? Taxi is fully reimbursed, and there is a mandatory reimbursement amount every month. Can you use this money to buy anything related to work? There are also gym subsidies, and private lessons are arranged for each employee. This benefit is too good. Wu Bin was so excited that he hurried to turn down. The second major category is entertainment, which mainly includes various rest and entertainment facilities on the company side. For example, there are various coffee drinks in the water bar, which can be taken at will, and there are various snacks in the snack area. Fitness equipment and entertainment rooms are also free to use without any restrictions. Wu Bin couldn't help but sigh. Although it is a face project, it is not easy to do it so well and with such care. Wu Bin has always felt that setting up a gym and an entertainment room in the company is nothing more than a means to attract employees to work overtime. To put it bluntly, it is to make it look better when it is set outside. Our company has prepared a gym and an entertainment room for employees. This kind of bluffing is very suitable for deceiving new employees who have just joined the company and know nothing, but most companies' gyms and recreation rooms are not allowed to be used during normal working hours, and can only be used after get-off work. Using them after get-off work is a disguised way of tricking people into working overtime, isn't it? Moreover, when it comes to overtime, everyone in the project team is busy working, so how can you go to the recreation room to play games? Therefore, most companies prepare these things just for show, with more symbolic significance than actual value. Wu Bin continued to turn to the next page. This page is a note about the previous item. Wu Bin originally thought that there would be a note like "Please don't go to the recreation room during working hours," but it was not the case at all. The note clearly stated, each employee must use the gym or recreation room for a total of 4 hours per week, and strive to combine work and rest. Note, please don't use the gym or recreation room during non-working hours, and go home immediately after get-off work. Wu Bin was a little dizzy. It was basically the same as he expected, but the word non was added in front of the 4 words working hours. The meaning changed completely. Other companies all say, do not use the gym and recreation room during working hours, but Tenda has it completely the other way around. Does this mean that you can only go out to play during working hours? Wu Bin almost thought that the new employee handbook was printed wrong, but after thinking about it, he thought that he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? He was a little confused, he continued to read on. The third category is work. Other companies often put this category at the front, but Tenda does the opposite, putting it at the end, only occupying the last few pages of the employee handbook, and the description is quite brief. The previous life category not only provides beautiful color pictures of various work meals, but also describes the taste of each dish in detail, which is simply not more detailed. The same is true for entertainment, even introducing various games collected in the entertainment room, with simple comments. But when it comes to work, the style has changed completely. There are only a few simple precautions. In principle, overtime is prohibited. If you have to work overtime due to work needs, you must report to the department head, and the department head will apply for overtime quota. Overtime can only be obtained after approval. If you feel work pressure is high, report it to the department head immediately, and the department head must recruit new employees to solve it as soon as possible. It is strictly forbidden to contact colleagues for work reasons during non-working hours, because this will cause trouble to colleagues. And so on. Wu Bin was a little confused. These contents basically point to the same point, repeatedly ordering that overtime is not allowed. On the contrary, the contents that Wu Bin expected did not appear at all. For example, the work assigned by the leader must be completed on time, colleagues cannot shirk responsibility. There is no such statement. Wu Bin thought it was still behind, but he turned the page again and the new employee handbook ended. Where is the expected explanation of the Tenda spirit? Where are the 100 employee rules that he expected? There is none at all. After closing the handbook, Wu Bin only remembered the delicious meals and various benefits in the front, and nothing else. Wu Bin was a little confused, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 359 Theme of the Annual Meeting. Soon, the administrative guy helped Wu Bin deal with all the contents of the internet, including internet permissions, TPDB website and employee accounts of the internal forum, etc. Wu Bin took the mouse from the administrative guy. This mouse, this keyboard, this screen. Comfortable. Wu Bin, who was used to cutting corners and saving money on office computers, was moved to tears when he touched such an office computer. The thought of being able to type on such a comfortable keyboard made him excited. He looked at Hao Yun and hesitated for a moment, wondering how to address him. According to the position, Hao Yun is now the head of the Human Resources Department. If he wants to be more nice, he should be called Minister. If you think calling by position is a bit stiff and awkward, you should call her Sister Hao or Sister Yun. At the very least, call her Senior? But Wu Bin is older than Hao Yun and has more years of work experience than Hao Yun. This is embarrassing. So, Wu Bin was a little confused and decided to observe how other people addressed each other. It turned out that everyone seemed to call each other by their first names. Wu Bin was a little confused and secretly asked the male colleague next to him. In our department, do we all address people by their names? The guy who just came back from the snack area and was eating a bag of potato chips drank a sip of coffee and nodded, yes. To be precise, it's not just our department, other departments are like this too. At most, people who are close to each other call each other Brother X or Sister X. The safest way is to call people by their names, no one will find it strange, but calling them by their positions will be strange. Wu Bin was very surprised, really? Why is that? The guy shook his head while eating potato chips. I don't know, I'm not one of the first employees of Tenda, I've only been there for 3 or 4 months. At that time, this kind of working atmosphere was already there. Oh, by the way, if you want to eat snacks, just go and get them yourself, there's no limit. The guy didn't forget to shake the potato chips in his hand at Wu Bin, telling him that he could eat whatever he wanted. Wu Bin smelled the potato chips and they were quite fragrant, but when he thought about the fact that this was only his first day at work and he hadn't been promoted yet, he thought this behavior was a bit inappropriate, so he shook his head. It's okay, I'm not hungry. The buddy next to him suddenly thought of another question. Oh, by the way, the only exception is Mr. Pei. Out of respect, people generally don't call him by his name directly. Of course, Mr. Pei is a very easygoing person. He won't be angry if you call him by his name. It's just that everyone respects him from the bottom of their hearts, so they call him that. This is the only exception in the whole company. In short, except for Mr. Pei, you can call anyone by their name, there is no problem. Wu Bin nodded silently. It seems that he really needs to learn these tricks from the old employees. The two chatted for a while and introduced themselves to each other. Wu Bin asked some questions about daily work, such as whether the content written in the employee handbook is true. The buddy next to him thought about it and said, "It's not completely true." Wu Bin nodded and understood. Sure enough, most companies will hide their shortcomings and publicize their advantages when introducing themselves. Of course, this cannot be said to be wrong, it can only be said to be human nature. The guy next to him continued, "I see a lot of things are not written in this manual. What about the twice-a-year best employee selection? The first place 1 million dream fund, the second place paid travel? And the regular physical examinations, medical expenses reimbursement? And..." This guy muttered, and he also went through all the other benefits of Tenda. While talking, he missed something, and finally checked it again to complete it. "There is no way, there are too many benefits, I can't remember them so clearly." Wu Bin. He thought this guy was going to tell him some inside information that was not written in the new employee handbook, such as the serious overtime in this company and occasional salary deductions. As a result, he was completely wrong. It turns out that the handbook does not list all the employee benefits. There are many other benefits that cannot be written due to space limitations. Wu Bin was completely speechless, and almost thought that he was deceived and entered a fraudulent company by mistake. Such good benefits, you are fooling fools. But Tenda's reputation is outside, and the iron reality is in front of us, we have to believe it. After calming down his emotions, Wu Bin asked, "Brother, do you know what the Tenda spiritual compatibility test mainly tests?" The buddy next to him threw the bag of potato chips into the trash can and shook his head, "I don't know. This test is the first time you have taken it since you entered, and I haven't answered it before. As for this, the confidentiality work is done very well, and I only vaguely know a little bit of information. All the questions in this test are set by President Pei, and no one except President Pei has the authority to modify them. Don't worry, I don't think it should be difficult. It should be just like the mental health test in some schools, just a formality. As long as there are no major problems, passing the test should be a piece of cake." Hearing this, Wu Bin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not difficult. Okay, then start working with great expectations. Wu Bin stood up and came to Liada, hoping that she would arrange some work for him. Liada looked up and said, "Work? You can't arrange work during the internship. And now we have enough manpower. Your task during this period is to read more and learn more, and try to pass the Tenda Spirit Fit test once, so that you can be converted to a regular employee as soon as possible." Wu Bin returned to his seat in confusion. This is the first time I have seen such a situation where someone actively looks for work, but ends up with no work to do. In the office. "Boss Pei, this is the company's annual meeting plan prepared by the administrative team. Please take a look." Pei Qian took a document from Assistant Qian and flipped through it casually. The content is quite rich. At the top of the list are the expenses of the annual meeting and the various prizes for the annual meeting. Sunshine Award, 1,000 red envelopes of 1,000 yuan. 300 headphones of 799 yuan. 300 mechanical keyboards of 899 yuan. 200 random red envelopes of 500 to 1,000 yuan. 1299 air purifiers * 200. 2,199 sweeping robots and vacuum cleaners * 70 each. 3,599 game consoles * 80. 45.99 tablet Pro * 80. 56.99 Pineapple and Shenhua flagship phones * 40 each. 59.99 TV * 70. 11,999 digital cameras * 20. 18,888 cash gift packages * 10. 3 5-day tours for 2 people in any city in the world. The total value of these prizes is estimated to be more than 4 million. This is the maximum amount allowed by the system. Nearly 1,000 employees came to participate in the annual meeting. Of course, a large part of them were couriers from Nifeng Logistics. Although couriers are manual laborers, Pei Qian certainly would not discriminate against them because these people are also employees of Tenda. They deliver goods diligently, and of course they have to participate in the special occasion of the annual meeting. Pei Qian originally wanted to arrange a more generous Sunshine Award, such as giving each person a flagship phone, but since the total value of all the prizes for the annual meeting had been determined, the other prizes that could be arranged became fewer. The lucky draw was not that exciting. So, the Sunshine Award was just a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. However, considering that most prizes are prepared for 200 or 300, not counting the 1,000 yuan red envelope for the Sunshine Award, the total number of prizes has reached 1,483. Moreover, the on-site lottery procedure has been restricted, and everyone will not win the same prize, and can only win twice. For those who have never won a prize, the chance of winning will increase as time goes by. In other words, even the unlucky people will have a high probability of winning a prize, and there will not be a situation where the European emperor returns with a full load while the non-African emperors get nothing. Pei Qian was quite satisfied with these prizes, and continued to read on. The following is the specific activity arrangement of the annual meeting, including live performances and food arrangements. In terms of food, Mingyun private chef and Moyu takeaway chefs will be invited to the hotel for the annual meeting to prepare food on site. The ingredients will be purchased in advance, and the menu will also be arranged by Lin Sanrong. In short, there is no need to worry about eating. Pei Qian cares about the specific activity arrangement of the annual meeting. The annual meeting arrangements of most companies now can be described in one word: awkward. Some forced male employees to wear ballet costumes and dance Swan Lake, some made them dance to popular online songs, and there were all kinds of vulgar game segments that pushed the bar. In short, letting employees perform on stage was considered quite humane, but it was still awkward. It's hard to say whether this is a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality. The annual meeting activity schedule prepared by Assistant Qian did not make these mistakes, and it looked pretty good overall. There was no excessive request for all the responsible persons to dress up as women and perform a show on stage. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. As the saying goes, letting others go is also letting yourself go. He didn't want to wear strange clothes and be a monkey on stage. In this annual meeting schedule, some professionals were invited to perform on stage, singing, dancing, acrobatics, etc. In addition, some more interesting small games were also prepared. Of course, whether it is inviting people to perform or letting employees play small games, extra budgets are prepared. After all, employees have to be given prizes for playing small games. Pei Qian looked at it for a long time, but still felt that it was boring. Singing, dancing, and performing shows are not bad, but what's so good about this thing? Let's not talk about the annual meeting. How many people like to watch the singing and dancing shows at the party? Although asking employees to play small games on stage is much better than those vulgar games, it is also quite awkward. After all, everyone's purpose is not to play these games, but just to win prizes. Since the purpose of the employees is to win awards, and the purpose of President Pei is to give awards, why not skip these embarrassing parts? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, all these programs and on-site mini-games are unnecessary. We will arrange gas-upon machines and claw machines on site, and arrange some activities like ring tossing, throwing darts or air guns. At that time, the entire venue will be surrounded by these entertainment facilities, filled with gas-upon, plush toys, and various figures. When everyone enters, give them a bunch of tokens so that they can play freely. By the way, for machines like claw machines that have tricks, all the probabilities will be adjusted to the highest. When everyone comes to the annual meeting, there will be only two things to do: eat and play. The whole process will be a lottery. When everyone is full, they can use the tokens to play gasapon and claw dolls. The annual meeting will officially end after all the prizes are drawn and everyone is full and the tokens have been spent. We at Tenda do not engage in formalism, do not give chicken blood, and will not let anyone go on stage to act stupid. Eating, drinking, and having fun are the theme of our annual meeting. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 360. This test question has a problem. December 20th, Monday. Last week, Tenda's administrative department was fully preparing for the annual meeting, and other departments were also continuing to carry out research and development work on campus. So Pei Qian had nothing to do, so he just slacked off and time passed. The 20th of every month is the day reserved for Mingyun private chef's dinner party, but today is a little special. Because the annual meeting is also scheduled to be held today, Pei Qian mobilized all the chefs from Mingyun private chef and Moyu takeout to the annual meeting site. Tenda's annual meeting arrangement is slightly different from other companies. Many other companies set the annual meeting time in the evening and prepare to go to the annual meeting venue in the afternoon, often tossing until 7 o'clock or even later, seriously occupying the employees' rest time. This is obviously unacceptable to Pei Qian. Therefore, Tenda's annual meeting arrangement is that all departments work normally in the morning and hold the annual meeting in the afternoon, striving to finish before the end of get-off work, and definitely not delaying everyone's rest time at night. At this time, Wu Bin sat at his workstation, somewhat idle. I don't know what to do. Looking around. Why are everyone working so hard? If it was Hing to games, most people would start to slack off until the annual meeting was about to start. After all, it is difficult to concentrate on work in such an environment. However, it is completely different here at Tenda. Everyone is still doing what they should do, but they are working more seriously than before. Wu Bin felt a little puzzled. Okay, the annual meeting is today, shouldn't you be looking forward to it in the evening? Shouldn't you be distracted from work? Why are you typing away like crazy? Are you pretending? Not really, because Wu Bin secretly looked at the buddy next to him and found that he was indeed working, not chatting or browsing the web. Wu Binqing asked, why do you feel that everyone is even busier at work as the annual meeting approaches? The guy next to him took a sip of coffee and said, isn't this normal? The afternoon work time was squeezed out by the annual meeting, so I can only improve my efficiency in the morning and hurry up to finish today's work. It's all the same work anyway, so finish it early and rest early. If you delay, it's hard to get the overtime quota. Wu Bin. God damn, it's hard to get the overtime quota. This is the first time I heard that overtime is not free, but has a quota. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder that everyone works like crazy, because the workload is fixed. Other companies like to force employees to work overtime and ask employees to complete these tasks within 10 hours. If employees finish ahead of time, new tasks will be assigned. In this case, everyone will definitely work slowly, and finishing at the last minute is the best solution. But Tenda is amazing. With so many tasks, they try every means to shorten employees' working hours. It is an 8-hour work system that is unshakable. Do you want to work one more hour? Sorry, it depends on Mr. Pei's mood. Moreover, the workload is fixed. Even if the work is completed ahead of time, there will be no new tasks. Therefore, many people are used to this efficient way of working. On the one hand, if you finish the work early, you can rest early and play freely. On the other hand, if you delay and don't do it, it will be difficult to get the overtime quota later, and the task may not be completed. Now all the work must be completed in the morning, because the annual meeting in the afternoon squeezes everyone's working time. How can this efficiency not be fast? Wu Bin couldn't help but sigh. Tenda is really a weird company. Why does everything go against other companies? It seems that this company must have special skills to inspire employees' enthusiasm for work. In this case, if you want to better integrate into this company, you must have this kind of efficient and enthusiastic work attitude. Wu Bin hurriedly remembered this matter firmly, because this morning, he will take the first Tenda spirit compatibility test. This is the first time. If you pass, you can directly become a regular employee and become a member of Tenda. If you fail, there will be 3 more chances. Wu Bin knows that the more unique a company is, the more elusive its spirit is. So, Wu Bin has no idea what these questions will be like. Soon, the time is up. At 11 o'clock, Wu Bin came to the conference room. There were laptops everywhere, and the Tenda Spirit Compatibility Test program was already opened on the computer. This test program cannot be switched or exited, and all answers must be completed and submitted. Moreover, there are students from the administrative department to supervise on the spot, and no whispering or mobile phone communication is allowed. Wu Bin looked around and found that there were about 20 people participating in this test. This is obviously not the number of all new employees who joined Tenda in the last batch, because some newcomers are still going through the resignation procedures and have not joined. The current 20 people are just like Wu Bin. They went through the entry procedures shortly after being admitted, so they just caught up with this batch. Wu Bin found that the overall atmosphere in the conference room was relatively relaxed. Although there were not many people laughing, no one was frowning or looking worried. Obviously, everyone felt that this test was similar to the mental health test in college and the physical examination for civil servants, and that only a very small number of people would be screened out. Most people should be able to pass as long as they answer the questions normally, and it is nothing more than a formality. Soon, everyone sat down and started answering questions. Wu Bin took a deep breath, picked up the mouse, and looked at the first question. It's time to get off work, and you still have a job to do. At this time, you should. Wu Bin quickly scanned several options and frowned slightly. Is it that simple? Of course you need to work overtime if the work is not completed. No one will choose tomorrow, right? Fuck, it actually won the option of arguing with superiors? If you choose this option, will you be fired on the spot? Wu Bin felt a little puzzled, even a little funny. This question is too different from what he imagined. Wu Bin originally thought that these test questions must be very complicated, difficult, and demanding choices, such as who should I save first if my wife and mother fall into the water? But now it seems so simple. It was just a formality. For this kind of question, a new employee with a little emotional intelligence would definitely not get it wrong, right? Wu Bin quickly chose the option of working overtime to complete it. But just as he was about to submit his answer, he felt something was wrong. Is it that simple? Is it necessary to have a test, thinking of the previous experience? Most of Tenda's employees are very efficient, so there shouldn't be a situation where the work is not completed. If this happens, it means that my work efficiency is too slow. At this time, should I still work overtime to complete it? Wu Bin thought about it more deeply, but found that the answer seemed to be the same. Maybe I think too much. This is just the first question, there is no need to be so entangled, just keep reading. Wu Bin answered the questions faster and faster. He also wanted to think carefully, but there was really nothing to think about. No matter how you think about it, the answers to these questions are very clear. While answering, Wu Bin suddenly frowned. Huh? Didn't I answer this question before? The question bank is too heavy? Wu Bin observed carefully and found that this question was very similar to a previous question. It was also about overtime, but this time there was an attributive, the task assigned by President Pei. It shouldn't be a repeated question. Then this question should be somewhat different from the previous one, right? Should I work overtime to complete the task assigned by President Pei? This question should be somewhat different from the previous one. Boss Pei is the one who repeatedly emphasizes not to work overtime. Since it is something he might know, then you definitely can't work overtime. So, for this question, you should choose not to work overtime. In short, if the work is not completed, it means that your work efficiency is too low, so you should naturally work overtime to complete it. But you can only complete it secretly. If Boss Pei knows, then you can't work overtime. Well, that should be the case. Wu Bin was not very sure, but considering that there were so many questions, it shouldn't matter if he answered this question wrong, so he passed it quickly. Soon, all the questions were answered. Wu Bin originally thought that he would know the answer after a while, but he found that there was a button on the interface where the questions were completed, view the test results. Wu Bin was stunned, the results came out directly on the spot. Suddenly a little panicked. But on second thought, what's there to panic about? This question is just a formality. Even if you answer 1 or 2 questions wrong, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? However, just as he was about to click the mouse, he heard the guy on the other side exclaim in surprise. What the hell? Wu Bin looked up and saw the guy staring at the computer screen with an incredible look on his face. Soon, such surprised voices began to rise one after another. Because the questions were very simple and easy to understand, it didn't take too long to answer them, and everyone finished in about the same time. Soon, this surprise began to spread. Many people did not shout out in surprise, but the surprised and stunned expressions on their faces were clear. Wu Bin suddenly realized that something was wrong. Aren't these some very simple questions? Why do so many people seem to have failed? He hurriedly moved the mouse and clicked the View Test Results button. However, a line of words appeared on the screen. Unfortunately, you failed the Tenda Spiritual Compatibility Test. Please keep up the good work. Wu Bin. Stupefied. He had never expected such a result. Isn't this question very simple? How could he get it wrong? And it was obvious that he didn't get 1 or 2 questions wrong, but many questions wrong. Wu Bin was confused. He thought about these questions carefully, but he felt that he had answered every question correctly. How could he get it wrong? He turned around and looked around, and found that everyone's reactions were different, but their faces were full of surprise. Wow, I passed. How could I fail? What happened? It's so frustrating. Most people looked confused and bewildered, only a few were surprised. But whether they passed or not, they were all completely confused by the question. Wu Bin wanted to ask those who passed how they passed, but the administrator in charge of the exam was already chasing people away. Please leave immediately after answering the questions, and do not discuss the questions. It doesn't matter if you didn't pass this time, you still have 3 chances. Please understand the Tenda spirit better in the next period of time, and I hope you can pass the next test smoothly. Wu Bin returned to his workstation confused. How is it, did you pass? The buddy next to him asked while typing on the keyboard. Wu Bin shook his head blankly, knowing. The buddy next to him had a question mark on his head, but he still comforted him. It's okay. It seems that you have been working for too short a time and don't understand the Tenda spirit enough. Keep up the good work, there will be opportunities in the future. Wu Bin, so, what is the Tenda spirit? The buddy next to him was silent for a long time. This really stumped me. I don't know. Wu Bin. It seems that this test is not as simple as imagined. Chapter 361, Tenda didn't treat me as an outsider. At 12 noon, Tenda's employees put down their work and prepared to go to the annual meeting. The annual meeting was held in a nearby luxury hotel, not too far away. There were 2 buses to pick up employees from Shenhua Haojing, while other employees scattered around Jingzhou, such as the courier from Nifeng Logistics and the network administrator from Moyu Internet Cafe, took taxis to go there, and the company reimbursed the fare. Wu Bin took the bus to the annual meeting, and he was still a little confused. He hadn't come out of the shadow of the morning, and was still worried about why he failed to pass the Tenda spiritual compatibility test. Why is that? I should have no problem answering. On the way, he had been searching for similar tests on his mobile phone, but not to mention finding the answers, he couldn't even find similar questions. It's embarrassing to say that as an HR in the Human Resources Department, Wu Bin was tortured by this kind of test and asked for help from Qiandu. This is simply a shame. But he had no choice. In order to pass the test and successfully become a regular employee, it doesn't matter if he shamefully asks for help from Qiandu. As long as he can find the answer, following the crowd into the venue of the annual meeting, Wu Bin, who had been in a state of contemplation, looked up and suddenly realized that the layout of the venue was different from those annual meetings he had seen before. Very simple. The hotel is very spacious, with a table for 10 people, and there are about 100 tables, which shows that the number of people in the entire annual meeting has reached nearly 1,000 people. The arrangement of these tables is just right, neither too crowded nor too loose. Unlike other company annual meetings, the annual meeting here does not have those fancy scenes, display boards, banners, roll-up banners, and the like, and even the stage is not intended to be used, because the stage is already full of various gas-upon machines and claw machines. Moreover, it is not only the stage that is full of these things. Looking around, you will find that the entire venue is surrounded by similar machines, and there are many varieties. There are claw machines, gas-upon machines, air guns, rings. In short, it feels like walking into a game hall by mistake. There are projectors and big screens, but at this time it is just a rather plain and simple theme background for the annual meeting. It looks simple and generous, and does not give people any sense of being rustic or fancy. Wu Bin is not very interested in the toys in the arcade, such as gas-upon and claw machines, because he always thinks they are all scams. He has seen a popular science video on the internet, and these machines actually have tricks, so that the arcade can ensure more money. For example, in claw machines, you can set the probability of catching a doll. Some unscrupulous merchants directly set this probability to 1%. Then, when the mechanical claw catches the doll and rises, the current will gradually decrease, the claw's strength will weaken, and the doll will naturally fall down, creating an illusion of not holding it firmly for customers. When the claw has been caught 99 times, the current of the claw will not weaken when it is caught for the 100th time. As long as it is aimed at the doll, it can be caught smoothly. Of course, some merchants will be more conscientious and set this probability to 120 or 110. But no matter what, you will never make money, and the merchants will never lose money. This is all a routine. Many customers think that they are lucky or skilled in catching dolls, but in fact, it is not. This is all set by the machine early. Therefore, Wu Bin has never been interested in game halls. But the situation this time is obviously different from what he imagined. Game halls are very pitfalls, because you have to spend your own money. What if someone pays for you to play for free? It becomes interesting instantly. There was a table next to the entrance of the hall, and students from the administration department were distributing tokens. These were the game coins in the game room, and everyone got a whole bag, which contained at least 50 or 60 coins. Take the gas-upon machine for example. The price of each gas-upon is basically around 10 to 15 yuan, but now you can experience it once by inserting a game coin. In other words, such a game coin represents 10 yuan. And the game coins Wu Bin received are worth at least 500 to 600 yuan. These tokens are free, and you can play them freely in the venue. There will definitely not be so many routines like in the game hall. Of course, the colleagues in the administrative department also explained to everyone that the entertainment activities will be held after dinner. Everyone should eat first and then play after eating. Wu Bin was very happy to get these game coins, but it was not over yet. The colleagues in the administrative department stuffed a thick red envelope in his hand. This is the Sunshine Award. The colleague in the administrative department smiled. Wu Bin was a little surprised. I just joined the company and haven't been converted to a regular employee yet. Do I have a share? The colleague in the administrative department smiled and nodded. Of course, since it is called the Sunshine Award, everyone must have a share. Wu Bin couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. This is so good. The Sunshine Award, of course everyone has a share. In Tenda Games, not to mention interns, even regular employees who had been employed for less than 3 months were not allowed to participate in the annual meeting lottery. Because there was an embarrassing situation in the company before, where an intern had just joined the company and won the first prize, a laptop worth more than 10,000 yuan, but he left the company the next day. Therefore, many companies do not allow interns to participate in the annual meeting lottery. Wu Bin originally thought that he would not be eligible for the Sunshine Award and the annual meeting lottery, but now he realized that he was wrong. Tenda did not treat him as an outsider at all, and did not do everything possible to guard against him. Thinking of this, Wu Bin felt even more uncomfortable, because he did not pass the Tenda Spirit Fit test in the morning. The company is so good to me, but I am not worthy of being a part of the company. It's so uncomfortable. I must seize the time to understand the Tenda spirit and make my own contribution to the company as soon as possible. Wu Bin sat down at his seat with his colleagues in the Human Resources Department, and the first thing he did was to take out the money in the red envelope and count it. 10 red tickets. For Wu Bin, this is already a lot. After all, the Sunshine Award for the annual meeting of Tenda Games is just a shampoo set. And it's the kind that prevents hair loss. Although this thing is quite useful to most employees, it is indeed not worth much money. On the other hand, Tenda is so generous even with the Sunshine Award, so how rich will the prizes be in the future? Wu Bin was playing with the brand new game coins in his hand while observing the situation in the venue. There was a long table on the stage, covered with a red cloth, and there seemed to be a lot of things piled up under the red cloth, probably the prizes for this annual meeting. It is not clear what the specific prizes are, but it looks like there should be a lot, so much so that they are piled up like a mountain. Soon, almost all the seats were filled. It is impossible for anyone not to come to Tenda's annual meeting, because President Pei has repeatedly ordered that no one can be absent unless they are sick and can't get out of bed. Wu Bin heard before that a certain company held an annual meeting, and an employee missed the annual meeting special prize because of overtime and ended up not receiving the prize. This kind of thing is impossible to happen in Tenda. If it really happens, the consequences are unimaginable. I am afraid that by then, not only the employee who worked overtime, but also his direct supervisor and department head will be implicated. Wu Bin looked at the watch. It was already 11:30. He was still wondering when the annual meeting should start, but found that the waiter had already started serving the dishes. Wu Bin. Wait, is the link wrong? A normal annual meeting should start with an opening, a dance, a leader's speech, a summary of the achievements of the previous year, and a look into the future, and then go through a few links before the dishes are served. As a result, when they got here, they didn't even have to dance awkwardly, and they didn't even have to give speeches. Wu Bin tried to look at the tables in the front and found that President Pei really had no intention of speaking on stage. It seemed that he was considering which dish to eat first. Wu Bin felt a little dizzy. This annual meeting was so real, everyone started eating right after they arrived, and there was really no delay of even a minute. At this time, the countdown for the lucky draw appeared on the big screen. Fuck. Is it so direct? Wu Bin was completely stunned. It was fine if there was no speech from the leader, but before the lucky draw began, there must be a host to liven up the atmosphere, right? As a result, even this was saved. It was a set lucky draw program, and a wave of prizes were drawn every once in a while. It was obvious that all the information and photos of all employees had been entered here, and they were directly drawn from the entire database. The prizes for the first lucky draw have been announced, and they are 799 Bluetooth headphones, and there are 300 of them. The 799 headphones are just for listening in terms of sound quality, but the Bluetooth headphones at this price are already very good in terms of portability and user experience. Many people can't hear very good sound quality, but multiple Bluetooth headphones that are easy to carry are never a bad thing, and they are very practical on the way to and from get off work. So, everyone's eyes turned to the big screen, and their faces showed an expression of want. A cool special effect appeared on the big screen. The photo in the center scrolled rapidly and stopped at a photo of a colleague Wu Bin did not know. At the same time, a cry of surprise came from a corner of the venue, followed by applause. Apparently, people from the same department were congratulating the lucky person. Then, the photo quickly shrank and flew to the upper left corner of the big screen, and the photo in the center scrolled again, and the next winning employee was drawn. These photos were quickly arranged on the big screen, and various voices began to erupt in the venue, some cheering, some regretful. I won. Oh my God, Bluetooth headset, what a good thing. A good start? Not me. It's okay, the later the prize, the better. At the beginning, the applause was more frequent, but the lottery was too fast, and 300 headsets were drawn, and everyone was tired of clapping. However, although the applause became less, the atmosphere on the scene became more and more heated. Later, everyone was basically doing two things. While eating, staring at the big screen. Although there was no host or program at the annual meeting, no one felt it was inappropriate, but felt very happy. Who wants to watch those programs? Everyone is just looking forward to the lottery. Now, the first prize has been drawn for 300 people, and 1/3 of the employees present have won prizes, and cheers in the hall are rising and falling. Soon, more prizes appeared on the big screen. 899 mechanical keyboard, 1299 air purifier, 2199 sweeping robot, vacuum cleaner, 3599 game console. The later the prizes, the higher the value, and the more lively the atmosphere. Wu Bin looked at the prizes being drawn on the big screen, and he was more and more shocked. How many prizes are prepared? For example, the annual meeting of Hingtu Games basically prepared 4 or 5 kinds of prizes, such as the Sunshine Award, the third prize, the second prize, the first prize, and the special prize. And the number of these prizes is not too many. 10 prizes are already considered a lot. But here at Tenda, the prizes are simply given out as if they are free. At the beginning, the Bluetooth headsets and mechanical keyboards were both 300, and the prizes that were obviously much more valuable later were also 100 or 200. It is directly an order of magnitude more than many other companies. Is it okay? After a quick calculation, the number of prizes has exceeded 1,000 just now, just for the vacuum cleaners. Judging from the number, most of the people present should have received the prizes. Wu Bin's luck is hard to say whether it is good or bad. He had never won a prize before, until just now, when he won a handheld vacuum cleaner worth $21.99. Wu Bin has been eyeing this vacuum cleaner for a long time. It's not that he wants it, but his wife wants it. This is a well-known brand abroad. It is not only beautiful, but also very easy to use. The only drawback is that it is too expensive. Wu Bin also thought about whether to buy it, but after repeated consideration, he was deterred by the high price. But now, I actually won it at the annual meeting. And it's not over yet. According to the richness of this kind of prize, there must be a bigger prize later. Wu Bin hurriedly shared the good news with his wife. From this point of view, this job change is really worth it. At this annual meeting, he has received more than 500 game coins, 1,000 red envelopes, and a vacuum cleaner worth $21.99, which has completely crushed the rewards that may be obtained at the Hingtu Game annual meeting. The prize of 2,000 is already the price of the second prize of many companies' annual meetings, and considering the number of prizes, Wu Bin doesn't think he can win it at Hing to game. It's really a big profit. While Wu Bin was happy, he thought of the Tenda spiritual compatibility test in the morning. He wanted to pass this test more urgently and become a member of Tenda. Pei Qian ate while observing everyone's reactions. Well, everyone is very happy. That's good. Everyone ate happily, drew prizes happily, and President Pei also distributed the money happily. It was perfect. Anyway, everyone had the same goal, so there shouldn't be so many routines at the annual meeting. Just eat, get the money, and leave. Don't waste time. Pei Qian did not add himself to the lottery list because he felt it was unnecessary. He could get reimbursement from this system in disguise for most of the prizes, so he didn't care at all. It would be better to squeeze out one more quota for his employees. Pei Qian thought, by now, most of the people present should have received the prizes, right? Because this lottery is not completely random probability, but a pseudo-probability like the game card draw. Each person can win a prize twice at most, and the probability of winning a prize for those who have not won the prize will increase as time goes by. Chapter 362, Secret Operation. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. Suddenly, Pei Qian felt that something was wrong. Why didn't anyone seem to win the prize at his table? This table was basically composed of the heads or key members of various departments of Tenda, such as Huang Sibo, Lu Mingliang, Lin Wan, Bao Su, Li Yada, Ma Yang, Zhang Yuan and the like. There was still an empty seat at the end, so Pei Qian arranged Tang Yishu here. At the beginning of the annual meeting, the prizes on the big screen were scrolling quickly. Basically one name was passed every 2 seconds, and each draw would be separated by a few minutes, but the interval would not be too long. In this way, more than 1,000 prizes have been drawn, and nearly an hour has passed. During this period of time, there were constant cheers and applause in the venue, and they came from all directions of the venue. Pei Qian himself did not participate in the draw, so he subconsciously thought that everyone should have won the prize. But thinking carefully, it seems that my table has always been very dull. Are you more restrained because you are eating with me? Can't you? It seems that no one at this table has won the prize yet. Pei Qian was a little unsure and whispered to Huang Sibo, who was sitting next to him, "Did you win the prize?" Huang Sibo shook his head, "No." Pei Qian turned around and asked LV Mingliang, who was sitting on the other side, "Did you win the prize?" LV Mingliang also shook his head, "No." Pei Qian looked at Tang Yishu, who was eating food with her head down and dared not look up at him, and suddenly understood. Is the effect of this halo so strong that it can even affect pseudo-probability? It stands to reason that more than 1,000 prizes have been drawn, and these people didn't win any prizes. The probability of winning in the backstage is already very high, right? In the end, they just couldn't draw. Too weird. Pei Qian suddenly felt a little sorry, and considered whether to find a way to let Tang Yishu leave temporarily to restore the luck of this table. As for Tang Yishu, this unlucky child, I will find a way to compensate later. Before Pei Qian could come up with a good reason, Huang Sibo suddenly said in surprise, "Huh? I won. Pineapple phone." Everyone was about to congratulate him when they heard Lu Mingliang also said in surprise, "Ah, I won too, also a phone." Li Yada, I think I won a TV. The odds of winning at this table suddenly started to soar. At the beginning, no one won any small prizes, but as time went on, the prizes got better. If these people won one prize, they could win 2 or 3 prizes in front. The haze on the table was instantly swept away. Although the people present here are not short of money and can afford to buy these prizes by themselves, buying them by themselves and winning the prizes are two completely different things. Pei Qian finally felt relieved. So that's it. It seems that Tang Yishu's halo has a counter effect. This halo makes the luck of people nearby worse, but in this false probability, the worse the luck, the higher the cumulative chance of winning, and in the end, they all catch up with the big prizes behind. Pei Qian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to find an excuse to get Tang Yishu away, otherwise the responsible people would not get any prizes. Would everyone think I was doing something behind the scenes? Wait. Pei Qian suddenly realized a problem. Is it that Tang Yishu's halo will have a counter effect in some cases? For example, this time everyone's luck did get worse, but because the probability continued to accumulate, they won a bigger prize later. If this situation also occurs at work, wouldn't it be? Pei Qian suddenly felt a little flustered. But he thought again, it shouldn't be a big problem. Because this lottery draw has a special pseudo-probability, if you don't win the prize, the probability of winning will increase. But there is no such pseudo-probability at work. So, it shouldn't be a big problem. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to eat. The list on the big screen continued to scroll. By now, everyone was almost full. Many tables had put down their chopsticks and stared at the big screen intently, waiting for the final prize to be announced. The 18,888 cash gift package was drawn, and Liada and Zhang Yuan from Pei Qian's table won the prize. The winning rate was obviously higher than that of other tables. After 10 cash gift packages, the final grand prize appeared on the big screen. 3 places for a 5-day trip for 2 people in any city in the world. The moment the prize appeared on the big screen, the whole audience was in an uproar. Awesome! This is a 5-day trip for 2 people in any city. You can choose any place you want to go. It also includes first-class air tickets, accommodation in a 5-star hotel, and additional spending quota to be freely used. You can buy some local specialties there, such as donkey brand bags. Isn't it wonderful? Everyone at the scene put down their chopsticks and stared at the big screen intently, wanting to know which 3 lucky people would win this honor. Pei Qian noticed that Bao Su, who was sitting at the same table with him, seemed to be shaking slightly with his chopsticks, and he didn't dare to look at the big screen. Pei Qian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Indeed, Bao Su hadn't won a prize yet. See? This is God's will. Don't say that I arranged you behind the scenes. I am innocent. You can only blame your bad luck. The avatars on the big screen began to scroll quickly, and then the list of 3 lucky winners was drawn in succession. Bao Su, Bao Su. It's still Bao Su. Puff. Bao Su almost spit out the red wine in his mouth when he saw this scene. What the hell? Add this together, does it mean that he has to go out for 15 days? Pei Qian was also a little dizzy. What's going on? Didn't it say that everyone can only win the prize twice, and the same prize can only be won once? Everyone at the scene was obviously stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Brother Bao has become a professional traveler? 1 person takes up 3 places? It's a pity, I have to go out for another half a month. Pei Qian looked at Assistant Qian, who came over and whispered, Mr. Pei, the program seems to have a bug. Pei Qian. Bao Su, who was sitting opposite, was dumbfounded, and the chopsticks in his hand almost fell on the table. He hurriedly said, Mr. Pei. I have been out too many times. This prize should be left to those who need it more. Pei Qian said to Assistant Qian, arrange the technicians to repair it as soon as possible and draw again. This program was made by the technicians at the end point, and they hurriedly took out their laptops to modify it. Assistant Qian took the microphone and briefly explained that there was a bug in the program, and told everyone to start playing the gacha first, and when they had enough fun, they could start drawing the grand prize again. As for the previous prizes, since there was no bug in the program at that time, they would not be invalidated and would still be valid. Everyone immediately dispersed and started to grab a handful of game coins to play. The original plan was that after all the prizes were drawn, everyone would happily play gasapon and grab dolls, and go home when they were almost done. Now, there was a little problem with the original plan, but it was not a big deal. It was nothing more than putting the original grand prize aside for the last draw. Soon, the surrounding claw machines and gasapon machines were crowded with people. Wu Bin was holding a handful of game coins and wandering behind the crowd, not knowing which one to play. Whether it was the plush toys in the claw machine or the small figures and dolls in the gasapon machine, they were all pretty good. Obviously, these prizes were also carefully selected, giving people a feeling that they would not lose, no matter how they grabbed them. The girls had completely occupied the front of the various machines. Some girls were holding a handful of game coins in their hands. It seemed that they were going to fight to the death in front of the claw machine, and they had the momentum of not giving up until they grabbed all the dolls. However, there were fewer people participating in the ring tossing and air gun games. After all, girls don't like to play these games. Wu Bin came to a ring tossing game with the mentality of giving it a try. A hotel waiter was already waiting to serve him. After taking the game coin from Wu Bin, he handed him a ring-tossing game. Wow! Wu Bin saw that this ring was many times bigger than the common ones. Other rings were very small, about the size of a bracelet, but this one was about the size of a plate. If he couldn't get it right, he would commit suicide to apologize. Wu Bin picked a handsome figurine, aimed carefully, and threw it hard. It went off the mark and didn't get it in the circle. Wu Bin was stunned. He couldn't get it in such a big circle. He was too ashamed to face the people of Jiangdong. No, he couldn't just give up. Wu Bin took out more game coins and prepared to continue buying rings. However, at this moment, the waiter picked up the figurine and put it in the circle at lightning speed. Congratulations, sir, you hit it. Puff. Wu Bin almost spit it out. Is this okay? Shoot the arrow first and then draw the circle? This is obviously a secret operation. But when he saw the waiter smiling and looking like, Wu Bin instantly understood that this was obviously instructed by President Pei. Wu Bin quickly took out another handful of game coins and bought 10 rings at once. When he saw a figurine he liked, he started throwing it. Throw one, and you hit one. There was no way he wouldn't hit it, because for any figurine or doll that he didn't hit, the waiter would quietly move it into the ring. Soon, Wu Bin returned with 11 figurines and dolls. The waiter also prepared a bag very considerately, and packed all the figurines for easy carrying. Soon, others also found that the chance of winning was too high, just like giving it away for free. The claw machine, as long as you match it, you can get one for sure. The gasapon machine, every little doll that comes out is very beautiful. There are also some probability games. The probability of winning good prizes is simply ridiculously high. So many beautiful dolls, gasapon, plush toys, pillows, and other prizes are completely given away for free. Everyone had a great time, and they were all carrying large and small bags, and they were almost unable to free their hands. Wu Bin couldn't help but sigh, it was so cool. Why didn't I feel that playing these small games was so cool before? Soon, after everyone's hard work, the prizes in the venue were basically swept away, and everyone's game coins were all used up. At this time, the lottery on the big screen finally started rolling again, and the names of the 3 lucky winners appeared. Everyone looked on with expectation. Chen Kongtua. Yi Zhizhou. Bao Su. Bao Su's face darkened instantly. What does it mean? This lottery system is targeting me. How can I draw again? What about me? Bao Su hurriedly looked at Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei. I really don't need to travel anymore. Let's give this opportunity to someone who needs it more. Who is willing to exchange the prize with me? Any prize is fine. Pei Qian laughed and shook his head. Since you have won the prize, you are absolutely not allowed to give it up. There is still time, think carefully about which city you haven't visited. Bao Su. Pei Qian speculated that the final prizes did not all come from his table, probably because when everyone went to play the gas-upon machine and claw machine, Tang Yishu's halo effect was diluted and no longer concentrated on the people at this table. Bao Su had never won a prize, so after leaving Tang Yishu's halo effect, he had accumulated a high probability of winning and automatically took effect, and won the grand prize. The other two should be pure luck. Pei Qian once again confirmed the power and reliability of Tang Yishu's halo effect. However, it seems that Tang Yishu herself did not win the prize. Is it because no matter how other people's luck changes, she herself is a non-African? This matter feels a bit strange, and it is a bit different from Pei Qian's previous judgment. However, Pei Qian didn't think much about it. This poor child, give her a raise later. Chapter 363, Crazy Itinerary, updated on the 1st. Losing money to become the richest man started with games. The annual meeting was over, the prizes were drawn, the claw machines were empty, and the food was full, so everyone began to leave. Pei Qian looked at his watch. It was just after 4 in the afternoon, just the right time. There were many prizes. In addition to easy-to-get gifts such as mobile phones and red envelopes, there were also prizes such as TVs, air purifiers, and game consoles that were less portable. Moreover, almost all of the 1,000 people present won prizes. If they were to claim the prizes one by one, it would take a long time. Therefore, the list of winners will be directly announced on the internet, and the specific prizes of each person will be notified on the internal communication software. After that, these prizes will be delivered to the door by the couriers of Nifeng Logistics. After all, everyone already had a lot of plush toys and dolls in their hands, and there was really no way to take the prizes of the annual meeting. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this annual meeting. It was simply a perfect fulfillment of his requirements. I spent money and saved time, it was perfect. Bao Su left the annual meeting with a sad face. What should I do? I thought I would be safe until the next best employee selection. I never expected that the grand prize of the annual meeting would be a trip, and a trip for 2. Traveling alone is already troublesome, and a trip for 2? I am dying. I have no idea where to go. As he walked, his eyes suddenly lit up and he found a familiar figure. Chen Kongtua. If I remember correctly, didn't this guy also win the prize? Bao Su thought that he could go and ask Chen Kongtua what his specific plan was, which city he was going to, and whether he could take him along. If Chen Kongtua and the others made the itinerary, Bao Su could save a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, he followed silently. However, just before he wanted to ask, he found that Chen Kongtua met with Yi Zhizhou, Hao Qiong and Lin Wan in a sneaky way, and then went to the small cafe next to him. Bao Su couldn't help but frown. Could it be that these people have already discussed where to go? Or are they also secretly trying to work overtime? Bao Su hurriedly followed. Lin Wan, Yi Zhizhou, Hao Qiong, and Chen Kongtua came to the cafe and found a seat to sit down. Lin Wan was very alert and looked outside the door. No one is following us? Chen Kongtua said, it seems that Brother Bao followed us. Lin Wan was stunned. Bao Su? That's great, call him over. Bao Su was still outside the door, considering whether to go in or not, but was pulled over by Chen Kongtua and sat down on the seat next to him. Bao Su was a little confused. What was he doing? Why was he so sneaky? It was just like when I was secretly working overtime. Lin Wan coughed twice and asked, Brother Bao, have you decided where to travel? You have experience in this matter. Bao Su. Don't bring up that again. Bao Su said bitterly, stop talking, I'm so worried. I don't want to have experience at all, not at all. Chen Kongtua said, but Mr. Pei said that your travel award cannot be transferred. Baosu nodded helplessly, yes. So I've thought about it. Didn't Mr. Pei say that you can choose any city? I'll choose Jingzhou City. When the time comes, I can live in a 5-star hotel in Jingzhou City, and it won't delay my daily work and playing games. Chen Kongtua coughed twice. Brother Bao, be careful with your words. If you really do this, what do you think your image will be in front of Mr. Pei? Isn't this putting yourself in danger? Baosu suddenly woke up. Yes. It's too dangerous to do this. I'm afraid that I won't die thoroughly enough. If you really do this, then the 1-month paid vacation for the next best employee selection will probably be seamlessly connected. So, this idea is too impulsive, it's definitely not okay. Baosu sighed helplessly. It seems that it is indeed not possible. What should we do? Which city are you going to? Otherwise, I will just hang out with you. You make the itinerary, and I will just follow you around every day. Chen Kongtua smiled slightly and looked at Lin Wan. Lin Wan said confidently, we have already thought about it. We will go to Texas in the United States. Baosu scratched his head. Texas? Are there any special attractions there? Lin Wan said, of course there are. There is the most terrifying haunted house in the world, Fog Mountain State Mental Hospital. Baosu? He looked at the 4 people present and found that everyone had different expressions. Chen Kongtua had an expression of seeing death as the way home. Hao Qiong's face was also full of tragic and heroic. Yi Zhizhou's face was a little pale, obviously full of uneasiness. Lin Wan was in the best mental state, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Baosu was puzzled. It's just a simple trip, is it necessary to risk your life? Besides, I haven't heard that you have such a unique hobby before. Wait, are you going to collect materials? Baosu suddenly realized the problem. Lin Wan and Yi Zhizhou are currently in charge of the horror game project, while Hao Qiong and Chen Kongtua are currently in charge of the haunted house project. They are all related to horror themes. Lin Wan nodded, that's right. The horror game project and the haunted house project we are responsible for are both very important, but the current progress is not ideal. On the game side, bugs frequently appear, and the horror effect is not good enough. On the haunted house side, even the specific plan has not been made yet. We can't go on like this. We must learn the most advanced horror experience and feel the atmosphere in person to better complete the task. In this annual meeting lottery, except for you, Brother Bao, who deserves it? Baosu's face turned black. Is it reasonable to deserve it? Lin Wan continued, Yi Zhizhou and Chen Kongtua won the tourism award. It is obviously God's will. This is obviously hinting that we can take this opportunity to collect some materials. Baosu looked at the 4 people and had only one feeling in his heart. Crazy, all crazy. Is that haunted house also a place where people go? Baosu had heard of this haunted house called Fog Mountain State Mental Hospital. It is said that this was originally an abandoned hospital in the wilderness, and it was filled with fog all year round. Later, local investment was made to build this haunted house, making use of the ruins of the abandoned hospital. The appearance of this haunted house is a dilapidated and desolate mental hospital. There is no prescribed route inside, and tourists can explore it at will. There are very realistic light and shadow effects and horror scenes in the haunted house, and many staff members are dressed up as ghosts and zombies to interact with tourists. This haunted house is said to have invested more than $2 million. If you know the route, it will take nearly an hour to run the whole way. If you get lost accidentally, you can only pray for good luck. To enter this haunted house, you must be at least 21 years old and take a simple test to make sure you can bear it psychologically. At the same time, you must have a health certificate issued by a doctor, and finally, before entering, you must sign a very complete exemption contract. In short, this is a typical place to spend money to suffer. These people are going to turn a good public-funded tour into a large-scale suicide? Bao Su certainly doesn't want to go. Although paid travel is painful, it is even more painful to visit a haunted house with Pei. He would rather go to the Sahara Desert to see camels than to scare himself in such a haunted place. But Bao Su was still a little bit unwilling to give up, and asked, "What about other itineraries?" Lin Wan, "What other itineraries?" Bao Su was stunned. "A 5-day tour, this haunted house can be visited in 1 day, right? What about the remaining 4 days? Shopping nearby?" Bao Su thought that if everyone went shopping, he could stay at home in the hotel peacefully. It would be nice to only suffer for 1 day and stay at the hotel for 4 days. Lin Wan shook her head. "How can such a wonderful haunted house be visited in 1 day? If you just take a quick look, you will forget everything after returning home. Didn't President Pei prepare extra reimbursement? I plan to do nothing in the next few days, just buy tickets to this haunted house. Visit it once, and then visit it again. Try to visit it 3 or 4 times a day, and visit it 13 or 14 times in 5 days, so that it can be enough to deepen the impression. By that time everyone will be battle-hardened, and whether they come back to make horror games or haunted houses, they will definitely be full of inspiration." Bao Su? He was completely shocked. He could actually make such an itinerary. Is he still a human being? Going into such a scary haunted house 3 or 4 times a day, is it possible for people to survive? Lin Wan smiled and said, "How about that? You and the 3 men can just make up 2 double rooms. I'll call Yada to come with us, that's perfect." Bao Su was confused. "That's not right. Yada and I are working on GOG, which has nothing to do with horror games. If you want to die, go ahead and don't drag us along, okay?" Lin Wan said seriously, "How can that work? Tenda Games and Shangyang Games both work under President Pei. How can they be so clearly divided? You will also have to give suggestions for the horror game. In return, I will give you a character from the horror game as a hero in GOG." Bao Su thought for a while. "No. 1 is too few, at least 2. The next day. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Huh? Go to the United States? Or go to a haunted house? I am the chief planner now, and I am also responsible for GOG's projects. Is it appropriate to go out and play?" After listening to Lin Wan's suggestion, Yada was confused. "What's inappropriate? This is a prize for the annual meeting. It is reasonable for us to go out and play. It is completely in line with company regulations. President Pei is a reasonable person and will definitely not disapprove." After being fooled by Lin Wan, Yada had nothing to say. "Then give it a try. Go talk to President Pei and see if he can allow himself, the chief planner, to go out and play halfway through the development of the project." Before asking for leave, Yada first looked at the situation of GOG, especially the simplified version proposed by Yuan Ventures. In short, it can be regarded as a phased achievement. Both initial versions can be played, and the next step is to fix bugs while continuing development. The simplified version proposed by Yuan Ventures has also been updated in real time on the computer of Moyu Internet Cafe, and from the current situation, the response is even better than the original version. Of course, the data in a short period of time cannot show much, and we still have to continue to observe for a while. But at least it proves that the suggestions given by Yuan Ventures are not the brainless ideas of laymen, but they really make sense. I don't know why this group of investors have such a deep understanding of the game. I opened the email and found that the subsequent modification suggestions sent by Hideshing had also been sent. I have to say that they are quite frequent in sending modification suggestions. So much so that Yada has always doubted whether their investment company really has no projects to invest in. Otherwise, why don't they do their work every day and just stare at GOG to give suggestions? But this is also a good thing. As long as it is a valid suggestion, Liyada will not refuse it. I simply screened the suggestions sent by Hidishing and arranged them in the work plan for the next week. In this way, even if Liyada goes abroad to play, the design team can still keep the development progress step by step. After finishing the work, Liyada stood up from his seat and prepared to talk to President Pei about traveling to the United States. Chapter 364, Think More. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. After knocking on the door gently, Liyada entered Mr. Pei's office. Mr. Pei was still the same as before, with a calm and confident look, and he looked energetic as if he had just woken up. Mr. Pei, I want to go to the United States for a few days. Liyada was still thinking about how to explain this to Mr. Pei so that people would feel it was reasonable. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, he saw Mr. Pei's eyes light up and nodded immediately. Okay, work and rest. You have been working too hard recently, and you need to relax. Hurry up and pack up, you can leave at any time. Are you going alone or with others? Liyada said hurriedly, Mr. Pei, there are 6 of us going together, including me, Lin Wan, Bao Su, Hao Qiong, Yi Zhizhou, and Chen Kongtua. Didn't Chen Kongtua and his friends win the prize of a 5-day trip at the annual meeting, so? Listening to Liyada's story, Pei Qian was slightly disappointed. What the hell, it turned out to be the award from the annual meeting. I almost thought Liyada had come to his senses and would find a way to slack off. I was so happy for nothing, but it's not bad for 6 people to go together. Lin Wan, Liyada, and Yi Zhizhou are the backbone of the project. If they leave, the development progress of the project can be slightly slowed down. Pei Qian nodded immediately, of course no problem. Go back and prepare, and have fun there. The salary for the next few days will be paid as usual. Don't worry about work. Since you are out, have fun. Do you understand? Hearing this, Liyada's heart warmed. President Pei is so easy to talk to. As long as employees ask for leave, they will almost 100% be granted leave, and they will repeatedly remind everyone to have fun since they have fun, and never have any psychological burden, and don't miss work too much. There is no need for too much explanation, it is simply everything. Is this the tacit understanding between the boss and the employees? Okay, President Pei, I know. Liyada went out with emotion. Pei Qian looked at the date. Today is December 21st. In more than 2 weeks, the school will start to enter the exam week. Although Mr. Pei donated 5 million to the school last time, as long as the counselor has informed the teacher, he will definitely give some face. But is Mr. Pei that kind of person? Of course, he still has to rely on his own ability to get a passing score. Otherwise, if he can't even pass Ma Yang, who is a jerk, then where will Mr. Pei put his face? I will despise myself. Therefore, Pei Qian felt that his work tasks were heavy. He opened the backstage and looked at the results of the Tenda Spirit compatibility test. Before the annual meeting yesterday, the first batch of new employees had just been tested for the Tenda Spirit compatibility. The results were much better than Pei Qian had imagined. The pass rate was extremely low. A total of 28 people participated in this test, and only 3 people passed successfully. For these 3 people, Pei Qian focused on their resumes to deepen his impression. These are the right people that Tenda can rely on in the future. They can perfectly fit the Tenda Spirit test for the first time. What kind of treasure employees are they? Unexpectedly, the 3 people who passed the test were all from Tenda's game department. The one with the highest score was Hu Xianbin, an ordinary fresh graduate from Handong University, who had no special experience during college. The other 2 were Min Jingchao and Zhang Nan, who had no experience in the game industry at all. Before joining Tenda, the former was an accountant, the latter was a fashion designer. In Mr. Pei's opinion, this is simply the most perfect resume. It seems that Tenda's entry test has fully achieved the desired effect, eliminating those experienced old people in the industry and selecting a group of people who are particularly suitable to be a slacker. And the Tenda Spirit Fit test just proves this point. These three people seem to be very good candidates for slackers. Of course, you can't know a person's heart by knowing his face, and President Pei can't read his mind. Now he can't be completely sure that these three people will be the talents he needs. But no matter what, President Pei carefully prepared so many test questions, and these three people answered them correctly, which at least shows that they are already a lot higher than other employees in spiritual construction. There is a saying that if there is something that walks like a duck, calls like a duck, and tastes like a duck, then it is a duck. This test is the same. No matter what the employees really think, as long as they can pass this test and implement this idea in their work, they are the slackers that President Pei wants. Moreover, Pei Qian is also very clear that the pass rate of this test will definitely increase as time goes by. After all, it is impossible to stop employees from exchanging their experiences in private. But as long as these new employees can gradually find the correct answer, and accurately get the hint from Mr. Pei, and refuse to work overtime and take the initiative to ask for overtime pay, and this becomes a trend in the long run, then for Pei Qian, the goal will be achieved. Shenhua Haojing, 17th floor, Tenda Game Department. In the meeting room, Liyada has just arranged work tasks for the members of the design team. The visa to the United States is already being processed. Since all expenses are reimbursed by the company, everyone applies for an expedited visa, which will be completed soon. Liyada has sorted out the suggestions from Yuan Venture Capital and written them into the development plan of the new version. Today, he will explain it to the members of the design team in detail, so that even if he goes abroad to collect materials, GOG's research and development will not be interrupted. After all the arrangements were made, the meeting ended. Liyada deliberately kept Hu Xianbin. After everyone left, Liyada closed the door and whispered, "Xiao Hu, what are the questions of Tenda's mental test? Tell me in a low voice." Hu Xianbin. This scene looks quite magical. A department head actually asked questions to the intern who had just been promoted to a full-time employee in the department. But in fact, Liyada really didn't know. Not only did she not know, but the heads of various departments of Tenda didn't know either. The Tenda Spirit Compatibility Test was set by President Pei himself and graded automatically by the system. No one could view the question bank and standard answers. However, Hu Xianbin was a little puzzled. Why did Liyada care about this? Even if she didn't know the questions, what did it matter? She was the person in charge, and she didn't need to go through this test. They are just some simple multiple-choice questions. Sisterly, why are you asking this? Moreover, according to the regulations, it seems that this issue cannot be discussed within the company, right? Liyada sighed softly and lowered her voice slightly. I don't want to discuss it either, but the heads of other departments are asking. After the annual meeting yesterday, several department heads had come to ask Liyada about the Tenda Spirit Compatibility Test. Liyada really didn't know what the specific content of these test questions was, but the new employees in her department must know. The heads of various departments found out that only 3 of the first batch of more than 20 people who took the test passed, and they were all in the game department. So, they naturally came to ask Liyada. As for why the heads of these departments are so concerned, isn't it obvious? If they can't pass the Tenda Spirit Compatibility Test, these new employees will be fired. All of them were recruited with great effort, and each of them is an urgently needed talent. How can they just give up? If I really get fired, it will not only mean that all the previous recruitment efforts have gone to waste, but also that everyone is not doing a good job in recruitment and the people they recruited do not meet Mr. Pei's wishes. How can that be possible? Therefore, these responsible persons were as anxious as the new employees who failed the test. They all wanted to know what the Tenda spirit compatibility test was and how to change their thinking as soon as possible to meet Mr. Pei's requirements. Li Yada had to ask secretly and privately. Hu Xianbin frowned and tried to think about the situation at that time. It is too difficult to recall the questions word for word. It is impossible to do it at all. Because there are too many questions, and there are many questions that look similar but actually seem to be different. Maybe it's just a difference in one word in the question, and the standard answer will change completely. Besides, there are so many questions, I don't know which one is correct and which one is wrong. If I happen to remember a wrong question, and then everyone deduce based on this wrong question, wouldn't it be all wrong? The consequences are unimaginable. Li Yada thought for a moment and nodded helplessly. That's really the case. It can only be said that Mr. Pei's thinking is too meticulous, leaving no loopholes to be exploited. Even if you remember a few questions, you can't be sure whether you answered them correctly. It is almost impossible to deduce the standard answer of the whole test from these questions. Then, do you have any experience to share? Li Yada decided to change the angle. Hu Xianbin was silent for a moment and said, "Think more." Li Yada, Hu Xianbin explained, "I can only say that these questions look simple, but in fact they have other profound meanings. These questions are just like what President Pei usually says. There are always very profound truths in very simple words. If you look at these questions very superficially, you will definitely not be able to understand the intention of the questions well. So, my experience is to think more. This is also a very key point I learned in our department. Also, you must completely obey President Pei's command. Others. I can't summarize them." Li Yada nodded. It sounds like the type of questions that President Pei would ask. Think more and completely obey President Pei's command are indeed completely consistent with her work experience. Maybe, this is the Tenda spirit? It shouldn't be all of the Tenda spirit. After all, the Tenda spirit comes from President Pei, and President Pei's thoughts are as deep as the stars. But, at least it is part of the Tenda spirit, right? Li Yada nodded, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Back at the workstation, Li Yada sent messages to the department heads she had asked before. For the Tenda spirit compatibility test, there may be two more universal principles. First, think more. Second, obey Mr. Pei's command completely. I'm not sure if these two directions are correct, but it's worth a try. Chapter 365, A Must for Martial Artists. December 23, Thursday. Chang Yu came to the door of President Pei's office again with some trepidation. The last time he came was 2 weeks ago. At that time, Chang Yu came with his confident adus, but a bunch of bugs appeared inexplicably, which could be said to be a big failure in the report. President Pei also criticized the stability of the system and asked Chang Yu to put the stability of the system first and not to do so many fancy things. This time, Chang Yu mainly showed two things to President Pei. The first is the optimized adus. The functions this time are completely unchanged from the last time. They are still the same. Even because of stability, a small part of the functions that are not particularly practical have been cut off. The goal is to ensure the stability and reliability of the system during this report, with no or fewer bugs. The second is to show the first prototype of OTTO technology. It has been nearly 2 months since OTTO technology was established. It has to be said that it is a first-class foundry in China, after all. The efficiency is still very high and the prototype has been made. However, when holding this prototype in hand, Chang Yu felt particularly trepidation. Very unconfident, although it feels a bit embarrassing, since the product has been made, it must be shown to President Pei. If President Pei is not satisfied, it is not too late to modify it. Before entering the door, Chang Yu closed his eyes and prayed, hoping that God would bless him this time and there would be fewer bugs, and then he knocked on the door gently. After hearing, "Come in," Chang Yu pushed the door open and explained his purpose to President Pei. Pei Qian nodded happily. "Okay, let me see it." Pei Qian was still very interested in this mobile phone. After all, this is the first physical product developed by Tenda. Although many games have been developed before, the games are virtual after all, and can only be run on computers or game consoles, and cannot be played in your hands. As a brand of installed machines, ROF is actually not much different from DIY consoles. This new mobile phone is different. Although it is OEM, mobile phones are highly integrated technology products after all, and customized mobile phones are unique. Then Pei Qian watched Chang Yu put a brick in his hand. So heavy. Pei Qian clearly felt the weight on his wrist. "How much does this phone weigh?" Chang Yu replied somewhat embarrassedly, 247 grams. Pei Qian: "I don't know what to say, so I can only say it's awesome." What does this weight mean? Currently, the most popular mobile phones on the market are still small screen phones. For example, the flagships of the Pineapple phones are basically around 140 grams, and even the large screen versions are only around 190 grams. In fact, a mobile phone that reaches 200 grams is already a bit heavy for many thin girls. When it reaches the weight of half a pound, it is definitely a must-have for martial artists. Pei Qian weighed it in his hand. Well, it must be very exciting to hit someone with it. Chang Yu obviously knew that this prototype was too heavy, and said a little embarrassedly, "Mr. Pei, there is no way, our mobile phone has too many materials to pile up. High refresh rate screen, 5800 mAh large battery, flagship chip, customized cooling system, horizontal linear motor. These are quite heavy." Pei Qian nodded. In order to pile up materials and raise the price to the expected 8,000 level, this is indeed the only way. If the components are not stacked enough, and the value of this phone is far less than 8,000, the system will not allow such an inflated price. But stacking so many components will inevitably make the phone too heavy. After all, other phones have 2,000 or 3,000 mAh batteries, but this phone has nearly 6,000 mAh. It would be strange if it is not heavy. For Pei Qian, it would be better if it was heavier. It would be best if everyone would tease this phone as a half-pound machine and an IQ tax. If it cannot be sold, it will be stored up. That would be great. Of course, Pei Qian remembered that there were mobile phone manufacturers that did this, such as some gaming phones. But the current market environment is still significantly different from the market environment when gaming phones appeared. First of all, gaming phones are a niche market after all. Mobile phones are different from computers. They are highly integrated technology products. Computers can be configured with gaming laptops and thin and light laptops according to needs. The two have huge differences in form and are difficult to replace each other. But the form of gaming phones and ordinary phones is not that different. At the same time, mobile phones integrate too many functions, such as taking pictures and recording videos. For most mobile phone users, the more important function of mobile phones is daily use. Watching videos, chatting, taking pictures and videos, and playing games is just one of the functions. They all spend the same price, sacrificing the experience of taking pictures, recording videos, and being thin and portable in exchange for a better gaming experience. It is not cost-effective for most people. Of course, for those heavy mobile game players, gaming phones may be a good choice. However, the second problem is, in this world, the mobile game market is not well developed. The most popular mobile games on the market are all card battle games. National war games like Hot Blood War Song are already very heavy and rare. Such lightweight mobile games do not need high refresh rate screens or large batteries. So, from the perspective of ordinary consumers, this phone should be quite weird. It is a brand that I have never heard of and it is very heavy to buy. These 2 points alone are enough to discourage many consumers at the first impression. Seeing that Mr. Pei was lost in thought, Changyu thought that he was dissatisfied with the prototype and hurriedly said, "Mr. Pei, this is just a prototype and has not started mass production. If you think the weight is too heavy, we can also think of other ways, such as reducing the battery capacity to about 4,000, so that the weight can be greatly reduced to just over 200 grams. Pei Qian hurriedly raised his hand. "No, it's good now. No matter how high the configuration of the mobile phone is, if it is out of power, it is just a brick and can't do anything. We must ensure that our mobile phones always have sufficient power, so that everyone will no longer have power anxiety. The current power is good, this is the highlight of our mobile phone, we must keep it, understand? In short, I am very satisfied with this prototype, this is what I imagine the ideal mobile phone to look like. That's about it in terms of hardware, let me experience the system again." Pei Qian experienced Adu's, for the second time. Changyu was a little nervous at first, but seeing Pei's reaction, he was unexpectedly satisfied. He hurriedly said, "Okay, Pei, if you have any comments, you can always raise them. Also, we are customizing the appearance now, including the color of the back cover of the phone logo, etc., and strive to make the appearance of the phone more beautiful and attract more consumers." Pei Qian shook his head while swiping his phone. "Back cover color? Don't make so many fancy things, just make a solid color. If you think it's ugly, just put the logo on it. Isn't that what pineapples do?" Changyu was a little dizzy. "Then, what if it's still ugly?" Pei Qian looked up at him. "Then make the logo bigger and cover it up." Changyu. "Make the logo bigger, does it mean that if the logo is bigger, people will only pay attention to the logo and not the color of the back cover, right? Many current flagship phones have back covers in various colors, and these colors are given very poetic names. This is a popular trend in the domestic mobile phone industry. As a result, Mr. Pei's taste is different, and he does not allow this color to be made, only solid colors can be made. It's not enough to have a solid color, but they also have to put a big logo on it. Currently, the only company that sells well with a large logo on the back cover is Pineapple Mobile. Because this large logo reflects strong confidence in its own brand. If an unknown brand makes its own logo too big, consumers will probably be asked embarrassing questions like "What brand is your phone?" when they take out their phones. Therefore, most domestic mobile phone brands put their logos in a relatively low-key position, and then match them with colorful back covers to make a clear distinction from Pineapple Mobile. Otherwise, it is easy to be accused of being a copycat. If Changyu were allowed to decide for himself, he would probably choose the approach of ordinary domestic mobile phones, making a low-key logo plus colorful back cover. But now, since President Pei has made it clear, Changyu can only rack his brains to meet President Pei's requirements. Pei Qian continued to play with this half-pound machine and was very surprised. This time, there are really no bugs. It seems that Changyu has really worked hard during this period of time and fixed all the previous bugs, greatly improving the stability of the system. After playing with it for 10 minutes, I only found 3 or 4 bugs, and they were all the kind that did not affect its use. Changyu's back straightened up a bit. It's not easy. Last time, he found so many bugs that his face was swollen. This time, Changyu led his brothers to work hard and finally fixed most of the bugs. In addition, in order to prepare for this report, everyone conducted surprise tests for several days. Only after they couldn't find any bugs did they come here with confidence. Even so, President Pei still found 3 small bugs, which shocked Changyu. Could it be that President Pei would naturally trigger bugs? But anyway, this report was a success. Changyu pondered for a moment and said, "President Pei, the stability of the system is almost there, so can we start working on those new system functions now?" Pei Qian. Don't give up. Pei Qian's face sank. and he said seriously, "It's not advisable to be too ambitious." What's the point? There are so many places that can be optimized in the original Eldraine system. Are you satisfied with just fixing a few bugs? Go back and continue to modify it. The optimization of details is not enough. Chong, you took the phone in confusion. The optimization of details is not enough? This has already caught up with most domestic brands, how can it not be enough? But he didn't dare to ask more, so he could only take the phone silently and plan to go back and figure it out. This time, he still failed to advance the system development work to the next step. Although the product form of this phone is becoming clearer and clearer, Changyu feels that it is getting further and further away from his expectations. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 366, The Stamina of the 1024 Digital Festival. Additional chapter for the boss who is always busy. Afternoon. Pei Qian woke up from his usual nap and caught up on anime. When he looked up, it was only a little after 3 in the afternoon. Although it was still early, there seemed to be nothing to do at the company. All the projects were still under development. After Chang Yu came to report in the morning, no one would come to report in the short term, so President Pei had nothing to do. How about I go back to school to study? It's exam week soon, so don't review. I haven't even borrowed my notes yet. Well, find a time to ask Ma Yang to make a copy of my notes for me. Pei Qian turned off the computer and left work. Go back to school and find a study room to study, so that I can feel more empty recently. When I walked out of the office, I saw everyone staring at the screen seriously, looking like they were working hard. As for whether they were working hard, I couldn't tell. The bad thing about being a boss is that the employees you see are never their truest side. Tang Yishu had just finished taking care of her forehead and was quietly reading and studying. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Look at her schoolmate, how much she loves studying, I have to follow her example. With the determination to study on my own, Pei Qian walked out of the company. Suddenly he remembered something, and after turning back, he said to everyone, "Everyone has worked hard, if there is nothing to do, go home early." No one paid attention to him, and they were still busy working. Pei Qian sighed silently, "Hey, how I wish there was a warrior who could stand up and leave early with President Pei." With a little regret, Pei Qian took the elevator downstairs, walked out of Shenhua Haojing, and then walked towards Handong University. As he walked, he turned to the Moyu Internet Cafe Handong University branch. Find an empty seat to sit down and turn on the computer, which is completely subconscious. Huh? What's going on? Why am I here? Didn't I want to study on my own? Forget it, since I'm here, let's see what new games are available recently. After all, I'm a game designer. Collecting materials after work is as important as learning. There are many game icons on the desktop, all of which are some popular games nowadays. However, when Pei Qian's eyes swept across the icons of these games, before he had time to see what these games were, he suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong. This strange feeling did not come from the computer desktop, but from the display board at the entrance of the store. A strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged in Pei Qian's heart. He hurriedly stood up and went to the entrance of the store to take a look at the content of the display board. There was a beautifully printed poster on it, and the title of the poster was "Let's Play Together on Christmas Eve, ROF Installation Discount." The main picture of the poster was a complete machine that had been assembled. It looked very cool, especially the shiny ROF logo on it, which looked full of temptation. Below were different installation gears, which were $85.99. There were still 3 gears, but the price. Pei Qian rubbed his eyes and found that the price was different from what he had set before. It was cheaper. Pei Qian took a closer look at the configuration below and found that these configurations were basically the same as before, except that some accessories had been slightly upgraded. In addition, there were extra gifts, the most valuable of which was a USB flash drive, and some toys, such as cable straps, mouse pads, keyboard cleaning mud, etc. And they packaged it up, calling it the Christmas Eve upgrade package. Pei Qian was speechless. Too much. Look at this slogan, "Let's play together on Christmas Eve." The smell of single dogs is overwhelming, although Pei Qian is not very interested in this kind of foreign festival, but only single people can do such a thing on Christmas Eve? This is obviously a forced marketing to take advantage of the festival. But it seems to be very effective. There is a line of eye-catching art words on the poster. This store is limited to _ 500, which probably means that this store has a limit of 500 units. Now, there is a number posted in front, 428. This Mingguan has sold more than 400 units around the Handong University store. This is not the only Moyu internet cafe, most of the other Moyu internet cafes are also doing the same activity. The 3 gears set by Pei Qian before are the same or slightly higher than the various accessories available on the market, but the price will drop after bulk purchases, and the profit margin is not large. Coupled with the policy of random upgrades, this promotion is definitely a loss-making business. After the 1024 Digital Festival, the price has risen to 8,999. This price seems unconscientious to many consumers. Although it is still worth buying considering the door-to-door delivery and after-sales repair policies, the previous promotions have already preempted the enthusiasm of many consumers, so the sales volume in the short term is tepid, and there is no big news that caught Pei Qian's attention. But now, Zhang Yuan cleverly raised the configuration a little bit, and then gave some gifts, and then lowered the price a little bit. It created an effect that this package is quite worthwhile. For buyers, the cost performance is still very high, even more worthwhile than before, because these gifts are useful things, and the price of large-scale purchases will drop significantly, which is much cheaper than buying them by themselves. And for ROF's installation business, there is still a very considerable profit. In this way, the reputation accumulated over the past 2 months is likely to explode with this Christmas Eve event. Pei Qian was a little panicked. Could it be that a lot of them have been sold? He was about to go back to the internet cafe to ask the waiter in the store, and heard a surprised voice behind him, "Mr. Pei?" Pei Qian turned around and saw that it was Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked a little busy, but in his busyness, he showed a kind of joy from the heart. "Mr. Pei, I was going to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect you to find it first. How about this Christmas Eve promotion? This event has been quietly prepared for a long time." Pei Qian felt a little tired. These people, each of them wants to surprise me. It's so worrying. Fortunately, I found out early. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. It should still be in time to find a way to save it now. Pei Qian pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "So, how is the sale going? How much stock do we have left?" Zhang Yuan smiled. "Stock? No stock, all sold out." As he spoke, he took out a sold-out label from somewhere and pasted it on the poster at the door, covering the number 428. Pei Qian felt his eyes go dark. All the stock is sold out? Aren't there so many stocking points, and a warehouse as big as the outskirts of Jingzhou? If we make 300 or 400 yuan per computer, at least a few thousand of these should have been sold. Although the money is not much, it is still a heavy blow to President Pei. Pei Qian was a little bit unbelievable. How could it be sold so quickly? Even if the warehouse does have a lot of stock, how could it be sold so quickly? Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Boss Pei, of course it's not just these few days of sales. You forgot, there's also Double 11. This is all thanks to the 1024 Digital Festival that you organized before, Boss Pei, which made the ROF brand famous." If it weren't for that promotion, it would be really difficult to open up the market. After the 1024 Digital Festival, I have been thinking about making ROF an online brand. Although we don't have the advantages of door-to-door delivery and full machine warranty in other cities, our host is made of solid materials and is fair to all, compared with those complete machines sold on the wall, and we still win the favor of some customers. Of course, our sales volume cannot be compared with those complete machines sold on the wall. The sales volume of a certain assembled host brand exceeded 10 million in 40 minutes during Double 11. We can't even catch up with their fraction. But don't worry, Mr. Pei, I absolutely don't envy them, and I will definitely keep it in mind, Mr. Pei. Your teachings will ensure that the ROF brand remains consistent and honest. In short, our reputation has gradually fermented during this period, and sales have also steadily increased. It just happened to take advantage of this Christmas Eve event to clear out a wave of inventory. I bought a batch online on Double 11, sold a batch on Double 12, and bought another batch during this event. Now our warehouse is basically in a state of emergency, and I am contacting for emergency replenishment. By the way, I was too conservative at the time and didn't stock so much. If I could have stocked more at the time. Pei Qian's face darkened instantly, and he felt bad all over. So that's it, the side effects of the 1024 Digital Festival are here. This is so powerful. After that promotion, Pei Qian was alert for a while, but he didn't see any significant improvement in ROF's installation business, so he was busy and forgot about it. I never expected that something would go wrong if I didn't keep an eye on it for a while. Pei Qian asked, so what are your plans next? Zhang Yuan thought for a while, leave some money for stocking, and then continue to spend all the rest on promotion. I plan to increase the number of orders and reviews on the online store next, and try to grab some of the Martyr's wall machine business. Of course, I am also going to hand over part of the profit this time. After all, the ROF brand has been receiving subsidies from the headquarters since its birth. Now that it has finally turned a profit, it must hand over part of the profit as a token of appreciation. Pei Qian hurriedly raised his hand, don't do it. Zhang Yuan, ? Pei Qian coughed lightly and said, Tenda is not short of money, so don't worry about it. It is not advisable to fake orders and good reviews. Although this is the unspoken rule of online stores, it is still fraudulent after all. We can't do this. In my opinion, all the money earned should be used to prepare goods. Isn't such a large warehouse not full yet? How much you earn, how much you prepare, spend it all, don't be stingy. Also, this kind of promotional activities overdraft our sales potential. Don't do it too frequently in the future, understand? In the future, only 1024 Digital Festival can be used for price reduction promotions, and the usual prices must not be changed. Pei Qian was at a loss. ROF had already made money, what should he do? Whether it was advertising or handing over profits, Pei Qian could not accept it. So, continue to stock up. After this promotion, basically everyone who wanted to buy had already bought it. At this time, no more advertising, no more price cuts, crazy stocking up, all the money exchanged for the host parts piled up in the warehouse. Naturally it will slowly depreciate. At the same time, the price is not as cost-effective as before, and the number of consumers willing to pay for it will definitely decrease significantly. Sell one, then stock up one more. As long as the stock is enough, you can ensure that there is no spare money on hand. Pei Qian is not expecting ROF to lose much money now. As long as you find a way to spend all the money you earn, I will not pursue it. Zhang Yuan was a little confused. Boss Pei, there is so much inventory, the sales pressure is huge, and we can't do promotions anymore. What if we can't sell it, then? Pei Qian raised his hand, it doesn't matter, just do it. If the warehouse is not enough, just rent a new one. The secret to making the industry bigger is to not keep any extra money in your hands, understand? Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, hesitated, and nodded after a long time, understand. Understood. Chapter 367 Mr. Li's Cooperation Suggestion. After being messed up by Zhang Yuan, Pei Qian was in a bad mood. He originally just wanted to come here to play a game, but he encountered an employee doing something secretly. Angry. Pei Qian turned off the computer, sat down in the coffee area, ordered a cup of coffee, and thought about life while drinking. Life is so difficult. After careful calculation, Pei Qian found that the only projects that are still losing money are Nifeng Logistics and Moyu Takeaway. It's too difficult to deal with a sudden backstab. Pei Qian thought that before the settlement, he still couldn't take it lightly and had to prepare for a rainy day. It's about time to consider the future development of Nifeng Logistics and Moyu Takeaway. Especially Moyu Takeaway, which currently only relies on Moyu Internet Cafe, so it can only deliver food to the area around Moyu Internet Cafe. However, Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0 has already made money. Whether it is the commission from selling alcohol or the online business of the Internet Cafe, it is now stable and profitable. The Internet Cafe has long turned losses into profits. Pei Qian thought, why not find an opportunity to separate Moyu Takeaway? Try to adopt the form of a chain fast food restaurant, where customers can eat in the store or order takeaway to be delivered to their door. In this way, we can get rid of the profitable Moyu Internet Cafe 1.0, cover the entire Jingzhou with Moyu Takeaway, and continue to lose more money. However, we have to think again, will there be any hidden dangers in doing so? What if something goes wrong again, and the originally loss-making Moyu Takeaway also makes money? Then it will really be more trouble than it is worth. Well, we have to think about it in the long run. Pei Qian thought about it while drinking coffee. Boss Pei has been very relaxed recently. It seems that the haunted house project is progressing well. Pei Qian looked up and saw Leisure sitting opposite him with a cup of coffee. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Thanks to Boss Li, it's okay. Very relaxed? It does seem so on the surface. The progress of the haunted house? No good news is the best good news. Why, Boss Li is planning to invest in my haunted house. Leisure laughed awkwardly. This. I can consider it. He said that he could consider it, but he was thinking in his heart that he should not make trouble. Leisure looked at Pei Qian and found that President Pei's expression was still as calm as ever. And it was not all calm, there seemed to be a faint boredom. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. President Pei was always so calm and unpredictable. Leisure came here today with a purpose. He wanted to say a few polite words, but then he thought again that President Pei was not the kind of person who liked to be polite. In this case, let's get straight to the point. Leisure pondered for a moment and said, Boss Pei, I want to cooperate with you on a project. I wonder if you are interested. Pei Qian smiled politely. You want to cooperate with me on a project? If Boss Li is interested in a project, it is definitely not a good project. After all, Boss Li has been in the investment circle for so long. He can't say that he makes money on every investment, but his vision is better than that of ordinary investors, and the probability of making money is very high. Moreover, every failure makes a wiser person. From past cooperation experience, Pei Qian is extremely distrustful of this cooperation model. Pei Qian said with emotion, Boss Li, when you can come up with a project that will definitely lose money, I will definitely invest in it. Leisure laughed. Boss Pei can always say such humorous words in such a serious manner. Pei Qian. Leisure continued, I heard that the investment company under Boss Pei has just been established and has invested heavily in a new game company abroad. The prospects are very good. May I ask Boss Pei, is this a project that will definitely lose money? Pei Qian. The question you asked makes so much sense that I couldn't refute it for a while. If I tell you that this project was invested without my knowledge, would you believe it? Pei Qian looked at Leisure very sincerely. Leisure laughed again. Boss Pei, you are a good person in every way, But your biggest problem is that you love to lie. Hey, I understand. Business is business, and all is fair in war. Pei Qian. Li Shi obviously didn't want to continue to dwell on this. Boss Pei, let's get down to business. This time there is really a project, and I sincerely want to cooperate with you. My other two friends and I want to cooperate with you to open a chain of nameless restaurants. Pei Qian, ? A chain of nameless restaurants? I have made a lot of money from one nameless restaurant, and another one? You are probably a spy sent by a hostile company. Huh? That's not right. Boss Li is originally from a hostile company. Pei Qian took a sip of coffee, not considering it. Li Shi, Boss Pei's rejection is always so straightforward. He didn't say anything, but Boss Pei rejected it. Open another chain, and everyone will be happy to make money together, isn't that good? Moreover, even if they are not interested in cooperation and want to eat alone, they would not reject the cooperation proposal without even listening to it, right? However, after all, I have dealt with Mr. Pei a lot and know his temper. Li Shi calmed down. Mr. Pei, we have no other intentions. Wuming restaurant is your own property. You can eat whenever you want, but we want to eat a meal now, and it has been scheduled until the next month. We just want to have a good meal. Is this wish too much? Pei Qian. I can eat whenever I want. Mr. Li, it seems that you have a little misunderstanding about the operation mode of Mingyun Private Kitchen. I can only eat 5 times a month. But on second thought, it is indeed true. Mr. Pei has such a hard time to go out for a meal, let alone others. Now the appointments for Mingyun Private Kitchen have been booked for 2 months later. For ordinary diners, it is simply an unbearable burden. Pei Qian sighed softly. Boss Li, you misunderstood me. I don't mean to eat alone, I never had this idea. Forget it, tell me your plan. Li Shi nodded. This idea comes from the resentment of not being able to eat delicious food, and I am not the only one in Jingzhou who has this resentment. There are also Shui Zhibin and Wang Peng who have this strong resentment. Boss Pei should know these two people? One is Shui Yuanqing's only son, a professional rich second generation, and the other is the co-founder of Quanmin Dianping. Pei Qian. I know too much. It was these two guys who made Mingyun Private Kitchen popular. Boss Pei still clearly remembers what happened that day. Shui Zhibin, the second-generation rich man, was attracted by Zhang Zuding's Weibo, and then brought Wang Peng over. Wang Peng personally wrote a review for Mingyun Private Kitchen on the Quanmin Dianping website, and then, nothing happened. As for the fact that Mingyun Villa later used Mingyun Private Kitchen as a gimmick to promote it, and General Manager Li took the opportunity to follow up and hype up the low prices nearby, causing the Moyu Internet Cafe Mingyun Villa store to become popular. That's all later. In short, when mentioning these two, General Manager Pei hates them so much that his teeth itch. Now you want to drag me to make money together? No way. Li Shi did not notice the abnormality in Mr. Pei's expression and continued, Mr. Pei, the three of us are all loyal customers of Mingyun Private Kitchen. But there is no way, waiting for a table is too painful. It was okay when there were few people at the beginning, but later there were more and more people. It is acceptable to make an appointment a week in advance, but it is completely different to make an appointment a month in advance. Originally, we booked restaurants according to the itinerary, but now we book itineraries according to the restaurants. Now if we want to book a large business banquet at Mingyun Private Kitchen, we have to make a reservation in advance, make a reservation first, and then invite partners to Jingzhou when the reservation time is approaching. It's so inconvenient. Pei Qian sighed silently. I can only say that the three of you have reaped the fruits of your own labor. Sure enough, happiness still depends on comparison. Mr. Pei can only reserve the largest private room once a week on the 20th of each month, which is already very inconvenient. As a result, Mr. Li and the other two are even worse off. Hearing this, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel very sympathetic towards these three people. Richest continued, so, the three of us hit it off and want to cooperate with Mr. Pei to open another branch of Mingyun Private Kitchen. We have already discussed it. The three of us will provide money, people, and be responsible for the operation. Mr. Pei, you only need to provide a brand of nameless restaurant, and then we will give you dividends every month. Or, if Mr. Pei is worried about the prospect of making money, you can also use the franchise fee plus dividend model. We will first pay a franchise fee just for the golden signboard of nameless restaurant. As for the address, it has been selected. We plan to open it in a large shopping mall nearby, so that the traffic will definitely be guaranteed. In short, the prospects are very good. Pei Qian was silent. It sounds like this project is a bit too reliable. So reliable that I don't dare to get involved at all. Pei Qian thought about it and said sincerely, "Bossly, I really can't participate in this project. Besides, the nameless restaurant is nothing. As long as your dishes are excellent and your service is in place, you can create a new high-end restaurant brand. But, Bossly, don't worry, I will support you spiritually. If you encounter any problems in the process of opening a restaurant, you can ask me at any time, and I will tell you everything I know." Richest sighed softly, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I get it. If I were you, I would definitely not give up this golden signboard easily." After all, the brand value of the nameless restaurant was created by Mr. Pei with great effort. Pei Qian. Misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. But Pei Qian couldn't explain it, so he could only continue to smile politely. Richest said with a little regret, "Okay, then we can only rely on ourselves. On the day the restaurant opens, I hope Mr. Pei can come and try it." Pei Qian nodded vigorously, "Of course, I will definitely go. Not only will I go by myself, but I will also take all the employees with me. Not once in a while, but every now and then." Richest smiled and said, "The only one who can say polite words so sincerely is you, Mr. Pei." Pei Qian was speechless. What is polite words? I'm speaking from the heart. If you can really open this restaurant and divert some customers to Mingyun Private Kitchen, so that I can eat at any time without queuing, then I can't thank you enough. Richest said goodbye to Pei Qian and turned to leave. Pei Qian silently sent him a sincere blessing. "Come on, Mr. Li, try to defeat Mingyun Private Kitchen as soon as possible." Chapter 368 Epiphany about Tenda Spirit. December 27, Monday. Tenda Network Technology Company, Limited. Wu Bin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was time for the second Tenda Spirit compatibility test. Although this was not the last chance, I really didn't dare to delay it any longer. Interns cannot do any work. Passing this test a week later means that they can only start work a week later. This is so uncomfortable. For the first time, Wu Bin found that it was such a painful thing to be unable to work and do nothing at work every day. Fortunately, this time, Hao Yun, as the head of the department, secretly asked Li Yada, the head of the game department, and brought Wu Bin the secret to passing the test. The secret is very simple. There are only two, namely, think more, and try every means to complete the tasks assigned by President Pei. Although it is a bit too brief, it is at least a good direction. During the weekend, Wu Bin reflected deeply on his first answer to the question. He realized that he probably answered the question that Mr. Pei asked him to work overtime incorrectly. It should be that he cannot work overtime during normal times. If he wants to work overtime, he must ask Mr. Pei personally. The open letter sent by President Pei on the internal forum basically proved this point. Thinking of this, Wu Bin walked into the examination room with confidence. The crisp sound of mouse clicking rang in the conference room. This time, there are more new people participating in the Tenda Spirit compatibility test than last time, reaching more than 30 people. Although 3 employees passed the last test, after the last test, another group of new employees completed the resignation procedures in their original companies and officially joined Tenda. Therefore, the number of employees participating in the test has increased. The expressions of these new faces are different. Some are very puzzled by the questions, while others are dismissive of the questions. Wu Bin knows that these 2 types of people are unlikely to pass the Tenda spirit compatibility test, carefully prepared by President Pei. Obviously, many departments of the Tenda Group have privately inquired about the secrets of passing the test. However, for the same secret, the key is to see how much you can understand. Wu Bin feels that this kind of comprehension ability is probably one of the qualities that President Pei wants to focus on. Start answering the question seriously. Wu Bin was slightly surprised to find that 70% of the questions this time were different from the last test. Some questions simply changed a few words, but the meaning changed completely, and some questions were completely unfamiliar and had never been seen before. As for those same questions, the options also changed slightly. In short, it is very confusing. In the previous test, Wu Bin answered the questions completely according to his first impression, and answered very quickly. But this time, Wu Bin answered very, very slowly. For each question, he read the question stem repeatedly, guessed the meaning of the question, and then repeatedly compared the 4 options to find the one that best fits the spirit of Tenda. After selecting it, he brought the option into the question and checked it repeatedly. Soon, some people had finished answering. But there is no doubt that they did not pass the test. Various voices soon rang in the conference room. Ah? This? Hiss? Fuck. Under the gaze of the administrative team's invigilator, these people left one after another with different expressions. Some were full of doubts and confusion, some were unbelievable and shocked, and some broke down on the spot with tears in their eyes. Obviously, some people took the makeup exam for the second time, but still failed. Wu Bin answered more seriously. In the end, only a small number of people were left in the entire conference room. Wu Bin finished answering all the questions and looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left. Huh. I didn't manage my time well. Submit it. Although there was still time, the test software did not allow you to go back and review the questions you had answered. Fortunately, President Pei prepared enough time for answering the questions, so even if Wu Bin answered slowly, there would still be some time left. Wu Bin guessed that this might be a hint from President Pei, so that everyone could have enough time to dig out the deep meaning behind the questions. Wu Bin held the mouse with trembling hands and clicked the submit button. A line of words instantly appeared on the screen. Congratulations, you passed the test. Yes. Wu Bin almost shouted out excitedly. Passed. Finally got the approval of President Pei and officially became a member of Tenda. Wu Bin didn't know how to describe this wonderful feeling. He felt that his spirit was sublimated after answering this whole set of test questions. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. He suddenly realized that his previous years of work experience and the experience he had summarized in Hing Games were all wrong, and they were very wrong. Of course, this mistake was not his. It was because Hing Games itself was in a wrong environment, so he was also led astray. Tenda Group is far more successful than Hing Games, so Tenda's way of working is correct. Now, Tenda is changing its original incorrect working method through the spiritual compatibility test. Wu Bin happily returned to his workstation, and the first thing he did was to open the document and quickly record his experience. Why does President Pei repeatedly tell employees not to work overtime? Even if they work overtime, the overtime quota must be strictly controlled, and they must also pay enough overtime pay? Obviously, President Pei has seen the huge damage that overtime has on employees' creativity. Other companies only see the immediate short-term benefits and save costs by squeezing employees. But in the long run, overtime will lead to a decrease in employees' work enthusiasm, creativity, and efficiency. Some companies force employees to work 12 hours a day, but because employees' efficiency has decreased and their work enthusiasm is not high, the amount of work completed is still the same. And Tenda forces employees to complete their work within 8 hours a day. These tasks require employees to improve their work efficiency and creativity, completing the work that other companies can only complete by working overtime. Whether it is strictly controlling the overtime quota or paying enough overtime pay, it is to do the best possible to maintain the enthusiasm of employees. Therefore, the true meaning of the Tenda spirit compatibility test is not to encourage employees to be lazy, but to screen out those employees who are really working hard. Are employees who work 12 hours a day hardworking employees? No. On the contrary, in Tenda, such employees are inefficient employees. They work overtime just to show off to their leaders. They are not really working hard, but just doing superficial work. In Mr. Pei's opinion, not working overtime on the premise of completing the task means high work efficiency, which means knowing how to combine work and rest, and knowing how to balance work and life. Only employees like the latter can maintain a healthy body, active thinking, and wild imagination in the long career in the future, instead of being crushed by long overtime, losing their fighting spirit and distorting their imagination. This is the real long-term vision. Therefore, the Tenda spirit should not be just a simple not working overtime, nor a simple obedience to everything Mr. Pei tells us. The Tenda spirit should be to learn to balance life and work. Not working overtime is to always maintain a healthy body and a good working state, make your career smoother, make the company's development better, and achieve a win-win situation. Although on the surface, this test encourages us to obey everything that President Pei tells us without reason, this is obviously not President Pei's ultimate goal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be so roundabout and come up with such a set of test questions for everyone to guess. Only by understanding the spirit can you pass this test. This shows that what President Pei wants is not a puppet who obeys his orders, but talents who can truly understand his intentions, have good enough comprehension, and have strong independent thinking ability. Pei must have been selecting talents according to this set of standards, so Tenda can have such a lot of talents. And if we continue with this interview process, the future of Tenda has unlimited prospects. Wu Bin felt that his 3 views as an HR were completely overturned. In the past, he saw that HR work was nothing more than recruiting people, lowering prices, poaching people, and finding ways to kick out old employees. But now, President Pei has taught him a lesson. Many companies regard employees as the opposite, and try every means to squeeze the interests of employees, resulting in employees having no work enthusiasm. Once this atmosphere is formed, it will seriously affect the future development of the company. But here in Tenda, the interests of the company and employees are consistent, which is a harmonious and win-win relationship. Wu Bin felt that he had completely realized it. He decided to record his experience completely. In the future, he must apply the Tenda spirit to HR work, and must not let down President Pei's good intentions. Tuesday. Pei Qian was in the office, checking the results of the second Tenda spirit fit test. A total of 35 people participated in the test this time, and 12 of them passed the test. The pass rate has increased significantly. Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. It seemed that everyone's understanding of the Tenda spirit was progressing very quickly. However, there were also more than a dozen new employees who had failed twice in a row. When the 1-month internship is over, if these people still fail to pass the Tenda spiritual compatibility test, then all they can say is regret. Pei Qian doesn't feel sorry for these people at all. They are all diehards who only want to work overtime. Such people should not be Tenda employees. Only by eliminating these hidden dangers as soon as possible can we rest assured. At the workstation, Li Yada finally updated the 2 stable versions of GOG. One is the normal version, and the other is the version modified according to the opinions of Yuan Venture Capital. After such a long time of modification, these two versions finally look a bit human. Although the balance is still a problem, at least it looks like a test version of a serious game, not a shoddy semi-finished product. As for the bugs, they have been fixed almost, and this version is basically stable. Of course, there will definitely be more bugs if they are updated again, but at least that is not a problem that needs to be worried about in the short term. Liyada knows that at least he can rest assured during the 5 days he is away. When I come back in 5 days, I can collect some opinions from players and then carry out the next round of development and changes. Liyada was about to shut down his computer when he suddenly found that Hao Yun from the Human Resources Department had sent him a document. The title of the document was Interpretation of Tenda Spirit, Speculative Edition. Huh? What is this? Liyada was a little confused and clicked the document to open it. Chapter 369, What is the Tenda Spirit? Added 7 out of 10 for the boss who repeatedly asked for important things. There are a few lines of small words at the front. This document is a top-secret document and is only circulated privately. It is strictly forbidden to post it on internal forums and the internet. Boss Pei hates dogmatism the most. The true Tenda spirit only exists in Boss Pei's heart, and Boss Pei has the final right of interpretation. This document is just a crude speculation on the Tenda spirit and does not represent Boss Pei's true opinion. Please maintain independent thinking and carefully identify and study the content of the document. In short, it probably means this. This is not a standard textbook, but a relatively one-sided interpretation. It is only of reference value and cannot be regarded as the only correct answer, let alone Boss Pei's true thoughts. As for the Tenda spirit, you still have to understand it yourself. Liyada flipped through it and found that there is quite a lot of content in this document. Continue to read the main text of the document. Tenda Spirit 1, work efficiently and focus on innovation. To practice this spirit, the first priority is to do everything possible to avoid overtime. No overtime is an important principle that President Pei has repeatedly emphasized. However, many people simply understand it as President Pei's care for employees, but ignore the deeper meaning behind it.mr. Pei hopes to gradually adapt all employees to this fast-paced work by forcing them not to work overtime, constantly spur themselves on, improve work efficiency, and stimulate innovative ideas. In the process of doing everything possible not to work overtime, find ways to improve work efficiency and find more efficient working methods, thus forming a virtuous circle. Tenda Spirit 2, obey leadership and be independent in thought. To practice this spirit, the first priority is to fulfill Mr. Pei's requirements at all costs. Mr. Pei often makes some seemingly unreasonable requirements, but they are all proved to have other deep meanings afterwards. Even if you don't understand Mr. Pei's real purpose, you must do everything possible to fulfill Mr. Pei's requirements, which is of great significance to understanding Mr. Pei's deep meaning. As the saying goes, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will become clear. As long as you work hard to implement Mr. Pei's guidelines, you will understand it one day. However, it should also be noted that Mr. Pei does not want all employees to become tools who only know how to blindly follow. Mr. Pei has always only made requirements and did not explain, just to cultivate employees' independent thinking spirit. Therefore, while implementing Mr. Pei's requirements, we should also focus on independent thinking and self-solving of problems. We should not put all our hopes on Mr. Pei. We should give full play to our subjective initiative and work hard to share Mr. Pei's worries. Tenda Spirit 3, combining work and rest and long-term goals. To practice this spirit, the first priority is to fully enjoy the benefits brought to you by the company. Many employees are embarrassed to play games, eat snacks, drink coffee, or enjoy too many company benefits in the company. This is a completely wrong idea. The company provides these benefits and such a good office environment to let employees understand that they should combine work and rest. The body is the capital of revolution. Many people have occupational diseases in their 30s and 40s, and their working conditions are not good. It is difficult to concentrate and affect work efficiency. Tenda regards employees as the company's valuable assets. Employees' illness is a major loss to the company. Therefore, President Pei has prepared so many benefits and such a good office environment to allow employees to combine work and rest, take care of their health, and let everyone stay with Tenda all the way until retirement after 10, 20, or even 30 years. Therefore, everyone should accept these benefits with peace of mind and enjoy them well. Then, bury this feeling in your heart, and repay the company's love with higher work enthusiasm and more positive work status. The spirit of Tenda is profound, and this is just one aspect of it. It is easy to know but difficult to do. I hope everyone can start with the simplest. Try every possible way to avoid overtime. Try every possible way to fulfill Mr. Pei's requirements. Fully enjoy the company's benefits. Start with these simplest little things, don't let Mr. Pei down, and become a true Tenda person. On this basis, fully understand the spirit of Tenda. Work efficiently and focus on innovation. Obey leadership and think independently. Combining work and rest and long-term goals. After reading this document, Liada fell into silence. Suddenly felt a little guilty. It turns out that President Pei repeatedly told us not to work overtime, and there is such a deep meaning. Liada couldn't help but feel ashamed. As the head of the game department, he didn't understand the spirit of Tenda enough, and he often worked overtime secretly. It was such a failure. On the one hand, this reflects that his work efficiency is not high, and on the other hand, it reflects that his understanding ability is not enough. We still have to keep up the good work. This document is very useful. She quickly replied, "Thank you, this document is very helpful." Did you come up with this? Yuan quickly replied, "It's not me, it's an employee in our department who just passed the Tenda Spirit test." Don't thank me, this is feedback to your employee who provided the test experience before. This employee in our department hopes to guide new employees from other departments, so that they can better understand the Tenda Spirit and truly integrate into the Tenda family as soon as possible. However, this document should not be circulated, it is part of the company's confidential information. My idea is that this document can only be saved in the computer of the person in charge, and it must be encrypted layer by layer. Only those key employees who we think are qualified to learn the Tenda Spirit can understand these contents. Liada suddenly realized, okay, I understand, thank you very much. Although 3 people in the game department have passed the first test, there will definitely be many newcomers who will have to go through the Tenda Spirit compatibility test. At this time, such a document is crucial. Yuan sent this document to the heads of other departments instead of publishing it directly on the internal network. Obviously, he also felt that this document was just one person's opinion and did not necessarily represent President Pei's opinion. If it is spread outside, it will cause misunderstanding and misinterpretation by others, or interfere with the Tenda Spirit compatibility test, which may make President Pei unhappy. So, it can only be spread in a small range, not leaked, and not known to everyone. Liada considered that if his employees were really stupid and were about to be eliminated, and he liked this person very much, he would show them this document on his computer so that they could understand the Tenda Spirit. This is like giving a good guide to those who are lost and have not yet found their way. In short, only key members can see and study this original document. These backbones formed a good atmosphere at work, and naturally guided other ordinary employees to come together spontaneously. Liada carefully hid the document in a hidden folder on the computer, and encrypted it to prevent leakage. After everything was ready, Liada came to President Pei's office, knocked on the door gently, and told President Pei that he was leaving and would not be back until next Monday. If there was anything, please contact him at any time. Pei Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't contact you. You must have a good time after going out. Don't worry about work problems. It's getting late, go and get ready to go." After leaving President Pei's office, Li Yada inexplicably had the illusion of being kicked out of the company. After seeing Li Yada off, Pei Qian felt much more relaxed. So many backbone members have gone abroad to play, I should be safe, right? I should be able to rest for a week, right? It's really hard-earned leisure time. Pei Qian casually browsed the web and looked at the latest news. Suddenly, he thought of something and searched the keywords IOI and finger company on the website. There were only some very marginal reports, with low popularity, and basically no one was discussing it on some player forums. Pei Qian changed to English keywords to search, and then relied on his CET4 English level to search hard in the vast search results for a long time, still couldn't find what he wanted. There were only a few messages saying that IOI had conducted a test, but the results of the test were not described in detail, and only some polite words were used to describe it. In other words, it didn't seem to be very popular. Pei Qian couldn't help but wonder. Strange, why is there no news about it? According to Pei Qian's memory, this game should have become popular in the United States shortly after the official test, and then spread to China and all over the world in a short time. In fact, before the national server of LOL was opened, a group of game information websites and opinion leaders among players were paying close attention to this game. But why is there no news about IOI? It is normal that no one is interested in it abroad, it is too early. But what about abroad? Finger Company has raised a lot of money, but it has not made any achievements until now. This efficiency is too low. But Pei Qian thought again, since Finger Company raised funds much later than Riot Company, it should be later for the game to really become popular. Maybe if we wait a little longer, we will get similar news, right? Pei Qian thought that he should wait and see. After turning off the computer, Pei Qian looked at the date. The exam week was getting closer and closer. It's about time to ask Lao Ma for notes. Since Lao Ma invested in IOI last time, Pei Qian hasn't been to Yuan Ventures for a while. On the one hand, it's because he was hit hard and didn't want to recall the sad things. On the other hand, it's because Yuan Ventures has no money and it's impossible for it to stab him in the back. However, he has indeed neglected his good brother during this period. For the sake of notes, he still went to Yuan Ventures for a little walk and see Lao Ma's current state. Pei Qian just arrived at Yuan Ventures and heard someone shouting inside. "Mr. Ma, go big." "It's okay, Mr. Ma, you go first, I'll cover you." "Mr. Ma, don't worry about me, you retreat first." It sounds passionate and the battle seems to be quite intense. Pei Qian couldn't help but nod slightly. Well, this is what my ideal company should look like. Lao Ma is indeed a good brother, and he never lets me down every time he comes. Except last time. But Pei Qian felt that the last thing couldn't be blamed entirely on Lao Ma, it was completely a coincidence. Lao Ma didn't mean to do that, it was an accidental injury. Moreover, it is still unclear whether this investment will be successful in the end, and we can't just kill our good brother with one blow. If we want to kill him, we have to wait until after the exam week. Pei Qian quietly walked in and stood behind Ma Yang. But he saw that he was not playing Shinchi, but GOG. Pei Qian suddenly had 3 more question marks on his head. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. .net. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 370, The Hedgehog Throwing Money. Pei Qian stood silently behind Ma Yang, watching him being chased away by the enemy hero. Huh? Isn't it 9 protecting 1 this time? Pei Qian was a little puzzled, because seeing how ruthless the opponent was, it didn't seem like he was one of them. In a team fight, the two sides fought extremely fiercely. 3 of his teammates and 5 of the opponent were tied. With superb operation and tacit cooperation, they fought 3 for 3. Another team member was pushing the line frantically, and successfully demolished 2 towers during this team fight, threatening the opponent's high ground. And Ma Yang. Amid the shouts of Boss Ma, go first, he fled with full health. Pei Qian took a closer look. The hero played by Ma Yang was a strange beast, which looked a bit like a wolf, but with a thick body and a dragon tail, a huge head, and 2 sharp horns on the top of the head like a unicorn. It kept its bloody mouth open, and its head looked uncoordinated, but it had a strange sense of cuteness. Pei Qian had a slight impression of this hero. This hero was called Tao Tai, and the IP belonged to a very old domestic animation. Of course, the image in this animation was inspired by the exotic beast Tao Tai in traditional culture. There are many different images of Tao Tai, and there is no absolutely correct answer. The image of Tao Tai in this domestic animation has a wide influence and is highly recognized, so the IP was purchased and used in the game. In GOG's design, this is a hero with both protection and team opening abilities. He can swallow his own and enemy heroes into his mouth, control enemies in a small area, and activate skills to improve his damage reduction ability. In theory, this should be a very friendly auxiliary hero for novices. Even if you don't know how to play, you can play a certain role by rushing to the enemy's back row or using the swallowing skill to protect your key teammates when fighting in a team. The lower limit is very high, and the upper limit is not low. However, at this time, this hero in Lao Ma's hands did nothing, ran away with full blood, and decisively sold 3 teammates. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh. He had seen 4 protecting 1 many times, but it was the first time he had seen 4 protecting 1 auxiliary. After a closer look, Pei Qian confirmed that the opponent was not his own, and should be an enemy randomly matched online. When the opponent's acting was more realistic, Pei Qian could still see the traces of acting. After all, if you want Lao Ma to kill 10 people in one game, sometimes you can only do it with some very poor acting skills. And now, these people on the opposite side seem to be ruthless towards Ma Yang. They don't look like current employees at all, but more like former employees. Fortunately, Lao Ma ran fast, otherwise he would have died miserably. At this time, other employees had already noticed Pei Qian standing behind Ma Yang, but after seeing President Pei make a hush gesture, they all cooperated and kept silent. Ma Yang was wearing headphones and staring at the screen intently, not realizing that there was someone standing behind him. Of course, even if he saw Pei Qian coming, he would probably just say hello and continue to play the game. Although Lao Ma is a slacker, he never hangs up to pit his teammates. From this point of view, he is still quite reliable if you don't consider his performance in the game. After all, there is no essential difference between Lao Ma's performance and hanging up. Pei Qian was quite happy to see it. If he was also in this game and was Lao Ma's teammate, he might have been unable to resist the urge to spit foul words. But as a bystander, Pei Qian now has only one thought. Is there any rice? 2 bowls, I'm so hungry. I couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to Ma's 4 teammates. They were obviously much stronger than the other team, but they had such a hard time. However, as Pei Qian watched, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Too much joy leads to sorrow. Wait a minute, this GOG version doesn't seem right? Ma Yang's last hits were so bad, how come his equipment was not that far behind? Besides, isn't his hero a support? With the help of his teammates, Ma Yang picked up a head and took the 800 yuan bounty directly. Because this setting was relatively familiar to Pei Qian, he didn't react to it at first. But after a little thought, he immediately realized that something was wrong. GOG's original design was not like this, because this game was copied from Shinchi from the beginning. After a closer look, not only the rules of last hitting and bounty have changed, But even the map seems to be smaller than before, and the elements on the map have also been slightly changed. Pei Qian's heart clicked and he was instantly disappointed. What's going on? Who changed this game? Why is this route getting more and more problematic? I wanted to take a closer look, but the game was over. Although it was 4 against 5 most of the time, Ma Yang's 4 thighs were too powerful and he still won. Ma Yang took off his headphones and said contentedly, "Win streak. The special training a while ago really improved me. Now I can win streak in the random games." The surrounding employees applauded and praised him. Boss Ma has made rapid progress. In fact, Boss Ma's original skills were very good, but he just didn't meet good teammates. Although Mr. Ma didn't win the MVP, his words actually played the biggest role among the 5 winners. Pei Qian. Old Ma, this year's Arbor Day has been over for more than half a year, why haven't I planted a bee tree in your heart? Moreover, you have hired a lot of flatterers. I can't listen to it anymore. Forget it, the flatterer's business is not important. Let's first figure out the GOG issue. Pei Qian was a little speechless. Didn't Li Yada and Bao Su go to the United States to play? How could they still cause trouble for me in a foreign country? Or did they deliberately plant a mine for me before going abroad? Fortunately, I came to borrow notes from old Ma today, otherwise I don't know how long I would be kept in the dark. Pei Qian subconsciously wanted to ask about the game, but then he thought, how could Yuan Venture Capital, a group of investors, understand GOG? Forget it, let's explore the answer by myself. Someone had already pulled a chair over and asked Mr. Pei to sit next to Ma Yang. Pei Qian coughed lightly, did you bring the things? Ma Yang nodded quickly, yes, Brother Qian, keep it. As he spoke, he pulled out a black hardcover book that looked quite low-key from the drawer. Pei Qian reached out to take it and handed it to Xiao Sun, the driver who came with him. Xiao Sun hurriedly put the hardcover book into his business bag and packed it for President Pei. No one around dared to look at it. What is this book? Most likely it is some very important business confidential information. Otherwise, why would President Pei have to travel a long way to personally receive it from President Ma? After collecting the notes for the only closed book exam course during the exam week, Pei Qian planned to go back to a copy shop to make a copy and take some time to memorize it. However, the most urgent thing is to solve the GOG problem. It's been a long time since we played together, let's play a game? Pei Qian suggested. Ma Yang was very happy, okay, Brother Qian. It's a good opportunity for you to see the results of my special training in recent times. Pei Qian. He had no trust in the results of Ma Yang's special training. For big guys are playing with you, and they won't criticize you no matter how you play. In this environment, if a senior idiot like Ma Yang can still improve, it would be a miracle. However, Pei Qian's main purpose is to observe the current situation of GOG. Soon, the 10-player customization began and entered the selection interface. Looking at the dazzling array of heroes, Pei Qian was a little confused. Of course, there weren't that many, only about 10 in total. After all, the game was still in the development stage, but for Pei Qian, he had never played any of the heroes here, so he naturally felt at a loss and had no idea who to choose. Pei Qian clicked on the heroes one by one to check their skills and introductions. When he turned to a hero called Justice Guardian Modest, Pei Qian noticed a line of small words below its hero introduction. I would like to pay tribute to Mr. Pei, the chief designer of Tenda Games with this hero. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel in a good mood. This kind of unintentional rainbow fart is always irresistible. Since it is my exclusive hero, let's play it. Pei Qian locked this hero called Justice Guardian Modest without hesitation. However, after locking it, I noticed that this hero had so many weapons inserted on his back. It's okay to have swords, spears, swords, and halberds, but why are there pitchforks and brooms? What does this mean? Other people's king's treasury is hidden in the void and can be summoned at any time. My king's treasury is inserted on the back. Other people sit on their buttocks when they sit on the Iron Throne. Mine is carried on my shoulders. Isn't this part a little unrefined? Just as Pei Qian was about to ask, he saw Ma Yang next to him turn his head. Huh? Brother Qian, are you going to play coin-throwing hedgehog? Pei Qian. Why are you scolding me? Pei Qian's face darkened. What coin-throwing hedgehog? Am I not the guardian of justice? Ma Yang said, yes, it is the guardian of justice. But it really looks like a hedgehog, and it will scatter coins after being backstabbed, which is fun. Pei Qian. Now he really wants to know who designed this hero. He has no other intentions, just want to give him a paid travel package to the Sahara Desert, Antarctica, and the East African rainforest to broaden his horizons. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website.